Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A huge scorpion was approaching the warrior. It attacked him with its sting. The warrior began to cut the tail into pieces. He ran along the scorpion's body and struck. The scorpion was torn apart. The system reported that the hero had defeated the boss Hasashi. The warrior landed and said that the battle was too boring. The hero said that the arena was the best virtual MMORPG game in the world. The hero ranked first in all indicators. He was the strongest player with an unprecedented result. Milligat sighed and asked himself if he should stop and focus on ordinary life. That day, he decided to quit the game. Kwan Yongchen leaned on the table and asked if the hero had deleted the arena account. Kang Han took a cup of coffee and asked why he was so surprised. He can't play games forever, it's time to move on to reality. Yongchen started shouting and asked how can you not be surprised when the best player decides to quit. He said that the hero would have made millions if he had sold his inventory. Kang Han turned around and said that he did it so that he would not regret it later, because he played for fun, not for money. The friend asked what he was going to do next. Kang Han waved and said that he would go to the army and take over his father's business. The friend was indignant and called the hero a rich son. The hero, without turning around, walked away. Life itself is incredible, but who knew that it could change so much? 2 years later, a drunk man showed and began to ask for red ones. Kang Han smiled and showed a pack. The man became indignant and said that the hero did not know how to work at all. He pointed to the counter. The hero smiled and complained about the drunk, thinking that it would be better if he did something. The man screamed. The hero imagined a goblin instead of an alcoholic and thought if it were true. Kang Han smiled tiredly. He worked at a convenience store for 89.01 per hour. He was born an heir to a huge fortune, who was supposed to live his life without worries. He didn't know that this would happen. When he returned from the army, it turned out that his father's company had gone bankrupt. His father, the support of their family, was in the hospital, and the family itself was practically destroyed. Now he had to become the head of the family, and all he had for dinner today was ramen from the convenience store. When you have to pay dad's hospital bills and feed 3 people, you can't indulge in much. Kang Han looked at his phone and began to ask how much longer he could hold out. He opened a chat with Yongchen. His friend asked him to answer and said that he knew that he was having a hard time now, asked what other purpose did friends have if not to help in difficult times. Kang Han tensed up and said thank you, thought that the first thing he did after what happened to their family was disappear. He didn't contact anyone because he thought it would only get worse. He looked at his friend's messages. He asked if his friend wanted to return to the arena. Kang Han shuddered. The guy said that now in the arena you can make good money, because if you are a ranker, you can broadcast or participate in professional matches. For him and his skills it will be easy. He reminded that the hero occupied the first place in the top occupied, so it would be good. The hero remembered his character, thought about the arena, said to himself if he can achieve the same level as before, will he be able to make money? Kang Han rubbed his nose and thought, if so. He came to the market. He went to the game capsule and said that it was pointless. He went to the capsule and said that before he bought it without a second thought, just like that. Who knew that the cube would be so expensive? It was 3 of his salaries. He opened his wallet and began to ask why he deleted the account then. He could have saved the money. He turned around. There was a couple standing behind him. The guy cheekily asked, is it really in front of Kang Han? The hero turned around and asked who they were. The guy said Hanbeek. He smiled. The hero remembered that he was the son of one of his father's friends. Hanbeek said that the son of such an influential person does not even remember him. Kang Han looked at him confused, but the guy said that he was joking. The hero walked past the couple and said that he just came to shop. Hanbeek laughed, asking where else to buy things if not at the mall. The hero's eyes widened. Hanbeek said that his family's business was dead. He asked if he really had money for such a place. Kang Han turned around and asked where he was from. The guy said that his parents told him. Hanbeek smiled maliciously and said that it was because of his father that the hero's family was destroyed. He put his hand on the shoulder of the hero, who asked if Uncle Young betrayed his father. Hanbeek said that his father worked with him for too long and he just needed to find his way. He made a face because he heard that the hero's father was seriously ill. He began to ask if the hero cared about him. The hero's eyes became wild. Hanbeek said that if the hero's father died, he would be very lonely. Kang Han suddenly hit the guy in the face. The girl walked away in fear. The guards grabbed the hero. They asked him to stop and calm down, while the hero shouted about his father's illness and the ruined business. The girl hugged the gloating guy. The hero shouted that it was all because of him. The girl asked to take the hero to the police station. Kang Han rushed forward and shouted that he would kill Hanbeek. Some time later at the police station, the hero stood in the rain. He looked gloomily into space. He thought about money and asked what was wrong with it. He walked forward, thinking that Hanbeek had destroyed his family and was still bragging about it. He decided that he would definitely take revenge on him. He thought about revenge. He started crying and asking how he could do it, saying that he had nothing to do with it. The voice asked, "Are they really saying that one player signed a contract for 500 million won?" The hero turned towards the sound. The host was saying that the arena's streaming revenue had exceeded 1 billion. She said that it was an incredible amount of money. Kanghyun looked at the host. She said that the arena's influence on the economy has been increasing lately. She said that many jobs were related to the arena. Kanghyun stared at the screen in surprise. He took out his phone. He felt neither shame nor pride. His body acted instinctively. Yeonchan said that they had not heard from each other for a long time. He asked why he had not called for so long. Yeonchan looked ahead anxiously. The hero asked him for forgiveness. He asked for help. Kanghyun looked ahead angrily and said that he was returning to the arena. In the office, an employee called the manager and said that Milligat had returned. Everyone looked at each other. The fat man said that someone created a character using Milligat's information. He said that it was one of the best players. The leader asked in shock, "Did he really come back?" The girl looked at the men in confusion. The leader shouted that he didn't care and asked everyone to get back to work. The girl was surprised by the news she heard. She adjusted her headphones and asked to tell about the character who was currently undergoing training. Al, the training NPC, said in shock that his nickname was Kanghyun and he was currently undergoing a mana test. She showed a glowing ball and said that according to the results, she looked at the hero in shock and said that he had the highest score in the mana test. The sweaty hero looked at Al and immediately asked for the next test. He knew that if Arena could change his life, he would come back, and he would become the best again. Kanghyun and Yeonchan stood in front of the game capsule. A friend said that he could use it to his heart's content. The hero looked at his friend guiltily and said that he would definitely return it to him. En-chan hit the hero in the side and asked how he could only think about that when he hadn't seen him for so long. En-chan smiled and said that if he heard that again, he would kill him. The hero took the sword. He swung it. Al looked at him in shock behind him. The hero said that they should begin. The NPC said that if they started the test of the 10th difficulty level, as he asked. Kanghyun looked at the glimmer of light and sighed. He thought that he hadn't been here for a long time. A dark elf was looking at him. A drop of sweat ran down the guy's face. He reminded himself that this was the 10th difficulty level. The night elf got into a fighting stance. The hero sighed. He thought that it would hardly be too difficult. The main thing is to just concentrate. The elf had already run to attack. The NPC screamed in fear that the training had already begun. The elf grinned and said that the little human had closed his eyes in vain. Kanghyun appeared behind him and said that he didn't think so. Al looked on in shock as the first level user parried the elf's attack. The hero's sword was smoking. He thought that he didn't even think about the difference in their levels, he just did it. He said that this was the reason why he was able to hold first place as Milligat. The enemies began to exchange blows, because of his unrivaled level of control. The elf dodged in shock and called the hero a pathetic person, saying that he was faster and stronger. Kanghyun looked wildly at the enemy. The elf did not understand why this person's attacks were so powerful. Yeonchan smiled embarrassedly and said that the hero could stay with him for now. The hero thought about gratitude. The girl was sitting by the hospital bed, about despair. He remembered Hambeek's face. He thought about revenge. The sword immediately jumped out of the elf's hands. The hero said that he would repay everything. He hit the elf on the head and walked forward. He told himself that for this he would have to climb the podium of the arena faster than anyone. The girl suddenly stood up from her chair. She looked at the screen in admiration and thought that the hero was defeating a night elf, being a zero character, as expected. In her mind, she told the hero that skills are not lost so easily. Al looked at the hero in shock and said that she congratulated him on his victory. She said that his training was over. The old man smiled and asked if the hero was new here. He introduced himself as the head of Aslan village, Derry. He handed the hero a chest and said that the hero was a good man. He said that this was his reward for successfully completing the training. In the chest was Morai's ring. Kanghyun put it on and said it was a unique loot. He was glad he fought a level 10. It was a great start for him. Yeonchan wrote in the chat and asked if his training was over. Kanghyun looked at the system messages. Yeonchan wrote that he would throw the hero up to the next level. He said to go to the gate, and if not now, then when else would he get a chance to help a top player? Kanghyun wrote that he needed to make one item, so he asked him to wait so that he could show it later. Yeonchan looked at the chat confusedly and did not understand what kind of secrets these were at the very beginning of the game. He was standing in front of the gate. The hero wrote to him and asked to borrow 50 gold. In the past, the best users of the arena had one item, Experience Potion. It was a popular item, which increased the amount of experience gained by 20% for 4 hours. Kanghyun remembered that the potion then cost about 3,000 gold. But one day, its supply disappeared, and over time it was forgotten among the players. This would have been the story if his supplier had not been the hero. He smiled sheepishly and said that only he knew how to make it. He could sell it for any price. He opened the list and said that he needed some items. He realized that there was nothing left and he needed to go to the dungeon. Kanghyun smiled irritably. He was told that he would not pass. The guy showed the table and said that this was the dungeon of the Black Skull Guild and beginners have nothing to do here. The hero smiled wryly and asked if the hero would leave or not. The guy said that the hero had just started the game, so he asked to leave while he was in the mood. Kanhan pushed him away and asked him to leave because he was busy. He flinched, dodged the blow. The guy put the sword on his shoulder and asked, is he not learning to listen to his elders? The hero trembled and asked again. He touched the sword and said that his damn life depended on this game and he was not going to waste a second on such big guys. He glared at the guy and asked if he wanted to fight a deletion battle with a newbie. Wouldn't he chicken out? Kanghan said that a deletion battle is when the loser has to delete their account, but few players are willing to take such a risk, so it's hard to say that such a battle is often practiced in the arena. But the guy glared at the hero and said that he agreed, said that the hero would have to make a new player today. And so the deletion battle began. Player Kanghan entered the rules. The system showed a window. It said that the winner takes all and the loser loses their account. Player Sungjin accepted the rules. The system said that the battle would begin very soon. Sungjin stood in front of the hero and said that there is no turning back, understand. The countdown began. Kanhan summoned a sword and said that he would finish off the enemy in 5 minutes. He said that he could say goodbye to the character. 3, 2. Kanhan got into a fighting stance and asked not to be too upset. Because it was hard for him to win someone like him, he asked to consider this an excellent practice. The system reported that the battle had begun. Sajin got into a fighting stance and told the hero not to play for long. Kanhyun ran to attack. Sungjin dodged the attack and said that it was funny. He swung his sword and said that a newbie could never match his speed. The hero blocked. Sungjin looked at the hero in surprise. They began to exchange blows. While the player thought that this was impossible because his level was much higher, he asked himself, did the hero really have a unique item? He struck in shock and thought that the hero was too confident for a newbie. Kanhyun easily dodged. While the player assumed that the hero was a player hunter who was just pretending to be a newbie, the hero thought that the player's attack was too stupid. He crouched and struck him in the leg. The player screamed, while the hero thought that the enemy was playing too openly. Kanhyun froze. Sungjin thrust his sword forward and called the hero names, not understanding how he could block the damage. Kanzan clenched his fist and began to activate the Morax ring, which increased the hero's strength for a certain time. Sungjin was shaking from the blows he dealt. He swung his sword and screamed that the hero could not defeat him. He looked ahead in horror. The hero's silhouette loomed over him. The guy asked, who the hell is he? Kanhyun swung his sword and said that it was time to end this fight. He asked, what will he say? Sungjin lowered his hands and began to scream no. His eyes widened. He thought about his body. Kanhyun calmly swung his sword. Blood splashed. Kanhyun said that if the guy does not feel pain, he cannot understand the state of the body. The system announced victory and according to the rules, the hero will be sent a reward. Kanhyun began to warm up and noted that the guy had a lot of items. He was lucky, all that was left was to enter the dungeon. Meanwhile, in Aslan's workshop, the hero looked at the capsule. It creates items on behalf of the player and does not help in improving skills. Kanhan said it was a pity that he can create it once a month, but at least he remembers the recipe. The box opened and the hero said that the potion was ready. The system showed its characteristics. He took the bottle in his hands and asked if he should earn money. That day, an amazing item appeared on the arena market. The players looked at the screen in shock. The man asked if an experience potion had really appeared on the market, in the amount of only 1 piece. All the players looked at him. Kanhan said that all the users immediately went to the auction to get it. Because of this, the stakes were very high. If the highest bid was 3,000 gold before, now it was sold for 5,000. Kanhyun walked through the crowd and thought. He said if he paid for dad's hospital and other expenses, he would have about 2,000 left. He said that 1 gold equals 1,001, so he could really earn more here than in the store. Kanhyun thoughtfully looked ahead and decided that he would become a streamer or a pro gamer, but decided that the main thing now was to pump up his level, which meant that he needed equipment. Kanhyun told himself that he needed to find equipment for 2,000 gold, not something cool, but the most profitable and effective. He began to look at the items and study their characteristics. After a while, Derry looked at the hero in shock and said that he had changed too much. The girls looked at him embarrassedly. The old man asked, did the hero really join a sect? Kanhan appeared in a new suit. The ladies said that he dressed like a clown. The old man looked at the confused hero who thought that stats were more important than appearance. The old man asked why the hero's face was red. The hero asked to give him a quest, a pack of ferocious wolves. They ran at the hero. Kanchan jumped on them to attack. He began to chop and thought that it was really easier for him to move in this. He swung his sword and thought that expensive things were worth their price. He looked at the corpses of the wolves and asked who needed this fashion anyway. The system reported a completed quest. The hero began to hit himself on the head and said that his life depended on it and even 1 second was worth money. He said that there was a goblin dungeon further on. He said that he needed to reach level 10 today. A bunch of players were standing near the caves. The hero looked at them and thought how many of them were here. A man came up to him and said that they were gathering a team and asked if he wanted to join. The hero said that he was good at hand-to-hand combat. The man looked at the hero thoughtfully. Kanhyun looked at the man in bewilderment. The man noticed that the hero had no immunity items and advised him to find a team with a lower level. Kanhyun was indignant and asked again. He angrily clenched his fist and began to ask who they took him for, because even without amplifiers he could easily cope with any goblin in this dungeon. The man asked if the hero really had experience with them. The girl approached the hero shyly and said that she was here for the first time and would not refuse the help of someone experienced. She said that if the hero did not mind, he could join her. She adjusted her hair and asked if the hero agreed. Kanhyun made a brave face and said that he would help her and raise her to the highest level. She turned to the team and said that she found the last person. Kanhyun calmly looked at them. The players looked at the player appraisingly. The girl smiled and introduced herself as level 20th support Somi. The hero smiled and introduced himself as a level 20 warrior, noting that he was glad that the arena allowed him to hide his personal information from each user. The others introduced themselves in turn as Jinwoo, Komi, and Chia. Kank looked at the hero and said that he did not have a single regeneration potion. Was he sure he could handle the goblins? Kanhyun smiled and said that he could handle it. Somi intervened and asked if Jinwoo doubted her. She grabbed her staff menacingly. Jinwoo said that he doubted it, because the last thing they needed was for them to die because of her. They looked at the cave. Jinwoo said that they would see the hero's skills in battle. The goblins smiled slyly. They bared small cleavers. The team stood in front of them. Jinwoo got into a fighting stance and said that he saw the first opponents. The goblins began to shoot darts. Jinwoo began to block them with his shield. Chia and Komi prepared to attack. Two powerful beams began to destroy the cave. Kanhyun calmly looked at his teammates and decided that he could not worry and noted that the team had a good chance. He looked at them and did not understand why they needed him at all. He thought that the main thing was that he could increase the level of the hobgoblin evaporated into pixels. Jinwoo wiped his sweat and asked if they had really been fighting for more than an hour. Chia looked at the hero with satisfaction and said that he was good. Komi smiled and said that the hero was excellent at one-handed weapons. He began to ask what kind of item he had. The hero said that he was good at controlling the situation. Somi sat down and suggested that they rest. Jinwoo said that they should not relax because the hobgoblin could attack at any moment. Kanhyun looked at the tank and asked if they hadn't defeated the boss yet. Jinwoo said that he was the only one who had done that. Kanhyun put his hands on his hips and thought that it would be difficult for a level 20 hobgoblin to fight, and he hadn't been here for a long time. The tank asked Somi to watch the timing of the buffs, and Chia asked him to watch the amount of mana. Komi smiled sheepishly. The tank asked him to make sure that he didn't hit any of them with arrows. Kanhyun froze, not expecting that his ally could hit him with an arrow. The guy touched the floor and his hand glowed. Komi looked ahead and said that they need to go here. The hobgoblin sat on the throne, surrounded by his retinue. Jinwoo turned around and said that he and the hero would take on the defense and deal with the small goblins. He asked Somi not to forget to use buffs. Jinwoo pulled out his club. Everyone ran forward and said that they were starting a raid on the boss. The system reported that the hero received a blessing from an ally. The boss held out his sword and screamed. The guys started chopping up the small goblins. Kanhyun calmly killed the monsters. The hobgoblin started casting a magic attack. Kanhyun turned around sharply and ordered everyone to dodge. Jinwoo blocked the projectile with his shield. He was thrown into the wall. Kanhyun froze and decided that the support would help the tank. He screamed and realized that he needed to stop the boss before he attacked them again. He screamed and asked the defense to help him. Chia and Komi looked at the hero in bewilderment. He asked why they were standing there and asked them to come help. Kanhyun ran, chopping up the goblins and mentally wondering why they were just standing there and watching. He asked where the teamwork had gone. The hobgoblin started casting a new projectile. Kanhyun looked at it in fear and realized that the enemy was ready to attack. He quickly looked to the side. He reflected the projectile and it hit the boss in the eye. An arrow was sticking out of his eye socket. The hero looked angrily at the archer and said that he almost hit him. The hero ran at the boss and decided that he needed to deal with this freak first. He swung and said that some hobgoblin couldn't defeat him. He cut off the boss's arm and started calling for protection. Chia and Komi looked at the hero in fear. He asked what they were worth and asked to act boldly. Projectiles and magic began to pierce the boss. After a while, they watched as the boss's body evaporated. They looked at the hero with admiration and said that he was too cool. Kanhyun looked angrily at the guilty archer. He asked if the hero understood that he did everything on purpose. People asked what to do with all the items. They said that they needed to give everything to the hero. They turned around abruptly. The hero thought that even though they said so, but if he took everything, they would definitely want to kill him. Kanhyun thought that he needed to deal with this and leave. He picked up the egg and said that he only needed this one. He smiled and walked away, People started asking if he would accept a friend request and offered to do another quest. The hero said that they would see each other again. He ran away and said that because of these fools, he had to waste even more time. He ran out into the street of the city. He opened his profile and noticed that he had already reached level 10. He smiled and said that now he could finally start his journey. He looked at the tower in front of him. The Pulsar Tower, the hero said that it is usually called the Tower of Advancement. Each floor has its own skill that can be obtained. It must be completed by all players who have reached level 10. The hero looked at the description of the egg with the animal. It should open in 1 hour. Kanchan smiled and said that within an hour they will move on to the next level. The bearded man with a scar looked at the hero and asked if he really wants to become a warrior. His name was Khan. The hero smiled and said that he wanted to become a warrior. The bearded man noticed that the hero was confident. The hero thought that all the necessary skills would only begin with the second. Khan put his hand on his hips and said that they were not like other classes. He said that he would decide whether he was worthy of developing as a warrior in a fair fight. Khan took the sword and offered to begin. He threw the sword to the hero and said that he could attack first. Kanchan got into a fighting stance and offered to dance. He ran forward. He began to attack. Khan blocked the attacks and assessed them, deciding that the hero was used to his sword. Kanchan attacked. The man noticed that the hero was different from the others and decided that his level was enough for a warrior. The men continued to fight. They entered a wedge and smiled at each other. Khan's hands began to glow. He thought that the hero was still not perfect. He threw the guy aside. He swung his sword and thought that the hero was still far from victory. Kanchan pushed off the ground, started to kicked the bearded man and twisted. He crouched and admired. Khan looked at the hero warily, wondering if he had really kicked him down. The hero said that he had just tried and succeeded. The hero began to approach the big guy, who noted that he was trying out new attacks at a time like this and trusting his sword so easily. Kanchan swung, and Khan thought, this is what talent means. He said he was satisfied and said that the hero had proven himself. The blade stopped at the man's neck. Kanchan put away his sword and thought that he wanted to practice some more. Khan raised his hands and said that these were incredible skills. He said that he recognized the hero as a warrior. The system increased the player's stats. It reported that he had been awarded the title of warrior recognized by Khan. This gave an effect that increased the damage of melee weapons by 5%. The system reported that the hero had new skills. The hero noted that this was not bad. He caught something. Han told him to try and said that he should do it. The hero got a new task. Han smiled and asked to find the owner of this coin. The hero had to find the Knight Kion. As a reward, the hero will receive Lebron's skill. Kanhan tensed up and thought about Lebron. He was one of the strongest knights of the Empire, who leads the army of the arena. He smiled sourly and thought if he gets his skill, it will be awesome. The hero said that he has little time and so he should go. Kanhan left the tower and said that it turned out even better than he expected. He asked if it was because he finished the test better and surprised him. A system window opened in front of him. Kanhan understood that for the E-level quest you need to be at least level 50. The system said that the egg will open soon, 1 minute left. The hero looked at the cell with the egg in the inventory. He took out an egg and said that today was just a great day. He began to assume that a unique animal could get it. The egg began to crack. The hero began to hope that the animal would be a dragon. Flash, a cute bear appeared and began to scream. Kanchan looked at him in bewilderment. The bear noticed that the hero had nothing to say from great joy. Kanchan leaned towards the bear and asked if Goba could really talk. The bear noticed that the hero himself was talking. Money appeared in the hero's eyes. He had never heard of talking animals. He began to think that the bear was so unique and believed that it was very rare. He was already wondering how much he could earn on it. Goba climbed onto his neck. While the hero thought that he would definitely bring him a lot of money, Goba said that he would serve him and ordered the man to go. He began to hit him on the head and ask why he was standing there. Kanchan said that he did not understand what was happening yet, but he was sure of one thing. He grabbed the bear by the head and said, since he is now his pet. He threw him to the ground and said that he needs to undergo proper training. After a while, the bear with a bump on his head said that he does not understand why he deserved such a punishment. He said that the hero can become his master. Kanhan hit him on the head again when Goba said that the hero is unlikely to be popular with girls. Goba grabbed his bruised head and said that he met an evil master. Kanhan thought that the beast had good skills and looked at the stats. The hero smiled and said that he would name the bear Tenny. Tenny happily jumped up and said that it was a great name. He immediately suggested getting to know each other better. Kanhan began to evaporate and said that he was going to leave. The bear shouted that he appeared a minute ago. Tenny was left alone and said that his master was too evil. The hero took off his helmet. He looked in front of him and said that he had played too long today. Yeonchan came to him and asked how his progress was. Kanhyun said that he had gotten a pet and a class. Yeonchan asked if that meant that the hero was ready to start. Kanhan looked at him with confusion. Yeonchan suggested that he start by debuting and streaming, and the hero asked again in surprise. Kanhan sat on the edge of the bed and said that he could make good money from streaming, but his friend said that he needed to do something. He stuck his finger up and said that the hero needed to record all his games and they would use them to enter the world stage. The hero rubbed his neck and asked if it would be that easy. Yeonchan told him not to worry and said that he would be his manager. Kanhan smiled awkwardly. Yeonchan said that the hero was number 1. Of course people would want to see his legendary return. Kanhan asked why his friend seemed more excited than him. Yeonchan hit his chest and said that this was the return of the legendary Milligat. How could he be calm? Kanhan looked at his friend silently. He said that he would try to make his friend happy. After a while, in a dark forest in the western part, a group of elves walked forward. Kanhan smiled and said that this was the bear's first hunt. Was he ready? Tenny immediately responded. Kanhan ran forward and asked if they were leveling up a few levels. Tenny jumped up and asked to defeat the enemies with his support. Kanhan was covered in a green aura. He began to ask why he needed this. The system showed a description of the buff from the animal. Tenny put his paw forward and told the owner to go forward. The system showed a description of the forest protector. The hero looked at the beast in shock. While the elf was already attacking him, the hero asked, "Is his beast not a tank, but a support?" He dodged the blow and cut the elf. He began to ask, what's the point if he kills him? He looked at his hand and thought that yesterday he couldn't finish reading the information about Tenny, but he can improve his strength, defense, and regeneration. He decided that this is much better than other buffs of his level. While the battle was going on, someone was standing behind the tree. The guy looked out from behind the trunk with a smile. He looked at his team and asked, how are they doing with the hero? He smiled and said that he has expensive equipment, weapons, and beast. He decided that the hero is probably a rich player. The tank asked, what did he come up with? The guy said that they can throw a party in honor of the new player. Another guy smiled and asked, are they really going to pretend to be pretty like always and attack at the right moment? The girl asked anxiously, what if this was his second account? Everyone looked at her with confusion. She said that the hero looked experienced. That's why she said that. The archer folded his arms and said that the level of the entrance to the forest was 20. He said that they were all on average level 40 and the hero definitely couldn't defeat them. They looked at each other. The archer asked everyone to concentrate. The tank said that they had been through this many times before. They looked at the heroes fight again. The archer said that the hunt was beginning. Kanchan wiped the sweat from his forehead while the corpses of the elves evaporated. He opened the interface and said that he recorded everything on video, but he didn't think anyone would want to watch a fight with a night elf. Tenny shouted that his master was great. Kanchan began to squeeze the bear's face and told him that he took him not only to encourage him, he began to ask where his manners were. Tenny shouted that he was giving his full buffs. Kanchan lifted him up and asked if he really thought that he could win only thanks to them. He asked the bear to at least distract the enemies. The archer's team walked out into the clearing in embarrassment. The leader asked if the hero was really the only one hunting here. He asked if he wanted to join their team. Kanchan put Tenny down and asked again. The archer smiled and said that he was glad to see other players in the dark forest. The hero did not understand why they wanted him on their team, seeing that they were fully equipped. He began to examine their equipment, noticed that their equipment was level 20, but the sword was at least level 40. Kanchan thought that they were hiding their level and sneaking up on him. He assumed that they were hunters for profit. Kanchan smiled, thinking that the team in front of him could really be killers. When else would he get such a chance? He said that he would be happy to join them. The archer smiled in surprise and thought that the hero had definitely been caught. Everyone smiled. The archer introduced himself and introduced the others. Kanhan smiled and introduced himself as Yeonchan, deciding that he couldn't show his real name. Meanwhile, in the forest, Kanhan continued to fight the elves. The elves intercepted the swords and said that the hero was finished. The tank looked at them in bewilderment. Kanhan was eager to get into the thick of things. The warriors froze in confusion. The elf bit his lips and asked how dare he. Kanhan hid behind the tank and began to think that his stats were growing quickly because he had a strong team. An hour later, the tank screamed and began to ask if the guy was an idiot. He makes a blow and immediately hides behind it. He said that the hero uses them. He looked at Ren and said that even if he supposedly accidentally attacked, he always dodges. Ren asked him to calm down and said that they did not gather here for hunting. Ren looked at the others. The tank asked how much longer they should tolerate him. Ren said it would be over soon. Tenny was shaking behind him, hearing Ren say that while they were raiding the boss, they would kill the hero and write it off as an accident. Kanhyun smiled and asked again. Tenny waved his paws and said that it was true. The hero said it was as he thought. He froze in place and said that thanks to them he had advanced in level and completed the quests. He said he would have to thank them and attack first. He smiled wickedly and said he would call it revenge served cold. He asked how a bear could name a video like that. He thought Yeonchin would definitely like it. Tenny waved his hand. The hero said he would repay them 100-fold for trying to deceive him. The bear said his master was really very evil. The killers approached the hero and asked how long he had been waiting. Ren smiled and said that they were planning to raid the boss. He asked if the hero was coming with them. Ren smiled confusedly. The hero said that he felt like he was just getting in the way, but the archer began to say that the hero had excellent skills. Kanhyun began to laugh. Ren stretched his arms forward and said that if it weren't for the hero, they wouldn't have been able to go all this way, so he offered to go forward after the boss. The hero looked at the gloomy team and said that he agreed to go. Kanhai began to laugh, irritating the tank. He said that he would show them how professionals kill the boss on the first try. The team defeated the elves. The giant attacked the warriors. The elf swung his leg and hit the tank in the stomach. He looked angrily at the man and said that he was too weak. He drew his dagger and said that the man came to fight in the dark forest, so he should have known that strength here is banal etiquette. He said that the tank is not ready yet. The warrior stood in front of the tank, who thought that even though their gear was not that good, they needed at least level 40 to defeat the night elf leader. Ren raised his finger and said that the hero would probably want to level up through the boss fight, and they would kill him there. He looked at the team and said that when Wormwood created a signal using buffs, he would shoot a poison arrow at the hero, and then they would be able to attack him right away. The tank asked if he really wanted to finish him off that quickly. The tank licked the sword and asked to let him play with it one last time. They called him the Devil Incarnate. Kanhyun smiled and said that he could use his skill again, and Ren gave Wormwood a signal at that time. Everyone was covered in blessings. Ren pulled the arrow. Tenny climbed onto his shoulder and began to tickle him. The tank prepared his sword and said that here it is, and began to think about what to do with the hero. The arrow pierced his side. He turned around abruptly. Ren shouted that it was all because of the stupid bear. Kanhyun looked at the fallen guy and said that Tenny likes to pester. Cal looked at the leader. An elf came up to him. Tenny attacked the archer again while he was shouting that there was an elf behind him. The giant grabbed the warrior and said that the weak are not allowed to be distracted. Kanhyun ran at the elf and began to ask him to let the warrior go. The elf looked at the hero. He looked questioningly to the side. Kanhyun pierced the warrior with his sword. He trembled and asked why him. The hero looked at him sternly and said that he finished him off, so it was nothing personal. The archer and the support were shocked. They began to ask why. The hero asked, is he really still asking? He smiled and said that their actions can turn against them. Ren began to ask in horror, but Tenny parodied him and repeated his phrase about killing the hero. He turned around sharply. Kanhyun said that it was just an accident. Ren pulled his bow. Kanhyun began to block the arrows and said that Ren was finished. He said that it was very easy to block the arrows that were flying straight at him. The elf looked at this brawl in bewilderment. The tank fell to the ground and said that if he could get up, his neck was cut off. The elf said that the losers are not given the floor. Kanhyun began to fight with two assassins. The elf smiled and said that the man was funny. After a while, the archer's body began to evaporate. Kanhyun opened the interface and said that the recording would be great, because they were stronger and more experienced than him, which meant that people would want to see this. The hero smiled and hoped that people would enjoy watching it. He said that now all that was left was to find an opponent worthy of his level. The elf looked at him and said that his search was over. He took out his sword and said that it was always more interesting to fight a strong opponent. Kanhyun got into a fighting stance and said that he would call this video a level 20 player kills a night elf. He ran to attack. Yeonchin turned around and said that the hero was lucky. He began to ask how he even found them. Kanhyun raised his finger up and said that they found him themselves. And the main thing is that he was able to pump up skills and fight the boss. He said that this is a productive day. Yeonchin turned around. The hero said that he got some items from their inventory. The hero said that he would like to make a full-fledged video already, said that you just need to find a good video editor and they can start. Yeonchin looked at the screen. The hero asked, really stream? The guy said that it is possible. He left the room. The hero asked that this is his work and what are the secrets. The printer printed something. The paper was signed as a project to become Kanhyun a star. Yeonchin looked at the monitor thoughtfully and said that he couldn't find a good editor. He scrolled through the profiles and said that someone wasn't very good, someone was impossible to contact. He started thinking about raising the price. Suddenly he shuddered and said that the hero made great videos, so they needed a great editor. He opened the profile and said that he remembered one person and said that they found an editor. His hand began to control the mouse. He hoped that despite the price, it should be worth it. Ellis, the ghost among all the video editors of the arena, the best editor using the latest methods. He is known for his color changes. He has a special nickname among all the people involved in the arena. Editing Maestro, that's what they call him. The guy sat at the chair and said that this was trash. He asked why he was so bad at assassin skills and asked how he could make a video out of it. He opened the messages and asked if he really had to pull out his 0 skills with his video. He said he was deleting everything. He opened the message from Yeonchin. He clicked on the video. Ellis' eyes widened. He started typing and said it was Milligat in a new guise. He said it had a great story and the battle looked really cool. Ellis was shaking in admiration and said he couldn't hold back. He said he urgently needed to start editing. He looked at the hero's picture and said he was now his new fan and would definitely take him to the top of the arena. Kan-hyun was shaking in fear. He was shaking his head. Tenny was asking what was wrong with him. The hero said he had goosebumps and asked if there was an enemy watching him somewhere. He opened the interface and said it didn't matter. He said it was an item that the assassins had given him. The system showed the description of Abnorif. The hero said he could sell it for a good price, but he might learn something useful. He looked at the bear and asked if he had land and couldn't decide what to do with it. What would be better, make a farm or sell it? Tenny asked in confusion what would happen to the land after selling it. The hero suggested they would make a farm. The hero rubbed the back of his head. Tenny asked why sell it then, did he really need the money urgently? He thought he could sell the assassin's items and still have some left over. He opened the book and said that he got it for free anyway. The system reported that the hero had received a new skill. It opened his skill description. The skill reduced the enemy's defense by 10%. Kan-hyun began to spin the bear and shouted that it was a great skill. He said that he was very glad that the bear was here while he asked to let him go. A few days later, a video with the hero appeared in Arena World. People watched the recording. People's reactions were not long in coming. The biggest reaction was from people who themselves suffered from hired killers. In-chan looked at the monitor with satisfaction and said that they already have 150,000 views. He sat down on the couch and said that Ellis is a great editor. He noticed that the hero was liked by the viewers. He said that they should add this video to his channel too. After some time, manager Kyle looked at the monitor and said that this was an interesting video. He saw that there was still a little left until the end of the video. He saw how the hero was fighting a night elf. Kan-hyun easily needed the boss's sides. The elf screamed in pain. The hero dodged many blows. He smiled and swung. He continued to fight. Kyle said that a player of such a level easily defeats a dark elf. Kyle grinned and said that he had not seen such a promising player for a long time. He opened his channel and said that he needed to contact him and sign a contract. After some time in the dark forest, the goblin was cut into pieces. The orcs growled in fear and looked forward. Kan-hyun walked forward and ordered to use buffs. Kan-hyun smiled and said that he was much faster now. When he went through this path as a Milligat, he had neither information nor good equipment. Now it was much easier for him. He ran to attack and told himself that he could fly to the top much faster. The hero opened his profile. He exhaled. There were bodies lying around. He said that now it was very easy to deal with even orcs. Tenny said that he also felt stronger. The hero opened the pet profile and was surprised when he saw that it was at level 15. He smiled and said that usually animals have their own growth limit. Common ones grow 3-5 levels, and rare and unique ones up to 10 levels. He thought that Tenny was definitely a unique animal. Tenny climbed on his head, began to shout that he was tired and demanded to carry him. The hero thought that the animal was a good support and very soon it would help him even more in battle. It only remained to teach him manners. The heroes began to examine the bodies of the orcs. The hero ordered the beaten beast to examine faster. Suddenly there were objects left there. Tenny said that his master was very angry. Kan-hyun saw a light ahead. He picked up the pendant and asked why it was here. The system announced the appearance of a new quest. Kan-hyun looked at the pendant in surprise and asked what kind of heir of the wolf pack was this. The system opened the description of the quest. Kan-hyun looked at the list in bewilderment and asked what it meant to receive the boss's recognition. Tenny asked to look. The hero said that Dakin was a very strong monster, and Rakun seemed like an ordinary NPC to the hero. He said that he was hearing about this quest for the first time. He put the pendant on the screen and said that this was a level D quest and he needed at least level 30. He still had 4 more to gain. Tenny looked perplexed. The hero said that there was only 1 more to gain. He ran forward and said that they were going hunting. Tenny screamed and asked for some rest. Tenny was smoking all over. Kan-hyun spoke too slowly. He stood in the middle of the corpses and said that he had only leveled up 1 level. He said that it was too slow. He noted that there was no point in leveling up alone. Tenny was indignant at these words. Kan-hyun put his hand to his face and said that it was much easier to level up if he was in a team. He began to think how he could find normal players. Kan-hyun turned around at the sound. He began to look around and said that it was as if a bomb had exploded. He created a magic circle. A projectile flew into the orc's leg. His face lit up. The magician threw a fireball at him. The orc with a burnt face fell to the ground. The guy wiped the sweat from his face and said that it was already 10. His name was Mason. He fell to the ground and said that his mana had already run out along with the potions. He was breathing heavily and said that it was hard for a wizard to hunt alone. The hero approached him from behind. Mason began to cast magic and called the hero a monster, thinking to himself that he had not yet had time to recover. He shot a flaming arrow. The magic ran out. He was surprised to see a man in front of him. The hero's shoulder was charred. Kanchan looked at the coal in surprise and said that the guy was dangerous. Mason looked at the hero guiltily. He apologized to him and the guys introduced themselves to each other. Mason grabbed the staff and asked what the hero wanted. He thought to himself that the hero was too strange, like all the clothes in this beast. Kanchan smiled sheepishly and thought that the guy had good skills. He noticed that the guy did not have a team, so he offered to hunt together. He gave him a thumbs up and said that it was better for their skills. Mason thought that there were a lot of yubai hanging around here lately, and with his level, he would hardly be able to resist him. Kanchan smiled. The wizard agreed to be a team. They shook hands. Somewhere in the dark forest, the orc growled. He was cut into 2 parts. The knight intercepted the sword and said that the monster was annoying him. The girl looked at the knight and noticed that he liked it. She said that it was the boss's order and nothing could be done about it. She smiled and asked her friend how he liked the boss. Did he feel safe? The girl's name was Gain. Sungjun smiled contentedly and said that he could not compare to him. He introduced Sungjun, a member of the famous Black Skull Guild. They walked forward. The guy said that in the past his account was deleted by mistake, but since he is very important to his team, he created a new one, and now he is rising in levels. He said that, to be honest, everything happened because of the hero, because of a fight with whom he lost his account and place in the guild. The team walked forward. Sungjun told himself that he will definitely find the hero and repay him for everything. Gain said that today there are no orcs. She asked, is it really another team? Sean looked away and said that their goal was to reach level 25, but if things continued like this, there would be a long way to go. He thought that several other teams were probably working here. An orc began to appear in front of them. Sungjun ran forward and said that he was going to kill him now. There were charred bodies on the ground. Mason looked at the hero with satisfaction and said that he was right, that the team was much better. The hero said that they had already made very good progress. He said that he was gathering all the orcs in one place and Mason was stunning them with his magic, and the hero was killing the rest. They were constantly repeating this pattern and earning experience points very quickly. Tenny looked at the wizard and said that he was doing a good job and began to allow himself to be called master. Mason said that Tenny was a cute bear. Tenny and Kanhyun started to gloat about how Mason shot a magic arrow at them during their first meeting. Tenny said that the wizard was a terrible person, while Mason was indignant. A new monster appeared in front of them. Mason smiled. The hero said that he would deal with the monster and asked him to restore mana. Kanhyun frowned. He struck the monster. He looked away. He saw Sungjun running towards him. He was shocked to recognize the hero. The hero kicked him in the face while the guy was screaming something. His eyes bulged. Kanhyun looked at him and said that he thought the guy was a monster. He apologized. The team grabbed the beaten guy. Kanhyun looked guiltily at the frowning wizard and said that he should understand that he was also surprised by this. Sungjun lowered his head and said that the hero did it on purpose, said that it was him. He raised his battered face and said that in front of him was the person because of whom he lost his account. He said that he was finished. Kanghyun looked at the guy and was surprised, remembering him. Sungjun put his hand forward. The hero asked what his name was. He introduced himself. Mason looked at the hero and asked if he knew him. Kanghyun smiled and said that the guy lost to him in the battle to delete the account, an old acquaintance. Sungjun screamed hysterically and said that his friends from the guild were with him today. He said that the hero was definitely finished today. Gain asked him to calm down. She looked at the hero and said that they were just like children. Gain looked angrily at the hero, who asked what she would do to him. He said that he would beat the 3 of them with one hand. The girl said that they were from the Black Skull Guild. Mason looked at the hero with fear and said that they were both at least level 60. He asked if he wasn't afraid of them. Kanhyun said that it wouldn't affect the wizard anyway. Sean turned around and walked away. Gain said that they were busy hunting. They turned around abruptly. Sungjun said that he would have to report him to the leader. He smiled maliciously, covered in blood, and said that they chickened out and ran away, although another player was defaming their guild. Sean froze. Sungjun asked to listen to him, said to save the apology for later. Sean sighed. He hit Sungjun and called him an idiot. He looked at the hero and said that the guy was right and said that if there were fewer teams here, the hunt would be more successful. The hero asked if they really wanted to fight. He put his sword forward and said that he only plays to delete accounts. Tenny looked at the hero and asked what would happen to him if the hero was deleted. Kanghyun smiled and said that he should be deleted along with him. Tenny was indignant. Sean threw his sword over his shoulder. The hero said that he was ready to fight 3 at once. He said that the winner takes everything and the loser deletes the account. He said that this is a duel of captains. Sean said that he agreed. Duel of captains. A captain comes out from each team and they fight each other. The team that has no more captains loses. The first duel, player Kanghyun versus player Sean. Sean walked forward and asked Sungjun to slam shut. Kanghyun smiled. Tenny was hysterical and demanded that the hero not dare to lose. The system announced the start of the duel. Sean looked angrily ahead and said that he would finish in the first round. because they already had a lot to do. Kang-hyun smiled and said that due to the difference in levels it would be a long time, but in total it would take 10 hits. Sean ran forward. He said that now he understood why he was annoying his partner so much. Sean swung. The heavy sword was approaching the hero. He easily dodged and dealt the first blow. Sean flinched in shock. He looked at the blood that spurted out, and the hero announced the first blow. Sungjun and Gain looked at the duel in fear. Mason looked at the hero in shock. He thought that he understood the trajectory of the attacker's blow, and by dodging, he was able to strike. Kang-hyun began to spin around the enemy. He appeared everywhere and dodged. Sean wondered why he couldn't hit. Kang-hyun dealt a second blow. Sean thought about how he had a higher level and better items. He wondered how such a big difference did not give him an advantage. He swung. Kang-hyun said that many relied only on the difference in level, but this is the arena. He knocked off Sean's helmet and said that in the arena, his level, items, and skills do not guarantee him victory. Kang-hyun smiled, hit Sean and said that even a beginner can kill a high level with the right skills. The third blow was dealt. Blood spurted from Sean's mouth. The blow was fatal. The player said that it would take time, but even a beginner can kill a top player. Mason sweated looking at the hero and said that he knew he was good, but did not know that he was this good. Sungjun and Gain froze. The guy asked what she was worth. The system reported the hero's victory in the first duel. He called the girl. Kang-hyun said that it was even easier to fight with Gain. Gain was afraid, breaking away. The hero hit her and she could not withstand even one blow. She lost without trying to fight back. Only Sungjun remained. He looked in shock at the hero who said that he was even sorry. The guy was shaking. Kang-hyun said that he wanted to gain his previous level with a new account and he would have to delete this one too. He smiled and asked what he would say. He thought that he remembered Hanbik when he looked at him. He looked at the shaking Sungjun and called him arrogant in his mind, who is worthless without his connections. Kang-hyun smiled and gestured for the guy to kneel, thinking that this makes defeating him even sweeter. He said that if the guy begs for mercy, he might forgive him. Sungjun was shaking and thought that the hero was able to defeat him when he was at level 40, and now he was at level 20 and he was definitely finished. He clenched his teeth, feeling furious and confused. The arena decided to help such a desperate player. His eyes began to glow red. The system reported that Sungjun had gone berserk. The guy screamed. Mason put his hand on the sphere in shock. Sungjun ran at the hero to attack. The hero said that from the first meeting he knew that this guy was easy to defeat. He swung his fist, used the power of the Archons and said that it was time to defeat him again. He began to strike and said to end this performance. A moment later, the hero slammed the guy into the floor. Sungjun was lying on the ground. The system reported that the hero defeated the guy in a duel. Chests with a reward appeared in front of the hero. Kang-hyun began to look at the interface. He said that this was even better than hunting monsters. Mason cowered and said that the hero was too cool because he defeated an opponent who was higher in level than him. Kang-hyun smiled sheepishly. The wizard said that he was now his fan. The hero thought that the guy did not know that he was in first place. Mason looked at him with admiration, while the hero thought that although this could be burdensome. He looked at the sky and suggested that they go on hunting. Mason smiled and said that thanks to the hero, the hunt went well. He asked if he wanted to team up next time. The system reported that the player sent a friend request. Kang-hyun smiled and said goodbye until we meet again. He said that thanks to the team with Mason, they were able to reach level 31. The hero opened his profile. Mason waved goodbye. While the hero thought that such guys are rare, he appreciated the wizard and thought that they would get together again. Tenny looked at the hero and said that he was tired and now wanted to rest. Kanchan suggested taking on the quest. Tenny looked at him in bewilderment. The hero opened the quest description and said that to complete the quest, they needed to deliver the pendant to Meat Raccoon. He needed to get a confession from the boss Duncan. The pair walked forward. The hero said that usually monsters appear on the map randomly and respawn every 12 hours. He had been here for more than 12 hours, so the monster should be nearby. Kanchan stopped and shouted, asking where he was. Tenny lowered his head and offered to rest for at least a minute. He said that his legs were about to fall off. The hero agreed. Tenny pointed to the door in the tree and said that there was probably a place to rest. Kanchan nodded, surprised that there was a rest room here. The system asked if the hero was ready to start a duel with the boss Dakin. Kanchan happily asked, "Is the boss really here?" He began to spin Tenny in his arms and said that he was a great guy. Tenny, all beaten up, said that he just wanted to rest. The hero said that he would help him recover and asked him to stop crying. Kanchan approached the tree and said that this was such a powerful boss that they had to create a separate dungeon for him. He turned around and said that he was going in anyway. The boss was standing right in front of him. The hero walked away in fear and greeted the boss, thinking about how strong the dangerous energy was coming from him. Dakin looked at the man and asked what he was doing here. Kanchan showed him the pendant, realizing that even at level 31 he would not be able to defeat him. The boss asked why the hero was here. Kanchan said that he needed to give the pendant to Rakan. Dakin looked at the pendant and asked if it was really Rakan's pendant. Had he really lost it again? He reached out to it and thanked him for bringing it, saying that the hero could go now. He clenched his fist, and the hero managed to pull it towards himself. The orc looked at the hero questioningly. He tried to take the pendant, but the hero managed to pull his hand away. The orc leaned over to the hero and asked if he was deaf. Kanhan smiled and said that he had to hand the pendant over personally. He thought that this was not such a simple quest. He looked at the orc and told himself that he had to get everything. Dakin said that he respected the player's aspirations, but in order to meet the boss, he would have to pass a test. He said that he would conduct it. The system announced a new task. It showed its description. Kanhan smiled contentedly and said that he knew there would be an additional quest. He decided that this pendant was worth hunting for. Dakin said that it was time to begin. He grabbed the hero by the head and threw him aside. Kanhan gritted his teeth. He landed. The boss was gone. He appeared behind him, swung his sword. He hit the ground. He looked forward. The sword sank into the ground. Kanhan ran to attack. The boss asked, "Did the hero dodge?" The boss noticed that the hero even tried to attack him. He easily dodged, swung his leg, hit the hero. Kanhan gritted his teeth. Drooling, he thought that he was too weak and that even at level 31 he could not compare with this strength. Dakin looked at the hero, who thought that it was the first time he fought such an opponent in the arena. The boss said that this was not enough to meet the leader. He asked, "Is this all he can do?" Kanhan, with almost empty health, stood up and said that this is not the end. He called a puzzled Tenny. He looked at him and said that he needed buffs. The bear asked, "Did not the owner see that he was resting?" He jumped on him and told him to rest at least once in his life. The hero began to shout that Tenny was his beast and should do what he tells him. Tenny and the hero started fighting. Dakin asked the bear if he was the heir to the Great Islands. The bear said that he was. Dakin smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He asked if the hero was his master. Kanhan looked at the bear in surprise and asked if they really knew each other. Tenny asked if they really fought. The hero said that he had a quest and he needed to defeat him. Tenny asked if he was really fighting with Uncle Rakan. Dakin stomped his feet and said that the hero had not yet passed the test, and since the hero was his master, they could fight together. Tenny looked ahead with displeasure and said that he could cast a spell behind his back. The hero said to do at least that. The system reported that Rexar's skill was activated. The Forest Defender skill was activated. Dakin thrust his sword forward and said that he would not make concessions because he was his friend's master. Kanhan smiled and thought that he would hardly be able to defeat the monster even with buffs, but he should try to finish this quest. He decided that he would fight to the end. He got into a fighting stance. The protagonist was lying on the floor defeated by Dakin. The orc looked at him asking if he had stopped resisting. While Dakin was looking at him, Kanhan admitted his defeat, after which he began to get up complaining to Tenny about his condition, who tried to cheer him up saying that Uncle Dakin was a strong opponent. Suddenly, they both looked at Dakin, who asked them if it was said that he needed a victory. The system notified the protagonist about receiving Dakin's confession. Suddenly, a pendant appeared on his neck, greatly surprising him. The system immediately notified him about receiving the Dakin pendant. Kanhan and Tenny immediately screamed and began to rejoice. The system suddenly notified about the approach of Rakan. The protagonist's eye widened in shock because of this. A moment later, the wall behind them was destroyed. Dakin caught Tennu and calmly looked at the newcomer. A huge orc broke the wall and entered the room. The protagonist looked at the enemy's fierce face and was able to see the character's name and status. Looking at him excitedly, Kanhan finally understood why the check was necessary. Condor Rakan approached Dak and told him that the guy came here to give him Kakun's pendant. The orc immediately grabbed Kanhan, angrily asking him about the pendant. When the protagonist gave the pendant to the orc, he let go. Unexpectedly, Rakan gritted his teeth in anger. Then he suddenly screamed in anger at Kakun. The protagonist was very scared looking at the orc while the system notified him about a decrease in characteristics by 50% due to Rakan's roar. Dakin put his hand on the orc's shoulder telling him to calm down, but he only angrily told him not to interfere. But Rakan calmed down when Dakin said that it was really hard for the guy to run away with this pendant. Kakun was the future heir of the pack, the son of Rakan, but not wanting to become a warrior, he ran away from his father several times. As punishment for running away, he had to wear a pendant that showed his location, but thanks to someone's help, he took it off and ran away. The protagonist looked at Tenny, realizing who did it. He only smiled, saying that he himself did not know that this would happen. Kanhan hunched over and became worried. He did not expect that the bear could do such a thing. Rakan grabbed his head and apologized for his hot temper, after which he accepted the pendant. The system immediately notified the protagonist about the fulfillment of the Heir of the Pack quest, gaining experience, leveling up, and receiving a new skill. The received skill was Mana Compression, which increased magic by 20%. The protagonist looked at the system window excitedly, rejoicing at the unique skill. Rakan frowned slightly, telling the protagonist to tell his son when they meet that his home is the Dark Forest. The system immediately notified the protagonist of a new quest, Rakun's request. Kanhan slightly excited the orc by enthusiastically accepting the quest, telling him not to worry. After the orc looked at Tenny and told him not to be upset about what happened, because in fact, nothing was imposed on the pendant. Tenny excitedly cried out upon hearing the orc, realizing that it was not his magic that worked. The events transfer us to the real world. Yeonchan, reaching out his hand, tried to wake up the protagonist. Sleepy Kanhan barely opened one eye. Rubbing his eyes, he asked Yeonchan if he wanted to give him a quest. He answered him by telling him not to talk nonsense and to get up because they needed to talk. Kanghan was very surprised standing behind Yeonchan, who was saying that he had two pieces of good news. Pointing to the video, he said that it had become very popular in the arena community. Kanhan immediately hugged the guy and began to rejoice at the number of views. Yeonchan did not stop there, telling the protagonist that they had received a message from Nazar's managers. Nazar was a huge company on Earth that specialized in sports fashion and was one of the big sponsors of the arena. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth in amazement, realizing that Nazar wanted to work with him. His eyes widened in shock. It had not been a week since he returned to the arena, and he already had such a good job offer. He involuntarily remembered his sick father and mother. Then he remembered his work in the store. But the most hated memory was one man, whom he still beat up. But after the beating, he cried in the rain. Yeonchan smiled, noticing how the protagonist's hands were shaking. Then he looked at the computer, asking Kanhyun if it was better to call them. He only agreed without objecting. The events take us to the management of Nazar. While the boss was reading the documents, his subordinate reported about a player ready to sign a contract with them. Kyle handed over the papers saying that it was Kanhan, whom they came up with the nickname Mr. G. Jamie frowned slightly, asking the manager why he was telling him all this. Kyle just smiled, asking if it reminded him of something. They both thought about Milligat, the best player who disappeared 2 years ago. Jamie looked out the window, not believing that they were able to catch such a person. Looking out the window, he assumed that he returned because 2 years ago the arena was not so popular, and now the arena has reached the world level and has become a source of income. Jamie smiled, realizing this, and then asked how the return of the legendary ranker shocked the current situation in the arena. At this time, Kanhan and Yeonchan were happily drinking. The events take us to the Aslan auction house. Looking at the system panel, the protagonist decided what he would sell and what he would keep for himself. Thanks to defeating the assassins and members of the Black Skull Guild, he had 51 gold and 1 pair of shoes left. On the system panel, he saw that these were the boots of a famous pirate named Kenway. The boots had a rare class and increased agility. After Kanhan looked at the pendant, remembering it. It was a Bimdu pendant. It had a unique class, increasing strength and physical fitness. And it also had the skill Spirit of Victory. When entering into battle with an enemy, its characteristics temporarily increased, increasing additional durability during battle. Looking at the pendant in his hand, the protagonist said that it would definitely come in handy. Inspecting all his items, Kanhan noticed that they were all level 60. Calling the system window, the protagonist was going to buy a rare battle. Looking at the system window, Kanhan thought that it would be better to increase the attacking ability and leave the defensive ability for later. But then Kanhan became a little sad, realizing that he couldn't buy anything for 5,000. But suddenly someone put up a unique item for auction, a sword for 1,000. The prototype of evil was a sword with an attack of 700 units and a durability of 15,000. The protagonist decided to immediately buy the item, assuming that it was being sold by a player leaving the game. At the same time, somewhere in the auction house, the master of the Black Skull Guild shuddered. His girlfriend saw how he was shaking and asked what happened to him. Shern suddenly shouted, saying that he made a mistake with Zero and his sword had already been sold. The girl straightened up when the evil Shern ordered her to bring the one who could buy the sword from him. Standing at the entrance to the arena, the protagonist thought that he needed to become even stronger, and for this, quests are best suited. Looking at the badge in his hand, the protagonist decided to meet with Lebron. After all, he had a quest to meet the Knight of Kion, which he received from Khan. Thanks to the quest with the wolf pack, Kanhan received an excellent reward, but he was still interested in what kind of skill the strongest knight of the empire would give him. Stretching, Kanhan headed to the teleport. The events take us to the province of Yuzma. Standing in front of the fortress, Kanhan puzzledly asked himself if Lebron was waiting here. Standing in front of his estate, which was guarded by knights, Kanhan said that the estates of the strongest people in the empire really lived on another level. Standing in front of the knights, the protagonist tried to find out what Lebron was like, whom he had not met even when he was a Milligat. Showing a coin to the guard, the protagonist told him that he had an assignment from Khan, and he must meet Lebron. The guard stopped blocking Kanhan's path, greatly surprising the passers-by. Many passers-by looked at him with distrust, trying to understand how he managed to enter Lebron's estate. They immediately tried to go to the estate, but they were stopped by guards. Kanghan decided to turn on the recording, because he was the first one to make a video with Lebron. Entering the estate, the protagonist began to look for Lebron. Soon he stared at one point. He saw Lebron meditating there. Kang-hyun awkwardly scratched the back of his head when the man asked him if he was carrying out Khan's order. Having received an affirmative answer, Lebron said that no one had come to him for a long time, and since Khan himself recognized him, he must be good. Remembering Khan, the protagonist mentally said that he acted dishonestly because he was not the first to be here. Standing up, the man told Kang-hyun that a sword fight will say more about a person than all his words. Taking a wooden sword, Lebron asked Kang-hyun if they would start right now. Catching the wooden sword, the protagonist was mentally perplexed by the fact that he had to fight all the time, then he still asked Lebron if he could learn 2 skills from them. Frowning, the man said that he could learn 3 skills if only he liked him. The system immediately notified the protagonist about the increase in his characteristics due to the spirit of victory, after the system reported that his opponent was much stronger than him, because of which his characteristics increased. Seeing the guy's strange stance, Lebron said that he saw a player in such a strange stance for the first time before a fight. After saying this, the man frowned. Having looked closely at the guy, he realized that he was ready for battle. Kang-hyun suddenly rushed forward and struck with a sword, which Lebron easily blocked. Reflecting each attack of the guy, the man tried to understand when he managed to learn to fill the attacks with power. Dodging the guy's leg, Lebron thought that not every knight can defeat him. Afterwards, he delivered a sharp blow to the guy's stomach, giving him only 50 points since he was not much different from everyone who had come here before. Lebron looked at the guy in front of him, mentally saying that only 10 players had come here and none of them had been able to get more than 50 points. The protagonist gritted his teeth, trying to get up. Being very angry, he said that even if he did not win, he would show what he was capable of. Using the punch skill, the protagonist suddenly rushed forward at Lebron, but even his sudden attack was blocked by the man. He chuckled slightly. He did not expect the guy to use a punch at such a short distance. The protagonist appeared behind Lebron, slightly alerting him. But at the moment of the punch, Lebron disappeared from his place. The protagonist stood alone, and his opponent disappeared. Kang-hyun looked to the side, hearing Lebron praising him for still deciding to attack him despite the level difference, and the attack was done in the air. Lebron moved to the side and held the guy's sword with one finger and said that the guy had talent and would give him 80 points. Kang-hyun took his sword back, not believing what he heard. The man smiled and said that it was his turn now. The protagonist looked at Lebron in bewilderment, who said that it was his turn to attack. Lebron smiled and told the protagonist to get into position. There was no greater happiness for him than training with skilled players. Soon, Kang-hyun's head began to bulge. He looked at Lebron in bewilderment, because of whom he had bulges on his head. Shaking the guy's hand, he said that he recognized his abilities. Afterwards, the man took the coin and said that now all 10 coins given to him had returned to him. The protagonist was shocked to receive a system notification about meeting with the Knight of Kyon, increasing experience and increasing his level. After the system notified about receiving a new title, Lebron's best student. This title increased all stats by 10%. After Lebron handed over a skill book saying that he could not break the rules and there was only one skill. Taking the book in his hands, Kang-hyun immediately opened it. A full description of the skill appeared on the system window, which increased all stats by 10%. Kang-hyun opened his mouth in shock. Now his stats increased by 20% in total. When Lebron turned away, the protagonist asked him to wait. Smiling, the guy asked if he could help him with something. Lebron smiled, saying that he really had one problem. After he told about the appearance of the undead in Northern Briggs, which is why His Majesty believes that dark sorcerers are connected with this place. Lebron looked at the guy and asked if he could investigate this case for him. A moment later, the system reported receiving a quest, the purpose of which was to eliminate the dark sorcerer. Kang-hyun stared at the system window in amazement, realizing that he was following a story scenario. Story quests affected the arena itself and told about its history. Lebron, standing in front of the guy, said that dark sorcerers were engaged in necromancy and psychic magic, so he needed to be careful and not get caught. Kang-hyun smiled, realizing that only after completing the first episode he jumped to 4, and although he was only level 33, he was already the leading player in the story. Looking at the sky, Kang-hyun said that he only had to prepare well before leaving. Events take us to Aslan's auction house. Shern shouted at the frightened girl, asking if she had found his sword yet. Afterwards, he began to shake her, saying that she was worthless if she could not find the person who stole his thing. Many in the hall, including the protagonist, looked at them and mentally reproached them. When Shern started talking about his sword, the protagonist suddenly realized that he had been talking about him all along. Taking a closer look at the man, he realized that he was a member of the Black Skull Guild. Passing by Shern, Kang-hyun mentally said that once you become an enemy, you become an enemy forever. After a while, Kang-hyun finally took off his helmet. Getting up, the protagonist said that since he decided to go through the main plot, he should sort out all the other matters. Slightly frowning, Kang-hyun decided to take everyone out one by one. Yeonchan entered the protagonist's room when he was trying to figure out how to deal with the Black Skull Guild. At this time, night had long fallen on the street. Yeonchan, sitting at the table, suggested simply provoking the enemies by creating a topic on the forum saying that he was calling the entire guild to battle. While eating dinner, Kanhyun asked what the point was. Looking at the dishes on the table, Yeonchan said that society would not leave his message unnoticed and they would definitely react. Chewing and simultaneously looking at Yeonchan, Kanhyun was perplexed, asking him if he was a genius. He only wiped his chin, telling Kanhyun not to make him laugh because the main thing is that he could really defeat everyone. The protagonist grinned, saying that it was not difficult for him to do so. And when the next day a video appeared calling the Black Skull Guild to battle, a scream was heard in their guild house. Approaching Shern, the girl said that someone posted a video on the forum where he challenges them to battle. Shern frowned upon hearing this. In the video, Kanhyun introduced himself and said that he was recording this video because he had recently received a letter. The head of the Black Skull Guild watched a video where the guy said that many thanked him for the victory over the people from the Black Skull. After Kanhyun pointed at the camera and challenged all members of the Black Skull Guild to a fight. Taking out the purchased sword, the protagonist challenged all 13 members of the guild to a duel. After he extended his hand with the blade, saying to fight him with honor, Shern jumped up, recognizing the sword in Kanhyun's hand. He was very angry when he found the one who stole his sword. After a while, he returned to the game again. After which, very angry, he said not to answer the guy because he would only make money on them if they did this. The girl was surprised when the head of the guild ordered to gather everyone. Trembling with anger, he declared a war on Kanhyun that they must win. Events take us to the meeting hall of the Black Skull Guild. The girl looked at the head and said that their enemy was level 30, but considering that he was able to kill 3 of their soldiers, he was not so simple. One of the guild members nodded when the girl said that they should not participate in the removal duel, and there would be no benefit to them. Shern glared at him, asking if she was mocking him by suggesting that he ignore it. He suddenly jumped up, asking what would happen to his sword and how they would appear in front of the crowd. When one of the guild members suggested that they all attack together, Chungu appeared, telling him not to talk nonsense. Everyone jumped up from their seats, seeing the general's arrival. The guy adjusted his monocle. Chungu said that their subguild cannot be afraid of a level 30 player. Some of the guild members came closer, asking Chungu the purpose of his arrival. When Chungu approached Kalgu, he sharply hit him in the stomach. Kalgu instantly lost consciousness from the pain. Standing in front of him, Chungu asked how much longer he should ignore his mistakes. Shern became worried when Chungu put his hand on his shoulder. Having released his pressure, the general ordered to immediately shoot a video in which he agreed to a duel. Shern nervously swallowed when Chungu said that he hoped for the survival of the Black Skull Guild. The events take us to Kyle. He glanced to the side, noticing the arrival of the protagonist. Standing in front of him, Kanhyun asked if he was Nazar's manager. Having received confirmation, the protagonist sat down opposite him. Kyle praised the guy for his English skills and said that in life he was different. After that, negotiations began in the restaurant. However, first, dishes were served on the table. The protagonist read the contract on the tablet, not paying attention to the food. Smiling slightly, Kanhyun said that he liked the conditions. Reading the contract, the protagonist noticed that it was concluded for 2 years and every 10,000 subscribers are paid $10,000, and for every 100,000 a bonus is given. The protagonist nervously smiled and asked if this was all true. Kyle smiled, saying that it was all true, then told him not to worry, addressing him as Milligat. Kanhyun was slightly taken aback, saying that no one had called him that for a long time. After Kyle put forward a condition, Kanhyun's clothes had to have their logo engraved on them. Continuing to smile, the manager asked the interlocutor if he had a promotion plan. The protagonist answered him by saying that he would start streaming next week. After that, he smiled, saying that they definitely would not regret it. Kyle, without changing his expression, said that he would be looking forward to it. Soon the protagonist arrived home. Yeonchan immediately stuck his head out and asked about the contract, then reported about the Black Skull Guild, which recorded the video. Passing by, Kanhyun asked what they told him. Yeonchan answered by saying that he was called to a meeting at the Yuzma Coliseum in 2 days at 8 in the evening. When the protagonist did not even watch the video, a puzzled cry of Yeonchan was heard from his house. The events take us to the forest, where the evil lizardmen screamed at their prey. But Kanhyun easily killed one of the reptilians, who was 30 levels higher than him. He looked at the rest of the reptilians, trying to understand why it was so easy for him to deal with them. Remembering Dakin and Lebron, the protagonist assumed that all this was due to unique items and skills. The leader of the Black Skull Guild, Shern, was at level 85, and all the other members were at 70. Having rushed to attack the monsters, the protagonist did not even think that he would lose. The protagonist hunted monsters for 30 hours, but he still sometimes took breaks. The system notified him of the victory over the reptilians. Sitting near the body of the boss, Kanhan decided to go and sleep. Thanks to training, he was able to rise 6 levels and reach 40. Events take us to the Colosseum of Yuzma, where the coats of arms of 2 opponents were hung on posters. Some people in the arena tried to understand who would win. A guy in cowboy clothes said that the guild would not be able to attack with all members at once, and this is a personal duel with each. Soon, members of today's battle appeared in the arena. The protagonist, wearing a mask, waved his hand greeting the enemies. Warming his fist, Shern thanked the protagonist for the fact that he now has a chance to kill the one who stole his sword. Enraging Shern, Kanhan thanked him for the sword. Then he took the microphone in his hand and offered to begin. Then he looked at the stands and began to thank everyone who came here. Yeonchan, sitting at the computer, smiled when he saw the beginning of the performance. But when Kanchan announced the start of the team battle, Yeonchan choked. Even the members of the Black Skull Guild were stunned by his words. Pointing at them, the protagonist said that they were starting a 13 versus 1 battle. Everyone in the stands became excited after hearing his words. Afterwards, they all stared at the arena. Shern became worried when the system asked him to choose candidates for the battle. He knew that Kanchan would win if he fought each of them individually, but he was calling them to a team battle and wanted to fight against 13 people. In a team battle, he would simply be surrounded and could be easily defeated, which made Shern think. Kanchan extended his hand and told Shern that he wanted everyone to participate, because if he just killed them one by one, it wouldn't be that fun. Shern began to choose participants with great excitement. Soon, the system announced the end of the participant selection and announced the opponents, saying that the battle would begin soon. When the countdown started, Chungu stared at the arena. Yeonchan slightly nervously threatened Kanhyun. Soon the system finished the countdown and announced the start of the battle, then the protagonist immediately took the sword in his hand. Kalgu grinned, turning to the captain asking him if he could take the guy's items if he personally killed him. After saying this, he took a closer look at the guy's things. When Shern said that he didn't care and could have taken everything except the sword, Kalgu stepped forward. Approaching the guy, Kalgu told him that he made a big mistake. Although he had good items and skills, he could not win with only them. Standing in front of him, Kalgu mockingly asked how he was going to deal with level 70 and 80 players. Kanhyun abruptly struck the enemy, asking why he came out to him alone. Unexpectedly, the protagonist's blade passed through Kalgu's body. When he began to disappear, Shern was very shocked, not understanding how the player who was the second strongest in their guild died. Putting the blade on his shoulder, Kanhyun reminded that the battle had already begun. Sogen and Soan, who were standing to the side, stepped forward, saying that they would have to confront him together. They rushed forward together, being the best team in the guild. The 2 weapons were aimed at the protagonist, who was unusually calm. He easily dodged the spear and put his sword to Soan's throat. While Soan looked at the sword in fear, Kanhyun told him that their attack was too predictable. In one move, the protagonist pierced the enemy's throat with his sword. Seeing this, Soan screamed in shock. But Kanhyun suddenly appeared in front of him, asking what he would do with his spear. A moment later, blood spurted out in all directions. Shern and the other guild members looked at Kanhyun in shock. Putting his sword back on his shoulder, the protagonist proposed to continue their battle. Suddenly, all the people in the stands began to scream, frightening the people outside. The people were rejoicing, excitedly discussing the recent event. Pointing his sword at Shern, he asked them if they remembered how they killed other players and captured the mines. While his blade was pointed at the members of the Black Skull Guild, the protagonist offered them to surrender, because they would say goodbye to their accounts anyway. The guild leader began to look angrily at the stands when people demanded that they surrender. Kanchan smiled. He knew that after defeating the first participant, all his other comrades would begin to worry about their situation. Shern, being in a panic, did not come up with a strategy and simply ordered everyone to attack. But the protagonist who appeared behind said that he would be the one to attack them. With one swing of his blade, he injured a guild member. It was as if he was holding all the guild members in the palm of his hand, as if they were just a decoration for his video. The people in the stands fell silent from what he saw. In an instant, Kanchan struck the enemy with his sword several times, after which he was simply torn to pieces. Only 3 frightened members of the Black Skull Guild remained in the arena. Shern plucked up his courage and shouted, saying that this is not the end yet. Suddenly, one of them threw his sword and surrendered. Shern looked angrily at his comrade, who told him that they were just disgracing themselves and it was better to surrender. The girl bowed her head and also surrendered, saying that they were too focused on increasing their level, getting items, that she was no longer as interested in playing as before. Shern was dumbfounded when he heard the words of his comrades. Soon their bodies simply dissolved, leaving Shern alone. He remembered how they created a guild to play with friends and catch monsters. He tried to understand since when they stopped enjoying the game and focused their efforts on increasing their level, since when they were associated with evil. People in the stands began to shout, telling Kanchan to kill Shern. The protagonist thought about it. He understood that everything was too easy and some might think that it was feigned. Suddenly Shern began to approach him. Grabbing the blade, Shern mentally said that all this started because of him and therefore will end with him. His hands were shaking as he said that even if his account was deleted, he would start from scratch and next time they would not be thought of so badly. The protagonist chuckled when he saw this. After that, both opponents rushed at each other. Soon after defeating 13 guild members, people began to rejoice and the protagonist was called the embodiment of justice. While Shern's body was dissipating, the system notified the protagonist about winning the team battle and issuing a reward. At the same time, Chungu showed interest in Kanhyun. He slightly adjusted his monocle and looked at the guy with disdain. But Kanhyun did not notice anything, rejoicing at the huge number of items. On the street near the cafe, the tables were occupied by customers. The man smiled and raised his hand to his chin, saying that Mr. G was incredible. Because he was able to defeat 13 people, that's what the Milligat level means. He watched the highlights of the battle on his tablet. The hero said that he would have tried to help if the guy had told him about it earlier. His name is now on everyone's lips in the community, which can be called a great victory. There were enthusiastic comments from the viewers on the screen. He smiled and closed his eyes, thinking that the hero has a goal that he will achieve for his own benefit and for them, it's good that he chose him. The waiter brought the parfait, the man thanked him. The hero raised his eyebrows and began to eat, thinking that he was very curious about what will happen next, because he has high hopes for Mr. G. The protagonist frowned, looking ahead. Yeonchan stopped at the sofa where the guy was sitting, asking what was the matter, because he signed a successful contract with Nazar and defeated the guild. Milligat pointed his finger forward, gritting his teeth in displeasure. On the TV screen, a reporter was interviewing Hanbeek, asking if she could call him Golden Eagle. The boy smiled, saying that she could say whatever she liked since he wasn't that famous yet. The boy raised his eyebrows, asking if Hanbeek had debuted as a pro gamer. The protagonist frowned, saying that he had almost forgotten about his revenge, but now it was clear he needed to become a pro gamer too. On the TV screen, there was a blonde boy smiling widely. Milligat frowned and said, wide-eyed, that he needed to kill that player right there in the arena. He rarely stood up, saying that he wouldn't wait. He needed to continue training right away, so he was going to play. Yeonchan's eyes widened in surprise as he watched him go. The boy raised his eyebrows, a drop of sweat dripping down his face. He noticed that the hero had just come out of there. The tall south gate of Briggs was made of dark wood. Milligat frowned, thinking that the guild was over so he could return to the main plot. There were only 4 main plot quests known, but there wasn't much information, and if he could do anything else, they would learn about the 5th. The guy thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin, saying that if he fought against the Dark Mage, he would have to defeat the undead as well, so he needed to team up with some support. But he didn't have many friends, so he would try to cope on his own, but for now he didn't even know where to go. Tenny happily waved his paw, sitting on the hero's neck and saying that the owner was not alone, because he had him. The bear asked discontentedly why the hero was ignoring him. He imagined the dead with bright eyes, who were rising from their graves. The hero talked about how there was a graveyard in the south and a dark cave in the east. The dark cave was a popular hunting spot because killing skeletons was easy and gave enough experience, and few people went to the graveyard because of the difficulty of fighting poisonous ghouls. He wondered where he should go. There was a dark sky above the grave crosses. The boy turned around, thinking that coming to the graveyard was the right idea, because he didn't want the other players to know that he had reached the main plot. Seokjin raised his eyebrows, asking why the guy was running away from him, offering him to go together. The protagonist didn't understand why he was following him. Milligat turned around to look at him, thinking about how the man only told him his name and that he had Chinese and Korean roots. He had been following him since the gates of Briggs. The hero raised his eyebrows, asking if this equipment didn't belong to a max level noob. Seokjin came closer, asking why he was ignoring him. The protagonist smiled, saying that he just wanted to hunt in the cemetery, mentally asking him to disappear since he didn't need rumors in society. The man grabbed the boy by the fabric of his shirt, asking if he also wanted to catch a ghoul. Milligat raised his eyebrows, saying that it was true, there were few people there so the hunt would be easy. The protagonist thought about how he only had 200 strength points, but the man was able to grab him so easily, wondering how much strength he had. Seokjin raised his eyebrows, asking if the protagonist wasn't looking for a dark mage. He placed his hand on his shoulder, saying that the protagonist must not understand how he managed to find out this big secret. The youth opened his mouth wide, wondering if he was also going on the main quest since he knew the contents of it. Seokjin smiled and hugged him, saying that he also had business with the magician and even knew where he was, offering the hero to go together. Milligat opened his mouth in surprise upon hearing this. The man hugged him tightly to his chest, saying that he simply decided to help the guy since he was a max level noob, and he himself had already moved up to the 2nd class anyway. The protagonist frowned, asking if it was true, but in his mind he was thinking that it wasn't, that it was profitable for the hero to help him, but he didn't see any point in refusing, but since it happened, he needed to grab this opportunity. The young man smiled, removing his strong hand from his neck, saying that he agreed to go together. Seokjin smiled, offering to move on. Bright particles flew around the grave cross. The man froze, putting his hands on his hips and saying that this was the maid's shelter. The guy turned to him, saying that it was just a grave. The hero pointed his finger forward, asking him to just wait. Milligat opened his eyes wide, asking if this was really the glove of the monk Leru. Seokjin smiled, saying that he got it by confession. The fist rose up, with a bright light behind it. The famous second class of monks, and the strongest of them, the Leru monks who worshipped the Temple of the Sun. The hero frowned, raising his fist back. The youth opened his eyes wide and stepped aside to avoid being caught by the stone fragments, thinking about what he heard, that the second-class people were very few, because in order to get it, they need to get the personal recognition of the monk, but this man is not an ordinary player. Seokjin smiled, pointing to the hero to the opened underground path. Walking Dead began to crawl out. The hero thrust his fist forward, making a through hole in his body. The protagonist opened his eyes wide. He watched as Seokjin, smiling, delivered powerful blows, thinking that the attacks of the Leru monk were incredibly strong. While pondering why he hadn't heard of him before and why a man with such skills was still unknown, the hero didn't notice one of the undead approaching him. Milligat frowned, cutting his body with a stream of bright light and thinking that it was time to praise the hero because it was important for him to complete this quest. Seokjin's eyes widened in surprise, looking at him. The young man confidently moved forward, leaving behind the defeated bodies of the undead. The man noticed that his movements were very light. He remembered the man with glasses and long blonde hair who asked him to check the player who managed to finish off the Black Skull Guild. Seokjin smiled and brought his hand to his chin, saying that the young man was really good. His body was covered with the bodies of the walking dead. The hero frowned and clenched his hands, throwing them aside with a shockwave. He looked at the main character, asking what to do with him. The young man's eyes widened. The man with the red mark on his forehead widened his eyes in surprise. He fell to the ground, calling the heroes disgusting. The guys froze, looking down at him. The dark mage put his hands out to the sides, his eyes turned black. He shouted that this was not the end. The system reported that the opponent was defeated, experience is being awarded. The main character put his hand on his belt, thinking that it was quite easy to defeat him. He thanked his friend, to which he immediately expressed his gratitude to the guy. Milligat thought that they defeated the dark mage, but the quest was not over yet, apparently because there was a question mark there, more needed to be killed. The system window said that there were many undead appearing in Northern Briggs. It was necessary to investigate this matter on behalf of Lebron. Rank, MS, Objective, eliminate the Dark Sorcerer 1-of. Reward, support of the Emperor. The youth looked at the yawning hero, thinking that now that he knew that he could handle it himself, he needed to think about how to get rid of his traveling companion. The heroes stood next to each other silently. The boy wondered what he should do. Milligat widened his eyes, thinking that given his excellent skills, the hero could be a high-class parquet, so it would be better for him to remain on good terms with him. Seokjin frowned, thinking that the boy was quite cautious. He would probably run away if he invited him to join the guild, and besides, he might already be a member of one, so he needed to leave a good impression. The boy raised his index finger, saying that he needed to go, because he was planning to play with a friend and did not want to be late. His interlocutor awkwardly raised his eyebrows, saying that he could go, because he himself did not like it when people were late for meetings. The protagonist hurried away, saying that they would meet again. Seokjin silently looked after him, raising his eyebrows high. He lowered his head and touched the back of his neck with his hand, saying that he felt like a child who was afraid to admit something. The hero raised his hand, calling the status window. A white tube appeared in it. A voice was heard. The guy told Chung that there was no need to sniff out information about this player. The hero opened his eyes in surprise and adjusted his glasses, asking why he decided so. Seokjin put his hands on his hips, repeating the words that there was no need to do this. He did not need any revenge, because now he was his little brother. A satisfied smile appeared on the hero's face. He said that he would meet him again soon and asked to join them. In front of the ball with stripes were large letters WA. Arena, a world streaming site. They promote many convenient services, such as direct playback in a cube. PK-ers is a modern technology that allows you to watch videos from the arena in a cube from different angles and feel the presence by paying the amount set by the video uploader. 3D models of the heroes stood opposite each other. The protagonist was sitting at the computer, asking if the video of the battle with the Black Skull Guild was really released in this format. The screen showed that the video had been viewed 1,800,289 times and 10,029 times cube. The young man cried out in surprise. His eyes widened. He said that if one view costs 500 won, then multiplying them by 10,000 will get 5 million won. Money signs appeared in the guy's eyes. He imagined mountains of gold coins behind his back. He turned around. There was a cube device by the bed, and Chan entered the room, asking if the hero wanted to eat. He widened his eyes, looking at Milligat, who was sitting on his knees by the device. The hero pointed his index finger in front of the system window. The guy frowned, asking how many dark sorcerers he needed to catch in the end. Since there was a question mark there, it could be 2, 3, or even 10 magicians. The hero looked away in surprise. There was a crowd of players in front of the entrance to the cave. He noticed that there were too many of them. Milligat began to nervously turn around, saying that he had become famous and now he could be recognized. A girl stopped behind him. The voice asked if this was the guy. The boy smiled. Stars appeared in his eyes. He immediately imagined that this was a fangirl. The boy widened his eyes, turning to her. 2 heroes in high heels were approaching, saying that it was really him. It was Yuri and Yeonjun. The girl smiled sweetly, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guy closed his eyes, asking how the hero was doing. Milligat convulsively put his hands out to the sides, saying that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. Mentally he asked Fate what kind of joke this was, why he met Yuri here. The girl opened her eyes wide, asking if everything was okay. He presented the nameplates of the heroes and placed them under each other, saying that Yuri and Yeonjun were Yeonjun's younger brother and sister. But his nervousness about meeting Yuri was not because she was his best friend's sister. It was just that she once confessed her love to him. Although he rejected her, she did not believe and turned it into a joke. The girl grabbed the hero's hand, asking if it was true that he was now living with their brother. The boy opened his eyes wide, saying that it was. Yuri smiled sweetly and looked at him, asking if this meant that he was now part of their family. Milligat froze nervously, beads of sweat dripping down his face. Yeonjun sighed in displeasure, looking at his sister and asking her not to interfere with the hero. The girl closed her eyes and laughed loudly. She pressed her index finger to her eye and stuck out her tongue, saying that he was just a friend to her, nothing more. The protagonist narrowed his eyes sadly and froze. The guy asked if he came here to hunt monsters, after which he suggested that he do it as a team. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yeonjun smiled, saying that they were playing with a warrior friend, but he was not here today, so they could join forces. Yuri smiled, asking the young man to come with them. The guy stood in front of them, his hands on his hips, thinking that they didn't know his past, nor about the max level noob. They only knew him as a cute friend of his brother, so he could have fun. A smile appeared on Milligat's face. He agreed to go with them, saying that he would help them level up. The torch burned brightly, illuminating the room. A voice told everyone to get ready. The protagonist stood in front of 2 skeletons. The guy behind him armed himself with a bow, and Yuri clasped her hands in front of her. The guy's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the skeletons' heads explode. He turned around. The girl put her hand forward. Yeonjun was drawing an arrow to attack. The young man thought that they were quite good. Perhaps they could even reach the 90th floor of the dungeon. The guy released arrows from the bow, smashing the heads of 3 skeletons at once. The hero thought that Yeonjun was shooting straight at the target and at high speed. He managed to eliminate all the enemies with 1 arrow. The girl put her hands forward. There was a bright glow near them. The guy thought that Yuri would always support them with a buff. It was not easy, but she even managed to strengthen their defense. Milligat smiled, thinking about taking them with him on a quest. A skeleton with a sword appeared in front of his face. A protective barrier was activated. A bright translucent dome appeared in front of the hero, reflecting the skeleton's attack. Yuri frowned, telling him to come to his senses because the monster almost ate him. The broken bones of the skeleton lay on the ground. The girl and the boy widened their eyes in surprise, asking in unison about the temporary dungeon. Milligat looked up and raised his index finger, saying that he needed to kill the dark mage, and a temporary dungeon should appear in this one. He thought that it was not worth telling yet that this was a quest of the main plot. The hero put his hands on his hips, asking how long they could stay in the game today. Yeonjun, standing opposite, said about 8 hours. The boy said that this was enough, asking if they would try to do it. The heroes smiled. Yuri raised her eyebrows, saying that she did not mind. Yeonjun frowned, assuming that they would come across great rewards. The main character closed his eyes and smiled, suggesting that they look for a temporary dungeon together, thinking that they would end up in real hell. An hour passed. The boy chopped off the heads of skeletons with a sword. 3 hours passed. The heroes were breathing heavily, putting their hands in front of them. 7 hours had passed. Yeonjun's eyes widened. A shiver ran through his body. He asked the guy if they were doing everything right. Since 7 hours had already passed, the protagonist turned around, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Yeonjun leaned forward, saying that they had already passed the entire cave. Milligat suggested stopping and resting, thinking that it should be somewhere here. He put his hands on his hips and, looking at the tired heroes, thought that he himself was used to long hunts. For them this was the first time. The guy noticed Yuri, who looked quite cheerful. He assumed that she had a special talent for the game. The girl raised her eyebrows, looking away. Yeonjun sat down on the floor and closed his eyes, saying that he was very tired. He opened his eyes wide, falling backwards. A secret passage opened behind the guy. The system reported that they had managed to find the Dark Mage's apprentice's laboratory. An offer to enter appeared. The protagonist and Yuri answered in one voice, yes. They asked Yeonjun if he was coming. The guy frowned, lying upside down on the stairs. The stone steps went down below. A man in a dark robe stood at the table. There was a scar on his face. He opened his eyes wide as he poured a bright liquid into a flask, saying that now he could definitely become a full-fledged mage. A smile appeared on his face. He imagined an army of skeletons, saying that he could control an entire army of undead and get even with everyone who despised him. Adelius smiled and raised his eyebrows, saying that this would only be the beginning. The protagonist with his team appeared behind him. Niligat frowned, saying that now it was clear why there were so many undead outside. The Dark Mage's apprentice looked at them in surprise. The guy covered his mouth with his hand, saying that they now knew his super plan. Adelius held out his hands and cried out, asking how they got in. The protagonist smiled and held his weapon out in front of him, saying that they were already very tired, so they would leave the questions. The Dark Mage's apprentice smiled widely, calling them fools because he would make them regret that they had come in here. Adelius held his hand out in front of them, saying, Pepe. A huge monster broke through the stone wall. The hero's team turned to look at him, their eyes wide open. Adelius smiled and held his hand out, saying that this was his food, telling him to enjoy and eat them to the last bone. The monster sat next to him, its eyes shining brightly. Niligat turned to the heroes, saying that he would take care of the creation, and that they needed to kill the mage. The brother and sister answered in one voice that they understood everything. Pepe moved forward, his eyes leaving a bright trace in space. He raised his paw to strike. A loud explosion thundered across the battlefield. Yuri and Yeonjun raised their eyebrows, calling out to the boy in concern. Pepe bared his teeth, showing sharp fangs. He opened his mouth when cut marks began to appear near his paw. Niligat held his sword in front of him, asking them not to worry. The creature is certainly not a skeleton, he will have to think for a while. The giant monster's eyes lit up with a bright green light. Yuri opened her eyes wide, noticing this unusual glow. Pepe held out his paws, screaming loudly. The system reported that the huge bear used fear. Because of the spirit of victory, fear does not work on them. Niligat opened his eyes wide and clenched his teeth, covering his ears with his hands. The boy frowned, thinking that only high-ranking monsters can use fear. They can really lose. He urgently needs to protect the guys. His eyes opened wide. Adelius smiled. Dust was carried away by the wind behind him. He asked how the heroes were Pepe's skills. The tip of the guy's arrow was visible. It hit the Dark Mage's apprentice right in the chest. The hero opened his mouth wide. Two silhouettes were visible in the settling curtain of dust. Yuri fell to her knees, holding her hand out to Yeonjun. She summoned a protective dome around him. Niligat smiled, mentally saying that she was good, because she realized that fear was used only by high-class monsters and protected Yeonjun. The girl thought of everything. Yuri stood up and frowned, saying that everything went well. Adelius fell on his back. Pepe stood in front of him. He opened his mouth from which blood flowed, calling the bear. The monster looked at him with bright green eyes. The hero remembered how he had fun with a small bear cub, saying that his name was Pepe. He stroked his head, asking him to eat more and grow big. The guy said his name. The monster opened his mouth wide and screamed shrilly. The huge bear stood up on its hind legs and growled furiously. Everything in the lab shook. Seeing the bear's reaction to the death of its owner, Yeonjun mockingly asked if the animal was really that angry because of the death of a friend. With a smile on his face, the protagonist replied that the second phase had begun, which meant it was time to use another weapon. He stretched out his hand, used the summoning, and a yellow bear cub, Tenny, appeared not far in front of him. He appeared right in front of the huge angry bear Pepe. Tenny happily said that his owner hadn't called him for a long time, and then asked if something bad had happened. Looking up, he saw a monster in front of him, which immediately scared him and he started to run away. Hiding behind Yeonjun and Yuri, he pointed his finger at his owner and screamed furiously, asking why the protagonist was so angry because this bear could kill him in a matter of seconds. Stepping forward, Kanhan said that he knew this, adding that he should just give him buffs. At that very moment, Tenny used his power, and a strong magical aura enveloped the protagonist. The skill for Rexar was activated, which increased strength and physical development for a certain period of time, and the skill Protector of the Forest was also activated, which increased Kanyeon's defense. His health began to recover faster. After receiving the buffs, the protagonist rushed to attack the huge bear. Pepe was ready for the attack and rushed towards his opponent with burning eyes. Meanwhile, Yuri began to hug Terry, saying that he was very cute. While the protagonist fought the huge evil bear, Yuri and Yeonjun admired his pet, asking what his name was. Proudly raising his head and indignantly waving his paws, the bear replied that his name was Tenny, adding that ordinary people should worship him. Hearing this, Yuri hugged the bear tightly and began to swing it from side to side, asking if it wanted to come with her. Hearing such a stupid proposal, Tenny screamed in horror at her owner that he needed help. Hearing the cry for help, Kanhyun, having repelled Pepe's attack, turned to his pet and asked him displeasedly if he didn't see that he was a little busy, then turned to everyone, saying that they didn't seem to want to help him at all. After a short pause, he said that it was time to speed up. After these words, the ring on his hand glowed, enveloping the owner in a strong magical aura. A notification appeared, stating that Kanhyun used the power of the Archons, so his power level was increased for a certain time. The next second, the protagonist dealt a powerful blow to the huge bear. Without wasting time, he jumped high into the air, preparing to attack Pepe again. In an instant, he dealt the bear many quick and powerful slashes. Blood spurted from all the bear's wounds, and the animal roared loudly in terrible pain. Kanhyun landed deftly on the floor, exhaling heavily. Looking to the side, he saw Adelia's body with an arrow sticking out of it. He looked at Pepe, who had fallen not far from him, tears streaming from his eyes. The huge bear stretched out a shaking paw to its owner with its last strength, and they both began to dissolve. From what he saw, the protagonist scratched his cheek in confusion and said that the quest was not very good. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him, which said that the team defeated the giant bear, so they received a new level, because of which energy and mana were fully restored. After reading this, Kanhyun was very surprised and pleased. After a short pause, he said that this was very good, because now the quest was almost complete. 2 more notifications appeared in front of him, the first of which said that 2 of the 2 dark mages were killed, so now you can return to Lebron. Below it was written that the protagonist received the item Adelia's journal. Yeonjun suddenly broke the silence and, turning to the commander, asked with a smile on his face what they would do with the items now. Hearing the question, the protagonist asked in surprise what was there. There were 3 items on the floor, a staff, a book of a dark magician, and some kind of sphere from a bear. Yeonjun said that he had no idea what it was, after which he asked if the commander wanted to look at it. Picking up the sphere, Kanhyun looked at it in surprise when suddenly it dawned on him. Looking closely at the red sphere with an unknown sign, he happily said in his head that now he knew where he could get it, adding that it was just great. After a short pause, he looked up at the guys and said that he would just take the sphere, and the 2 of them could divide the rest between themselves. Hearing this, Yuri asked in surprise if they could definitely do this, because this quest was originally for the protagonist. Yes, Yeonjun supported his friend, adding that their leader had done all the hard work. Hearing this, the protagonist patted the guy on the head and with a wide smile on his face replied that they should consider it a gift because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. After these words, he, looking at the guys, said that they had been here for a long time, after which he asked if they were going to leave here. Yes, Yuri and Yeonjun said together. Kanhyun never told the guys that this sphere was more expensive than all the other rewards of this quest. Some time passed. The gate in front of the castle. Lebron came out to them and with a smile on his face asked if the protagonist had already returned, adding that he had completed the quest very quickly. After a short pause, he asked how the research went. Handing over the magazine, Kanhyun with a smile on his face said that he had found what belonged to the Dark Mage. Taking the magazine in his hands and reading, Lebron said that His Majesty would be glad to receive it. A notification about the completion of the Briggs research quest appeared in front of the main character, for which the guy was awarded experience, and he also received 200 blessings from the Emperor and 1,000 gold. A few seconds later, LeBron, turning away and putting on a cloak, said that it was time to get ready. "What did you ask?" Putting your hands on your hips, the main character asked. Hearing the question, the man half turned to the guy and with a smile on his face said that they needed to meet with the Emperor because the main character had dealt with this matter, which meant he had to report in person. Kanhyun was so surprised by what he heard that he even lost the power of speech. With the Emperor, he asked in surprise a few seconds later. In all 3 years of the arena's existence, no one had ever been able to get into the Imperial Palace. That is why there are always so many people near LeBron's house, because they guess that the man is connected with the main plot. And they were right, because for the first time in all this time, the player got a chance to meet with the Emperor. The main character followed LeBron along a large corridor where knights stood at every step. A notification appeared in front of him, which said that Kanhyun received a new title of first to step into the Imperial Palace. Suddenly, LeBron turned to the guy with a wide smile on his face and told him not to worry, because His Majesty is a great person, adding that the Emperor is a little picky, but overall quite easy to talk to. Nodding positively and smiling warmly, the protagonist said okay, but in his head he wondered what picky meant and whether he really shouldn't worry. Suddenly, the smile on his face became even wider, and in his mind he said that for the main scenario, the palace has a lot of knowledge, after which he asked if the Emperor would really share good items with him. A few minutes later, they approached the doors. Stopping in front of them, LeBron said that the Emperor is here, adding that he has already warned about such a visit, so Kanhyun does not need to worry about formalities. "Come in," he said after a short pause. After these words, he opened the doors for the protagonist. They found themselves in a huge and very spacious hall. At the end, the emperor himself was sitting on the throne. He was a young guy with blonde hair. He crossed his legs and said, "LeBron has finally arrived." Stopping in the middle of the hall, Kenshin asked himself in surprise in his head if this was really the emperor, adding that the guy was somehow young. LeBron, coming forward a little, pointed at the protagonist and said that he had brought researcher breaks here. A notification appeared in front of Kenshin that he had received the title of first to meet the emperor. Hearing this, the emperor, putting his hand to his face, looked at the protagonist with burning eyes. After a short pause, he asked if this was really the one who had carried out his assignment instead of LeBron. Hearing this, Kenshin was very surprised, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his face. Suddenly, he was struck by a powerful impulse. Feeling incredible pressure, he could not even move. Looking up at the emperor, whose eyes were glowing with purple flames, he said in his head that the same thing happened at the meeting with Rakhun, and then said that this was even stronger. The protagonist's body shook, and he lost his balance, falling to the floor. Gritting his teeth and trying to resist, he asked himself in his head, what kind of monster is this? Is this really why he became the emperor? When suddenly LeBron, turning to the emperor, menacingly said that now is not the time for such jokes. At that very moment, Kanhyun felt much better and was able to move. Hearing this, the emperor, with glowing eyes, staring at LeBron, asked if he had just said that his actions were a joke. At that very moment, he disappeared from the throne. In an instant, he appeared in front of LeBron's face. With anger appearing in his eyes, he asked if he was ready to be punished for such words. LeBron, without a drop of fear on his face, silently looked at the emperor, saying nothing. Suddenly he raised his hand, which was involuntarily shaking with anger, after which he said menacingly that the emperor himself called them here, asking later if he really wanted to test how ready he was. Two incredibly strong people looked into each other's eyes, getting ready to tear each other apart. Seeing the fire coming from the guys, the main character raised his hands and said in his head that there was no need to strain himself so much, asking later what was wrong with those two. He looked at the guys in confusion and did not know what to say. A drop of cold sweat was running down his face, and in his head he said that he read something about the relationship between these two when he was looking for information about the script. A tale about the great emperor of our country, he said. At this time, the emperor, with a face reddened with rage, shouted at LeBron that he did not understand at all on what basis LeBron constantly sits at home and cannot just do his job. And about the best night LeBron. With madness in his eyes and a wide smile on his face, LeBron shouted, asking why not, since the emperor entrusts the work to him, and he, as a duke by title, can entrust it to his subordinate. They both trained under the captain of the Royal Knights, meaning they are old friends. Work, the emperor shouted furiously, his eyes glowing with purple fire. Work yourself, LeBron shouted back with a burning eye. The protagonist was watching all this from the side, saying in his head that he did not think that such an argument could start between the emperor and the duke. Should I leave? He suddenly asked in an attempt to stop the argument. Hearing this, both disputants stopped and turned to Kenshin. After a short pause, LeBron said that he had completely forgotten that the protagonist was here. After a while, the emperor, sitting on the throne, with a warm smile on his face, praised Kenshin and said that he called the guy here to entrust a new task. After a short pause, he added with his hand outstretched that Kanhyun should understand that he can't just take the protagonist because he needs proof of his strength. Hearing this, Kanhyun was slightly confused and said in his head that the emperor was speaking in an official tone again. The emperor continued to say that the protagonist would have to pass a test and show what he was capable of. A system window appeared in front of the guy, on which it was written that this was a test called Through Thorns to the Stars. Kanhyun would have to pass a test to show what he was capable of, MS rank. Below was written the goal, which was 100 victories and 10 victories in a row. As a reward, the protagonist would receive a gift from the emperor and an order from the emperor. Looking intently at Kenshin, the emperor with a grin on his face said that everything was very simple. You just need to prove that the guy is a great fighter, after which he said that he was giving a period of 15 days, adding later that he would wait. After a short pause, he added that if Kenshin did not have time, then they would never meet again. LeBron turned to the protagonist and was very surprised by the reaction. Kenshin had a wide smile on his face and madness in his eyes. In his head, he happily said that this was again the quest of the main plot, adding that he was incredibly lucky because he only needed to win 100 duels, and this was easy. The next second, he knelt down and, bowing his head, loudly and firmly said that he would justify the emperor's hopes. Some time passed. That is, the protagonist's best friend asked. There was a drop of cold sweat on his face and he asked in surprise if Kanhyun had really made it to the main story. After a short pause, he praised his friend and said that he was even jealous. Hearing this, the main character scratched his head in confusion, grinned awkwardly, and said that he thought that his skills had very high luck points. Suddenly, the smile disappeared from his face, and he, putting his hand to his chin, thoughtfully said that he did not know yet because he wanted to save the battles for his debut as a streamer. After a short pause, he lowered his hand and said that he would probably have to start on Monday. Hearing this, Yeonchan asked the guy what he would do until Monday. Kanhyun answered without hesitation that he would rise to level 50 and make a few short videos. Suddenly, Yeonchan came to his senses and asked if his friend had already met Yuri and Yeonjun, adding that he had even heard that the protagonist had shared good items with the guys, after which he asked if it was all because of him. Hearing this, Kanhyun noted that the guys really deserved it, because everything was going very well for him, so he could afford it. Having received such an answer, Yeonchan extended his fist and with a warm smile on his face that he hoped that very soon everything would be like before and Kanhyun would be rich again. A warm smile appeared on the protagonist's face. Having knocked away his best friend's fist, he said that he would not have to wait long. Some time passed. The sun was shining brightly outside. The protagonist held a purple book in his hand and said that this book was very expensive, after which he thanked Nazara. A system screen appeared in front of him, on which it was written that this was a book of magic control, which would help learn to control magic. Type permanent, class rare, rank F, the effect helps to use various types of magic, and the damage from magical attacks is increased by 10%. Next to the protagonist was his pet Tenny. Kanhyun, looking at the book, said that he received it from Nazar, adding later that he only needed 60 points of magic so he could use it. After a while, he took out his sword and put it in front of him. Exhaling heavily, he lowered his head and prepared to use his power. His blade was calm, not even trembling, when suddenly he was enveloped in strong magical energy. At the same second, Kanhyun made several quick and powerful blows in the air. After that, he happily raised his hand with the sword up and shouted that he was now a master of the sword. At the same moment, Tenny, running up to his owner, reminded him that the guy said that there was something for Tenny. Hearing this, the protagonist took out the giant beast sphere, which emitted powerful magical energy, and asked the little bear about this. A notification immediately appeared, stating that this was the giant bear core in a small sphere. Rare class, applies to beasts, increases all stats. Seeing the item, Tenny screamed in shock, asking the owner to give him the core quickly. Receiving such a reaction, Kanhyun raised his hand high and told the little bear to call him master. Tenny, jumping around the owner, began to call the guy sir. Suddenly, the profile of his pet appeared in front of the protagonist. Tenny was level 35, and his friendship level was 38. A few minutes later, the little bear was sitting on the protagonist's neck and joyfully shouting for him to bow before him, calling him a stupid master. Hearing this, Kanhyun discontentedly shouted for him to call him master. After these words, a notification appeared in front of him, which said that the points of the beast Tenny's magic exceeded the limit of 250 points, so the pet learned new skills. After reading this, the guy was surprised. Immediately after this message, two more appeared. The first one said that Tenny acquired the skill Chain Lightning, and now he can shoot lightning. This is an active type of skill of a rare class and F rank. When using the skill, it shoots 3 lightning bolts with a cooldown of 10 seconds. The second message said that he also acquired the skill Magic Friendship, which is the characteristic magic of puppet bears. The skill type is passive unique class F rank. The skill increases magic points by 20% and also increases magic recovery by 20%. After reading everything to the end, the main character was shocked. He said in his head that Tenny received 2 new skills, adding that at this rate, this bear will soon overtake him in all stats. Meanwhile, Tenny jumped off his master's neck and laughed ominously. Lightning appeared in his paws and he said menacingly that he was now much stronger than his stupid master, asking later if he could handle his new powers. After these words, he turned to the main character and turned pale with fear. Kanhyun silently looked at his pet. Suddenly, he hit the bear cub on the head so hard that he drooled, asking where his pet's manners were. The closer the day of Hyunwoo's first stream was, the more people subscribed to him. His new video fight with an overgrown bear gained more than 500,000 views, and every day there were more and more subscribers cubed, which meant that the main character's income was also increasing. His new short video, a minute long, also quickly gained views. In it, he talked about his debut and planned battles. After that, the arena community was in an uproar and more rumors were spreading. People online were saying that a max level noob would fight 100 duels. They were asking each other if it was even possible, adding later that they were sure that the arena rating would soon be shaken. At that time, a lizard corpse was lying on the ground. A man was sitting on it and saying that his brother would definitely surprise everyone. A girl with long blonde hair was standing next to him, asking what was so special about this guy. Everything, the guy answered, adding that his brother would soon be at their level or even higher. Hearing this, the girl, adjusting her monocle on her eye, said with a smile on her face that since she heard such things, she was increasingly impatient to fight the guy in person. The girl's name was Chungu, and she was ranked 435th in the arena. The guy had a scar along his face, and he said with a smile on his face that his brother needed to win 100 times, so why don't they go there? The guy's name was Seokjun, and he was the protagonist's brother, ranking 17th in the arena. After a short pause, he said that he was very interested in what would come of it. At this time, Kanhyun was actively training and leveling up. Tenny used his new technique, destroying opponents with lightning. The protagonist's level increased, and his mana and energy were restored. Kanhyun had a dead lizard body in front of him, and he was breathing heavily, wiping sweat from his forehead. Suddenly, putting his sword behind his back, he shouted very loudly that he was now level 50. "Master, I'm so tired," said Tenny, sitting by a tree. Turning to his pet, Kanhyun said that the bear's lightning was very good, but it took a lot of mana and then allowed the pet to rest. After that, he raised his fist up and said with a smile on his face, since he had now reached the required 50th level, he was definitely ready for streaming. At that moment, the eyes of an unknown bird flashed in the sky. At that very second, a huge pelican landed next to the guy. Having fallen to the ground, the protagonist asked in shock if it was the postman bird Pekka Pekka. Pekka, the bird screamed, putting its wing to its temple. A chest appeared in the protagonist's hands, and a notification which said that Kanhyun had received a letter from Kyle. The guy was very surprised by this. Inside was a message for a max level noob as a gift personally from the boss with wishes of success. The protagonist immediately imagined a man with short blonde hair and a red jacket. Below it was written, "Forward Milligat." After reading this, Kanhyun leaned into the chest and what he saw surprised him greatly. A few minutes later, beautiful shoulder pads were on his shoulders. On his chest was a beautiful robe with a necklace. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist said with a wide smile on his face that this was the Black Jaguar set that he wore before, and then asked if this was specially for the stream. A notification appeared below which said that this was the Black Jaguar set, which gave the effect of increasing speed by 15%. It also increased movement speed in the dark by 10% and all stats by 5%. The huge peck bird flew away, and the protagonist, standing in the clearing, said that 20 wins were needed to enter the rating, and only 80 would remain. There was a wide, satisfied smile on his face. Looking forward, he said that he was the #1 ranker in the world, Milligat himself, and then asked himself whether he should officially announce his return to the arena. In the past, streaming sites gradually lost their popularity. With the development of virtual reality games, a problem with streams arose. Problems such as the time difference and constant lags were never solved, and that's why, eventually, the stocks of many streaming companies fell. But one day, a company came along and took over the management of these sites. It was the QC company that created Arena. A man from the company asked with a sly smile on his face why everyone needs monitors to watch streams. What about cubes? These words changed the culture of streaming. They developed a system of streaming directly in cubes. Not only do they not take a commission from streamers' donations, but they also allow donations directly in gold, not regular money. This is why Arena became popular during the 2 years that the main character was in the army. Some time passed. Henson looked at his 5,500 viewers and said that so many people had already come and the stream had not even started yet. He had a mask in his hand and he kept saying that he never thought that his first stream would ever happen, so he was a little nervous. Putting the mask on his face, he walked into the arena saying that it was time to start. The stream went online. Messages wishing him good luck immediately flew into the chat. Entering the arena, he raised his hand high and greeted everyone loudly, shouting afterwards that he was a new streamer, a max level noob. Suddenly he got lost and said in his head that this was only his first stream. Cold sweat ran down his face. Suddenly 2 golden notifications appeared next to him. The guy was very surprised when he saw them. These were the first monetary donations to him. This shocked the main character. He immediately thanked those who sent him donations and remembered the words of Yeonchan, who told him not to be afraid if it was awkward, adding that he was sure that there would be someone who would definitely donate at the very beginning, because the main character already had a good fan base. After remembering, Kanhyun firmly said in his head that he was ready to start. At that very second, 4 more monetary donations came. Messages flew into the chat that not only the people in the chat were shocked, but also the streamer himself. The main character did not lose his head and, spreading his arms, said loudly and firmly that he would fight 100 opponents on his debut stream. People in the chat immediately responded to this statement with positive messages. After a short pause, Kanhyun opened his profile and said that he would like to show everyone his current level in class, adding that, as he said, he would fight a level 50. Having looked at the streamer's profile, people in the chat were very surprised. After that, a table appeared in front of the main character asking if he wanted to enter the Coliseum. By clicking the yes button, the guy said that it was time to begin. In the Arena Coliseum, there is only one option for battles, a one-on-one duel. They are also called rank matches because the winner's rank increases with each victory and the loser's rank decreases. The space around the main character began to change. A huge knight with a broadsword in his hands appeared in front of him. The selection of an opponent is determined by the general indicators, and with the increase in rank, you get stronger opponents. 2 notifications appeared in front of the guy. The first one said that he did not have a rank yet, and the second one said that in order to get a rank, Kanhyun needed to win duels. There was a wide smile on the face of the main character. In his head, he said that the first 20 matches served to determine the rank, adding later that he heard that one player immediately rose to a millionth place from 4 millionth after winning 20 duels. The duel began. The knight, without wasting time, immediately swung a huge broadsword, preparing to strike. Kanhyun stood silently, saying in his head that if he lost the rank match, he would have to develop his character again from scratch. But, he said sharply, blocking a powerful blow from his opponent. Seeing how easily his attack was reflected, the knight was horrified. At one point, he felt an incredibly powerful pressure. With his eyes glowing, Kanhyun pressed his sword against his opponent, who was amazed by such power. In his head, the protagonist continued to say that usually people between levels 30 and 40 enter the Colosseum, which means it will be very easy for him. At this time, in the developer building, the door to the director's office opened and an employee ran in screaming. She immediately screamed, asking if the man had heard that the noob of the maximum level is Kanhyun. Kanhyun, Yoojun, who was the director of the pro team of the JT Telecom Arena, asked in surprise, slowly sipping an energy drink. Suddenly, it dawned on him. A drop of cold sweat appeared on his face and, tearing himself away from the back of the chair, he asked if this was really Milligat, who rejected their offer. Yes, the employee firmly answered, turning the tablet over, saying that the protagonist is currently streaming. Taking the tablet in his hands, Yoojun saw Kanhyun fighting in the Colosseum. The girl suddenly asked if they could get the guy this time. I don't know, the director answered, asking if Kanhyun was already on another team. At this time, Hanbik approached the office. Suddenly, he heard the female employee say that Hanbik was not up to their team's level. Be quiet, the director immediately said. Hearing this, he stopped at the doorway and listened. The director said that Hanbik's father had money, so they couldn't lose someone like him. Confused, the employee asked in surprise what to do if a max-level noob debuts as a pro player. After thinking for a while, Yoojun asked how the protagonist was doing in duels. After searching for information, the employee answered that Kanhyun had already won 40 duels. Hanbik was shocked by what he heard. His eyes suddenly filled with rage and hatred, and he angrily asked in his head if some max-level noob was better than him. At this time, the protagonist, raising his hands high, loudly rejoiced. 50th victory, he shouted. He threw the sword over his shoulder and, exhaling relaxedly, said that now he already had about 1 million viewers. Suddenly, looking at the hour, he saw that one of the viewers wrote that he was bored of watching stupid slaughter, so he was leaving. Having read such a message, the main character was very surprised. Suddenly, a drop of cold sweat appeared on his face, and with excitement in his eyes, he said in his head that he really did nothing except kills in all these 50 matches, so people were getting bored. So he began to think how he could make duels more fun. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and a spark of hope appeared in his eyes. Raising his hand, he said that other streamers were given tasks, and then asked if he could also have one. At that very second, a donation came in which it was written that this person would give a task. Confusedly scratching the back of his head, Kanhyun asked what the donator wanted. A few seconds later, the donor wrote for the protagonist to win the 51st duel without weapons. After reading this, the guy asked himself in his head, surprised, without weapons. After thinking for a while, he boxed the air and said that it seemed that his viewers did not know that killing with bare hands is much more terrible than killing with weapons. Messages immediately flew into the chat that it seemed that everything would end with 50 victories. And suddenly the search for a suitable opponent began. The next second, a guy with short gray hair appeared with a spear on his shoulder. The opponent was found. Standing in a stance, Kanhyun said that his opponent was level 70, so he would have to sweat in this round, after which he added that he really hoped that his viewers would like this fight. The protagonist's opponent did not wait long and, making a lunge, asked if he had really gone crazy that he was fighting without weapons. His spear flew right over the head of the protagonist, who managed to duck in time. Seeing this, the guy was very surprised. Kanhyun, leaning on his hand, deftly turned around and said that he could easily dodge any attack from his opponent, and at the right time. At that very second, he delivered a powerful kick to the guy's face and finished saying that he would hit the right place. The guy was shocked and confused by the blow he received. The protagonist did not waste time and dealt many more fast and very strong blows. That's it, the protagonist said, swinging, about to deliver the finishing blow. The next second, he made a powerful uppercut, sending his opponent into the sky with shouts that he had won again. The guy flashed in the sky like a star, disappearing after. Winking through the mask and waving at the hour, Kanchan said that it was not that difficult. Messages with admiration and praise immediately flew in the chat. "I also want to give a task," a person suddenly wrote in the chat. After reading this, the protagonist scratched his head in confusion and said, of course, adding the village that it accepts any tasks. A message appeared in the system, which said that the first stream of the protagonist was successful. After some time, Kanchan received a notification about receiving a new task. The task was called 100 Fights Easy. Below it was written that the protagonist must win duels 100 times in the Coliseum arena. The quest was rank C+, the goal was to win 10 duels, but if the duel was lost, the quest would be failed. The reward would be a title and an item. After reading this, Kanhan was very surprised. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, he joyfully shouted, informing the viewers that he had received a new quest since he already had 90 victories, and if he defeated 10 more opponents, he would be awarded a new title. Hearing this, chat users began to write that they would never have known about this without the main character. Suddenly, a donation appeared in front of the streamer in which a person wrote that if Kanhan completed the quest, he would send another 10,000 gold. After reading the donation, the main character was shocked, which made him scream, is it really true that if he completed the rest, they would send him another 10,000 gold? This is 10 million won, the guy screamed in his head. The opponent has been found, he was suddenly informed. A guy with 2 swords appeared in front of him. The duel has begun. The boy looked up and was shocked. The main character was flying towards him, screaming furiously for him to die quickly, because millions were waiting for him. The next second, it was reported that Kanhanu had won. In the next match, the main character cut through his opponent's armor along with his flesh. Player Kanhanu had won. In the next duel, he defeated his opponent with numerous sword strikes. 10 million won, the main character screamed furiously in his head. He dealt blow after blow, destroying his opponents. Player Kanhanu had won. After a few fights, the main character was wiping sweat from his forehead, and his defeated opponent was lying on the ground nearby. Kanhanu, beaming with happiness, shouted that he already had 99 victories, which meant there was only 1 victory left to reach 10 million. In the chat, people began to laugh and write that the reward worked like a buff. "Who is my last opponent?" the protagonist shouted, pointing his finger at the enemy who had appeared, shouting at the same time for him to come out quickly, because millions were waiting for him. Not far ahead, a guy in very strange armor appeared. Taking a closer look at the last opponent, Kanchan asked himself in his head in surprise, is this really Cobra equipment? In the chat, people began writing that it seemed that Cobra equipment could be obtained by players above level 110. Upon learning this, the protagonist tensed up greatly and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his cheek. Looking at his opponent, he said in his head that before this, all his opponents were from level 80 to 90, but now they were above level 100. Then suddenly he realized that his opponent was twice his level. The guy in Cobra equipment silently looked at his opponent, not moving from his place. Kanchan continued to say in his head that this guy would be a real pain. After thinking for a while, he realized that he would have to use everything he had. He stretched out his hand and summoned his pet Tenny. Turning slightly towards his owner and putting his paw to his cheek, the bear cub asked if something had happened. People in the chat were delighted with such a cute pet. Seeing people's reactions, Kanchan was very surprised. At that very second, donations began pouring in which Tenny was admired. Seeing people's reactions, the main character asked himself in his head with displeasure, was his pet now more popular than himself? After these thoughts, he leaned over to the bear and whispered in his ear that there were a lot of spectators here, after which he asked him to watch his language. Hearing this, Tenny was very scared and, rushing from side to side, screamed, asking where all the spectators were. Turning to his owner, the bear cried out in displeasure that the owner was a liar because there were no spectators here. Confused, the protagonist slapped himself in the face, not knowing what to say. Meanwhile, in the chat, people were laughing and touching Tenny, saying that summoning a pet had become much more interesting. The duel began. The guy in the Cobra outfit immediately grabbed his sword. Taking a stance, he said that it was very noisy here. Tenny, buff, the protagonist shouted to his pet, but Tenny, angry, turned away and said that he demanded an apology. Hearing this, people in the chat began to ask if such a pet could really give buffs. "I'll help you improve your skills later," Kanhan shouted in rage. Hearing this, Tenny, putting his paw to his chest, with a smile on his face, said that he was always happy to help his beloved master. The next second, the skills for Rexar and Protector of the Forest were activated. The protagonist's body was immediately enveloped in a strong magical aura. Swinging his sword, he said in his head that he would be able to defeat his last opponent in 5 minutes. After these words, he attacked his opponent and their swords clashed. The violent clang of steel swords could be heard. The blows of the guy in the Cobra equipment were so strong that they pushed the main character back. Feeling the assertiveness of his opponent, Kanchan gritted his teeth and said in his head that if not for the buffs of his pet, he would have been finished off long ago. he understood that his opponent was very fast and strong, but at the same time he was not inferior at all. They fought equally and neither missed a single blow. I was lucky to get an opponent of level 110 at the very end. Clashing swords, Kanchan said discontentedly in his head. But I can handle it, he suddenly said, after which he used the power of the archons and his body was enveloped in an aura even stronger than the last one. After a short pause, he shouted that he still had many aces up his sleeve. At that very moment, he dealt a powerful blow to his opponent's sword, beginning to take over the initiative, pushing his opponent back. Horror and shock enveloped the guy. He asked himself in his head, where did the main character get such strength from? Strike, Kanchan suddenly shouted, dealing a powerful and fast blow to his opponent's neck. Suddenly, what he saw surprised him greatly. The wound on his opponent's neck was very small, which is why he was unable to win. Seeing that he missed the blow, the guy in the Cobra outfit said that he was wondering all the time how Kanchan managed to resist him with such a low level. Showing a sign of approval, he said that his opponent was good and then asked if the main character was really a smurf. Hearing this, Kanchan became very angry, asking himself in his head if his opponent really thought that someone was playing instead of him. After these thoughts, he said menacingly that he was a max-level noob streamer and if he won now, he would successfully complete his quest. After these words, he rushed to attack again, shouting for him to let him finish the fight with a worthy victory. A loud clang of steel was heard. Kanchan tried to press harder and harder because the giant's strength would last for 2 minutes and Tenya's buff for 3, so he understood that if he did not make it before the buffs ended, he would be finished. After a short pause, he said that he was very sorry that he had so few skills. He attacked his opponent, and he could only retreat, repelling attacks in the last moments. Suddenly, the guy in the Cobra equipment screamed in rage that his opponent was really annoying him. After these words, his sword glowed brightly. Without wasting time, he counterattacked, striking the main character from top to bottom. Seeing a very powerful attack flying at him, he was very confused, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his face. He immediately began to think about what to do, because it was too late to dodge, but if he did not dodge, then he was finished. When suddenly he realized that there was only one way. After these thoughts, his eyes lit up. He took the attack on the hilt of his sword. In an instant, he passed by his opponent, which made him very surprised. Horror and fear appeared in the guy's eyes. How was he able to dodge? He asked himself in his head. When suddenly his head flew off his shoulders with one powerful blow from the protagonist. The guy's body and Cobra equipment fell to his knees. Immediately, many notifications appeared, stating that the battle was over, the rank of the Sword Master skill increased to E+, below it was written that the rank of the Indestructible Player skill was also increased. After that, 2 messages appeared stating that the quests through Thorns to the Stars and 100 fights easily were completed. The protagonist was drenched in sweat. Breathing heavily, he said it was difficult. Instantly, messages of praise and admiration began pouring into the chat. With his last strength, Kanchan stood on his feet. Looking ahead, he said in his head that he was incredibly tired, adding that the stream seemed to have been going on for 10 hours already. After a short pause, he said that he wanted to finish quickly and just rest. Then suddenly a donation of 10,000 gold came. Seeing it, happiness and joy flooded Kanchan. Throwing his arms out, he shouted, thanking the donor for the huge amount of money. Behind him stood his pet, who was shocked to say that his owner had gone crazy because he was talking to himself. Then that's all for today, Kanchan suddenly said. A few seconds later, he shouted for his viewers to wait for the stream on Friday at 6 o'clock in the evening. After these words, he disappeared from the Coliseum. In the chat, people wrote that they wanted Tenya's pain. It was night outside. The main character's house. Kanchan fell on the couch, wiping sweat from his forehead and saying that he was very tired. Leaning back on the couch, he said with his last bit of strength that it turned out that streaming wasn't that easy, because you had to monitor the chat, complete tasks, and so on. His best friend stood next to him, putting his hand on his hip and smiling, and said that after 1 or 2 more streams, the protagonist would get used to it. After a short pause, he suddenly asked how much his friend had earned. Hearing this question, the protagonist suddenly jumped up and, with a wide smile on his face, said that they would need to build a ziggurat. After that, they opened the laptop and decided to look at the website. Yeonchan, approaching the monitor, said in surprise that there was some strange number there. The protagonist, standing behind him, answered how much he had. He had 50.384 thousandths of a G on his account. They immediately began to count the numbers, trying to find out the price in one. Then suddenly, shock struck them both. For the entire stream, the protagonist had earned 57,384,001. The first stream of the main character became a hot topic of discussion on many sites. And since the name of the max level noob was heard everywhere, many companies wanted to sign a contract with him or even sponsor him. The same goes for Arena. Guildmaster Mono Marco was sitting at the table, stunned by the news that was told to him. In front of his table stood a guy who reported that their guild did not have enough funds, adding that even sponsors refused to renew contracts with them and simply reduced the payment. Hearing this, Marco slammed his fist on the table in rage and shouted that this was all nonsense, asking how sponsors could do this to their guild. After a short pause, the guy explained that it was all because of the max level noob, because many companies now want to work with this streamer. Hearing this, rage and hatred appeared in Marco's eyes. "This noob," he said furiously. Clenching his fists, he angrily asked what level the protagonist was. The guy spread his arms and said he was level 50, then added that Kanchan could have leveled up to 53 in that time. Hearing this, Marco slammed his fist on the table so hard that it shattered. Veins appeared all over his face from rage, and smoke came out from his fists. He looked at the guy and asked if it was really only level 50, then ordered that the protagonist either be brought to them or get rid of Kanchan. Yes, the guy screamed in horror. Some time passed. Another guild. Looking at the image of the Emperor, a female voice said that the protagonist was the first to see the Emperor's face. The girl with the witch hat on her head reported that the New World Guild and the Behemoth Guild had also received the main plot quests, but the protagonist had done it all alone, after which she added that Kanchan had also progressed much further with LeBron than they had. After a short pause, she asked what they would do. Guild Master Phoenix Griffin, a woman with long purple hair, looked at the system window in front of her and said that they needed to find the protagonist. After a few seconds, she added that Kanchan was probably progressing further in the plot. At this time, the protagonist had a satisfied smile on his face. In front of him was a notification with the name Fearless. Below it was written that this was a title given to a player who had won 100 battles. Even lower it was written that this title increased attack by 20% when fighting humanoid monsters, including PvP. After reading this, the protagonist happily shouted that this was just a great reward, especially he liked that he could use it in PvP. But the most important thing, he suddenly said, raising his hand and looking at the ring. The next second, a window of the characteristics of the Hephaestus ring appeared. Raising his other hand, he showed that there was another ring there, after which he said that this ring and the one he received during training were from the same collection. The notification that appeared said that they had 2 rings from the era of myths, 2 out of 3, so now their effect was increased. After reading this, he said that thanks to one unique ring, he was able to level up so well. After these words, his profile window opened in front of him, where his level was still 50th, and his title was the first to meet the Emperor, received Khan's recognition, received LeBron's recognition, the first to step into the palace, Fearless. With a crazy smile on his face, he said in his head that everything was going just perfectly. At this time, Tenny was sitting at the table with him, eating a huge piece of meat and asking why the owner was smiling like that. Was he really so happy that he finally decided to treat him to delicious food? Looking at the pet, the main character smiled warmly and, leaning his head on his hand, said, of course, adding that the bear should eat to his health. Worried about another piece, Tenny said that the owner was kind of strange. Looking at how the bear greedily ate a huge piece of meat, Kanchan said in his head that Tenny had become very popular, so he would take the bear with him more often on streams. He did not move from his place, continuing to look at his pet, saying in his head that he still had the Emperor's reward, after which he asked himself what this reward would be, adding that it was probably on a completely different level. It was light outside, the sun was shining brightly. A few minutes later, he told Tanny that if he was finished, then it was time for them to head to the palace. Are we really going to continue eating in the palace? The bear asked happily. The Emperor's palace, the Emperor said, while with surprised eyes. He had a warm smile on his face, asking if the protagonist had really returned so quickly since it hadn't even been a week, adding later that LeBron probably hadn't lied. An insane magical power emanated from the Emperor. Feeling the strong magical energy, Kanchan fell to his knees and said, shaking, "Thank you." In his head, he said that he should never forget that the Emperor was a monster. "Here, take it," the Emperor suddenly said, throwing a small sphere under the protagonist's nose. A notification appeared in front of Kanchan, saying that he had completed the quest through Thorns to the Stars. Below it was written that he had received a gift from the Emperor. After a short pause, the Emperor pointed to the sphere and told the protagonist to take the item and find Aldred in the Arsha Desert. Taking a closer look at the ball, Kanchan saw that he had been given a new quest, Arsha Desert. The quest was to find Aldred in the Arsha Desert by order of the Emperor. The quest was rank C, and the reward was Aldred's skill. The Emperor, resting his head on his hand, suddenly said that he had also heard that there were rebels in the desert. Suddenly, he raised his head and with shining eyes, he said that this really irritated him, and then ordered the protagonist to find out everything about those involved. A system window with a quest called Rebellion Research appeared in front of the protagonist. Below it was written that there were rebels in the Arsha Desert, so the protagonist needed to find out as much as possible about these people. rank MS, condition information about the rebels, reward a gift from the Emperor. Raising his head heavily, Kanchan, under the influence of the terrifying power of the Emperor, said that he would do his best. In his head, he asked discontentedly whether it was necessary to give quests with such a terrible face. Some time passed. Arsha Desert, a location necessary for completing the first quest of the main plot. When the protagonist played as Milligat, this was the first place he came to going through the main plot. A huge scorpion suddenly burst out of the sand. Tenny immediately attacked the monster with lightning from his paws. At this time, the protagonist was cutting one scorpion after another not far from his pet. A notification appeared in front of him, stating that the protagonist and his pet got rid of the desert scorpions, for which experience was awarded. Having beaten each other 5, Kanchan said that they had gained a lot of experience today. Of course, the bear cried out happily, adding that he felt stronger. Shielding his eyes from the sun, Kanchan looked into the distance and said that they also did not know where the Rift Castle was, so they would have to cross this huge desert. "Where is it?" the owner, the bear asked, breathing heavily. When suddenly the protagonist, pointing his finger at the huge castle in the distance, asked what it was. It seemed to be him. "It seemed," the pet asked furiously. "That is, you are not even sure?" the bear asked angrily. The protagonist silently continued to look at the castle, dripping with sweat from the heat. When suddenly he smiled and told his pet not to worry, because luck was always on his side. Hearing this, Tenny looked at his owner in surprise. When suddenly the guy pointed into the distance at a man with a large broadsword on his back and said that someone seemed to be looking for them. It was a man with yellow eyes and a lush mustache. Some time passed. The Rift Castle. The man was holding a ball in his hand, given to him by the Emperor. The man was the captain of the Knights of the Rift Castle, Alfred. After examining the ball in his hand, he said that it was indeed from the Emperor. After a short pause, he looked at the protagonist and said that it was very good that they met while he was walking around the territory, saying later that he would reward the guy. Hearing this, Kanchan was very happy and said in his head that he was very glad that he was rewarded so immediately. A few minutes later, Alfred gave the protagonist a book with the skill-faceted crescent. In the system window, it was written that, judging by the name, the protagonist can now lengthen his blade and make it lighter. The skill type is active, the class is rare, rank F, the effect improves the owner's sword. Holding the book in his hands, the protagonist was incredibly happy. With his mouth open, looking at the book, he said in his head that long-range attacks are now available to him, adding that he already has many good skills, but with this he will be able to level up twice as fast. Suddenly, he realized that he was somehow very happy. After these thoughts, he stood up abruptly, coughed and turned to Alfred. After a short pause, he asked the man what he knew about the rebellion. Hearing this, beads of cold sweat appeared on Alfred's face, and he himself screamed in shock as the protagonist found out. Lowering his hands, Kanchan replied that he came here to hand over the ball, but also His Majesty ordered him to find out about the rebellion in the desert. Hearing this, Alfred said that, apparently, the Emperor thinks highly of Kanchan. When suddenly he took out a map of the desert from under his cloak and handed it to the protagonist, saying that it will help the guy in the investigation. When the protagonist took the map and opened it, Alfred said that he marked 3 suspicious places. Kanchan, seeing the cross on the Rift Castle, asked if this place was also suspicious. Yes, Alfred answered firmly, then leaned closer and said that he thought someone in the castle was helping the rebels, adding that they had too many classified materials that only the people in the castle knew about. After a few seconds, he added that he hoped that the protagonist would be able to figure out this complicated matter. "Leave it to me," Kanchan said firmly, saluting. There were 3 places marked on the map. They were Reef Castle, the TMA tribe, and Lake Bryant. The TMA tribe seemed the most suspicious. It was a level 90 hunting ground where desert scorpions and desert goblins lived. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the protagonist and Tenny looked down. In his head, the guy said that only he knew one secret about the TMA tribe, which he discovered back in the era of Milligat, which is why it would be the key to his victory. The bear carefully looked down, afraid to approach. Below them was a huge cactus. "Why are we here?" the bear suddenly asked its owner. When the protagonist suddenly grabbed the pet by the hood, lifted it up and asked if the bear believed him. Not receiving an answer, he abruptly jumped off the cliff along with Tenny, who screamed furiously, asking what his master was doing. Kanchan had a wide smile on his face, and tears were streaming from the bear's eyes. In his head, the guy said that if he completed this quest, he would go much further than any other player. After a short pause, he asked himself in his head what his next reward would be. The next second, they flew into a mountain of sand behind a cactus, raising dust. Over the past 2 years, many players have visited the Arsha Desert, but none of them could find the secret dungeon except for the protagonist in the Milligat era. And all this because, standing up, the protagonist stood firmly on his feet. The next second, he pointed his finger at a huge cactus and loudly said that it was here. "Let's run," he immediately said and moved. Suddenly Tenny grabbed his owner by the leg and shouted for him to wait a bit. From this, Canyon fell face down in the sand. The bear screamed in rage, sweating profusely, asking why the owner was running straight at the cactus. Shaking the sand off his face, the protagonist said that there was definitely a dungeon there. "Stop lying," the bear screamed, clenching his paws, adding that they would die in 5 minutes when all the needles got into them. After a short pause, he continued to say discontentedly that his owner had really gone crazy, adding that he had long understood this, but suddenly Canyon took the pet by the head, saying, "That's right." At the same second, he threw the bear into the cactus with all his might, shouting that there was another way. Having crashed into a huge plant, Tenny went waist deep into it. Seeing what had happened, Canyon said contentedly, "Bingo." A few minutes later, he stuck his head through the disguised portal. Inside was a hidden desert in the desert. Looking around, he said that he had even forgotten what it was like inside. A bear was sitting on the sand, hugging his knees and crying bitterly, saying that his owner had just taken him and thrown him right into the cactus. Seeing his pet, Kanchan, stretching out his arms, apologized. But Tenny firmly said that he was not talking to his owner. Suddenly, not far from them, some creature hit the sand. Turning around, the protagonist saw a desert monitor lizard. It was a huge creature with eyes burning with rage. Looking at it, beads of cold sweat appeared on the guy's face, and in his head he said that the arena community did not know about such things. After a short pause, he remembered that in his memory there was only one lizard, but it seemed to be some kind of devilry, not a monitor lizard. He looked at a huge monster whose fangs were sharper than razors. In his head, he said that this overgrown lizard was about 20 meters tall, but about 5 meters long, so this monster did not look that big. At that very second, the monitor lizard rushed at Kanchan. The protagonist, seeing this, grabbed his sword and said in his head that these monsters were not much different from each other anyway, which meant it was time to fight. At that very moment, they collided. The protagonist delivered a precise blow to the monster's teeth, but only the grinding and clanking of metal was heard. Seeing that there was no damage, the guy realized that the monitor lizard was very strong. Without wasting time, he began to deliver numerous blows to the monster from different sides, while saying that, given the strength, speed, and appearance of the monster, it can be said that the monitor lizard exceeds level 100, adding after that if he does not use his entire arsenal, he will not be able to repel the enemy's attacks. Tenny, Kanchan suddenly shouted. Folding his paws on his chest and turning away, the bear said, "No." Having received such an answer, the protagonist shouted in rage that he would be able to spend 4 hours on his shoulders. That would be right away, his pet said contentedly. The next second, the skills for Rexar and Protector of the Forest were activated, and a strong magical aura enveloped the guy's body, after which he immediately jumped high. In the air, he turned his sword. After that, he hit the monster on the back from top to bottom. From the terrible pain, the monitor lizard growled. "How do you like that?" Kanchan asked in his head with a smile on his face, when suddenly he staggered sharply. The monitor lizard began to run in a circle at great speed, trying to throw off his rival. Seeing this, Tenny began to wave his arms and ask why his master started the rodeo without him, because he also wanted to ride. At this time, the protagonist remained on the monitor lizard only thanks to his sword, which he pierced into the monster's armor, when suddenly he noticed something strange. Suddenly, a crazy smile appeared on his face and, taking out another sword from the system space, he shouted that he was right. The next second, he delivered a powerful slash. The monster screamed furiously from the damage it received, and a notification appeared stating that the desert monitor lizard was in a state of shock, so the creature could not move. Without wasting time, Canyon screamed and, taking out the sword from the monster, was about to deliver another blow. He delivered an incredibly strong blow to the entire back of the monitor lizard. Because of this, he lost his balance and fell onto the sand, but the monster began to disappear, and a notification appeared in front of the guy that he had defeated the desert monitor lizard. Below it was written that Canyon received experience, so he received a new level, because of which mana and strength were restored. Raising his head, the main character, sweating and breathing heavily, said that he was glad that he was given enough experience, so now he could rest. He looked at the dead body of the huge monitor lizard and wondered if he should use the dead monster for his next stream. After that, he lay down on his back with a big smile on his face and said that he would have to ask Ellis to make a video. On the day when Ellis made a video with the protagonist and the Emperor, he swore that he would do vids for Kanchan for free until the end of his days. There was shock in his eyes and cold sweat was pouring down his face. Soon Ellis realized that his vow was not in vain. He watched on the monitor as the protagonist fought with a huge monitor lizard and said that it was incredible, adding that despite the difference in levels, Kanchan was able to capture the monster on his own and even found a weak spot. Ellis was shaking violently, breathing heavily and gnawing on his finger with a crazy smile on his face, saying that it was very good that he chose a max level noob for his edits, because the protagonist is the best. The guy's entire room was pitch black and only 2 monitors were emitting dim light, in which Ellis said that he wanted to watch this video again. It was Friday, the day of the main character's new stream. In the morning, a video of Kanhan's fight with an overgrown lizard was released, so the viewers were expecting a lot. There were a lot of positive comments in the comments. People wrote that the main character was better than any pro player. Kanhan was very happy while reading the messages from his fans. Suddenly, he said that he was very interested in how Hanbeek would feel when he saw this. After these words, he put a mask on his face and said that he had been feeling just great lately, adding that it was not in vain that he returned to the arena. After a short pause, he saw that there were already about 50,000 people on the broadcast that had begun, which meant it was time to start. As soon as the mask was put on, the main character was ready to start. The next second, the broadcast began and the main character greeted all his fans. His pet was sitting on his shoulder, who was also happy to greet the viewers, who were very happy to see him. Kanhan stood in front of a huge gorge, saying that he thought that everyone had already realized from the video that there would be a solo raid today, because he was able to find the location of the lizard leader. Upon hearing this, messages immediately flew into the chat that they were very surprised, because even with a group, the raid would take about 4 hours. Immediately, the main character received several donations with wishes of good luck. Entering the gorge, Kanhan thanked everyone for the donations and said that when he catches the boss, he will not be able to react to the gifts of the viewers. Going further, he asked the fans to refrain until victory, adding later that he saw comments that say that he does not react to all donations, so he apologized in advance. A few minutes later, Kanhan raised his head and said that from now on he cannot view the chat. "I should concentrate," he said firmly, looking at the huge boss. The eyes of the lizard leader were burning with a bright red flame. At that very second, he spread his wings and roared loudly. From such a roar, the protagonist had difficulty staying on his feet and his pet was blown away. 2 notifications appeared in front of him. The first one said that the unbreakable player skill was activated, so all of the protagonist's stats were increased. The second notification said that adventurism was activated because Kanchan's opponent was stronger. Kanchan stood firmly on his feet and asked the audience how they were doing with the boss, adding that they should not worry because even such a big guy would be lying dead on the ground in a couple of hours. As soon as the roar stopped, the bear jumped to the ground and the protagonist grabbed his sword, saying in his head that he had finished his preliminary research, saying later that the monster also had a weak spot on its neck. At this time, the huge boss raised his head and terrible magical energy began to gather in his neck. Seeing this, the protagonist said in his head that all monsters have almost the same weak point. Standing in a stance, he began to take out the sword from its sheath, which emitted a bright light and said to himself that he only needed to attack correctly. Sharply taking out the sword, he used the skill Faceted Crescent Strike. A strong magical attack flew out at the huge boss. After receiving the blow, smoke came out of the monster's mouth. The protagonist did not waste time and took off. Jumping high, he flew to attack the leader of the lizards. There was a wide smile on his face, and in his head he said that his raid on the dragon had begun. His profile said level 63. Adventurers gathered in front of the boss. Most often the raid implied a group attack on a monster of a certain difficulty. Bears in different costumes prepared for battle. Players performing certain roles participate in the group attack to reduce the risk of raid failure. These include damage dealers, tanks, supports, and healers. Traces of the jump appeared in the air. There were almost no people in the world who could complete a solo raid. This was until today, the main character rushed to attack the dragon. Swinging his sword, he dealt several consecutive blows. Taking advantage of the enemy's confusion, Kanchan pushed off his paw. Jumping into the air, the guy cut the reptile's face. Fire appeared in the monster's mouth. The young man tensely clenched his teeth. The monster spewed a wave of fire, which was immediately cut by the sword. The player landed on his feet. A smile shone on his face. Many reviews appeared. From the very beginning of the raid, the user was very focused. Despite the fact that this boss was the first time he met, he managed to feel the same pleasure of passing the main plot, which had already been forgotten since Milligat. A huge scorpion stood in front of the warrior. Thanks to these memories, he was able to feel a huge surge of strength. Covered in beads of sweat, the protagonist realized that he had spent his last mana on an attack, while victory in the raid directly depends on its amount. Frightened, his eyes widened, he tried to figure out how to restore it. Pulling his hair, Tenny said that 3 hours had already passed. Waving his paw, the bear said that he would start to rebel. Looking at the dragon, Cannon said that he would soon die. Huge experience in raids helped him understand this. The monster trembled, opening its mouth. The monster flew into the air. The audience assumed that the boss wanted to escape to recover. Looking up, the guy said that the enemy was not going to escape. The dragon spread its wings above the ground. The final phase began. His eyes lit up. The flap of his wing caused a strong gust of wind. The monster abruptly headed towards the ground, creating a whirlwind around itself. The pet raised his eyebrows in shock. The monster crashed into the ground. The young man covered his face with his hands, protecting himself from the stones flying at him. 2 eyes sparkled in the cloud of dust. The boss raised his paws up. Tenny asked his master to call him back. The dragon rose into the air, destroying the ground beneath him. The monster began to rush from side to side, leaving a trail of energy behind it. Hitting his master on the back of the head, the bear asked why the enemy had suddenly become so fast. All bosses in the game have their own strategy. They have an attack pattern and weak points. People have always been interested in unraveling them. Rock fragments fell to the ground. The player looked up carefully. Noticing how exactly the rocks were destroyed, he focused on understanding the movements of the monster. The reptile pounced on him from behind. The protagonist looked back. The boss closed his jaws, destroying the ground. His pupils narrowed. With his mouth open, the dragon could not understand where the enemy was. Kanchan jumped into the air, appearing right above him. Looking down, the boy said that the enemy's weak point was on the neck and asked the bear to use his abilities. A bright lightning pierced the monster's body. The monster opened its mouth wide in pain. A notification said that the desert dragon was in a state of shock and could not move. The young man pushed off the rock. The stone under his feet cracked. The player decided to put all his remaining mana into the blow. His sword glowed. A ball of blue energy bounced off the rock. The pet was in the air. An energy vortex headed towards the confused boss. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist wished him death. The dragon stuck out his tongue when the energy pierced his neck. Kanhan landed on his feet, cutting the monster's neck in half. The monster bared its fangs, flashing red eyes. Notifications reported that for killing Apophis, experience points were received, a new level, several new titles and skills. The guy plunged his sword into the ground. Opening his mouth, he greedily gulped air, happy that he managed to kill the boss and that now he could relax. Having had to keep an eye on the desert dragon for 3 hours, Tenny happily raised his paws, running towards his master. Kicking him in the face, the bear declared that he was not going to take part in such fights anymore. Enthusiastic reviews appeared. Lying on the ground, the young man said that he completely forgot that the stream was going on now. The player spread his arms and asked if he could answer lying down. More and more comments appeared. Donations began to come in. The pet asked if his owner was not going to answer his viewers. Squinting, the main character said that he was too tired. A silver wreath with the inscription "Victory" appeared in the air. The duration of the solo raid was 3.5 hours. Walking through the desert, Kanchan thanked the viewers for their support. Frowning, he was indignant that he had to watch the monster for 3 whole hours. But the reward was worth it. A bracelet was shining on his hand. A notification said that the heart of the desert dragon is a unique artifact. The guy decided to finish with the rewards and go rest. 2 people were walking along the sand. Hearing someone's voice, the young man looked back. Seeing a group of people in front of him, he thanked the fans for coming here. The man in the hood said that they were not fans. Frowning, the blonde explained that the Mono Guild had an offer for a max-level noob. Hearing that he was being invited to join the guild, the player's eyes widened in surprise. He stood in front of the Mono Guild members, pondering the offer. The protagonist asked if this was really a guild. Clenching his fist, the leader indignantly asked how it was possible not to know about one of the largest guilds. Scratching his ear, Kanchan realized that these were indeed not fans in front of him, and asked where their manners were, because the fact that their guild was one of the largest did not give them the right to communicate so rudely. Passing by them, the guy said that he did not care about guilds, and asked them to go back to their cave. The man asked if he was really being refused. Blocking the young man's path, the guild members declared that they had no other choice. The warriors raised their swords up. Frowning, the player wondered if they were trying to kill him and thought that he was too tired to fight even though their equipment was only level 110. Standing on a cliff, the purple-haired man asked if the noob was in trouble. The protagonist looked up at him. The stranger jumped off the cliff. Landing between the opponents, the stranger was happy that he could be of use. The man put his hand to his chest and bowed. Opening one eye, he introduced himself as an overseer from the Nazar company. Kanhan opened his mouth in surprise and asked what that meant. The guy slammed his fist into his palm, realizing that it was Kyle's man. Junho explained that their company provides assistance to top clients when they are in trouble. Guildmaster Mono asked who he was. Looking to the side, the overseer realized that their dear client needed help. Turning to the guild members, the man suggested that they come to an agreement and disperse peacefully. The warrior said that they had some business. Pointing at the opponents, the leader ordered them to stop chatting and kill them. Scratching the back of his head, Junho was upset that they could not resolve this issue without weapons. Taking out a dagger from behind his back, the overseer promised the client to deal with everything himself. Seeing the approaching enemies, he realized that there were 9 of them and that they needed to be dealt with in 3 minutes to save precious time. The knight raised his eyebrows in confusion. At that moment, the man dealt him several precise blows. Squinting slyly, Junho quipped that he did not even feel how it happened. The guild leader opened his mouth and asked what happened. The overseer approached him. Noticing the blade in his hands, the player in the robe jumped back to dodge. The enemy's hand immediately grabbed his neck. The other guild members watched with concern as their captain was being strangled. The man said he had heard a lot about their guild. The blade of a dagger flashed in his hands. He wondered how long the guild members would last without their leader. People's mouths opened in fear. Standing aside and watching the fight, the young man was surprised that Nazar had sent such a strong overseer to him. His movements were incredible. Junho swung his blades. Frowning tensely, the player realized that his level was much higher and that he should not be fought. The man with the huge beads was grabbed by the throat. Looking back, the overseer thought that the client must have been waiting for him for a long time. The bodies of the defeated enemies were evaporating around him. The protagonist said that he had excellent skills. Throwing the enemy's body to the side, the man was embarrassed by such words. Kanhyun asked what his level was. Throwing his jacket over his shoulder, Junho answered that he was level 170. The heroes stood opposite each other. The guy assumed that he must have a rank and that people with a rank should not do such work. The overseer replied that the level would not feed him and his family. A smile appeared on his face. The wind fluttered his jacket. The man explained that he would be kicked out of the house if he played games and could not even earn enough for baby food. The young man nodded in understanding. He was amazed that this man did not stop playing even in marriage. Sand rose above the desert. Junho said that he was truly happy in his marriage. A few days later, the heroes walked under the scorching sun. Imagining a bunch of evil goblins, the player realized that there was no point in looking for the TMA tribe. Because several days had passed since the raid on the dragon, and there were only goblins around, it was also impossible to find the rebels. The protagonist hoped that they would find something at Lake Brian. Sticking out his tongue, Tenny complained about being summoned in such heat. Hearing that his master was simply bored walking alone, the bear raised his eyebrows in surprise. Enraged, the pet kicked the young man, not believing that this was the only reason. The angry beast asked how many more times he would be summoned for nothing and why his strength was being wasted. Falling to the ground, Kanhyun said that he was really bored because he did not have his own guild. He saw someone's footprints in the sand. They stretched into the distance across the desert. Lights lit up in the night city. Shocked, wide-eyed, the Chinese arena streamer asked why he would no longer be sponsored. The man on the line explained that this was an order from management and asked the interlocutor to remove the ad. Putting his hand to the window, Tian said that he did not need money, but an ad for Porsche. The company representative apologized and said that their organization would be better served by an advertising face using the nickname Noob at the maximum level. The guy raised his eyebrows in confusion. Smashing his phone on the floor, the young man asked if he really wasn't suitable. Frowning, the player asked how the company dared to say that Noob was better than him. The man sitting behind him asked if they were really talking about a noob at the maximum level. Raising his hand, the man remembered that this person had won 100 duels in a row not long ago. Turning to him, the streamer said that Porsche had terminated his contract with him. Luce asked if they really wanted to sign a contract with Noob. Grinning, he was surprised by such a decision and the fact that Porsche had no taste, and offered to resolve this issue on his own. Putting his hands in his pants pockets, Tian said that he would be grateful if his comrade's guild would come forward and asked if he needed to send his guys. Raising his glasses, the man said that there was no need to do so. Putting on his glasses, the representative of the largest guild in the arena explained that he would decide for everyone himself and quickly deal with the competitor. At this time, the protagonist approached the place where the tracks ended. Calling up a status window in front of him, Kanhyun assumed that this was a mirage, as in the case of the cactus. A warning appeared in front of the rock, clarifying whether the user wanted to enter the rebel camp. The heroes entered inside. In front of them was a small settlement. The guy was surprised, since usually the camps were captured castles or villages. Seeing a huge amount of weapons in the cart, the young man wondered if they were really going to start a war. He asked why the quest was still active and suggested that there was something else to do. The man in the turban approached him and asked what was going on. The player remembered that they had come here without weapons. The stranger raised his eyebrows in surprise when he noticed Tenny. The bear hid behind the owner. The rebel asked if it was Adele, the disciple of Master Felion. The protagonist thought that he was familiar with this name. A memory of a huge monster bearing its fangs flashed through his head. At that moment, an arrow pierced the body of a man in a robe. It was the dark mage with whom the squad had fought. Closing the mouth of his pet, Kanhyun confirmed the man's words and said that it was his creation, the Chimera Pepe. The man in the turban remembered that Felion had spoken of him. The guy hit Tenny when he tried to say his real name and reported that they had come to see the mentor. Heading deeper into the camp, the rebel said that the leader was examining the chimeras right now and would be glad to see his student. The young man was glad that Adele was useful to them. The pet bit and pushed him, trying to prove that his name was not Pepe. There was a watchtower on the white building. The lookout stood at its top. Holding the crystal ball in his hands, the old man asked if it was still unclear whether the Holy Lands would intervene or not. The voice from the ball confirmed it. Grinning, the Black Archmage decided that they needed to adjust their plans and gather all the black mages from the south. The man on the tower said that the Lord of the Rift Castle supported them and in 3 days they would send a signal to send out. The warriors standing below shuddered when they were asked how the preparations were going. The man replied that there was no need to worry about it because they had many undead and chimeras. The living dead stood in orderly rows. The leader wished them luck. Someone was watching him from the stairs. Noticing someone's presence, Felion looked back, releasing a purple skull in the direction of the unknown. The old man asked who was there. The skulls flew above the stairs of the watchtower. The black archmage watched them, placing his hand on the railing. Looking at the skull that flew towards him, he said that he felt someone's gaze and assumed that he was just imagining it. The protagonist ran along the street of the camp. The notification said that information about the uprising was received. Grinning, Kanhan thought that he almost got caught and realized that the Lord of Rafah was a traitor. The guy thought that 3 days was a very short time. Someone came out from around the corner of the house. The young man collided with a red-bearded man. The heroes fell to the ground. The stranger complained of back pain. 2 guards standing nearby asked what the noise was. Looking around, the player wondered what to do now. The man noticed a sword in his hands. Putting his hand on the hilt of the sword, the guard asked the intruder to show his face. The guy realized that he would have to fight. Suddenly, someone's hand grabbed his head. Pressing him to the ground, the red-haired stranger apologized and explained that his student accidentally dropped their weapon. Looking at him, the guard concluded that he was a dwarf from the weapons workshop. Turning away from them, the rebel asked them to be quiet so that he would not have to be distracted from his work. With tears in his eyes, the protagonist was surprised that the NPC had just protected him. Looking down at him, the man asked where he got this sword from. There was a fire burning in the furnace. The heroes were standing in the forge opposite each other. Taking the sword in his hands, the stranger said that he made it with his own hands and was surprised that they met again. Kanhan concluded that he was kidnapped and sent here to create weapons. Smiling widely, the dwarf answered in the affirmative and said that the boy almost got caught himself. Sensing a new quest, the guy raised his eyebrows and said that he came here as a spy from the side hostile to the rebels. Hearing the offer of help in escaping, the weaponsmith closed his eyes and said that it would be great. His student looked at him indignantly. The boy whispered why they didn't just wait for the rebels to let them go. The man frowned in displeasure and asked if the student really believed their captors, who would probably exploit them until their death. The stranger slammed the table and agreed to escape and decided to take all of his charges with him. A new quest window appeared with its description. Mentally licking his lips with joy, the young man declared that he would do everything, and inwardly he was indignant that the reward for the quest would be a quest chain. At the same time, the Yuzmount Empire, the sun was shining on the house. The master of the Phoenix Guild was sitting at the table, with her deputy standing behind her. On the other side of the table were representatives of the New World Guild. Sitting in front of them, Griffin asked if they really offered to go through the quest together. Seokjin confirmed this and asked how many more times this had to be repeated. Raising her hands, the girl explained that the contents of the main plot were kept secret even within the guilds themselves, and the Phoenix Guild was one step behind, so she didn't understand why the New World Guild would need this. Scratching his nose with his finger, the master replied that the gap with the other guilds was even greater, so they needed to unite. Throwing Snot forward, the man asked if Phoenix needed a max-level noob. The leader warned that they would take the guy with them. The girls looked in shock at the lump of slime that had fallen on the table. Seokjin's eyes flashed red, asking if they understood what was behind his words. Frowning, Griffin thought that her interlocutor wanted to start a war between the guilds and that they would end if a max-level noob joined the New World Guild. Hearing a positive answer, the man scratched the back of his head in surprise, thinking that Phoenix should have fought for him. The news of the collaboration between the guilds became a hot topic of discussion in the arena community, with headlines appearing one after another, causing speculation and undisguised interest, many assuming that by uniting, both guilds had established some kind of monopoly on the completion of the main story. But the next day, one video shocked the arena even more. Youngwoo approached the master lying on the hammock and asked if he had seen the video in the community. Hearing that it was about a max-level noob, Seokjin raised his eyebrows in surprise. In the video, the main character saluted and greeted his viewers. Putting his hand to his chin, Kanghyun said that he was completing the quests of the main story and wanted to show his concern for the completion of players who are not good enough for it. Smiling, the guy said that he had something for them. Hearing that he wanted to share information about the quests, the men looked at the screen in shock. The young man asked everyone who was interested to come to the Reef Castle in 3 days. The master of the New World smiled and was surprised that Noob was willing to share information about the main scenario so easily. Putting up 3 fingers, the player repeated his words. The guild leader thought that this video was very strange, but decided that it would be interesting. The sun illuminated the snow-white castle. Crossing his legs, the emperor asked if his subordinate managed to find anything. The protagonist reported that he had found the location of the rebel camp, his tight pants shining. Bowing as low as possible, Kanhan said that the enemies were hiding near Lake Bryant, and the entrance to the camp was blocked by magic. and added that he felt better thanks to the Emperor. Remembering how they said goodbye to the gunsmith in the desert, the guy said that he helped the dwarves who were in captivity escape, and thus the rebels' weapons supplies were reduced. Introducing the man near the castle, the young man reported that the Lord of the Reef had an agreement with the rebels and that they planned to gather at the castle in 3 days. The Emperor smiled upon hearing this information. He was glad that his subordinate had managed to cope with this, unlike other adventurers. The notification reported the successful completion of the quest. Looking at his hands, the player realized that his body had become lighter. Looking down at him, the Emperor stated that he had one order left. Bowing his head, he asked his subordinate to help Aldred stop the uprising in the west. The Defender quest window appeared, the reward for which would be a unique item. Leaning on his fist, the protagonist accepted the task, glad that this was the last quest. The Masters of the Phoenix and the New World looked in different directions. It was an alliance of 2 powerful guilds. Sitting at the computer table, Kanchan understood why this man was so strong. The Masters were standing in front of the castle with the blue flag. They both received quests in the south, while the guy was standing next to the castle with the red flag, located in the west. Clutching his head, the young man wondered how it was possible to complete a quest on his own, which according to the level is supposed to be for an entire guild. Suddenly, his mouth fell open. Scratching his chin, the player came up with the right way. It occurred to him to take advantage of his popularity. Under his latest video, more than 100,000 views were collected. Comments from people who decided to go to the Reef Castle appeared out of thin air. The news that a noob of the maximum level would share information about the main plot quickly spread in the arena community. Along with this, his popularity increased. The figure indicating the number of views continued to grow. Exactly 3 days later, the player personally saw the power of his own popularity. An inscription appeared indicating that more than 200,000 people watched it. Surprised that this number had doubled, the main character raised his hand and greeted his subscribers. New comments from interested people appeared in front of him. Kanchan said that he would tell them about the main plot quest. Entering the Sand City, he said that this was absolutely true and that today there would be a siege in the Reef Castle that would need to be fought off. Summoning a status window in front of him, the guy added that he could not show the quest due to the rules of the game and offered to go through it with his subscribers so that it would not be boring. New reviews would appear. Smiling slyly, the young man decided that the public really liked the content and that everything was going according to plan. The sun was shining over the castle. The player decided to start the main plot quest right now. There were corpses of rebels in the room. Leading a huge army, Aldred asked how his comrade, who was entrusted with the castle by the Emperor, could unite with traitors. Ramon held his sword in front of him and said that they should open their eyes and stop trusting the Emperor. The 2 armies rushed to attack. The protagonist watched them, putting on 3D glasses and eating popcorn. The commentators were surprised by his behavior. The knights clashed with each other right in front of his eyes. Holding a bucket of popcorn in his hands, Kanchan thought that even though this was a script, it was still interesting to watch. Aldred cut the air with his sword. He was simply magnificent in battle. The guy decided that if this continued, it would end in his victory. Ramon gritted his teeth in displeasure. The Lord of the Rift Castle rushed forward, shouting the name of the enemy. Approaching the knight captain, the man stated that it would be better if he did not exist. Their swords crossed. Aldred stated that if he did not exist, then someone else would be in his place. Striking his opponent on the sword, Ramon asked how long he was going to pretend to be a fighter for justice. The man frowned menacingly when he was told that he would have to do the same. Swinging his sword, the knight captain threw the enemy's weapon away. Raising his sword for another blow, Aldred urged the enemy not to even think about such things. A powerful blow cut the body of the Lord of the Rift Castle. Blood gushed from his mouth. His body fell to the ground. The man stated that the enemy would not dare to even pronounce the name of the Emperor. The boy applauded him in admiration. Turning to him, the knight captain thanked him and asked why he had such a strange mask on his face. The young man explained that it was because of his religious beliefs. The commentators laughed. Aldred frowned sternly and said that they had defeated the first squad and that only the undead squads remained. He extended his hand and asked the player for help to defend Rift's castle together. The protagonist realized that it was his turn. At the same time, in the vicinity of Rift's castle, a young swordsman held his sword in front of him and asked what was going on. Gritting his teeth, the warrior asked where these monsters came from. The skeletons plunged their swords into him. The horde of undead moved forward along with catapults. The knights stood on the fortress wall. Looking towards the desert, they noticed something. A flag appeared behind the dunes. An army of monsters came out from afar. Countless undead were approaching the castle. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. Noticing that there were too many of them, he scratched the back of his head. Turning to his comrade, Kanchan asked how they could deal with so many enemies. Aldred asked if he had any doubts about their victory. The man explained that they just needed to buy time until Duke Lebron's knights arrived. Placing his hands on the fence, the boy said that this was not what he was afraid of. Smiling, the young man said that they had another problem. Lowering his head, the player said that he did not think there would be so many undead. Looking at the huge number of other players, he hoped that they would not take all his loot. The knights smiled in anticipation of the battle. The monsters held their swords in front of them, with a dragon behind them. Two armies met in front of the reef castle. The arena main plot quest began. The protagonist grinned widely. Skeletons came out from behind the sand dunes. Aldred struck with his sword. Looking back, the captain of the knights shouted that he needed help. The mages raised their hands and summoned magic circles to help their commander. Explosions began to resound across the battlefield. Looking at them, the man realized that there were still too many enemies. A new army was approaching from afar. Despite the help of the mages, nothing had changed. Instead of rebels, the undead were fighting. Aldred hoped that they would hold out until the knights arrived. The man behind him raised his hand. A pillar of holy light appeared in front of him. Pushing the knight captain aside, the players declared that they had come to hunt. Gathering around the dead skeleton, they began to discuss who this prey belonged to. Having pounced on the ghoul, the blonde decided that he could go up 2 levels. The man looked ahead in shock as players ran past him, preparing to kill all the monsters. With his mouth open in amazement, Aldred asked what was going on. A huge elephant with a palanquin on its back came out of the desert. Sitting in a chair, Felion asked what was going on here and who all these people were. According to the plan, the occupation of the Rift Castle should have gone smoothly thanks to the help of Lord Ramon. Looking at the explosions thundering everywhere, the leader of the undead asked how they could have known about the siege. The old man clenched his teeth in anger. The Black Archmage ordered his subordinate to get rid of them. The man jumped from the elephant to the ground. The dark magicians chanted spells in an unknown language. A purple haze appeared around them. The knight pierced the body of the ghoul with a sword. Wiping his chin, the player thought that the quests of the main plot were too easy. Magic circles appeared under the feet of the people. A huge hand appeared from there and grabbed the blonde. A giant monster crawled out to the surface. The knight asked for help. The monster squeezed the hand, crushing him. The players opened their mouths in shock. Someone asked what was going on here. Many huge chimeras appeared in the desert. Someone cut the sand with a sword. The ogre turned around. Aldred immediately hit him with a sword. The knights called out to their leader, landing on their feet. The man said that he would hold him off while his subordinates dealt with the rest. The ogre grabbed an allied lizard with his hand. The monster swung it with all its might to strike. The serpent struck the warriors like a whip. Rushing forward, the captain of the knights called on the enemy to fight only him. His sword left many cuts on the enemy. The fighter jumped back, not lowering his weapon. Opening his mouth and breathing heavily, Aldred thought about what he should do. Only a little time had passed since the beginning of the fight, but he was already exhausted. The monster pounced on him, swinging the serpent. Holding his sword in front of him like a shield, the man decided that he had to do everything possible to prevent the reef castle from falling. He needed to hold back the onslaught of enemies. The ogre hit the ground with all his might. The dragon's body disintegrated into blue particles. A cloud of dust rose above the place of impact. Holding the broken sword above him, the knight captain trembled. Frowning, the warrior declared that as long as he was here, the enemy would not dare to even touch the castle. The monster pointed its fist at him. Unlike normal arena players who could come back to life a large number of times, NPCs did not have such an option. Therefore, death was the end for NPCs. Mentally apologizing to the Emperor, Aldred held out his sword in front of him. Someone's strong blow cut off the monster's arm. The man looked up in shock. He looked to the side. The protagonist jumped into the air and asked his comrade to step aside. Tenny praised his master. Having cut off the monster's leg, Kanan declared that he had come to replace the knight captain. The monster immediately fell on its back. The guy swung his sword for the decisive blow. From the powerful attack, the ogre's body rose into the air. A hole gaped in his chest. The warrior opened his mouth in surprise. His death was planned in this quest of the main plot. Standing on the body of the defeated enemy, the young man opened the status window, asking what his friend's defense was. Now the arena began to create a new scenario for his future. Aldred looked at the adventurer with incredible skills who saved his life. The blade of the sword flashed on the player's shoulder. It was impossible not to respect him. The new hero, who was born before the man's eyes, licked his lips greedily, happy to receive a new level and the conditions of the quest. He shouted that the chimera belonged to him. With a confused look, the captain of the knights thanked him for saving him. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened in amazement and warned his comrade about the danger. A silhouette of a man appeared above the player's head. A powerful wave of energy almost struck him. The Black Archmage himself towered in the sky. Pointing his finger at the ground, Felion said that he never thought that he would have to personally deal with the opponents. His green eyes emitted a glow. A notification said that he was at an unknown level. The old man wished death to his enemies. Looking up, the protagonist realized that he was in front of an awakened man. Gritting his teeth, he decided that this battle would be difficult. A notification said that there was almost an hour and a half left before the arrival of the Knights of Kion. The essence of the story quest defense of the Reef Castle was written on the scroll. The characters stood on a chessboard. In this quest, according to Lebron's plan, players must defend the Reef Castle from the attack of the undead and rebels. The knights smiled widely, but everything went wrong. When there were more players than expected, the arena system quickly began to make edits to the plot. The system took fairly simple measures. The living dead bared their teeth. The reinforcement for the rebel side was made in real time. Holding out his hand, the leader of the undead called his opponent stupid. Looking back, the protagonist said that his friend could go. Aldred apologized and said that he would only interfere in this state. Turning away from his comrade, the man promised to give him something after the battle was over. Kanchan realized that there was a hidden reward in the quest. Opening his mouth in anger, Felion turned to the captain of the knights. Launching several fireballs in his direction, the Black Archmage said that the enemy would not be able to escape. Suddenly, a barrier appeared in front of him, protecting him from a surprise attack. Swinging his sword, the guy shouted that the enemy would not succeed because he would need to take his reward. Looking at him, the old man remembered that this was the man who killed his chimera, Lazier, and asked if the boy really thought he could defeat him. The young man was surprised that all black mages give their monsters such cute names. Summoning a clot of energy in his hand, Felion decided to do what was destined. Bony hands that appeared from under the ground grabbed the player by the leg. Seeing the skeletons that appeared from under the ground, Tenny warned the owner about them. The protagonist realized that this was the enemy's skill. Jumping off his shoulder, the bear said that they would meet later. His owner asked where he was going. Cannon tensely clenched his teeth. A powerful explosion of energy sounded on the ground. The Black Archmage smiled widely. At the same moment, the smile disappeared from his face. The knight parried the blow with his shield. The enemy asked who he was. Seeing a max-level noob ahead, enthusiastic people ran to him. Spreading his paws to the sides, the pet asked where so many people were coming from. The players thanked their idol for such an interesting quest and promised to send donations on the next broadcast. Many warriors gathered around the young man to protect him. Tenny grabbed his owner by the hair. The player was glad that his subscribers came here. He raised his sword above his head. After his call to follow him, people raised their clenched fists and their weapons. Smiling broadly and blushing, the main character thought that this was the charm of the game according to the main plot. A short time after the start of the battle, it became obvious that the enemy was starting to give up their positions. Felion put his hand in front of him. Kanchan warned that the projectile was in front of the defenders. The warriors raised their shields in front of him. The attack was blocked. Looking back, the guy shouted that this was their chance. The attack group opened fire on the enemy's protective barrier. Seeing bright flashes in front of him, the Black Archmage wondered why they worked so harmoniously. He realized that it was all because of the leader. The young man pointed his hand forward and called on his comrades to prepare for defense, and those who ran out of mana to use elixirs. The old man realized that he first needed to deal with the masked leader. Grinning, the player thought that playing with a group was indeed easier. The leader of the undead army thought that he did not want to go so far. Runic inscriptions appeared on his hand. Felion shouted that if the opponents were trying to defeat him with numbers, then he had no choice but to answer them in kind. A huge magic circle appeared on the ground. Seeing the summoned giants, Tenny asked if it wasn't dangerous. The monsters surrounded the squad of players. Their leader said that this army of chimeras was created to overthrow the emperor. Hearing the call to kill the opponents, the orc swung his fist. The warriors jumped back when the monster hit the ground. Taking a fighting stance, the protagonist was surprised by this turn of events. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him. Kanchan's eyes widened in shock. The monster loomed over him. A group of chimeras surrounded him from all sides. Someone's silhouette was visible on a high dune. The unknown person swung his sword, and at the same moment, he cut the air with it. A bright wave of energy rolled across the entire battlefield, piercing the skeletons and leaving a trail behind. Felion's body was cut in half. Squinting, the Black Archmage managed to think that this was impossible. The orcs began to turn into sand. The guy thought that this happened just in time, otherwise they would have died. Lebron put his sword in its sheath. Now the young man knew how strong the best knight of the empire was. Raising his hand, the commander addressed his subordinates. Hearing the order to deal with the enemies, the cavalry rushed forward. The barely alive old man lay on the sand. Putting his head on the side, Felion declared that this was far from the end. Spitting out a clot of blood, he called himself the Servant of Death. The player poked him with a sword. The Black Archmage asked what the adventurer was doing. Scratching his chin, the protagonist was surprised that he was not given a reward for the last blow. After the appearance of the Imperial Knights, the event began to come to an end. Kion's warriors led by Lebron quickly finished off all the rebels. The bodies of the enemies disintegrated into blue particles. With the help of their powers, they once again proved that they were the best knights of the empire. A few minutes later, Imperial flags were raised everywhere, fluttering in the wind, and the main plot quest ended with the victory of the empire. A notification appeared about the successful completion of the task to protect the Reef Castle. The protagonist was sitting on the fortress wall. He was disappointed with the reward for the quest. In his hands was a broken knife. The notification said that it was an unidentified item in an unfinished state. Some time ago, Aldred handed it over and said that he found it in his youth while traveling through the Imperial lands. The dwarves told him that this item was perfect. Kanhan called the knight captain greedy. The guy was glad that he managed to raise his level and turned around when someone approached him. Having changed into casual clothes, Lebron approached his friend and said that it was not in vain that he believed in him. Stopping, the knight expressed confidence that the emperor would also be pleased. The young man said that he did what was necessary. Sitting on the fortress wall, the commander said that in the south they also carried out a purge of dark mages and that there was a man nicknamed the Monk. The player remembered that this was a man from the New World Guild and concluded that they were also succeeding in completing the main plot quest. The man turned to the interlocutor when he was asked why he came here. LeBron coughed into his clenched fist and said that he had a special offer. The knight offered his comrade to become his apprentice. The protagonist turned to him. A bead of sweat ran down his tense face. The commander closed his eyes. A notification asked if the user wanted to choose an unknown occupation. Raising his hand, the man repeated his question. Kanchan looked confused when the notification appeared. The leader of the Imperials sat in the lotus position. The boy thought about how he had no way to even imagine what kind of occupation he would get. But given the strength and influence of this man, there was probably a title hidden there that many had not even heard of. Deciding not to miss such an opportunity, the young man agreed. LeBron smiled happily and said that this was a reasonable answer. Amidst the bright light, many notifications popped up stating that all of the user's stats had been increased, that a new title had been received, increasing attack and defense by 10%, and new skills Magnus and Magic Collapse. Upon seeing the notifications, the player's mouth dropped open, surprised by how much his stats had increased. Looking at his mentor, the protagonist asked if they would give him any items, as he wanted to get not only passive skills, but also something active. Looking at his fingers covered in energy, the knight captain said that they didn't need it, as they always relied on magic. Raising his hand, the man said that he had received a powerful force and decided to demonstrate it. At that moment, a piece of the fortress wall split. Holding his hand out in front of him, Lebron said that his student would also be able to cut whole bricks with just a wave of his finger if he trained hard. The commander said that their task was complete and that they would begin training after meeting His Majesty. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and agreed. Smiling, the emperor said that he already knew everything. Spreading his arms, he praised his subordinate for his excellent work and bravery, which Aldred had told him about. Something sparkled brightly in Kanchan's hands. The emperor noticed that the boy had become Lebron's student and expressed confidence that he would be able to cope with the training. Looking at the student, Lebron turned to His Highness and asked if he was really ready to give away something so valuable. In the hands of the young man was an ancient ring. The notice said that it was a treasure of the Kyon Knights of a unique class, which gives many useful effects. The captain said that this ring was given by the former leader of the knights. Waving his hand, the emperor said that he did not need it, especially since this was his comrade's first student. The man smiled happily, the player's mouth wide open in surprise. He realized that he was seeing such an amazing item in the arena for the first time. An elixir, parchment, and ring appeared in the air. Only consumables increased the amount of skills and experience gained. Before that, it was hard to even imagine that there was a thing that increases the speed of obtaining both. Crying with joy, the protagonist thought that this was truly an imperial level. Hearing gratitude, the representatives of the empire looked at him. After that, training was supposed to begin. The castle gates were closed. The heroes stood opposite each other with swords in their hands. Lebron asked what his student knew about using mana. His sword lit up with blue fire. Smiling, the man asked if the warrior could use his mana on other items without any problems. The protagonist picked up the glowing sword and asked if this was how it should be done. Grinning, Kanchan realized that he was just being tested and thought that using mana was his element. The correct use of mana is to direct it along a certain trajectory. An image of a road appeared along which the flow follows. The game with balance was to correctly direct the mana so that it does not jump to another. The boy asked if that was all. Frowning, the captain of the knights answered negatively and was surprised that there were such geniuses among the adventurers. The commander decided to start the next lesson. There were dummies on the training ground. Lebron looked around and explained that this was a secret technique that was passed on only to knights. Gritting his teeth, he asked the student to watch him carefully. The man cut the air in front of him. A gust of wind rushed towards the mannequin. At the same moment, the scarecrow was cut in half. The heroes saw how its upper half fell to the ground. The young man opened his mouth in amazement and mentally asked what was happening. The mentor made a wide swing, but only one scarecrow fell, standing in the middle. The knight captain closed his eyes and asked if the student could do it. The player raised his sword in front of him. His body trembled, and the commander yawned. Seeing that nothing was happening, Lebron closed his eyes and laughed. The protagonist spread his arms and asked to teach him something. Wiping away a tear, the man explained that the student was excellent at using mana, so this technique would be very easy to learn, but he lacked the will. Will is contained in desire, and desire is thoughts and aspirations, so the knight needs to draw the movement of mana, which should come straight from the heart. Kanchan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Squeezing the hilt of the sword, the guy decided that he needed to draw it longer and faster to increase its power. The young man closed his eyes to accumulate mana. The beam flew straight, ignoring the labyrinth. The mana moved evenly, balancing on the desired path. The player depicted its path from the source, passing through his heart, to the target. He imagined his sword reaching a standing mannequin. The image was blurry. The guy made it clearer with willpower. The drawing acquired colors and a full-fledged look. Something caught fire in the protagonist's chest. A stream of mana pierced the scarecrow through. LeBron smiled widely. Putting his sword on his shoulder, Kanchan asked if his mentor saw it. The man was surprised that his student was so skilled. It was dark in the cave. The man hit the monster standing in front of him. Striking one blow after another, the knight wished death on his enemy. His comrades looked at each other. One of them concluded that the chairman was in a bad mood today. The man suggested that something happened to Lushe, his sworn brother. Frowning, Tian wondered how his friend dared to refuse him after everything that happened. Lushe put his hand on his neck and said that he did not want to ruin his image and would not help, despite the fact that the max level noob became more popular. The Chinese streamer pressed on the body of the dead enemy. The player standing behind him called out to him. Scratching his head, the guy said that there was no need to worry so much and suggested publicly humiliating noob during the stream. Tian asked what he was talking about. Hearing that he could ask the booster to do it, the streamer raised his eyebrows in surprise. Cleo raised his swords. He is the best dual swordsman, occupying one of the highest places in the ranking with his dual swords. The warrior said that if he was paid, the maximum level noob would definitely lose. The leader's mouth fell open in shock. Grinning, Tian concluded that money solves everything. Turning away from his comrade, the commander ordered him to contact the ranker immediately. Smiling madly, the streamer decided that it was time to deal with the competitor. In the forest there was a swamp. Clutching the owner's leg, Tenny asked if he was not scared. The guy asked him not to worry. The bear asked how not to worry in such a situation. Many swamp monsters were approaching them. They surrounded the heroes from all sides. The pet asked why the owner was fighting swamp monsters. Smiling, the young man asked if it was not obvious. He needed to test his skills. The tip of the sword lit up. The player struck all the monsters standing around him. The notification said that experience was awarded for the victory. Jumping up, Tenny admired the magical power of the owner. The main character laughed, raising his nose. Looking at the status window, he said that he was level 84 and that now the hunt would go much faster. Raising the sword in front of him, Kanchan said that he would like to film it on video, but it was better to leave this idea for better times. Scratching his chin, the guy thought about what he needed to do on the broadcast. The bear asked to share his ideas with him. His owner said that he had finished the main plot quest, and there would be a long break until the next one. The young man grinned and suggested working on that content, and the pet asked to go into more detail. A blue sky hung over the main office of Nazar. Jamie's mouth dropped open in surprise. Holding a notebook in his hands, he asked how long Kyle would wear his mask. The man replied that he would do so until he heard an opinion on his plan. The director thought about the battle of the two masks. His colleague raised his hands and explained that he had specifically made this plan for the broadcasts that would be produced, and that this content would be good for them for a whole year. Hearing that his boss didn't think so, Kyle's eyes widened in surprise and he asked if they would really abandon the plan. Putting the notebook on the table, Jamie decided that this would be enough for 2 years. Looking at his comrade, the director called him a good man. The man replied that it was not his idea. Then his boss asked who it belonged to, because this person needed to be paid well. Hearing that this was Noob's max level idea that he uses on his streams, the chairman's mouth dropped open in amazement. Introducing the battle of two players, Kyle said that he was also surprised, but the battle of two masks is clickbait and a show in which unknown people fight each other, and the viewers do not know who is hiding under the masks. Jamie said that Noob never ceases to amaze them. Clenching his fist, the man reminded that their channel will soon have free time, and suggested giving it to the battle of two masks. Sun glare was visible in the sky. Kyle said that Nazar would be able to post edited videos from live streams, and suggested giving the editing to Ellis, who had already worked on Noob's videos. After that, active work on new content began, and at the same time, the main character struck a blow to the man in the mask. Continuing to work on content for streams, Kanchan raised his sword above himself and said that this was his 9th victory in a row. Enthusiastic reviews appeared. The enemy's body disintegrated into particles. Now every third player wore a mask. Winking, the guy concluded that this was proof that he was getting fans. The commentators confirmed this. Spreading his arms, the young man was glad that his subscribers were improving their skills with him. The viewers assumed that these were just boosters. Behind the level 1 bear that defeated the newcomer, there was a level 100 player. Boosters were the main culprits of the inconsistency of the game balance, who receive money and access to the account of the client who needs to increase the rank. The player remembered how Yeonchan raised his finger and said that there were a lot of such people at all ranks in the game. Lowering his head, the main character was upset that these were not his fans. The viewers supported him in the comments. Blue particles appeared in front of him, meaning the appearance of the next opponent. Kanhyun frowned with displeasure. Another warrior in a mask stood in front of him. The guy was disappointed. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the enemy considered it impossible. He realized that he had met another booster and that he would not be able to earn a silver medal until tomorrow if he lost. The young man rushed at him, swinging his sword. Their swords crossed. Gritting his teeth, the player asked how the booster could reflect his blows. Frowning, the stranger said that he was also a booster. Pushing away the opponent's sword, the protagonist asked how he could insult him with such words. Reflecting blows one after another, the opponent was surprised that there was such a talent among them, because it is very rare to meet such strong players in the community. A thought flashed through his head that this was a real person. Kanchun's eyes widened when he was asked if he was really that noob of the maximum level. The guy jumped back. Scratching his cheek, the young man confirmed it. The stranger said that he was his fan. The player looked extremely shocked by these words. Clenching his fist, the masked man said that he had been watching his streams from the very beginning and asked to take a joint photo. Many reviews appeared. Tenny appeared from the magic circle on the ground. The warrior was surprised by his appearance. Turning to the owner, the bear asked if he was ashamed to challenge him to a one-on-one duel. What happened caused negative reactions. After patting the pet on the head, the stranger called him cute. The protagonist asked if he really was a fan. An Oni mask appeared on his face. He asked to buff him. Many notifications about the activation of various skills appeared. Kanhyun, lit up with energy, asked if his fan was a booster. Tenny ran away. The masked warrior spread his arms, hearing that the streamer needed to punish his fan for inappropriate behavior. Approaching him, the guy said that he had to guide his subscribers on the right path. The stranger asked what they were talking about. Several skill icons appeared. Summoning a cloud of energy in his hand, the young man decided to show real fan service. Putting his hands in front of him, the opponent asked him to stop. A fist immediately flew into his face. Rushing forward, the player threw the booster back. The stranger threw his head back from the blow. His body spun in the air due to the use of Noob's secret weapon, the rebirth blow. Looking at the smoking fist, the main character hoped that his opponent would be reborn as the right player in the next life. Fans supported his decision in the comments. The man was lying on the ground. Raising his sword over him, Kanhyun hoped that his new life would not be the same as the last. Hearing the enemy whisper something, the guy leaned towards him. A smile appeared on his face. The commentators wanted to know what they were talking about. Spreading his arms, the streamer asked the viewers to congratulate this man on his rebirth. Clenching his fist, the young man said that he could not be happier and that he would have to stop leveling up to move on to more important content. He decided to conduct an interview with a former booster. His soul flew out of the stranger's mouth. The heroes were sitting on stumps in the forest. The player decided to start by greeting the viewers. Scratching the back of his head, Hado introduced himself. The commentators recognized him. While Tenny was sitting on a chair and eating meat, his owner asked if his interlocutor was famous and renowned for his skills. The man replied that it was just flattery and that nothing distinguished him from other boosters. The bear bit off a piece of meat, delighting subscribers, answering the question of how many boosters there are in total. The man in the mask replied that there are about 30 who have a gold medal. The player decided that this is less than one might think. Looking away, Hado said that a gold medal opens up many opportunities. Many of them are engaged in streams or become pro players. The commentators asked what his income is. Showing his fingers the OK sign, the main character asked how much boosters earn. The man replied that he takes a large amount because he moves his items to the customer's account. Hearing that the bronze medal, which takes 3 days to obtain, is worth 5 million won, Kanhyun opened his mouth in surprise and asked how much it was per month. The fans decided that being a booster wasn't so bad. Putting his finger forward, the masked man said that there was one condition: since at level 100 you need to upgrade, otherwise it will take a long time to level up. The viewers were surprised that their idol was able to get bronze at level 80. The guy thoughtfully put his hand to his chin. Hado suggested that a streamer could also earn more. The young man shuddered and said that he was not going to become a booster. The commentators laughed. Frowning, the man asked if they could turn off the microphone for a while. The player apologized to the disgruntled viewers and pressed the corresponding button. With a stern frown, the masked man asked if he had any quarrels with Chinese players. The main character said that he did not know any of them. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Hado said that an ad appeared on the Chinese portal about the search for a booster who would attack him. Kanchan pursed his lips in displeasure, not understanding why they needed this. The man said that they found a booster named Cleo, who is very famous and takes a lot of money for his work. This man uses 2 swords at once, so you need to be careful with him. The guy thanked him and said that he did not know what to do in exchange for this information. Raising his hand, the man in the mask said that there was no need to do anything, because he was an ordinary fan. Thoughtfully raising his gaze, the young man thought about what the Chinese players might not like. There were many multi-story buildings in the city. The employee approached the boss and said that the cleaner had already started working on Noob. Grinning, Tian asked if they could trust this man. Putting his fist to his chest, his comrade replied that he was one of the best boosters in the world. The guy reported that Cleo would not use his account and would take a level 140 account with rare equipment. Getting up from the table, the Chinese streamer said that he did not care about it because the main thing was that the work was done. He asked if they could start the stream right now. In the corner of the room there was a capsule for the arena. Smiling madly, the young man offered to enjoy the last minutes of glory of the competitor together. The sun's rays illuminated the city. The protagonist frowned. He asked the player standing in front of him if they were really going to play to delete the account. Grinning, Cleo confirmed this and said that he did not come here to practice. Fans made fun of his appearance in the comments. Kanghan asked, with an angry frown, what kind of disrespectful treatment was this at their first meeting, and thought to himself that something was wrong. The guy assumed that this was the booster that Hado had warned him about, and taking out his swords from their sheaths, the cleaner asked if Noob was scared. Throwing a stern look at him, the young man asked to give him time to think. He wanted to see how much valuable he could get if he won. The man asked why the opponent was staring at him like that. His body was covered in a blue mesh. The price of each element of his equipment appeared. In total, it came to 5,000 gold. Smiling happily, the player said that it was time to start the fight. An arena appeared around them. A notification said that according to the rules, the winner would take everything, and the loser would delete his account. Crossing swords, Cleo said that the noob at the maximum level would end. The protagonist looked at him in bewilderment. Pointing at the enemy, he burst out laughing, and the commentators began to laugh too. Cleaner blushed with embarrassment and ordered his opponent to shut up. Bending him over, Kanchan offered to dance, and the commentators were delighted. The man rushed forward, since he was invited. Booster swung his sword. The guy parried it, holding his weapon out in front of him. 2 swords hit him. Noticing how the enemy skillfully rotated, wielding 2 swords at the same time, the young man realized that due to the centrifugal force, such attacks were faster and more powerful than normal ones. Recognizing his strength, the player called out to the enemy. Cleo's eyes widened in surprise and asked how he knew his name. Having parried another blow, the protagonist asked why the Chinese wanted to kill him. Swinging his sword several times, the cleaner said that he did not know this and that he was just doing his job for money. Kanchan was surprised that the enemy did not know anything. His sword ended up at the enemy's neck. The guy assumed that his customer was probably watching the stream right now. The man tensely clenched his teeth. Summoning a second sword in his hand, the young man realized what level the customer was, judging by the service he ordered. Putting the second sword in front of him, the player offered his opponent to surrender right now because he was also going to fight with 2 swords. The fans were shocked. Booster angrily clenched his teeth. Rushing forward and making an attack, Cleo accused his opponent of excessive arrogance. Blocking blow after blow, the main character decided to try something new. The opponents entered into a fierce battle. Frowning menacingly, the cleaner was surprised that the owner of the 80th level could fight him on equal terms. Flashing red eyes, Kanchan swung his swords. Having repelled a powerful attack, the man noted the masterful use of 2 swords. He tried to hold back the onslaught of the enemy with his weapon. The guy wanted to convey to him the words that a boxer once said. Declaring that one should flutter like a butterfly and sting like a bee, the young man broke through the enemy's defense and brought the blade closer to his face. Booster's eyes widened in shock and turned white. The sword pierced his body through and through. The player lowered his weapon. Cleo disintegrated into blue particles. Looking back, the protagonist realized that he had forgotten something. Adjusting his cap, he thanked the enemy for 5,000 gold. Tian took off his VR helmet. The employee raised his hands in fear, looking at the enraged director. The Chinese streamer looked back, angrily clenching his teeth, and ordered that this man be brought to him immediately. Pressing his cheek to the box, Kanchan was happy with the profit he had received. The conference room of the Nazar company, people were sitting at the table. Smiling, Kyle said that since the names of the participants in the Battle of the 2 Masks had not yet been determined, the releases should be released weekly or once a month according to the schedule. The girl looked at him and supported this decision. The man asked how many people would be filming in one program. The employee replied that there would be 8. They had free time from 4 to 5 o'clock Korean time, so they needed to arrange the filming on Monday or Friday. Because their main participant was Korean, Jamie put his head on his hand. Lowering his hand, he said that it was too simple and that they needed to add drama. Raising his index finger, the chairman explained that they needed to come up with a rule that the loser would have to take off his mask and show his face, and that the 8 players should fight like in a league. The bear sat on the throne, a swordsman stood in front of him, the winner would become the king and participate in the next filming, the winner of the next episode would have to fight the previous one, and the new winner would become the new king, and with 5 consecutive wins, he would become the sole king of the Battle of Two Masks. Smiling widely, Kyle said that this was a great idea and thought that it would bring them success. After that, rumors started to circulate about who would be participating in the show. This topic became hot between high-ranking players. A pumped-up man asked why Nazar was looking for them. Chungu, who was standing next to him, explained that the Battle of the Two Masks was a show that a max-level noob had come up with, so the company was looking for famous players to participate. Seokjin asked why they needed it. Raising himself up on a hammock, the guild leader asked if his deputy really wanted to go there. The blonde replied that he would go where the leader did. The man grinned and decided that their guild would take the title of the King of the Two Masks. The sun was shining on JT Telecom, a training room for pro gamers. People in red suits were sitting at a computer. Someone entered the room. Answering the question of what they were doing, the guy said that they were watching a video from the arena, approaching them. The girl asked why they were doing this if there was no one of their level there. The young man said that someone worthy had appeared. The screen showed the main character's battle with a desert dragon. The gamer said that there was a player who was better than pro players from America and Germany, and that his solo raid was simply breathtaking. The guy said that if Noob raised his level a little more, he would become one of the top raid players. Scratching her cheek, the woman said that this player was really good. Putting her hands on her hips, she said that they had received an offer to participate in a program related to this noob. The gamers asked with interest what kind of program it was. Having presented the faces of many strong players, the girl said that in the Battle of Two Masks, the players' identities would remain a secret until the end of the duel and that its participants would be pro players, members of large guilds and famous streamers. The young men were surprised that they were invited there. The woman added that nothing was known yet and asked which of the gamers wanted to participate. Someone raised their hand. Sitting on the bench, Hanbeck said that he wanted to participate. He smirked and asked her to send him the details of the show when they were revealed. The girl raised her eyebrows and thought that this gamer was too concerned about his reputation and that they had barely talked him out of streaming. Looking up, she remembered that this guy was from a rich family, so everything would be as he wanted anyway. The woman agreed to accept his application. Looking at his hand, the young man thanked her. A clear sky hung above the tall building. Keeping a calm expression on his face, the protagonist said that Nazar contacted him today. Seeing the letter with the results, Kang Hyun clicked the mouse button. Looking at the screen, the guy saw letters from Ellis and thought that something had happened. A letter appeared on the screen in which the editor congratulated his idol on his debut on television and said that he would participate in the project as a producer and that this was his dream. As a thank you, the guy will no longer charge for editing the video. Frowning, the young man thought that this was too generous an offer. Kyle gave a thumbs up. His letter said that everything was going well and that this project would be very popular. After learning that many rankers refused to participate and that they had 30 participants, the player sternly knitted his eyebrows and wondered why there were so many and what Nazar had come up with. When work on the Battle of the Two Masks begins, company representatives will visit Korea again. Scratching his cheek, the protagonist was surprised that the project would be so large-scale. Suddenly, he squinted. The screen showed the inscription Black Eagle. Kang Hyun realized that this was Hanbeek's ID. Grinning, the guy was glad that the gamer would participate in the show and thought that luck was on his side. The young man decided to show his old enemy who was the boss here. Entering the room, Yeonchin asked what kind of screams were those. The player apologized. Approaching his neighbor, asked if he saw what was happening in the arena community. Hearing that someone saw Kakhun, the protagonist opened his mouth in shock and asked who it was. Looking down, Chan realized that his comrade had forgotten everything and decided to show him something. A strange incident happened in the icy canyon. The player was hunting with his guildmates and noticed an orc in winter clothes wandering around the mountains all alone. They found it interesting. The man approached the orc to talk to him. Clutching his chest, the stranger asked to share food with him. The guild thought that this was an NPC who would give them a quest. Meat and bread were shining. The guild gave all the food they had left. Empty plates lay on the carpet. The orc waved his hand at them and left. He went towards the mountains. The player asked the others to be careful in the ice canyon, as this monster simply deceives people and leaves. the heroes came to the ice canyon. Remembering the dissatisfied faces of the orcs, the protagonist was surprised that Kakun was here. Scratching the back of his head, Kanhyun was also surprised that Yeonchan was watching his video. Tenny called out to his owner, waving his paws. The bear asked why they came to such a cold place if the animal's place is in the forest. The guy replied that they were going to look for his friend. The pet said that his friends do not live in such places. Having learned that Kakun was here, the beast jumped on the shoulder of the owner and began to shout the name of his comrade. The young man asked him to help with the search. Putting on a mask, the player thought that this was a great topic for a new video. He decided to call the video "The Missing Orc is Found." In front of the heroes was an endless icy valley. A team of 5 people walked along a snowy path. The blonde man who was walking behind asked Kate if he was still looking for that orc and if he should give his comrade 500 gold coins. Kate turned around and shouted at Ace that it wasn't about the money. Kate's blonde brows furrowed when the man asked if he thought they would all want to spend another week here when he was just holding on to some food for the orc. Kate was the author of the article about the orc in the ice ravine, and he still hadn't left this place. There were pictures of the guild members, Kate being the master of his guild and the members Ace, Matcha, Nix and Joe were all very rich people in the real world, but they had lost interest in money as it didn't bring them joy. On the social network, a photo of the comrades near the fire collected many likes due to the loss of interest in money. They simply traveled to different corners of the arena and shared these moments with the audience, and although they did not want to become famous, by coincidence, this happened. Their guild is called Pioneer and is the best guild in the arena by the number of subscribers. Suddenly, Keith raised one finger and asked who this person was. In the distance, in the middle of the snowy landscape, a stranger was visible. Tenny, sitting on the neck of a young man in a black cap, who shouted for him to start walking on his own. Keith ran forward and shouted that this stranger was the star of the arena. The young man with a red scarf widened his eyes in surprise when he heard the name of the guild. Keith smiled and said that they were glad to meet him. He wanted to impress the young man. The boy rubbed the back of his head awkwardly, and Tanny said that they had come to hunt an orc, and it was their master who had posted that article in the community. The boy opened his mouth and sweat dropped in surprise when Keith suggested that they look for the orc together since his guild had already spent a week on it. Keith closed his eyes and explained with a smile that they just wanted to meet the orc again because he was a funny guy, and Ace glared at him. The boy stared at them in surprise, thinking that guys with a lot of money thought differently. Tenny hugged the boy's leg, who decided to accept their friend request, thinking that working together with such a famous guild should help him. The guild crowded around, looking at the blue screen in shock, where it was written that Kang Kanghan sent them a friend request. And so Keith, Ace, Jewel, Maha, and Nix became Kanghan's new friends. Snow-capped mountains were visible. A huge monster with bright blue eyes was running across the area. Keith ran forward, shouting that they would deal with the enemy. The warriors attacked the monster at the same time, using magic and weapons. Kanchan looked at Mok from afar, who was healing, and thought that they had a great team. Bright flashes of light flashed around the monster, and Kanchan came to the conclusion that all team members knew what they had to do, and the strongest of them were Keith and the Wizard Ace. Kanchan imagined a grinning Handbeak and thought that pro gamers should be like that. The black-haired youth frowned and suggested that Handbeak was constantly training with the same guys, so this could not be left alone. Keith jumped into the air, and Kanchan said that he would also go hunting and let you know if he found an orc. Playing in a team was really not fun, but Kanchan knew that it was better to play solo for development. In order to take revenge on Handbeak, you can't just stand aside. And knowing this, he had to try really hard. The young man in a black cloak walked through the snow. Tenny, who was sitting on his shoulder, asked where they were going in such a hurry. The bear, whose cheeks had turned pink, sighed and said that Kanhyun's worried expression would not help them find Kakun. Kanhyun smiled and said that it was unusual for him to hear such words from Tenny when he had told the boy to just act normally. A huge explosion thundered in the distance. The snow almost knocked Kanhyun off his feet, and Tenny grabbed his clothes. The boy widened his eyes and said that it was not magic, because only monsters could make such a loud sound. The huge Yeti opened his mouth wide, reaching out towards the enemy. The monster with bright yellow eyes swung his club. There was a loud explosion from the powerful blow. The goblin fell to one knee and clutched his chest. The Yeti frowned, his hand shaking red, and the goblin said that he would not normally waste his time on monsters that size. The Yeti raised his foot above the goblin, who added that he did not think it would end this way. Suddenly, a white beam of light flashed. The Yeti retreated, receiving a slash to the chest. A young man stood in front of the goblin, holding a sword, saying that he had finally found his target. The goblin sweated in surprise when he realized that he was looking at a man. Kanhan turned around and pulled out a necklace, and Kakun immediately recognized the artifact as belonging to his tribe. Tenny jumped on the goblin's neck. As the bear stood near Kakun, Kanhan said that he was certainly glad to see them, but first they needed to finish off the huge Yeti. The hairy monster opened its mouth wide with sharp fangs and roared deafeningly. Kakun ran after Kanhan into battle. The battle raised snow into the air. Kanhan and Kakhun attacked the huge monster. There were footprints in the snow. Kanhan jumped up and shouted for the goblin to aim for the enemy's legs. Suddenly, the Yeti fell to the ground, causing a shockwave. The monster roared loudly, looking down. Kakhun and Kanhan appeared above it, preparing to strike. The Yeti raised its face and opened its mouth. The system reported that the snow giant had been defeated. The heroes were awarded experience, they also gained a new level, and their physical fitness and magic were fully restored. Tenny stretched out his arms to the sides and ran forward. The bear ran up to Kakhun and called him. The goblin leaned over to Tenny and said that it was only thanks to them that he survived. He asked if they had come all this way just to find him, and Tenny asked how it was possible to leave home just because of hard study. Kanchan put his hand on his waist and Kakhun replied that it was true, but he also left because he needed to find something, and the boy thought that he did not understand why the goblin was afraid of Rakhun if they were the same size. Kakhun turned around when Kanchan called him. The goblin opened his mouth in surprise when the boy said that Rakhun asked him to tell him that his home was a dark forest. The system reported rewards for completed tasks. Kanchan looked at the blue screen and thought that he would have to go back since Rakhun would give him a reward, and Kakhun said that he also wanted to return to the tribe. The boy looked at the goblin in surprise, who added that it was too early to do that, however. Kakhun put his hands on his waist, purple lines appeared on his body, and he said that his father should not see him like this. Purple veins shone brightly on the body of the goblin, who said that a dark mage had cursed him in a fight, and the curse had affected his entire body and was still lingering, and it would remain if Kakhun did not kill that mage. When Kakhun asked if Kanhan would help him find that black mage, the youth looked up and thought that no quest sign had appeared, meaning there would be no reward for this. Tenny cried and looked pitifully at Kanhan, who concluded that he did not see any benefit in this. The youth frowned his thick eyebrows. Standing in front of Kakhun, Kanhan asked if that mage had many items, and Tenny furiously shouted that it did not matter. The youth smiled and asked the goblin to take them to that mage. Kakhun's mouth dropped open in shock when Kanhan said that he would receive some items and they would free the goblin from the curse. A blue screen was floating in the air. Kanchan sent a message that he had found an orc. Keith touched the screen, asking where to go, and Kanchan replied that they were on a hill near the place of the snow giants. The guild members stood in a circle, and Keith informed everyone that Kanchan had found an orc in the place of the snow giants. Ace turned around and said that in that case, they should move faster so as not to make them wait, when Kanchan suddenly asked Keith if they knew about a dungeon nearby. The guild members froze in surprise when Keith said that Kanchan asked if they knew about a dungeon with undead and a boss in the form of a dark mage. Blue screens were shining in the air. Ace asked how Kanchan found it. The guild members decided that they should speed up and find more information about him. A crowd of people stood in front of a huge iron door. Keith smiled and greeted Kakhun, and the orc thanked him for the food. Keith and Kakhun crossed their arms, and Maha and Joel talked to Taney. Kanhan asked with a smile how he could thank us for the information about the dungeon, and the mage replied that it was just their contribution to the common work. The system asked if they wanted to enter the Cardinum laboratory. Keith went inside first, saying that it was amazing that Kanhan was able to find this. There were crosses stuck into the ground on the side of the path. They were graves, and Keith said that this place looked more like a cemetery than a laboratory. Nix looked at Maha, asking if he could handle such a huge amount of dark energy, since he was the only one who had holy powers, and Maha reminded him that Nix was a knight of the Holy Order, only without the ability to heal. Kanhyun glanced at the two of them and thought that none of them were nervous. He assumed that they were so confident of victory. Jules grabbed her staff, asking if this place seemed familiar to the others, and Keith replied that it might be the place with the Phoenix video. Keith remembered the footage of many mages and knights, saying that the Phoenixes and the New World took this video when they were going through the main scenario. Keith imagined a smiling man with a scar on his face, and added that there was a huge battle in the cemetery, and there was also a moment when the monk, the guild master of the New World, smashed skeletons with his hands. Suddenly, a torn white cloth appeared in the air as Keith said that the Lick can summon an army of undead, and this cemetery is the perfect environment for an entire squad to arrive. A monster in long clothes floated in the air, saying that there was no better place. Tenny and Kakhun looked up. The Lick, with a bright red light in his eye sockets, greeted the travelers in Cardium's laboratory. The orc stomped his foot on the ground. He jumped up towards the Lick. Kakhun bared his teeth and swung his club. The blow created a white flash. The orc frowned and shouted that it was the same dark mage. Cardium extended his hand forward, emitting a purple glow and saying that the orc had found him after all. Pink smoke appeared around the Lick's skull and he added that Kakhun still bore his curse. Cardium said that the goblin had really pissed him off back then. The Lick threw Kakhun away from himself and shouted that because of the wounds the orcs had inflicted on him, he had to become a monster. The orc fell to the floor, gritting his teeth in pain. Kakhun sweated and apologized to Tenny for relaxing a bit. Skeleton arms burst through the ground. The Lick, who had a purple aura around him, asked if the travelers really thought they would make it out alive. The dungeon was filled with armed skeletons in armor. Maha sweated in fear, and Ace said that now he understood why the friend who gave him the information about the dungeon told him not to go there. Keith crossed swords with one of the skeletons. He turned and asked how long the others were going to sit back, since killing enemies was so much fun. Kanhan looked at the orc, asking if he knew where the Lick got so much mana from, and Kakhun said that he could try to understand. Cardium's chest and left arm emitted a bright purple fire, and the orc concluded that his power was concentrated in those places. Kanchan smiled and said that one of these was the Lick's life vessel. The youth swung his hand, using a crescent slash. Keith turned around and furrowed his brows in shock. There were skeletal remains on the ground. Suddenly, the eye sockets in the skulls glowed brightly and the bones began to shake. Cardium stretched his arms out to the sides and laughed, shouting that he could summon as many undead as he wanted. The skeletons regained their form. Keith grabbed the sword with both hands, and Ace extended his hand, shining brightly. Kanchan jumped up, swinging the weapon, and Keith said that he was not even level 100. Kanchan attacked while falling, creating a bright flash of light, and Keith asked how he could use a sword that took up so much mana, and Ace guessed that the technique required more than just mana. The Lick gritted his sharp teeth and thought that his mana was quickly running out because too much was being used to regenerate the skeletons. Cardium had a golden bracelet on his wrist, and the Lick came to the conclusion that he needed to destroy Kanchan now or else he would be in danger. The Lick extended his hand forward, striking out with a beam of purple light. Kakhun frowned and shouted loudly that this was the same curse magic that he had used on him. Kanchan asked with a smile if this technique was really that dangerous. The youth quickly moved between the skeletons, saying that they would not be able to hold him off. Cardium extended one hand and shouted that Kanchan was a fool. Kanchan pursed his lips in fear and looked up as the Lick shouted that he did not rely on his skeletons alone. The youth gritted his teeth and frowned. Kakhun and Tenny loudly called out for Kanchan. The bear furrowed his brows and the orc screamed that the boy's body was being eaten away. Kanhan smiled and said that it was very painful. He held his copy in his hand, saying that the Lick really had strong curses. Tenny hid behind the orc, asking how Kanhan could do this to them, and the boy turned around, saying that he only wanted to try it to see if it would work. Cardium dropped to the ground and asked in anger how Kanhan dared to play with him. The Lick's eyes blazed brightly with anger. The guild members froze in surprise as the skeletons began to disappear, and Cardium screamed that in that case, he would play with them too. A huge purple seal formed on the ground, and Cardium summoned his best creation. A dark silhouette appeared. A monster crawled out of the ground. Ace furrowed his brows and asked in fear if they could really defeat something like that. Keith's sweat dropped and shouted that no one said there was such a thing. A red light was visible through the hole in the knight's helmet. The knight was holding his head in his hands, and Cardium shouted that no one had ever summoned Dullahan. 2 months ago, news broke in the arena community about a new raid boss, Dullahan, the Headless Horseman. Upon hearing the news, many big guilds and pro gamers immediately went to raid, but all but one of them were defeated, and the boss was soon nicknamed the Echo of Terror. Lick Cardium ordered Dullahan to destroy these people, to which the Headless Horseman, who rushed into battle, promised to fulfill his master's orders. Kanhan thought warily about the rider calling the Lick Master, and the guys next to him began to talk about how there was a guild that managed to defeat him, but the New World Guild with 20 monks spent about 3 hours on it. One of the teammates asked what they should do, since the Lick has skeleton knights and about 7 orcs, to which Tanny replied that they completely forgot who they were fighting, after which he excitedly asked what they were counting on. Dullahan jumped when warnings were heard about the need to be careful. The Headless Horseman crashed into the line of players. The orc screamed and rushed into battle. However, he immediately fell to one knee, coughing, and Tanny asked what was happening to him, after which he realized that apparently the curse had become stronger, and Kanhan asked him to leave the fight to them, and let him rest near Tanny, to which the orc could only apologize. The blonde boy frowned as he thought about how he could be so fast with such a mess. He looked at the Headless Horseman and wondered if they could even defeat Dullahan, since they might not have a chance at all when the monster shouted that the players dared to attack its master, so they should prepare for death. Suddenly, Kanchan broke out of the crowd. He attacked the Headless Horseman. Kanchan turned to his comrades for a moment and shouted that he would fight Dullahan himself and let them defeat the Lick. The players excitedly asked him not to give up since they would use their remaining mana for buffs and would not give up either. The system windows notified Kanchan that he had received divine energy. His weapon was imbued with divine power and his attack was increased. After that, he received the blessing of Archangel Rostislav, and all stats and movement speed were increased, and finally he was blessed with courage, so his attack power and defense were increased. Dullahan cursed and said that a human could not defeat him. He rushed into battle, shouting that the enemy would get it for his insolence. Dullahan swung his fist, wanting to strike. He laughed when his attack sent stone chips flying. The rider's arms were wrapped in power, and Kanchan stood in front of him, leaning on his sword. Dullahan's head was on the ground when he asked if the guy was really going to attack his head. The monster raised its head and asked him to wait a little so that their fight would be fair, to which Kanchan tensely asked himself why this Dullahan was so unfocused. The monster's head sighed and offered to look at the head of this body. Dullahan swung his head, explaining that he could use it like that. Kanchan realized that the rider had decided to fight with his head, after which the system windows reported that he had used the power of the Archons, and his stats had temporarily increased, and he had also used the power of Hephaestus, and his stats had also temporarily increased. An explosion occurred from their impact. A crack formed on the helmet of the rider's head. Kanchan was surprised to think that the armor of a monster of this class could not withstand such an attack. Dullahan screamed that he would avenge his head, and Kanchan was surprised to think that this was the same Dullahan that the New World and Phoenix Guild had fought. The guy had a feeling that this Dullahan was not a raid boss, but a mini-boss. He continued to strike the enemy. The armor on the monster's body began to crack, and Kanchan thought with annoyance that it had broken again. And in general, there was no point in summoning a raid boss for a dungeon boss. The other players were talking about the noob defeating Dullahan, and one of them was confused about whether to tell the Pioneer Guild about it, because using their fame, he could promote himself too. Dullahan grabbed the head more comfortably and addressed the enemy. His horse reared up when the monster demanded that Kanhin fight properly and not run away if he really was a knight. The guy flew up to the enemy for close combat, asking what kind of nonsense he was constantly talking. The guy struck, saying that the rider is not a boss monster and therefore cannot even use fear. The blow passed through Dullahan's torso, and Kanhin immediately jumped back, avoiding a counterattack. He smiled and suggested that they finish the fight already. Dullahan felt a strong mana, so he decided to dodge, to which Kanhin angrily shouted that he himself told him not to run away. He smirked, offering the monster a try, but its master would hardly be able to dodge. It turned out that Kanchan was aiming to attack through Dullahan, who was blocking his path to the lick. Dullahan was indignant at how he dared to say such a thing, since his words were unworthy of a knight. Kanchan screamed that he had never been one, and then attacked with the force of a crescent moon strike. This attack cut the headless horseman in half. Clouds of pink mana began to break off from him. Cardium was surprised that the mana was returning to him. A sudden guess came to his mind, and he looked around when he realized that Dullahan had fallen. Kanchan looked at the system window in front of him with a smile. The lick extended a bony hand towards him, calling the guy a fool. Suddenly, the lick was attacked by God's summon, and he screamed in pain. The players were outraged at how dare he interrupt them. Did he really want to lock his toy in the closet again? Cardium cursed, as his bracelet turned out to be holy power when Cannon flew into the air, preparing to attack. He said with a smile that it was time to finish off the lick too. The blow passed through the chest, catching the lick off guard. The medallion fell from his neck to the ground. The decoration turned to dust. Cardium flared with mana, screaming that his dark powers were gone, and then the system windows appeared, informing that Kanhan defeated the Lick Cardium, after which he was awarded experience. In addition, he gained a new level, so his stamina and mana were fully restored. Kanhyun thought with pleasure that he had leveled up to the second level, and he was sure that the video had turned out great too. Other players were running towards him. They were saying that Kanhyun was incredible since he had been able to defeat Dullahan on his own, and they had thought to help, but in the end he had managed to resolve the situation himself, to which the guy thought that it wasn't even a boss. Tenny was crying from the emotions that were overwhelming him. He happily raised his paws up, saying that Kakun's body had been purified. The orc said that his master had helped him a lot, and the bear immediately hugged him. Kakun looked at the crowd of players and admitted that he hadn't understood before why his father acknowledged people, but now he knew. And at that time the other players were asking the guy if they could tell the community about this, to which he felt awkward when it was said that Tenny really did have a great master. Kangan said with a happy smile that he did it for them, so let them publish it and not be embarrassed, and thought to himself that the number of views from this video made him feel even better. Kahan heard the question of whether he would now return to the Dark Forest, to which the orc replied that now he could see his father and return to his tribe. He bowed to Tenny and thanked him and his master, after which he invited them to visit, to which Tenny replied that it was natural, since they were friends, and Kangan thought about what Tenny had done in the first place. Niska asked the orc to be more careful and promised to visit him sometime. Kakun turned around and waved goodbye. Kangan looked away tensely. He thought about dividing up the items, since the players were arguing among themselves over the item, arguing about who would use it better. The guys were embarrassed because the players were arguing over the items when Kanhyun asked about the item, and they explained to him that it was a rare item with mana and a quick recharge. The guys butted heads, telling each other to take their hands off. The knight separated them, asking how dare they behave like that in front of a respected person. He took their immobilized bodies, after which Kanhyun was apologized to for this incident. The guy was handed the Lick bracelet and ring. He asked in surprise why they were giving them to him, to which he received a reasonable answer that he was the one who defeated the main villain, and as an apology for the other two. Then the guy from the team whispered that Kanghyun could sell the ring to him since he would give 20,000 zlotys, to which Kanghyun thought that this was 20 million won, so he immediately agreed to sell. Both guys were happy with the deal, and Kanghyun looked at the money bag with satisfaction, thinking that the Pioneer Guild was on a completely different level. He looked at the Dark Mage's bracelet, which had many excellent functions, but for some reason it was only a rare class. A system window immediately popped up, which reported that the Cursed Bracelet is a magic bracelet obtained for defeating the Black Mage. His class is rare. The condition is to have mana above 400 points, the effect of magic plus 50, can create a spear of dark energy. When hitting, the target's life is reduced by 1% per second, and the duration is 20 seconds, but this can only be used on living creatures, and the recovery time is 60 minutes. Kanghyun thought about the dragon monster and that when hitting, you can reduce the enemy's life by 20%, so with this skill he can now easily defeat raid bosses. But before, the Desert Dragon raid took several hours. Suddenly, someone called Kanghyun and the boy jumped up in fear, saying that they had no refunds. However, it was Keith. He apologized for bringing it up so suddenly, but he wanted to invite the boy to join them since he thought that they would have more fun playing together. Kanghyun thought about Keith offering him to join their guild. He thanked him out loud for the offer and was about to add something else, but the boy interrupted him. He turned around and said with a smile that he understood that Kanghyun would refuse, so he would save his offer for later, since he was sure that Kanghyun had a reason for not joining the guild, despite the fact that they all had good skills. He waved goodbye and said that if he wanted to, he should choose them, since Keith would be waiting for his answer. Kanghyun smiled, thinking about the Pioneer Guild. He looked at his comrades arguing and thought that it was really enviable to enjoy the arena. The food was in a paper box. Yeonchun took a bite of chicken and asked Kanghyun what his current rank was in the arena. Kanghyun, chewing on the chicken, replied that it seemed like bronze, to which Yeonchun was surprised and asked about his level, and was even more surprised when he heard that it was 93. Kanghyun took the meat off the bone and heard that bronze could be obtained at level 120, since he was able to achieve such a result at such a low level, to which the guy replied that he was actually Kanghyun, that's why. Yeonchun muttered that then he would be able to enter RMR before reaching level 100, and would be able to broadcast and save items. Kanghyun thought about how only players with a level of 100 and above can enter the RMR, since it is a competition in the outcome of which a great item can drop or you can catch the eye of the Pro Gamers Guild or the Big Guild. Kanghyun thought hard about how there are 3 events, PvP, Mana Test, and Achievement Evaluation, so it will be boring to watch a simple PvP with a player whose stats are lower than his. But the Mana Test and Achievement Evaluation can be an interesting topic for a video, plus you need to figure out the Battle of Two Masks. Meanwhile, in the Alliance Arena, the stadium for competitions, Kanghyun looked at the system window, where he greeted everyone, to which he was immediately offered a 24-hour stream, but he agreed only to an 8-hour one, and a certain Ezio immediately sent him 444 gold. Kanghyun thanked him and announced the topic of the stream as PvP, to which messages immediately began to come in that it would be fun and whether they would fight in masks. Kanghyun said that he would announce all the details about the Battle of the Two Masks at the end of the video, so if they were interested, they should watch until the end, to which people began to respond that streamers always do this, but they were very interested, so they were waiting. The guy said that today they would start with PvP, and he would fight with a blunt dagger of a normal class, which did not have a condition, durability 100 out of 100, and damage was 15. Kanghyun looked at the comments with satisfaction, which were indignant that he smoothly led them off topic and laughed at the blunt dagger, calling it a bluff that he decided to fight with it. The guy stood in front of the opponent and expressed hope that they would change their minds during the broadcast. The opponent turned out to be a fan of the guy, so he asked for an autograph. Kanghyun did not talk to him, but simply attacked. He knocked out the opponent with one blow. Kanghyun dealt blow after blow, no matter who his opponent was. Another player screamed in fear, seeing the guy's attack. Al raised Kanghyun's hand, announcing that he had 10 wins in PvP, and immediately there were comments about what the rest of the people should do in arena when there was such a player, so now all the losers will have psychological trauma. Yeonchun thought sadly that because of this ease, he forgot to add humor to his stream, but he decided to consider the concept of the day to be a demonstration of skills. After winning arena, he went to the Mana Test room. The Mana Test examiner Vance chuckled when he heard that he had 10 wins in a row, but the Mana Test is not like simple fights. Kanghyun listened tiredly about how the test is divided into 2 parts, where in the first part you need to gain magical power from the outside, like in the tutorial, but using skills is prohibited, and the guy thought to himself that the explanation will be very long. Vance closed his eyes in a grin, saying that he may not even try, but Kanghyun then summoned Mana. The examiner even covered himself with his hand, not understanding where he got such power from. He handed Kanchan the balls, saying that compared to the second part, the first was just a child's toy, since these balls react to mana, changing their colors, so he suggested the guy try to do it. He frowned, as he thought the guy was going to fail. Kanhan was juggling balls of different colors while kneeling in response to this. Vance gritted his teeth in tension, as Kahan set a record for speed in the mana test and was now in first place. Following the test, Kanhan came to another room and stood near a column. A girl stood in front of him, who said that she would evaluate his achievements, after which she asked him to put his hands on a stone slab. When the guy did as the girl asked, a system window appeared informing that the achievement evaluation had begun, and Kanhan said that he was interested in what would happen, as he was hoping for a unique item. To which comments poured in that he was greedy, since only 5 people received a unique item in the achievement evaluation, and someone was happy to receive a rare one, and for someone even that was not enough. Kahyun thought tensely that if he really got a unique item, then his stream would be the best. The percentage countdown began. System windows appeared, informing that the achievement evaluation and results were ready, and the girl leaned down lower to examine them. She looked ahead in surprise. There were 4 classes of different items in the arena, including the common, uncommon, rare, and unique classes, but rumors were that there was another level that had not appeared in the arena before. Kahan exhaled in admiration. The system window reported that his achievement evaluation result was of the legendary level, which appeared right now. Immediately, surprised comments poured in about the appearance of a legendary item, and people immediately began to send donations. Kanhan looked at the system window in surprise. He was receiving enthusiastic comments and donations. The girl sincerely congratulated him on reaching the legendary level, after which she promised to announce his results, but all the guy's attention was focused on the system windows, which listed his achievements. That he was a warrior of tier, a recognized knight of the empire, the first to enter the imperial castle, the first to meet the emperor, the first to win 100 victories in a row in the arena, the first to defeat the desert dragon, the first disciple of the best knight of the empire. He scratched his head in embarrassment, reading the comments that he was the first in everything, but being recognized as LeBron was also not easy, and also that someone knew that he could do it. Kanhan smiled happily, saying that it was nothing special, but thanked everyone for the compliments, but assured everyone that he did not deserve it. After which comments came asking what was wrong with his face, whether he was ready to die of joy, and about the feeling that he had a clown mask. The players wanted to see the rating. The overall result of the player Kanhyun was legendary, as he had first place in the PvP, achievement, and magic categories, after which a reward appeared in his inventory. The players looked at the guy with delight, who was both embarrassed by the attention and very pleased. Kanhyun walked happily when comments began to come in that he promised to tell them about the Battle of the Two Masks. A warm wind rustled over the forest. Kanhyun walked along the forest path when he decided to move on to the Battle of Masks. He explained that the Battle of the Two Masks is a competition for arena players in masks, but he thought that others knew why they needed them. To which 2 answers came that he does it for fun and in order to hide his identity, and the second answer was correct. Kanhan explained that thanks to the nickname or appearance, people can know who exactly is in front of them, and knowing this, you can always choose the right tactics and defeat the enemy, hitting their weak points. However, in the Battle of Two Masks, the opponents will not know who exactly the opponent is, which means that victory will depend on true skills, and isn't it interesting if a celebrity can hide behind the mask? To which the commentators immediately wrote that it was interesting and whether it would be possible to make a custom weapon, to which they were immediately answered that a custom weapon is one of the highlights of Arena. Kanhan said that they plan to hold a show on Fridays of odd weeks, so there will be 8 participants in total, and the winner of the first week goes to the playoffs. The guy began to draw something on paper and said that they have not yet decided on the prize. He showed the drawing and said that among them there will definitely be an autograph from him and a joint photo, to which the commentators immediately became disappointed in the prize. An offended exclamation of Kanhan sounded over the forest that he is a celebrity, but people in the comments were not interested in it, as if it were Tenny's signature. Meanwhile, in the Heejin mountain range, Tenny beamed with joy when he saw something in front of him. He waved his paws and said that he was so tired of the deserts and snowy mountains, so he was glad that they were finally in the forest and that the owner finally listened to him. To which Kanchan asked about what he was so happy about, and thought to himself that after saving him, he received a dwarf quest, which was mentioned in the system window as the Red Anvil Tribe, where he needed to find the Red Anvil Tribe in the Heejin Mountains and meet the Golden Hammer. His rank was B+, and the condition was to meet the Golden Hammer. In addition, a reward in the Golden Hammer weapon was supposed to be. The guy thoughtfully said that they had already caught 3 bosses nearby, but the weapon did not drop, so only this path remained, since you can probably choose a weapon that was made with the Golden Hammer as a reward. and he got off the owner, who, in turn, was going to come here after level 120 since the terrain is difficult, but he really wanted to quickly finish this quest and pump up his characteristics. The knight's armor jingled with another step when Kanhan thought that after living so many years, he realized that they usually have a lot of prejudices in front of a stranger. Just like Tian, who is now also walking along the mountain range. Tian turned to Lin and asked if it was definitely safe here, to which the girl replied that most likely yes, since there were players here, but they all went hunting deep into the forest. He smiled at her and offered to hunt too, since they also need to advance, to which the girl agreed. He put his hand on Lin's head and asked her to call him just Tian, since they are in the arena. He thought he would spend about 3 hours here, so he asked her to call the others, since they need to set up camp. Lin blushed, whispering the name of the boss Tian. She opened the system window, thinking about calling everyone, since she couldn't disappoint him, when a noise came from behind the bushes. Lin tensed up when she heard lamentations about how the road was so hard. From behind the bushes, all in leaves, Kanhan appeared, who also looked at the girl in surprise. He muttered that he was passing by, he didn't need her, so he could hunt as much as he wanted, and to himself he thought about why she was so scared, and at this time Lin wondered if it was Kanhan. She looked after the guy who demanded that Tanny stop crunching over his head and thought about how the boss had so many problems because of him, since it was because of him that the boss was so unwell. She thoughtfully touched her lips with her fingers and muttered that this was a gift from fate itself, since if she caught him, the boss's mood would definitely improve. Kanchan put the upset Tenny down and grabbed him by the stomach. He was thinking discontentedly about why everyone here was so scary, since it was unclear who among them was a person and who was a monster, and why he had the feeling that he was not looking for a tribe, but everyone was chasing him. He looked tiredly at the sky and adjusted Tenny, who had climbed back onto his neck, after which he moaned that as long as they wandered around like this, they would not advance, so they needed to kill at least someone, and the bear cub answered him that he did not think this was a good forest, and Kanchan asked him to stop crying, because in that case he would let him ride him longer. Kanchan looked back. He turned around to see the players hiding behind the trees and asked why they were following him. Lin came out from behind the trees, saying that she did not want anything like that, just to play together. He noted with displeasure that there were 4 of them, even though he said he wasn't going to interfere with them, to which the girl replied that they weren't going to fight over that. Her expression turned sinister as she said that it was simply because he was that Kanhan, so his very existence made her suffer. The boy irritably said that he didn't remember having problems with guilds, then asked where she was from, and Tenny shouted that he was also suffering because of his master. But there was no need to say it to his face, to which Kanhan said that the bear cub wasn't helping him, so he should be quiet. Lin smiled and said that she wasn't going to answer his question, but simply offered to fight. She heard her own question repeated. Kanhan irritably asked why he should waste his time on them at all, and rushed down the path, running away from the players. Lin ordered to catch him, and the boy cursed. He thought about how the players in the Heejin mountain range were usually over level 150, so even for him, 4 of that level would be deadly. He ran towards the gap in the forest and thought about why such things only happened to him. Before he started playing Arena, he was a ranker in another game. A guild came to him and invited him to join them, but he refused because he liked to play alone. Then the guild leader got angry. He was furious at the refusal. After that, many troubles happened, such as forced killing of players and interference in his hunt. He still held a grudge against another archer who shot his pig. They even created an unflattering opinion of him in society. They continued to fight him, and he with them. The game that brought him joy began to haunt him, and when he could no longer feel the stress of opening the game, he decided to quit. Kanchan looked at the players in front of him, who were preparing to fight. Lin folded her arms and asked haughtily what now. Behind the boy was a cliff with a river when he heard that there was no way out. He took a step back. He thought about the players forcing him to fight and the benefits of being in a guild. Kanchan gripped his sword more comfortably. Thanks to the players, those nasty memories came back to his mind again, and he pulled out his sword dramatically. He thought that things were really different now that the arena had become a part of his life. He looked at his hand and ordered to move forward. He decided to check who would survive. The opponents stood opposite each other. One of the knights asked Lin for permission to deal with the boy himself. He wanted to see how a player who had not yet reached level 100 would fight 4 players who were level 150, since the man was sure that he was not as skilled as they said. Kanchan overheard that this man alone would be enough, and he thought about Boss Lin. The girl herself thought that Chen was one of the best players in the guild, and with such a difference in levels it was impossible to lose, so she said that he should win, to which the man replied that it goes without saying. Chen used the man's weapon and a big blow from the bastard, and Kanchan thought to himself that he had seen this somewhere before. Chen attacked, and immediately the system windows popped up, saying that the unbreakable player skill was activated, increasing the stats. Adventurism additionally increased the stats, and since the enemy was stronger, so the system additionally increased the stats. Kenshin began to reflect the blow when the system windows reported that the power of Hephaestus and the rise of Hephaestus were activated, so the player's strength was increased for a while, and the guy thought about the fact that the strength stat plus 1500 and wielding a sword like Lebron. He decided to use weapon destruction. Chen looked at his broken sword in surprise and could not understand how this happened. Kenshin touched his armor and asked him if he really did not expect this. Chen was scared when Kenshin grabbed him by the collar of his armor. With one powerful movement, the guy threw Chen away from himself. He, still not believing what was happening, fell into the river. There was a splash and a scream of a man when Kenshin remembered that when he fought with the Black Skull Guild, there was also a fool there who thought he could defeat him. Lin was very surprised that Chen lost, because did Kenshin really lure him here on purpose to kill him? She looked at the guy who had taken a fighting stance and thought that if he could destroy Chen's weapon in one go, then he must be hiding some great skills. Lin ordered Y and Xiao to prepare for the attack. The order to take up positions and think that this is a raid was given when Kenshin rushed into battle. The blows merged into a single sound. Kenshin gritted his teeth and fought back, thinking that it would be difficult to defend against so many level 150 representatives, since they really thought that this was a raid. He looked at the guys' coordinated work, thinking that they were twins. Suddenly, the guys jumped off, leaving Kenshin confused. There was an explosion, releasing flames. Kenshin tried to cut it. Lin thought that the enemy would definitely fall from magic. A strong wizard is one of the main supports in the team, but the difficulty of using magic is that it is often abnormal. For example, a burn when using fire or frostbite when using ice, it is like using crowd control. Lin ordered to continue attacking, since time is in their favor because their level is higher. Kanhyun, already tired, heard that they should not lose, and he thought to himself that in order to fight a wizard, he must prepare in advance. The guys attacked again in a coordinated manner, and he thought about what this bear was doing at this time. Tenny was shaking all over from tension. He tried his best to reach for the apple. Sweat was pouring down Kanhyun's face. He did not understand why spears suddenly shot up from the ground when a notification came that his body was being pressed. Y and Xiao were leaning on their swords and chanting some strange spell, and Kanghyun cursed at them for hiding their ability to use CT. Lin activated the fire again, saying that this was the end. She wished for his death and attacked with a fire sphere. Suddenly, lightning pierced her body. Kanghyun happily said that he was almost too late. Tenny was sitting on a tree branch and eating an apple, saying that he was annoyed by people because they distracted him from eating, which greatly angered Kanghyun. Lin didn't understand what was happening when the notifications explained that she had been struck by lightning and had internal injuries. The greater the risk, the greater the reward, so for powerful mages there is always a risk of internal injuries, and if a mage's magic is interrupted, he will receive a strong debuff, so Xiao and Y turned to look at the girl in fear. While they were observing the lady's condition, Kenshin wasted no time in attacking them. He used a crescent kick that hit the girl. She began to disappear before their eyes. The stones under the guy's feet crumbled. He smiled, saying that now they were fighting 2 against 2. They stood in a cross formation, the guys opposite each other, and Kenshin opposite Tanny. The bear cub prepared for battle. The guys heard about whether they would play fairly. Tian raised his eyebrows in surprise. He angrily asked about how 4 level 150 players could not defeat 1 level 100 player. He stood up from the table, asking Lin about how this was even possible, to which the girl began to apologize. She started to say that it was her mistake, because she didn't know that the guy was so strong, and also that he had a strong pet. To which Tian climbed on the table in rage and started shouting that he was only at level 50 recently, so if he wanted to become stronger, it wouldn't take him long. He asked Lin if that was really an excuse for her. She put the flash drive on the table and said that she was filming the video because she wanted to show him how she would kill him so he could check it out for himself. Tian squeezed the flash drive. He clenched his fist in anger, thinking about Kanghyun. Chungu asked in surprise that he had defeated Sorceress Lin. He turned around and realized that the guy was filming the video, and he had already thought that he just wanted to hunt, to which Kanghyun awkwardly said that he thought Chungu wouldn't guess. The man was thinking about Sorceress Lin when he was attacked by a goblin. He punched the monster without turning around and said that he remembered her. Kanghyun, who was fighting off a goblin, heard that he worked as a secretary for Tian. Chungu explained that he was the captain of the Aces Guild and they often held streams, but he was actually the director of an item farm, to which Kanghyun asked if they were a monopoly. Chungu explained that his job was to manage the farm in order to monopolize the items in the area and artificially manipulate the market price, and because of people like Tian, the items in the arena were very expensive. The man called him a bastard. Kanghyun's shadow covered the goblin when he said that this is why the items are so expensive. Now the guy had more reasons to defeat Tian. Chungu had just killed 2 goblins when he heard that this was the beginning of the war, so he thought to himself that Kanghyun was quite a dangerous guy. Kanhyun looked at Chungu, who was peering into the distance, and asked him if he was sure that it was here, to which he answered doubtfully that although it was strange, he remembered that it was. They were walking past a waterfall and the guy decided to once again make sure that his memories were accurate. The man turned around and irritably asked if Kanhyun believed him, since he had definitely seen dwarfs here with muscles, healthy ones. Kanhyun looked again at the system window with the Red Anvil Tribe quest, wondering if it was really here, since he wanted to finish the quest as soon as possible, so were they wasting their time. At that moment, a small man jumped out from behind the curtain of water. Kanhyun looked at him with interest. Chungu slightly raised an eyebrow in surprise. The man was warily silent. He tried to apologize, but Kanhyun grabbed him by the shoulder and demanded that he stand. He explained to the surprised man that he had come to meet the Golden Hammer. Chungu was pleased that he had been right when the dwarf asked if it was Edchen, and Chungu explained that they were looking for the dwarf that the Dark Mage had captured in the Arty Desert, and the dwarf immediately confirmed that it was then him. The dwarf introduced himself as Treshia, then turned to Chungu and said that he had heard a lot about him from his brothers. Treshia said that he was considered a fantastic creature, an overgrown dwarf, but Chungu immediately became embarrassed and asked why he was an overgrown dwarf. The cave was reliably hidden under a waterfall. The company walked along a tunnel, and only Chungu had to bend over to avoid hitting his head on the ceiling. Kanchan said admiringly that he did not know that there was a village in such a place. They came to a sign with the word gold written on it. Treshia called his brother Edchen, and he turned around with a smile. He asked Treshia in surprise who he had brought to his workshop, to which the dwarf asked if he couldn't see that they were two giants. Edchen looked at Kanchan and said with a smile that he thought the guy would come earlier, to which Kanchan thought that they were hiding. How could he have found them earlier? And then a notification came that the Red Anvil Tribe quest had been completed. The golden armor was thrown into a pile when Edchen said that it was the guy's reward. He offered to choose one that they liked, and Taney immediately began to talk about the dwarf taking so many weapons out of his bag. Kanchan was discouraged. He looked at the weapon and read in the system window about the staff Breath of Nature made from the branches of the World Tree, which quickly restores magic power thanks to the Mana Crystal. Its rarity is unique. There is a limit of magic power of 850 and above. Durability is 2000 out of 2000. Attack power is 1300. It has the effect of magic power plus 150. Increase magic power plus 50. Restore magic power plus 50. And the durability is restored automatically, so this staff was an excellent choice. Then he picked up the sword, thinking that he could choose this one too, and the system window reported that Kami-sama's Oath is a sword made by processing meteorite steel. And according to legend, it is filled with moon magic, its rarity is unique, the limit is strength 450, dexterity 400 or above, its durability is 1800 out of 1800, has an attack of 2500, has the effect of increasing defense by 25%, and when the full moon comes, the owner's strength is doubled. Kanchan regretted that it was not the Oath of Freedom. When Chungu lazily asked him why he was thinking for so long, then asked him to choose already, but the guy asked him to wait a little longer. Tenny put on his helmet and now could not see anything in front of him. Kanchan found something and thoughtfully chuckled, and Chungu thought of the guy as an ant who chooses cheaper vegetables at the market. Finally, Kanchan made his choice, which greatly surprised Edchen. The dwarf said that he did not make it, since this was his father in front of him as one of the artifacts, and the guy liked it even more since this was the best choice, so what else could he want? Kanhan looked at the glove, and the system window immediately reported that the assassin's memories were the gloves of a hired killer who lived in the era of myths, and at first glance they were thin enough for gloves, but they were completely stained with the blood of the rarest creatures. Their rarity was unique, the restrictions were strength 400, agility 400 or more, PvP victories must be 100 or more, had durability 1500 out of 1500, attack was 2000, had defense 650, had the effect of stopping HP or magic due to 5% of the damage dealt by a monster, player or NPC. In addition, Murasame increased all stats by 15%. Chungu was surprised to think that the guy chose the gloves. Chungu excitedly asked if the guy really wanted to give them to him, but seeing how he grimaced and hid the gloves in his hands, he immediately asked what was with his expression. Kanchan said that he was neither a monk nor a knight, and could not use attack power, but a defense of 650 points would increase his stats as if he were wearing a black jaguar suit, and they could be used in various situations. He put on his gloves, slammed his fists together, and said that all that was left was to level up, since there was still a little time left before becoming a ranker. He clenched his hand, deciding that it was time to start and justify the name of the gloves. It was sunny in the mountains. The monster screamed shrilly when it was hit by a slanting blow. The man turned to his older comrade and asked him what kind of nonsense was going on, since they had been here for 5 hours already, and there were only monsters on the way. His comrade replied that it was also annoying him, but what to do since he did not know when the director would come, to which the man asked what the problem was since they had developed well, and his comrade was surprised to find that he did not know yet. The older guy said that Kahan had killed one of the best players on the team, so all he could do was level up. The man thought hard about the guy. He frowned. He turned around and noticed that there were more players wearing masks now and asked if it was because of him. They looked at the strange masked player and decided that Kahan was popular now. The man lazily said that he was tired of hunting and then offered to kill someone. He looked at the player who was sweating heavily and said that it pissed him off that he was wearing the same clothes as Kahan, so he couldn't wait to fight. The older guy decided that killing the player was a good way to relieve stress, so he agreed to fight. The player in the strange mask heard the question about how he had no pride at all. The guys rudely began to ask why he was copying other players, especially in the mountain range, to which the player asked what was wrong with his costume, and the guys called him a cosplayer. The man pointed his finger at the player and asked if he knew how many of these people were visible today, and even more in masks, but the player remained silent. Then he asked what the man would do and whether he would challenge him to a duel, to which the man replied with a grin that he really thought he was Kanchan, but he wanted to test the player in mind. The man looked down at the player and suggested a team match. The player heard the question about whether this would make him closer to his beloved Kanchan. The guys were happy to hear that the player agreed to play as a team. The guy called up a system window that set the rules that the winner takes all, account deletion, and a team battle. The man immediately clicked on agree. They started talking about how they would get his equipment and be able to rest for at least 2 days, and finally be able to meet a girl. The countdown began, and at the last digit, the guy grinned. The broadcast began, and Kanchan greeted the viewers, introducing himself as a max-level noob. The guys were surprised by this turn of events. Kanchan started talking about how people were waiting for a new broadcast, so they got it, and immediately comments poured in saying that he had a different mask today and they were waiting for his return. Kanhyun, adjusting his mask, asked the viewers if they knew about farms that manipulate prices on the market and create artificial shortages and price increases. The guys listened excitedly to the fact that the person who runs such a farm is the leader of the ISIS Tan Guild. The guy said that the topic of the stream would be a battle between a max-level noob and the ISIS Guild. He changed his mask to his usual one, pointed his finger at the guys and said that the show was starting. At this time, in the guild building, Lin ran into the director's office and excitedly shouted that they had a big problem. Standing in the middle of the office, she said that the main character was broadcasting right now. I saw, Tian answered calmly, and then asked if Kanchan was really targeting him. After a short pause, he, looking intently at Lin, ordered the girl to check the flash drive he gave her. On his computer, he watched the main character's live broadcast and said that, undoubtedly, the guy is an excellent player, adding that no one could even think that a few months would be enough for him to level up like that from level 50, as if the main character was a monster of control and growth speed. After a short pause, Tian said that he acknowledged the merits of the main character, adding that they were definitely not equal to Kanchan in power control. Hearing this, Lin was very surprised, because the director would never say such a thing in her life. So Tian suddenly spoke. He was enveloped in a strong magical aura, and he himself was very tense. With eyes burning with hatred and contempt, he finished that he must defeat the main character with everything else he has in his own way. And at this time, in the chat, the main character was asked what kind of guild ISIS is. Are they known? Another person in the chat asked. The guy in the red robe was running after Kanhan's pet, and the main character himself was fighting another guy with short blonde hair. In the chat, people were also discussing the price increases of items, linking it to the people from Izum. At this time, Tenny was gathering a strong ball of lightning in his paws. The next second, he threw the ball at his opponent, hitting him accurately. Suddenly, what he saw shocked the bear cub. Player Jun, who can easily resist an electric shock, burst out at him from the smoke and dust. As soon as Jun got close enough, he swung a huge sword, shouting that it was time for the bear to die. When suddenly he saw a flickering in front of him and did not understand anything. The next second, the guy's head was cut off. There was a wide, satisfied smile on the face of the main character. In the chat, people wrote that the entire ISIS guild was very bad and the company was quite famous among rankers. And at this time, the last opponent was flying at him. When suddenly the guy stopped abruptly. He clenched his teeth and with a drop of sweat on his cheek, he simply spat. In the chat, they asked how the remaining guy was going to defeat the main character. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, the main character looked at his opponent with a very serious face, waiting for the first action. A few minutes later, Kanchan, shaking off his sword, saw 2 notifications in front of him, in the first of which he was awarded the victory, and in the second, the winner-takes-all reward was rightfully received. The bear cub fell to the ground exhausted, and Kanchan, looking ahead, said that this was not the only reason why he aimed at Tian. Introducing the knight who had just visited him, he said that thanks to the information he had received from Hito during the preliminary training, he had learned that it was Tian who had asked the replacement knight to kill Kanchan. After saying this, he remembered Lin and said that, in addition to everything else, given the recent attack in the forest, it seemed that Tian had some reason to hate him. The chat was flooded with messages wanting to know more about the story of their streamer. On the ground, breathing heavily, sat Tenny, who was confused about his master's monologue. At this time, Kanchan replied that he did not know the reason, after which he said that he was sure that everyone knew that he would not sit still. After saying this, he ran his finger across his neck and menacingly said that he was going to kill all the ISIS guild members who were on the Hyojin mountains. After receiving such a statement, people in the chat wished good luck to the streamers. Suddenly, a donation appeared in front of Kanchan, which said that if the guy wins the next duel without skills, he will receive 200. Looking at the system screen with the donation, the main character asked out loud if the mission was really at such a time, adding that he was not against it, but there were plenty of other things to do. The next second, another one appeared in front of the guy, saying that it was just an advance payment of 1,000 rubles. At that same second, Kanchan raised his fist up and shouted that it was time to start. After a while, a protective dome began to appear at the site of the entire battle. In front of Kanchan were 3 from the ISIS guild. All of them were armed with swords, and they shouted in rage that the main character had made a big mistake by signing up for the deletion of his account. From all sides, the guys rushed at Kanchan, who was just standing there. A few minutes later, all the guys who attacked him were defeated. Smoke from numerous training sessions emanated from each of them. Smiling broadly, he told all his viewers that the victory without skills was accomplished. In his head, he said that it was very good that he had already leveled up during the hunt with Hem. A donation appeared in front of him. Seeing it, Kanhan was very happy because today he had completed a task for 1,000 gold and also received all the inventories of the defeated ISIS boats. Suddenly, another mission appeared in front of him. It was for the guy not to attack for 30 seconds. In the next duel, Kanhan easily dodged each attack before winning. In another task, it was written that the main character must fight with a weapon from the main character's inventory. Without thinking twice, Kanhan did not waste time and defeated another opponent with a weapon that was not his own. In another task, it was necessary to fight with one hand, which greatly shocked the main character. A few minutes later, the defeated bodies of opponents lay everywhere, the main character breathing heavily and resting on the side. The chat was shocked that Kanchan had completed all the missions. Looking at all this, the main character, sweating, realized that something was wrong here. Looking to the side at the corpse of the defeated player, he said in his head that all accounts were being deleted, and rumors about their battle should have spread, after which he asked himself why the others from the guild did not make themselves known. Raising his head and continuing to breathe heavily, Kanchan looked around suspiciously and said in his head that the missions were getting harder, so he needed to stop doing tasks. Suddenly, at that very moment, a donation of 30,000 gold appeared in front of him, for which he needed to play and defeat a person in a newbie set. Everyone in the chat was very surprised by such a donation and waited for Parker's decision to walk. Seeing such a number, Kanhan shouted in shock in his head that it was 30 million won, then asked himself, a newbie set, saying afterwards that his level was the same, but with such equipment he would receive a lot of damage. There was horror and doubt in the guy's eyes. He did not know what to do, so he said in his head that it was 30 million. I can, he firmly said in his head, adding that he had skills and shadows. The next second, he threw off all his equipment, after which he shouted that he agreed. There you are, a familiar male voice said sarcastically. Raising his eyes and pointing his finger at the newcomer, the protagonist was very surprised. Not far away in front of him stood Tian, who had a warm smile on his face. Looking intently at the protagonist, he said that this guy was the very person who was throwing dirt at him. He was very calm, compared to the others, saying that now his people will see that the protagonist's words are complete nonsense. At this time, Kanchan came closer and said with a very serious face that he thought that Tian came here to apologize, and then asked if the guy would really be stubborn until the end. Hearing this, Tian replied that his guild members were killed, asking then why he should apologize then. Weren't you the one who provoked me first? Kanchan answered with a question. With madness and hatred appearing in his eyes, Tian replied that his guys just wanted to fight the protagonist in a fair fight, asking then what he did to provoke him. Are you really going to play the victim? He suddenly asked mockingly. Hearing this, the protagonist became very angry, saying that he also wondered why Tian was doing all this. Was he really so jealous that he had to hire a replacement knight? Raising his hand, Tian replied with a sly smile that the guy's words were empty words because Kanhan didn't have any evidence. Messages immediately flew into the chat that this was true. Anger and hatred appeared in the protagonist's eyes. At this time, Tenny, standing behind, was eating popcorn. Suddenly, Tian, spreading his arms in different directions, loudly said that Kanhyun tried in vain, but there was a way to prove that he was right, after which he asked if the guy would duel with him. A duel? The protagonist asked in surprise, looking at his opponent, who, with outstretched arms, replied that in medieval Europe, it was the duel that determined the winner, and people believed that God would protect the right one in any case. After these words, with madness in his eyes, he asked if they would check who was right in a duel. Kanhyun was slightly scared, but his anger still did not let him down, and he asked if he really hoped to defeat him. There was silence in the air, only the crows cawing in the distance. Suddenly, he looked at his hands and it dawned on him that he was wearing a beginner's set. Tian was watching the protagonist's reaction, his eyes filled with hatred and contempt. In his head, he was saying that the guy was below his level, and the protagonist was wearing a beginner's set, and he himself was a silver rank, so Kanchan had no chance of winning, because he was not like the other guild masters. He looked at the protagonist, who was trying to make a difficult decision with his head down. In his head, Tan was saying that if Kanchan did not accept the offer, he would have to give up the mission, and the public liked the guy precisely because of his determination, and if so, the image would be destroyed, and there would be no point in the King of Masks anymore. Gritting his teeth and sweating coldly, the protagonist did not know what to do. "So you choose, noob," Tian said mockingly in his head, asking afterwards whether to delete the account or end his streaming career, when suddenly Kanchan suggested a duel. Hearing this, a crazy smile appeared on Tian's face. "Say goodbye to your character," he screamed in his head. The entire chat was bursting with messages of support for the main character. Suddenly, Tian broke the silence and, opening the system window, said that he now understood what his opponent's mission was. At that very moment, a crazy smile appeared on his face again, and he said that this only confirmed that he was right. Kanchan was very tense. Looking at his opponent, he said in his head that he appeared right at the beginning of the mission and challenged him to a duel, and he had a feeling that this was a planned trap. He stared at Tian, who, stretching out his hand, looked at the system screen and said that justice will prevail. The protagonist himself said in his head that his opponent was currently level 160th and silver rank, and in comparison to him, he was a beginner in the set. After a short pause, he said to himself that Tian's playing style depends on the situation, but is usually stable, so the guy always remains at the silver rank without receiving gold. At this time, Tenny, drenched in cold sweat and looking at the owner, asked what they should do. The protagonist continued to analyze, saying to himself that if he thought about it, this was a chance for him, because this event would be discussed by everyone even before the launch of BDDM. "Of course, only if I win," he said after a short pause in his head. After these thoughts, he glared at his opponent and said loudly that the rules were that the winner takes all, and the loser deletes the character, after which he added that Tian also admits to all his misdeeds. "Okay," Tian answered without thinking with a sarcastic smile on his face, after which he asked if they would dance. A notification appeared in front of Kanchan that the rules of winner takes all and character delete were set. Another one appeared below, stating that the player Tian had agreed to participate, so the duel would begin soon. A domed sphere appeared around the guys. Tian, spreading his arms, mockingly asked if the protagonist was really going to fight him in the beginner's set because of his mission. After a short pause, he asked even more mockingly if he would be offended that he lost because of the difference in their sets. Kanhyun silently looked at his opponent, not answering. The battle began. At that very second, the protagonist jumped up and, taking out a sword from behind his back, swung it with burning eyes. He flew at Tian, whose face had a sarcastic smile and not a drop of fear. Kanhyun dealt a powerful blow to the opponent's neck. After that, he turned around and was very surprised. Tian, rubbing his neck, on which there was only a small scratch, laughed loudly, saying that they had different levels of health, so Kanhyun would have to hit him 100 times to win. Then suddenly he took out his sword and with eyes burning with madness said that he only needed to hit him once, after which he called the protagonist to attack. At this time, on the shore, Seokjun, killing overgrown fish, heard the news. Turning to his partner, he asked again if Noob and Tian had a duel to prove who was right. "That's right," Chungu confirmed, then added that the guys were even streaming it. Opening the stream on the system screen, they saw how the main character deftly dodged the Chinese guy's attacks. Suddenly, Seokjun noticed his brother's equipment and asked what the guy was wearing. Confusedly scratching his cheek, he asked if this was really a beginner's set, then asked if the main character was seriously going to fight Tian in this, and why, he suddenly said with a drop of cold sweat on his face and excitement in his eyes, but abruptly stopped. He saw how Kanhyun was delivering powerful blows and actively pressing his opponent. "Is it just me or is my brother really winning?" Seokjun asked in surprise. At this time, on the battlefield, Tian, realizing that it was very difficult for him to fight, gritted his teeth and stood in a stance, and the blade of his sword caught fire. The next second, he used the sound blade skill, after which he raised the sword above his head, from which strong magical energy emanated. The protagonist, with eyes burning with red flames, looked at what was happening. He He said in his head that his opponent was hasty with his skill. At the same second, he took a slight step back, saying to himself that if he takes only one step back, Tian's sword suddenly flashed in front of his face without touching him. He will miss, the guy finished. The blow passed right in front of Cannon's face, causing no damage. At the same time, the sword in the guy's hand caught fire. Without wasting time, he delivered a quick and very strong blow with the weapon to the neck of his opponent. All the time that the protagonist spent in the arena, he fought a bunch of guilds and monsters alone. For solo players without special recovery items, just one hit could be fatal, but he dodged every attack from his opponent. That is why solo players most often avoid direct attacks and use combat methods to repel all attacks. It was the protagonist, back in the days of Milligat, who was the #1 solo player who used this method. The viewer ratings on the broadcast were almost at their peak, and suddenly the statistics began to increase sharply. Many users, having heard about the duel between the protagonist and Tian, immediately ran to the broadcast and began to look closely at the fighting style of Kanchan, who continued to deftly dodge every attack from his opponent. His example showed that in different situations, it is one hit that determines victory or defeat. Tian carried out a powerful side slash, but the protagonist deftly avoided injuries by jumping on his opponent. In the air, he grabbed the Chinese man by the shoulders, which greatly angered the guy. It was awesome. Can Hyun launched a powerful attack, trying to cut his opponent's throat. Seeing such a lively fight, Seokjun smiled widely and happily said that this is why they need his brother. All of Seokjun's comrades were watching the exciting fight, when suddenly the protagonist's brother said that they needed to support the guy. The next second, the protagonist received a donation from the great monk of 100 gold, supporting the guy. Surprised messages immediately flew into the chat that even the master of the New World Guild himself supported the winner. Meanwhile, Tian was furious. Cold sweat was pouring down his face, and there was madness in his eyes. In his head, he screamed that this was impossible. In front of him was a sign warning of danger. He did not understand how this could happen. The next second, he spread his arms and screamed in rage, asking how he could lose. Outside the barrier, his comrades were standing, who were quite excited. Tian continued to shout that his level was higher and his items were better. After a short pause, he shouted that even his stats were much higher. Tired of listening to this, the protagonist exhaled heavily and ordered his opponent to shut up because it was preventing him from concentrating. Pointing his finger at the enraged Chinese, he said that it was true, he was still very far from Tian in both level and subjects, but there was one thing he was better at. I can play better, he said firmly after a few seconds. Hearing this, Tian was shocked, which made him speechless. And this is the most important thing, Kanchan suddenly added. Rage enveloped the Chinese. Gritting his teeth, he tried to restrain himself with all his might. Bastard, he suddenly shouted, unable to restrain himself. His eyes burned with a bright flame, and drool sprayed from his mouth. The Tian player went berserk. Seeing this, the protagonist did not waste time and delivered the decisive blow to the neck of his opponent. Blood sprayed from Tian's mouth, and his eyes turned white. Seeing this, Kanchan was slightly surprised. Max level noob versus Tian from the ISIS guild. Noob wins. Seeing the notification, the guy smiled contentedly and threw his sword over his shoulder. Happy Tenny immediately rushed to his master. The chat was filled with messages of congratulations and praise. Suddenly, Kanchan looked away and was surprised. Lin, along with Tian's other comrades, were furiously advancing on the main character, asking how he dared. Kanchan had already put on all his usual equipment, and Tenny, climbing onto his master's shoulders, pointed his paw at the opponents and said that they had lost, so they should admit their sins, after which he asked if Lin and the others had decided to show off in front of their viewers until the very end. The chat wrote that this was the end for the ISIS guild. What do you even know? Lin screamed in rage. A fireball appeared in her hand, rushing into the attack along with the rest of the guys. An explosion was heard between Lin and Kanchan. The fireball was blocked by Keith, who intervened in time with a smile on his face. The people in the chat were happy to see the guy. Looking ahead, the protagonist saw that other guild members had also come and helped tie up the remaining people from the ISIS guild. Pointing at his friends, Keith said that they came to help, because Kanchan seemed to be having a lot of fun here. Smiling at the protagonist, he added that it was very good that they rejected the contract with Tian. Hearing this, Lin shouted in anger, what other contract could Keith have with them? The protagonist exhaled heavily and said in confusion that it was very surprising that the girl was playing arena and did not know this, and then said that the person standing in front of the girl was Keith Porsche. After a short pause, he explained that the guy was a relative of Ferdinand Porsche, the founder of the company. Hearing this, even Keith himself was surprised that Noob knew so much about him. As soon as Lin and her comrades heard this, shock and horror overwhelmed them. The girl immediately realized that these were the people who revoked the contract with the director. Then, Keith suddenly said with a warm smile on his face, "Let's finish here," he asked, while all his comrades gathered around him. After the arrival of the Pioneer Guild, the situation was quickly resolved. While Keith continued to talk about the sinners of the ISIS Guild, the players who learned the whole truth began to get mad. All the ISIS players, in order to avoid people's wrath, logged out of their accounts, shouting at the end that they would take terrible revenge. Now they are unlikely to appear in the arena. Kanchan silently watched the boys dissolving into thin air. After that, the protagonist exchanged a few words with the Pioneer Guild and they parted ways. The guy thanked Keith for his help, and Keith, holding out his hand, said that they were friends after all. After that, he turned around and with a warm smile on his face said that he hoped that they would meet soon, adding that he was waiting for new adventures. But this was very doubtful. A few minutes later, the protagonist was left alone with his pet. With a smile on his face, he said that the most important thing remained. On the ground lay a small chest with all of Tian's things. In front of the chest sat a joyful Tenny, who asked the owner to allow him to open it. Leaning towards the pet, who had already begun to slowly open the chest, Kanchan said in his head that the Chinese must have had a lot of good things, because he had a lot of good sets, adding that he hoped that accessories would come across. After a short pause, he added that in any case, the rich always have the best. He had a wide smile on his face, and his eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation of good things. Suddenly, he was shocked, and despair enveloped him. There were a lot of items lying on the ground in front of him. The bear cub was very happy, shouting that he liked everything very much. Kanhyun, looking at all the things on the ground, said that there was nothing worthwhile for him, adding that it was complete trash. Suddenly, he found a book and, picking it up, said that this book with a skill could be worthwhile. Below, a notification appeared stating that this was Super Energy Wave, a skill invented by Master Bardock, which allows the owner to gather a certain amount of mana in a certain flow and detonate it. The skill type is immediate, class is rare, rank F, the effect explodes mana, causing great damage in a radius of 3 meters with a cooldown of 20 seconds. After reading everything to the end, the protagonist stretched out his hand. The next second, an incredibly powerful projectile flew out of it, which destroyed everything in front of him. Seeing the destructive power of the skill, Kanchan looked at his hand and said that it was not bad, when suddenly Tenny shouted in shock that it was the same. His eyes sparkled and, imagining Son Goku, he shouted, "An energy wave." The weather was very good outside. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, and the bear was shouting to his owner that he also wanted such a skill. The results of the max level noob battle against the ISIS Guild. The protagonist received 20 inventory items worth 60,000 gold, and 500,000 people subscribed to his channel. Some time passed. The real world. The protagonist's house. Yeonchan had just woken up and, rubbing his eyes, went out into the hallway. The protagonist was sitting on the steps, completely collected. Seeing his friend, Yeonchan asked him why he got up so early, to which Kanghyun replied with a smile that it was his friend who got up too late. Putting his hands in his pockets, Yeonchan asked if the protagonist was going somewhere. Getting up from the steps, Kanghyun adjusted his coat and replied that yes, today was the episode of the Battle of the Two Masks. Hearing this, Yeonchan was very surprised, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his face. The next second, he shouted in displeasure, asking why Kanghyun was only saying such important things now. The protagonist saluted in a friendly manner and replied that he would be there soon. The Korean branch of Nazar. The protagonist entered the director's office. Inside were director Jamie himself and manager Kyle. Seeing Kyle, the protagonist was glad to see him when he suddenly asked who the other man in the office was. Smiling widely, the director said that he was glad to meet the protagonist, after which he introduced himself as Jamie. Hearing this, it dawned on the protagonist that this man was director Nazar. After that, he sat down at the table and said hello. Jamie, looking at the guest, said that he was worried that Noob might not be in shape due to playing in the arena every day, but now he sees that his doubts were in vain. Spreading one hand, he added that when he saw the plan for the Battle of Two Masks, he was very surprised that Kanchan came up with it himself, after which he added that the Entropy Company was also interested in the project, so they even built a separate site in the arena. Hearing this, the protagonist was very surprised, when suddenly the director pointed to the wall where the poster with the advertisement for the Battle of Two Masks was hanging and said that they had already managed to launch the advertisement, after which he asked if the protagonist knew Mr. Keith Porsche because the guy talked a lot about Kanchan. Hearing this, the protagonist remembered Keith's words at parting in the arena and understood what he meant. His thoughts were interrupted by Jamie and asked if the protagonist would accept the offer of cooperation. Of course, Kanghyun answered with a big smile on his face, adding that you'd have to be a fool to turn down a job with Porsche. Suddenly, Kyle turned to the protagonist and asked if he'd checked the list of people for the broadcast. Yes, the guy answered, after which he said a little confused that there were a lot of famous people there, asking later if Kyle was sure that everyone would come. Yes, the manager answered calmly, adding that there would be 6 players in total, adding that the same people were already waiting on the site that the guys from Entropy had made. After a short pause, he turned to the player's capsule at the end of the room and asked if the protagonist wanted to meet the guys before the start. Without thinking twice, Kang-hyun got into the arena. He found himself in a long, beautiful corridor. With his hands in his pockets, he walked forward and looked around, saying that he couldn't even imagine how the builders managed to build an entire building. Suddenly, he saw a glowing pentagram on the floor and said that it seemed like you could teleport to the desired location through these patterns. After that, he confidently raised his foot over the pentagram, making up his mind. The next second, he stepped on the drawing, and a bright light burst out of it. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard from behind, asking if Kang-hyun was really here. Turning around, the protagonist saw Seok-jun, the master of the New World Guild, waving at the guy. Approaching his brother, Kang-hyun spread his hand and said that he did not think that Seok-jun would come here without even warning. Standing in front of his brother, Seok-jun replied that he thought Kang-hyun already knew that they would appear on the first broadcast. On the first, the protagonist asked in surprise, adding that he would only appear on the next one. True, Seok-jun suddenly asked. After thinking for a moment, he grabbed his brother's shoulder with a slap and asked if he lost today, he wouldn't be able to appear on the next broadcast. Hanging over Kang-hyun, he said with literally glowing eyes and a crazy grin that he had to win today. After that, he started shaking his brother from side to side and saying that if Kang-hyun didn't show up next time, there would be a war between them. The protagonist, without resisting his brother, said in his head that he didn't understand why Seok-jun wanted to fight him so much, after which he said that it was enough already because it was time for him to meet other players. The next player the protagonist met was the Phoenix Guild Master, Griffin. The girl with a warm smile on her face extended her hand to the guy and said that she was very grateful for having received such a chance. Confusedly scratching the back of his head, Kang-hyun replied that he should thank the girl for deciding to participate. Griffin suddenly asked if they had already started filming. No, the protagonist immediately replied, adding that he just wanted to meet everyone. The girl suddenly leaned towards the guy and said that she heard that there would be some huge patch, and after that, a PvP event. With a warm smile on her face, she added that she would definitely win the PvP event. After a short pause, the girl again said that she thought that the Battle of Two Masks was a great place to gather information. Hearing this, the protagonist was slightly confused and said in his head that it would be better if Griffin focused on the main task of the broadcast. The next player Kang-hyun met was the Mono Guild Master, Marco. The man was so enveloped in rage that he could not say anything, and veins appeared all over his face. Looking at Marco, the protagonist asked himself in his head why the man looked so angry and when he managed to piss the master off. After Marco, the protagonist met with the guild master Haku, Daniel, who waved him off and said that he did not want to give an interview because he needed to focus on the battle. Seeing such a reaction, Kang-hyun said in his head with displeasure that the guy could have said hello. Leaving Daniel's room, the protagonist looked at the sheet with all the players and said that he had gone around almost everyone, adding that there were only 2 left, and these 2 were pro gamers, after which he asked where such guys were from, asking later when the pro league opened in the arena. A few minutes later, he was in the room of one of the pro players, Mascherano, who was from the American division of Red Bull. Extending his hand, Kang-hyun asked why the guy wanted to participate in the competition. With a smile on his face, Mascherano replied that it was his personal desire because he wanted to do something not for the company. After a short pause, he added that if there was another reason. Hearing this, the protagonist was slightly surprised and asked what it was. Suddenly, another guy joined in, and Mascherano and the one who joined in synchronously asked if the protagonist would be okay with joining their company. The second guy was a pro gamer from Manchester Devils, Cavani. He hit himself in the chest with a smile on his face and said that they wanted Kang-hyun to become their player. Extending his hand towards the protagonist, he said that they promised better conditions. Hearing this, Noob lowered his head and thanked for the offer, after which he said that he wanted to focus on streaming for now. Nothing, Cavani shouted, smiling widely and hitting his bicep, adding that if the protagonist still changed his mind, then their company would always be happy to accept the protagonist. Thank you, Kang-hyun answered confusedly, without raising his head. Then I'll see you on stage, Cavani said after a short pause. After leaving the pro gamer's room, Kang-hyun stood on the pentagram and said that he never thought that he would receive 2 invitations from 2 famous players in one day. Clenching his hand into a fist and looking at it, the protagonist said that during the time of Milligat, he would not have thought about such a thing, but now it was a very interesting offer. Suddenly, one of the construction workers appeared from behind. Calling Noob, he said that they were starting soon. Turning around, Kang-hyun said, "Okay." Gritting his teeth, he firmly said in his head that it was time to get ready because he needed to focus on the competition. While the protagonist walked to the site, many people were already eagerly waiting for the start. A world is a streaming platform that Canhyan used. The usual number of viewers did not exceed 30 or 50,000, but this time there were more than 200,000 people. There were a lot of messages in the chat from viewers who wanted to quickly watch the epic spectacle. Many people were really interested in the battle of the two masks. And then, the broadcast started, and a beam of light hit the center of the arena where the protagonist was seen. Bringing the microphone to his mouth, Canhyan greeted everyone and said that the competition was finally starting. Raising his hand with an extended finger up, he explained that they only chose the most famous players from PvP, so the viewers should definitely enjoy it, and then asked if everyone had time to go to the toilet before the start. Messages started pouring into the chat, yes. Then, Noob spoke with a wide smile on his face. At that very second, light spilled across the entire arena, and 6 participants appeared on it. Raising his hand again, the protagonist, that their long-awaited show, Battle of the Two Masks, starts right now. Each participant had a mask on their face, but even so, their glowing eyes were visible. Spreading his arms, the protagonist told the viewers that they had a really cool lineup today, adding that the viewers will see rankers here who have not appeared in other shows. Who is it? People wrote in the chat, asking to tell them. Waving his hand towards the participants, Kanchan shouted that he was introducing their participants of today's episode. And our first player, he shouted. At that very second, the light illuminated the body of the first player. The guy was very muscular in appearance, wearing a bee suit. The host Noob introduced the first player as the Bee King. The guy's mask was in the form of a bee's head with a very cute smile. At this time, the main character explained that the custom armor of the fighters was specially sponsored by the Entropy Company, adding that not only the appearance of the suit had changed, but also the armor. After a short pause, he turned his gaze to the second player, pointed his finger at him and shouted that he was ready to introduce the second fighter. The second boy was a muscular guy with a wolf mask on his head, whose fist is not afraid of anything in the world. The second player is Darkholme. Pointing to the third player, who was dressed in massive steel armor, Kanchan shouted for all the viewers to take a closer look because this was a lady named Sir Camelot. After that, he pointed to the fourth player. It was a skinny guy with a box on his head. This was the restless spirit, the returned fighter Bidard. Pointing to the fifth player, the host shouted that this was a South American dancer full of passion pasos. And the last, sixth fighter, the protagonist shouted pointing to the last player, telling the viewers to greet him with applause, an example of a high-tech civilization, their future nanomachine Jackson. The 6 players stood shoulder to shoulder, and the host Noob asked the viewers to greet the participants of the Battle of Two Masks. When suddenly, after reading the messages in the chat, all the players were shocked. The people in the chat did not like the costumes at all, they thought they were old-fashioned. The protagonist continued to entertain the audience, asking if all the players were not very cool. All 6 participants lowered their heads in disappointment, their faces hanging low. Slightly confused, Canhyan, with a drop of cold sweat on his cheek, said that it was time to start explaining the rules, which were quite simple. The first rule was that the player who achieved 5 wins would become the king of that week and the broadcast would end. The second rule was that if no one challenged an opponent within 30 seconds, the fighter in the ring would receive an additional win, meaning 1 win every 30 seconds. The third rule was that the player who lost 3 battles would take off his mask and expose himself. The fourth rule was that the current king would fight for his place with the king of the next week. Raising his finger, the protagonist asked if the viewers agreed that it was that simple, and without waiting for an answer, he tossed the cube, choosing a contender for the first battle. A few seconds later, as soon as the cube stopped, the Bee King fell out. Seeing this, the protagonist shouted that this player would be the first to open their game. The Bee King entered the ring. The noob leader stood next to him and loudly asked who wanted to fight the first player. A player entered the arena and loudly said that he wanted to challenge. Darkholme decided to join the fight, the main character shouted. After a short pause, he added that all the other players could wait in their seats. The remaining 4 players jumped off the arena and went to their seats to watch the fight. Pointing to the shining throne at the top, Kanchan said that he was very interested in who would become the king of the first week. A few seconds later, only 2 players were standing in the arena. Strong magical energy emanated from both. Suddenly, the noob leader shouted that the battle had begun. At that very second, Darkholme dealt a powerful blow to his opponent, but the Bee King defended himself with a shield. Such a powerful blow gave off a powerful impulse, which greatly surprised the noob. He immediately began to comment that both players had been attacking each other since the beginning of the battle. With terrible force, the players struck with terrible force. It was an amazing confrontation, because neither side was ready to give in. Darkholme dealt blow after blow and said in his head that he was not going to spend so much time on each player. Suddenly, he jumped high and said in his head that he needed to deal with the Bee King as soon as possible and become the king of the two masks. He moved his hand back, and a very bright and powerful magic ball appeared in it. Seeing this, the protagonist was shocked. A drop of sweat ran down his face, and he himself recognized that this was the skill of the monk. He immediately screamed in his head for his brother to think about the show. With burning eyes, Darkholme screamed in his head that the most important thing is to win, because only then will he be able to fight Noob. After these thoughts, he launched a powerful magic projectile at his opponent. A bright light eclipsed the Bee King. An incredibly powerful explosion was heard. Darkholme landed neatly on the arena and was surprised by the result. King Bee was still standing in the arena. Seeing this, Darkholme asked if his opponent could really withstand such an attack. "Only a monk has this power," King Bee said firmly. He looked at his opponent and saw Seokjin's wide smile through the wolf mask. After that, he threw away the shield and said that since his opponent had decided to reveal himself, so should he. Seeing this, the protagonist asked himself in shock in his head what those two were doing, because in a mask battle, you need to hide your identity. Taking a stance, King Bee held out a sword whose blade was on fire, and said that Darkholme should not even think that he was going to lose. Hearing this, Darkholme hit his fist with his hand and laughed loudly. In the chat, people began to write that they had already seen this yellow sword somewhere. King Bee did not waste time and made 2 strikes with a burning sword in the air. He used the Great Cross skill, which immediately flew at his opponent. With a mad grin, Darkholme said that he knew this technique. Pulling his burning fist back, he shouted that this technique is not as dangerous as experience shows. The next second, he used the Storm Fist technique and hit the Great Cross with his burning fist. There was an explosion even louder than the last one. As soon as the smoke cleared a little, King Bee cleared his throat. Looking around, he said in his head that his opponent would not be killed so easily, and then asked where Darkholme was. But before he could finish speaking, the wolf flew out of the smoke and delivered a powerful blow to his opponent's face. His eyes were burning brighter than ever. He delivered blow after blow with his bare fists to his opponent. King Bee was unable to stay on his feet and fell to the floor, but this did not stop Darkholme. When suddenly he swung, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. The protagonist watched this with a stony face, not knowing how to react. A powerful blow was heard, which landed on King Bee's face. His face was driven into the ground. At that very second, the leading noob shouted that Darkholme was the winner. Throwing his arms out, the wolf raised his head and howled furiously. The Shoulder King began to disappear. People in the chat were writing that it was really cool, adding that ranker battles were on a whole other level. But by this time, everyone had already figured out who was hiding under the wolf mask. The Bee King returned to the waiting area after his defeat. Passos, folding his arms over his chest and throwing one leg over the other, said that Seokjin was very strong. The Bee King appeared next to the players in the spectator seats. Gritting his teeth, he looked at his opponent, to whom he had just lost, and said in his head that Seokjin had really become much stronger, after which he asked if this guy really couldn't be beaten. With a mad grin, Darkholme looked at his brother and said in his head that he only had 4 wins left until the battle with Noob, after which he apologized in his head to the main character for the fact that the show would not last long. But everything did not go according to his plan at all. He could only continue his winning streak to 2, but he could only win 3 times. In the 4th round, he was defeated, to the disappointment of many. In that fight, Nanomachine Jackson won. It was the first victory for Jackson and the end for Darkholme. At that time, no one could even imagine who was hiding behind his mask. "Congratulations on your first victory," the host Noob congratulated the player, but he did not care. And how Nanomachine Jackson will create a big problem for the King of 2 Masks and make everyone afraid. The next fight took place between Nanomachine Jackson and Sir Camelot. In it, Nanomachine Jackson won easily, cutting his opponent. The main character with a wide smile on his face shouted that this was already the 2nd victory in a row for Nanomachine, adding that this player really is going to win like a ruthless mechanism, after which he asked if no one can defeat the machine. When suddenly the Nanomachine raised its hand and wanted to address the host. "What is it?" the host Noob asked in surprise and leaned closer to the player. He whispered something in his ear, shocked him greatly, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his face. When suddenly he jumped back and shouted questioningly. At the same second, looking at the Nanomachine, he shouted that they were taking a 10-minute break. At this time, Enchan was watching the battle between the Bee King and Darkholme. Leaning his head on his hand, he said in confusion that even though the players were wearing masks, it was easy to tell who they were, adding that it was necessary to warn the participants to be more secretive. When suddenly the protagonist called him on the phone. After answering the call, Enchan asked if his friend was not broadcasting right now, why was he calling? Without answering his friend's questions, the protagonist asked if Enchan could help him. "We have trouble," he said with a very scared and excited voice. Hearing this, Yeonchan tensed up a little and decided to listen to Kanhyun, who said that perhaps their show would be closed after the first episode. Yeonchan was very surprised by what he heard, not understanding anything. After a while, two dark silhouettes were standing in the arena. The host Noob, looking at the stands with the players, said that the rest was over, which meant it was time to move on to the next duel. A ray of light fell on Jackson's nano machine, and the main character loudly said that this player already had 2 victories behind him, asking afterward who would be able to defeat the robot. He looked at the players, each of whom did not dare to enter the arena and challenge the nano machine. Seeing the fear of the players, Noob said that if no one accepted the fight in 30 seconds, then everyone would receive 1 loss. At that very second, Bidard disappeared from his place. Spinning in the air, he flew to the arena. Landing right in front of the nano machine's face, he said that he volunteered to stop this stupid tin can. Hearing such self-confidence, the protagonist shouted loudly that Bidard accepted the challenge. Staring intently at his opponent, Bidard menacingly said that he was ready to bet everything on his victory. Hearing this, the host Noob asked, "What about hiding his identity?" "It doesn't matter," the guy answered firmly. From such an answer, Kanchan asked sadly why no one was thinking about their show. All this time, the nano machine was silent, saying nothing. People in the chat laughed and said that Bidard would lose. "Ah, okay," the protagonist shouted discontentedly, after which he waved his hand and shouted that it was time to start the fight. Both opponents jumped away from each other a short distance. "Let's start," the host Noob shouted loudly. Immediately after these words, Bidard jumped up and flew at his opponent. His fist in a boxing glove was in front of his opponent's face in an instant. The nano machine reacted sharply, but still received a strong blow. Smoke was coming from the place of the blow, and the protagonist was shouting, commenting that Jackson was able to avoid a direct blow, but still received damage. Smoke was also coming from Bidard's fist, and he, jumping in place, said that from the fighting style of his opponent, he immediately understood that he was like that. "Daniel," he said a few seconds later, when suddenly the strap of the t-shirt on his shoulder broke. Seeing this, the guy was very surprised, not understanding when Jackson managed to hit him. At this time, the nano machine, leaning on the sword, got up from the floor. Raising the sword, he firmly said that he was not Daniel, but nano machine Jackson. Throwing off his torn t-shirt, Bidard asked displeasedly, "How not Daniel?" Because no one would use such abilities and techniques. Daniel, master of the Haku Guild. He is the second in the ranking on today's broadcast, a master of swordsmanship. Among all the players, no one can compare to him in agility and technique. It can be said that he could easily take first place in the ranking or even go beyond it. Bidard was going to attack again, saying in his head that he knows his opponent's weak point. The next second, a fierce fight began. The guys delivered and reflected blows to each other at the ideal level. All this time, Bidard was shouting loudly, asking how his opponent's face was after his blows, because he had free plastic surgery on his face. Daniel's weak point is trash talk. Due to his unstable character, he is easily upset. After reflecting another kick from his opponent, Jackson said that he is not Daniel, but Nanomachine Jackson. Realizing that his plan was not working, Bidard slightly confusedly asked himself in his head why his opponent did not give in, asking afterward whether Daniel was able to overcome his weakness. Before he could get to his feet, Jackson began to attack his opponent with his sword, causing him to cover his face with his hands. In his head, Bidard said that he felt as if Jackson's strength had become slightly weaker, but his technique was much better. And then he asked in his head if Daniel had managed to pick the right items and was now in complete control of the situation. Suddenly, he saw the nano machine move its hand with the sword, whose blade was on fire, behind its back. Bidard immediately realized that this was the crescent strike skill. At the last moment, he managed to dodge, jumping high. While in the air, he said that now, "The strike is behind me," he said loudly, using the strike technique. He directed many destructive strikes at his opponent, who was simply standing there. Looking at what was flying at him, he realized that this was definitely Mascherano's technique. "And you are not what I expected," he suddenly said. At that very second, he began to reflect each strike of his opponent with his sword. Seeing that not a single attack reached the opponent, Bidard was greatly surprised and shocked. "At the end of my fist," he said slowly, looking at his fist flying at the opponent, when suddenly Jackson's sword appeared in front of him. Seeing this, he asked himself in shock in his head, "The sword pointed at me." Daniel's hand movements were not even visible. Staring intently at his opponent, who parried his every blow, Bidard asked himself in shock in his head how Daniel could become so strong, adding that he could not do it in such a short time. Without stopping his attack, he said to himself that only one player can do this. Remembering the image of Milligat, he said that only this person can do this. He continued talking in his head, asking if Daniel could really level up to Milligat's level, adding after that, that is definitely not the case. When suddenly at that very moment he missed a blow. In the next few seconds, he was subjected to Jackson's strong and non-stop attacks. The protagonist, standing to the side, watched the fight intently. "Oh my god," he suddenly said with beads of cold sweat on his face. A few seconds later, the nanomachine turned away from its opponent, who was dissolving into thin air, and the host noob shouted that Jackson had won this fight again. After a short pause, he added that the robot had already won 3 times in a row. The defeated Bitard appeared in the stands next to the other players, furiously hitting his legs with his fists. Gritting his teeth, he looked at his opponent with horror in his eyes and asked himself in his head how he could level up like that. Passos, sitting with his arms folded across his chest, said to himself that it was very frightening that Daniel was able to defeat Mascherano so easily. The 5 players stared at the nanomachine and wondered if anyone could stop Jackson at all. "We'll continue in 10 minutes, the host noob suddenly said. The break room. The protagonist appeared from the pentagram. He exhaled heavily and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "What are you sighing about?" A familiar voice came from the side. Hearing it, Kang Han gritted his teeth angrily. Turning around, he looked at himself sitting on the couch, who, waving his hand, asked if he was really that worried. Running up to his copy and bending over it, he shouted furiously, asking if this was all a joke for the guy, and then asked what he was even doing here. "Calm down," the protagonist sitting on the couch replied. After a short pause, he said that this would only stir up the public's interest. Hearing this, Kang Hyun, standing opposite, exhaled heavily and grabbed his mask. After a short pause, the protagonist sitting on the couch said that Kang Hyun, standing in front of him, would still be participating in the next broadcast. "Yeonchan," he said. The protagonist took off Kang Hyun's mask and said with a dissatisfied face that everything depended only on the protagonist. After that, he put his hands in his pockets and said that this is why he does not understand what his friend is trying to achieve. Confusedly scratching his cheek, Kang Han asked what difference it makes. "What will happen?" "What?" Yeonchan asked in shock. 10 minutes later, the protagonist returned to the arena and, spreading his arms, said that it was time to continue the broadcast. Looking at the 5 players sitting in the stands, he asked who wanted to fight the nanomachine next. Everyone except Darkholme looked away. With burning eyes and a wild grin, Darkholme grinned and said in his head that everyone was afraid of losing. "Then I have to," he said to himself, getting up from the stands. When suddenly Jackson raised his hand and apologized. "I can't," he suddenly said loudly. Hearing this, the protagonist looked at the player in surprise. Darkholme was also very surprised, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his face. "What?" he screamed in his head as the arena fell silent. Spreading his arms, Noob the host apologized and explained that Nanomachine was citing special circumstances and asking for a 30-minute break. Bowing, Jackson apologized and said he would try to return as soon as possible. In the chat, people began to laugh and write that it was just an escape, adding that it was obvious, calling Jackson a coward. Nanomachine said nothing more. Noob the host, at this time, lightened the atmosphere by saying that of course, a battle between 2 masks was not a place for understanding and forgiveness, so the game must continue. But for Nanomachine, there was no longer a reason to participate in the competition. All because the game ended with Seokjin winning 2 victories in a row and becoming the winner of the first game with 5 wins and 1 loss. A few minutes later, Darkholme placed a crown on her ear and a king's cape on her shoulders. The protagonist held the microphone to the king and asked if he wanted to make a speech since he had become the first king of 2 masks. This time it was easy, without any emotion, Darkholme said. In the chat, people wrote that the outcome was obvious. Suddenly, a mad grin appeared on the wolf's face, and he, with shining eyes, said that he was just joking because this was the first broadcast for them, and that is why everyone did not play at full strength, after which he said that he was already very interested in who would come next week. In the chat, a viewer wrote that it looked like Darkholme would win again. After a short pause, the host Noob called all the losers to him, saying that it was time to reveal their identities. In the chat, people wrote that they were very interested in whether they had guessed everyone correctly. Behind him stood 4 losers, and the protagonist told them to take off their masks one by one. The first was the Bee King. Taking off his mask, he greeted everyone and introduced himself as Cavani, a pro gamer from Manchester. In the chat, people immediately wrote that it was easy to guess. Spreading his arms, the main character said loudly that it was an English pro gamer. Cavani, with a drop of sweat on his face, said in confusion that if he could appear here again, he promised to change his fighting style and become better. Hearing this, Kanchan happily said that he would be glad if the player came here again, adding that they always wait for rankers at the Battle of 2 Masks. After a short pause, the South American dancer, full of passion Passos, took off his mask. Behind it was Griffin, the master of the Phoenix Guild. The next to take off his mask was Sir Camelot. It turned out to be the master of the Mono Guild, Marco. The last to take off his mask was Bitard. The powerful boxer turned out to be a pro gamer from the American division of Red Bull, Mascherano. And suddenly the light fell on the very last participant, Nanomachine Jackson. All the people in the chat began to actively write that they were very interested in who was hiding under the mask of a ruthless robot. "Take off the mask," the main character shouted, and the player grabbed the robot's head. A few seconds later, a long face appeared, and the man said that his name was Daniel. Everyone in the chat was delighted and wrote that they knew it. Bowing, Daniel suddenly apologized to everyone and said that he had circumstances due to which he could not continue the game. Suddenly, he looked at the host Noob and with a smile on his face said that if the viewers watch the broadcast on record, they will learn something interesting. People in the chat immediately reacted to this, saying that it seemed that Nazar had come up with something. And at this time, the main character was shown a sign saying that it was time to end the broadcast and finish. Seeing the message, Kanchan spread his arms and asked if the viewers liked the first episode of the Battle of Two Masks. Yes, the viewers wrote in the chat, adding that there was no need to hide behind the masks because everything was clear anyway. Pointing his finger at the camera, the main character said with a wide smile on his face that, of course, the first pancake is always lumpy, but next time they will improve both the fights and the moment with hiding the identity, so he will wait for everyone on the next episode of this show. After a short pause, he shouted very loudly that the Battle of Two Masks will see all viewers next week. Bye, they wrote in the chat, and the space began to evaporate. As soon as the Battle of Two Masks ended, reviews from viewers began to appear in the arena community. Many messages were about how good it was. Someone wrote that he really liked that there were strong rankers, and someone discussed Daniel. Most people discussed Daniel's escape. For the first time, a player personally decided to leave during the broadcast on the arena, so many built theories about what was happening. 2 days later, the Battle of Two Masks show was released in the recording. As Daniel said, the viewers were very excited about what happened between the matches. In the dressing room, Daniel approached the protagonist and said with a very worried look that something had happened to him, after which he asked if he could step away for an hour. Hearing this, Noob was very confused, asking why right now, and why the player hadn't told him earlier since they could have moved the transfer time. Daniel hung his head in disappointment, saying that he didn't know this would happen, after which he apologized. Kanghyun spread his arms out and asked if Daniel could come back faster. Suddenly, he stretched out his arms and said that they only had 5 duels left, so he apologized for the urgency. While figuring out the system window, Daniel replied that he would come back and immediately start fighting. Many people also actively discussed the video from the show's filming after the broadcast recording was released. After that, Daniel disappeared. Left alone, Kanghyun gritted his teeth and lowered his head, not knowing what to think. After that, he put his hand to his chin and thought. When suddenly, he abruptly opened the door to the storage room and ran inside. A few minutes passed, he was gone. A few more minutes passed and he was still not there. When suddenly, Nano Machine came out of the hallway. Walking further, he stood in the middle of the room. After thinking for a while, he threw the sword over his shoulder. Didn't Daniel defeat the knight? People asked in the comments. More and more discussions appeared. Someone wrote that perhaps this was done on purpose to create a stir, and many in society discussed manipulation and editing. And the evidence was simple. It would be hard enough to beat a pro player Mascherano, no matter how skilled the other players were. But then one day, another opinion appeared. Maybe it was just a noob. But this situation was quickly hushed up. People wrote that the main character was not that good. Others wrote that the level of those 6 rankers was higher than the 180, so comparing Noob and those 6 players did not even make sense. It was hard to imagine that Noob, with his low level, could beat a pro player with a high level and pumped up items. Kanghyun held his phone in front of him and read all these discussions with a wide smile on his face. He was sitting on the couch in a luxurious living room and telling his friend that they really made a scandal, adding that their ratings in America exceeded 2.4%. True, Yeonchan asked in surprise, sitting next to him. When suddenly the main character joyfully shouted that the highest rating in the arena used to be 1.2, and they made it twice as high. Cool, Yeonchan said. Hearing this answer, Kanghyun leaned over to his friend and asked why his reaction was so dry. Looking intently at his phone, Yeonchan said that he had learned something terrible. What was it? Kanghyun asked in surprise. The next second, Yeonchan turned the phone to his friend and said that after the release of Battle of the Two Masks, the protagonist's channel had 5 million subscribers. Hearing this, Kanghyun was struck by lightning. Suddenly, he put his hand to his chest and asked if their ratings weren't great, adding that in America, it was 2.4. Still looking at his phone, Yeonchan asked if his friend had forgotten about the contract with Nazar. The contract with Nazar, the protagonist asked in surprise. Suddenly, he remembered how he was given a tablet with a company contract in the office. Taking the tablet in his hands, he carefully read the entire contract. At that very second, he remembered that it said that the payment was $10,000 for 10,000 subscribers of the channel, and an additional bonus was paid for more than 100,000 subscribers. Cold sweat appeared on the protagonist's face, and he understood everything. Yeonchan looked at his friend and said that it was tens of thousands of dollars. Yeah, like a zombie, Kanghyun answered. After a short pause, Yeonchan asked what the guy would do with the salary he would receive. Hearing such a question, the protagonist turned to his friend in shock without answering. Suddenly, tears began to flow from his eyes. Through his tears, he said that if Yeonchin wanted to eat something, then. At that very second, Yeonchin interrupted his friend with a wide smile on his face and asked if he was afraid that the money would run out so quickly. After a short pause, he asked if Kang-hyun wanted to receive a deposit. Hearing this, the protagonist shook, clenched his hands into fists, bit his lip and said, "Aha." This money was of great importance to Kang-hyun, because, a few hours later, he stood in front of a huge building. Covering his eyes with his hand from the bright sun, he looked up. "And here is the Millwall building," he said firmly. With a smile on his face, he looked ahead and said that this money really stunned him, and here he was finally. "Well," he said, stretching his shoulders and walking to the entrance, "it's time to make some money." A high-rise building of one company towered over dozens of corporate buildings. A man in a dark suit stood at the entrance to the office of Moon's capital. Folding his arms and grinning, the dark-haired man with glasses and a scar on his face said that he assumed that since such a young man came to them, he urgently needed money, and asked how much he needed. Scratching his neck, the protagonist replied that he, in fact, came to pay off a debt. The man asked again. Throwing his body completely onto the couch and putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist confirmed. Crossing his legs, the man mentally declared that it was unlikely that this was a large amount at such an age. Opening a cabinet with yellow folders with information on debtors, he asked the name of the debtor. The protagonist answered Seokjun. The dark-haired man opened the right folder. Abruptly closing it, he silently asked about the huge debt of 15 billion won and asked who he was to the protagonist. He answered that it was his father. Smiling with a little madness in his eyes, the man asked how much he was going to pay back. He also mentally wondered how much one could even try to pay back at 20 years old. With an absolutely emotionless face, the protagonist said that he would pay 5 billion to start. The eyes of the shocked man and his guard suddenly widened. They froze silently in shock. Looking at the protagonist, the man asked again in surprise the amount, after which he told the protagonist not to joke with him because he was a scary person. Turning on the phone and starting to dig through it, the protagonist said that he was not joking and would now pay back 5 billion. He extended his hand and turned the balance screen. The dark-haired man, with genuine surprise on his face, mentally asked if he was serious. Looking at him in shock, he mentally stated that this was the entire salary of his big guys for the year, after which he asked himself what he could do. The touch guard, wiping his nose, said to himself that he was a very good son. He came to pay off his father's debt. Leaving the building, the protagonist stretched. Starting to warm up his arms, he said that it was time to train, adding that there were still 10 billion left and if he continued to move forward like this, he would be able to pay it all off this year. Putting the phone to his ear, he said with a smile that he would buy a house for his mother with the remaining money and transfer his father to an excellent ward. Approaching the pedestrian crossing, the protagonist spoke to his mother on the phone. He said that everything was fine with him. He smiled very kindly with his whole face. The forest at Yuzma. The bright afternoon sun illuminated the dense forest and the small fortress. Cannon's information window appeared. He was level 105, a knight of Kion. His titles were Lebron's disciple, warrior recognized by Han, deity recognized by Lebron, the first to step into the imperial palace, the first to meet the emperor, the one who got 100 victories in a row, a lone raider, a bracken slayer. His special attribute was wind, and his stats with buffs were 650 strength, 590 endurance, 820 agility, 630 magic power, 295 adventurer. Looking forward, the protagonist said that thanks to the armor, the stats had increased a little. Raising his hand, the yellow bear exclaimed in surprise. The protagonist, wearing a dark gold robe and a white cloak with a blade on his back, inspected his new red gloves. The bear said that he looked really cool. Using Blink, moving forward sharply, the protagonist said that thanks to Nazar, he easily received a unique material, the Heart of Avora, so now he can craft what he knows from the time of the last world. Looking down, he said with a smile that he had to spend 30,000 gold on the remaining ingredients. But as a result, he was able to get a set of armor the greatness of Apollo. A system notification appeared about the use of a new armor set. The full set increased movement speed by 20%, created an elemental wind, and also made it possible to use lightning 7 times a day. All characteristics were increased by 100. Information also appeared that lightning strikes the target within a radius of 10 meters. Raising both hands, the protagonist joyfully exclaimed that there was still a lot of time until the next 2 masks. He also suggested that the bear look for a quest for now. Dozens of warriors stood near the entrance to the stone fortress. A shadow fell from the small light columns of the building. Meditating, LeBron asked why he came. Standing still, the protagonist stated with a smile that he was his student, asking if he wasn't happy. The protagonist added that he came to become stronger. Opening one eye, the man with 2 scars stated that it was obvious that he had become stronger. After that, he asked if the protagonist had successfully completed his task. Raising a huge sword, from which raging streams of blue magic began to emanate, the protagonist asked if the man meant him. Smiling at the teacher, he asked if he was pleased. Keeping his hands on his knees, the gray-haired man remained silent. Starting to stand up, he said that the protagonist's skills had indeed improved, but he was still too weak. Throwing up his hands, the dumbfounded Kanchan asked again. Walking up to the guy and bending down, LeBron said that he had now become a typical rich kid, so they were the same as him. Looking at the guy seriously, the gray-haired man said that usually all adventurers look good on the outside, but empty on the inside, but the protagonist was the opposite. There was enough on the inside, but not on the outside. Looking ahead in surprise, the protagonist mentally asked if he really was just talking about the level. Seriously looking into his eyes, the man paused and began to speak. Turning away, the gray-haired man cleared his throat and told him to go south, beyond Briggs, to Lattice Fortress, beyond the Hyjin Mountains, after which he found General Gerard there. A new task was received. The system identified him as a C rank, and the reward for the quest was experience. Gerard was the one who lived in the Lattice Fortress, which protected the Hyjin Mountains from monsters. Smiling, the protagonist mentally stated that it was very good that he came here. Looking back, he stated that they would still go somewhere together when they returned, so he should come when he was ready. The protagonist turned his head towards the system window in surprise. The system window displayed Kyle's name. He was calling the protagonist. The protagonist mentally asked if something had happened. An image of a small town surrounded by a stone fence appeared. The protagonist stated that he was on his way. The man asked why so soon, since they had not seen each other for a long time. Kan-hyun apologized and said that he had an urgent matter. Hundreds of glass houses of various organizations filled the area. The canteen of the Entropy Company. The company employees were quietly having lunch in a small canteen. Holding his chopsticks and chewing his food, the dark-haired guy said that a new patch was coming soon. He also added that Rain, who was first in the rankings, was level 197, so the deadline was next week and it was time to start. It was the person in charge of the planning department of Entropy, Hyunjun. Raising a spoon to his mouth, the man with glasses and a mask asked if this was already the 3rd patch related to storming the fortress. It was the person in charge of the management department of Entropy, Jinyoung. Extending his hand with chopsticks towards his tray, Hyunjun replied that yes, it was already the 3rd and there would be no problem if it weren't for the storming. Scratching his hand, the man with glasses said that some people manage to buy castles for this. He added that they buy titles and conduct sieges, not knowing whose idea it was, but their persistence is amazing. Both company representatives sighed tiredly. Jinyoung asked if he knew about the Battle of the Two Masks, adding that he watched it last week and it was interesting. Taking his food, the dark-haired guy said that he saw it too, but he was more surprised by the unedited version. The man asked if there was one. Jinyoung asked if he knew that the nano machine was a noob when he fought Mesherano. With his mouth open in surprise, Hyunjung asked if he was serious. Raising his hand with the spoon, the person in charge in the management department said that Daniel simply used him as a substitute knight and left, and the noob fought in his equipment. Looking ahead, the dark-haired guy asked how the level of the noob and Mesherano could even be compared. Jinyoung answered that it was impossible, adding that the community thinks that the difference between them is about 80 levels. Smiling while looking ahead, the dark-haired guy stated that there are so many good newcomers now that there will always be something interesting. Then he asked how the protagonist is. Picking up the spoon with food, the man with glasses asked again. The guy added that he was the 1st ranker who suddenly disappeared. Memories popped up in Jinyoung's mind. He mentally stated that he heard something about it. Putting the spoon in his mouth, he raised his head and mentally said that he did not remember where, but whatever. He said that the protagonist is probably doing well somewhere. Sitting on the bench, the protagonist opened the system window and greeted Kyle. Sitting at the office table, the brown-haired guy stated that they decided who would participate in the next tournament. He also added that they would hold additional training in addition to this and asked if the protagonist wanted to participate. Kang-hyun said that he wanted to ask him about it. He asked if it was possible to lock the 2 guests for the next round. Smiling, Kyle replied that it was and that they still could. The protagonist stated that he was going to go out in this round. The guy's eyes widened sharply. He asked in surprise why now, because didn't the protagonist want to level up and appear somewhere around episode 6. Looking at the system window, the protagonist said that everything was fine and he was confident in his victory. He also added that he wanted them to give the 2nd place to the player from JT Telecom, Rock. The brown-haired guy asked excitedly if he was really that good. With an angry expression on his face, looking ahead, the protagonist replied that it was not exactly like that, he just had a debt to pay. Closing his eyes, Kyle replied that he felt sorry for the person he hated, and then said that he would convey the protagonist's wishes to the boss. The protagonist thanked him. He said that he was counting on him, and then began to close the system window. Gritting his teeth, Kang-han sighed slightly angrily. He began to recall the past, mentally saying that a lot of time had passed. Angrily and slightly mockingly looking at the protagonist, Hanbeek asked who it was. Putting a hand on the shoulder, the guy mockingly said that he heard that his father was seriously ill, asking if he cared about him. Putting a hand to his mouth, which had a smile on it, the guy stated that it was because of his father that his family was destroyed. Lowering his head, Kang-hyun said that this time he was going to get rid of stress on the broadcast, adding that they can call it revenge, but it is just a drop in the ocean. Enveloping himself in streams of blue aura, the protagonist with a smile stated that it was high time to test the skills of a pro gamer. Lattice Fortress. A huge, protected building was located on the mountains. The protagonist looked up, shock in his eyes. Looking at the gray-haired man in military attire, who was much larger than the protagonist, he mentally stated that he was very tall. This was the capital of Lattice Fortress, Herald. Looking at the guy, the man asked if he was Lebron's disciple. The protagonist answered that he was, and then introduced himself. A notification appeared about a meeting with the captain of Lattice Fortress, and the protagonist was given experience. Turning around and starting to scratch his chin, Harold said that the Duke told him that he could do whatever he wanted with the protagonist, but since he was his disciple, the protagonist could just go rest. Staring up in surprise, Kanchan mentally stated that he would not be able to finish the quest then. After which he said that he was ready to do anything for the well-being of the fortress. Grinning slightly madly, the fortress capital stated that if he wanted it, then fine. Pointing his hand to the side, the gray-haired man asked if he knew why the walls here were so thick and high. The protagonist assumed it was because of the monsters. An image of angry goblins sitting in the forest in front of the castle appeared. The man replied that it was all because of the waves of monsters, adding that every year, for some unknown reason, the monsters of the mountain range attacked the fortress. Looking at the guy, Harold stated that the time of the next wave was approaching. He added that it would be nice to reduce the number of monsters and find out the reason for the attack. A new quest was received. It consisted of cleaning the mountain range. It was necessary to reduce the number of monsters that live on the mountain range to 999. It was a B-rank quest, and the reward was experience, the treasure of Lattice. It was also necessary to find the reason for the full monsters. It was a B+ rank quest, and the reward was experience, an imperial contribution, and a gift from the king. The protagonist mentally exclaimed that he was able to receive 2 quests at once. He shuddered in confusion, looking at the system window. He closed his eyes and began to rub them. Opening them and squinting, he looked at the information window again in surprise. His eyes widened, and he mentally asked in shock how it was possible to kill 999 monsters. Smiling, Harold said that the protagonist himself said that he would do anything, after which he wished him a successful campaign. The protagonist mentally asked if this man was really an ordinary NPC. A flock of birds flew under a bright, slightly cloudy sky. The protagonist stood in the middle of a clearing with disappearing monster corpses. A notification appeared about killing a goblin demon and receiving experience for it. A new level was also gained, and energy and magic were fully restored. Saluting, the bear stated that Kanchan was in good shape today and asked how many were left. Only 32 monsters had been destroyed. Turning his head, the protagonist stated with a resigned smile that there were still 967 left. The yellow bear exclaimed in shock. Falling onto his front paws, the fallen bear stated that he was crazy, adding that he would never return to the island like that. Raising his sword, the protagonist said that he had not changed his weapon yet. Smiling, he stated that there were 36 hours left until the broadcast. He also asked if there should be any new drops from the destroyed monsters. He then told the bear to begin, adding that their goal was to kill 999 monsters and get the weapon. Looking ahead indignantly, Tenny told him to leave him alone. 3 goblins with glowing eyes rushed forward. One arcing swing of the blade instantly destroyed them. Throwing his paw forward, the yellow bear released a stream of electricity, defeating 1 monster. 2 large monsters, mouths wide open, roared. They surrounded the protagonist and Tenny and attacked them relentlessly. Opening his mouth, the blue snake hissed and began to attack. The bear looked forward in fear. Sitting down on a tree and closing his eyes against the background of the protagonist's fight, the bear declared that he was leaving this world and he should not forget it. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist mentally stated that usually one group gets 3 to 4 new items for a 6-hour hunt, but in his case, everything is different. Swinging his blade, he cut the huge snake. 387 monsters had already been destroyed. Throwing up his hands and starting to shout indignantly into the sky, the protagonist asked why he had not knocked out anything in half a day and if they were not ashamed. Looking at his palm, Kanchan declared that they needed to continue fighting, adding that he would only think positively, and since half a day had passed, something would definitely appear soon. He cut another enemy with red, glowing eyes. He mentally asked for the item to appear. The flying souls of the monsters indicated that they had lived for a minute and someone for 30 seconds. The protagonist screamed, wanting to knock the item out. He leaned on the ground with his hand. 900 monsters were destroyed. Completely morally exhausted, he, sitting on the ground, declared that this was the stupidest quest and asked why he hadn't gotten anything. Turning his head, the protagonist with an exhausted face declared that he had already leveled up 7 levels and asked what kind of nonsense this was and how this was even possible. The exhausted yellow bear asked if he could go home. Gritting his teeth and looking down, Kanchan asked how many hours were left, adding that they needed to move towards the fortress. Starting to stand in front of the appearing monster, the protagonist said that it was too early to turn back. Tenny looked at the owner in shock. With shining eyes and a crazy smile, the protagonist said that he must go to the end. Continuing to smile absolutely crazy, he, enveloping himself in an aura and starting to walk forward, said that since such a long way had been made, the reward would definitely be his. Enchan looked down. Watching the protagonist lying on the bed, he stated that he spent all his time hunting. He also asked if the protagonist was okay, adding that the broadcast would start soon. Smiling hysterically, the protagonist, laughing, said that he had not dropped anything from so many monsters. He added that he was stressed, but overall everything was fine. He also added that the guy said that he would help. Looking at him, the brown-haired man said that he did not know that everything was so bad, adding that he should not have agreed. Enchan said that this time Hanbeek appeared. The protagonist closed his eyes and began to fall asleep. He slightly squeezed his eyes as he began to process the guy's words. Abruptly standing on his head and jumping off the bed somersaulting, the protagonist landed on the floor under the guy's shocked gaze. Showing his biceps, the protagonist laughed and said that he suddenly felt better, adding that he felt better than usual. He said that they were going to the broadcast right now. Smiling and looking forward, Yeonchan said that he really was such a simpleton. Hyunwoo smiled confidently, looking forward. Putting a microphone to his mouth, he greeted everyone while standing on the stage, stating that the King of Two Masks was returning with an update. A message from the audience appeared with a greeting. Pointing his hand back, he said that there would be amazing players and interesting guests on this broadcast. He said to meet Tenny, the Great Master, the King of Two Masks. The yellow bear sat in a chair at the table with a microphone. He stated that the owner said that he would give him a day off if he sat here. Many commentators supported this decision. Raising his hand, Henu said that it was time to begin their introduction to the players. The audience was happy with the long-awaited beginning. An image of a girl in a pink robe appeared. It was the countess who had given up her title. She raised an iron blade. She took this sword in her hands to avenge her family. Throwing her hand back, she swung. The countess made a dash, throwing the blade forward. The girl landed on the stage. Pointing his finger at the countess, who was covering one eye and standing, Henu said that this was a beautiful flower stained with revenge. The great Markwise. The commentators liked the girl. An image of an unusual monster with huge fangs, dark hair, and an unusual blue body appeared. The guy said that the second player came to them from distant space. It was the alien HC-12. A huge man with a face like a famous landmark appeared on the stage. Henu introduced him as the one whose body is like a stone, Mr. Moe. An image of a mysterious man in a mask and hat appeared, dressed in white. He was the man who holds a sword in the name of romance and love, a ladies' man. An image of a warrior in a blue superhero suit appeared. He was the protector of the earth, a flying superboy. An image of a green-haired man in an unbuttoned shirt and a white mask appeared. He was the killer who cuts with a smile on his face, a smiley face. An image of the faces of all 6 participants in this round of the King of Two Masks appeared. An image of a man on a throne appeared. On his head with a mask was a golden crown. Hyunwoo asked if there was anyone who would be able to displace the winner of the first round and become the new king today. The king mentally asked if he would be in this round. Raising his hand, the dark-haired boy declared that they were starting the second round of the King of the Two Masks. Looking back, he said that Hanbeek should be among the players this time. Turning his head towards the ladies' man, Yeonchan said that it was no wonder that he felt better after hearing these words, because if he lost to Hanbeek, he would have to throw Hyunwoo out of the house. The man in the white robe and mask silently looked forward. The protagonist's face appeared from behind the mask. He mentally wished high on luck. Raising both hands, Hyunwoo declared that they knew the rules, so the first player named, the Countess, would start the game. Pointing his hand at the other participants, the dark-haired boy said that if any of the players were ready to fight, they should move forward. The guy in the superhero costume raised his hand. A moment later, all the players raised their hands. Henu laughed and said that their players were very active this time. He added that Mr. Superboy was faster, so this chance fell to him. He stood up and folded his hands. Sitting down at the chair, the dark-haired guy asked if they would start the battle. The yellow bear confirmed. Superboy spread his arms out to the sides and created 2 red circles near his palms. The girl took a stance and put out her blade. The guy in the blue suit put out both blades. After the start command, the Countess's opponent suddenly disappeared, leaving behind powerful streams of air. Raising his fist, Henu asked in surprise how he disappeared and said that Superboy decided to hide at the very beginning of the battle. Holding the blade in front of her, the girl in pink clothes waited for the attack. The dark-haired guy said that this was a secret skill of the assassin class. Such high speed and stealth speaks of his incredible skill. The Countess took the sword in both hands, changing her grip. Her eyes widened, and in an instant, the enemy appeared behind her. The girl turned her gaze back. She was able to block the enemy's dagger attack with difficulty. Turning around, she made an arcing attack with her blade, forcing the enemy to jump back. Looking forward in surprise, the Superboy said that she could not only defend herself, but also attack. He added that it seemed to him that her defense was very weak. Looking forward seriously, the Countess mentally asked how to expose him, adding that it was more difficult than it seemed. Rushing forward, the girl began a series of attacks with her blade. She mentally said that the more he hid, the more blows he would receive. She also added that her skills were special, so she would be exposed immediately. Enveloping the blade in a stream of blue magic, she mentally declared that despite this, she did not want to lose. Looking at his opponent, the guy in the superhero costume stated that it was an ice attribute and asked if she was Riene. An image of a blonde-haired and blue-eyed girl appeared. It was Princess Riene, a warrior class ranker who uses the ice attribute. She is a pro gamer for the New York Warriors. She is the first woman to enter the top 10 rankers in the arena. Using a new arc attack, she blew away her opponent with a stream of ice. The shocked viewers wrote joyful comments. Looking at his partially frozen arm, the Superboy stated that Rihanna was not as easy to deal with as he thought. Starting to create a shadow arm underneath him, the guy mentally declared that he needed to finish her off before she used an ice flower. The shadow silhouette swung his blade and sent a compressed stream of energy forward. It was a shadow slash. One of the commentators guessed that it was Akino. An image of a warrior with a scar, shrouded in dark armor appeared. It was Akino, a famous streamer from Japan, one of the top 1,000 players in the arena. His class is ninja. The girl inserted the blade into the stone slab. The commentators supported such an interesting fight. An ice pillar appeared in front of the shadow stream, stopping it. Superboy used disappearance, suddenly disappearing in front of the enemy. Riene's eye glowed red. She said that he should know that his skills are useless if she uses hers. The girl inserted the blade into the stone floor and began to rotate magic around it. Using the ice field, the warrior class ranker covered the entire arena with ice. Looking ahead in surprise, Henu noted that the playing field was instantly covered with ice. Snow and storms walked across the location. Akino's previously invisible silhouette began to appear, shrouded in snow. Removing the ability, the guy, folding his hands, said that using such a skill should be equated to cheating. He formed a seal with his hands and began to envelop them in flames. Saying that he was prepared for this, he used the fiery flame. Covering his entire body in flames, he rushed forward using the scorching fire. Rihanna held her blade in front of her body. As the enemy approached, she began to attack. The girl with red eyes suddenly threw the blade forward. The ninja, enveloped in fire, looked at her in surprise. He broke through the ice directed at him, being in a stream of fire. The girl quickly created a large crystal, placing her enemy in it. The rest of the participants looked at the block of ice that appeared. Frozen Akino stood silently in place. With a wave of her hand, the girl cut the crystal. A notification appeared about the Duchess's victory. The protagonist's call appeared. The Superboy said that he almost succeeded. Looking down in disappointment, the protagonist mentally said that he had only tried in vain, adding that they asked him to better hide his identities. Approaching the girl, Henu congratulated the Duchess on her victory, adding that their players had amazing abilities. He also asked if she had anything to say after winning the Twin Mask King for the first time. Rihanna said that she did. Looking ahead with cold eyes, the blonde girl said that she was waiting for the other 4 players to do the same to them. Henu smiled and left. Turning towards the rest of the participants, he said that this was a direct threat to the remaining players. He also said that he wondered if there was anyone willing to accept the challenge of their countess. All the warriors except the protagonist silently turned their heads. Bright pixels appeared near the white ears of the rabbit. The Marchioness opened her mouth in surprise and put her hands in front of her. The girl gritted her teeth and frowned, wondering how it happened that she lost. A voice announced that the winner was the ladies' man. The masked guy raised his head, putting away his weapon. There were enthusiastic comments. One of the viewers asked if there would be no replay. Since Rihanna had suddenly died, he was told that this was a real-time broadcast, so the replay would be on Sunday. The guy and Tenny were sitting at the table in business suits. An image of Enchant appeared behind the hero, his eyes wide with surprise. He did not know that the main character had such skills. When the player drew his sword, there was definitely nothing there, but during the swing, something suddenly flashed in the air, since death occurred instantly, which means he pulled out the sword and immediately cut her. The Marquise was hovering in the air, raising her hands above her head to strike. A bright flash flashed next to her. The ladies' man froze, watching the girl's body fall down. Mr. Moe froze, wondering where the hero got his strength from. HZ-12 opened his mouth wide, wondering if it didn't require special concentration. Smile Face suggested that it was a secret unique skill. Everyone wondered what it was. The ladies' man lowered his head, adjusting the brim of his hat with his index finger. The dressing room was empty, bright lights were burning in the large mirrors. Yeonchan grabbed the protagonist's shoulders, asking how he did it. The ladies' man took off his hat, saying that it was the first time he saw the hero. The guy nervously put his hands out to the sides, asking him to stop teasing. The masked hero looked forward with a smile, saying that LeBron taught him this technique. Yeonchan frowned and opened his mouth wide, asking why he didn't tell him about this before. Because it was a scam, the guy put his index finger to his mask and laughed. Yeonchan frowned, asking if he was hiding anything else from him, and he was already constantly replacing him. He was very offended. The protagonist waved his hand in front of him, saying that he was not hiding anything, but the most important thing was that he found Hanbeek. Milligat smiled and frowned, remembering himself sitting at the computer. He said that after watching some of his videos, the protagonist noticed that the player had a habit of folding his hands in a certain gesture before each match. He remembered the guy in the red jacket, who had put the pads of his fingers together. The protagonist noticed the same movement in Smile Face. He looked at the back of the sitting hero in the mask, saying that he was Hanbeek. And Chan stood in front of him, displeased, saying that they could have just checked the list. There was no need to complicate things. Milligat raised his index finger, saying that he didn't want the victory to be too easy. Asking to spar with the player, the hero replied that he would try to do so. And Chan frowned, saying that if the protagonist didn't deal with Hanbeek, he might not come home. Milligat raised his thumb up, saying that he would give him a good beating. The hero stood in the center of the arena, and Chan looked up and spread his arms out to the sides. Standing next to the protagonist and saying that the third fight was about to begin, he asked the player who was ready to fight the ladies' man to come on stage. The guy lowered his head, looking at Smile Face sitting opposite him, mentally asking Hanbeek to come to him. The hero in a mask and a maroon suit stood up, saying that he would go, and Chan gave a thumbs up behind his back, announcing the player. The protagonist was happy about it. The ladies' man came close to Smile Face, thinking that he would definitely break his face today. Hanbeck's eyes shone brightly under his mask, and Chan worriedly put his hand out, saying that the two players were already ready to pounce on each other. The protagonist turned around and walked away. The guy announced the start of the battle of Ladies' Man and Smile Face. Milligat frowned. Looking forward, Hanbeck knitted his eyebrows and widened his eyes in surprise. The protagonist unscrewed the bottom of the cane, demonstrating a sharp blade and thinking that now they will see what skills the pro players have. The fourth scenario, after the battle for the Reef Castle, Milligat received this half-hearted one from Aldred. The hero looked at the sword, remembering an adult man with a red headband. At first, the boy was very upset, but after talking with the dwarves, he was able to realize its true value. The young man smiled happily while talking to Edchin. The sharp blade had a blue handle. Its characteristics were given in the status window: a half-sword of unknown origin, an unknown effect from hunting, the item is locked. Level, unique, condition, strength, 600 points, endurance, 400 points, durability, 2500 out of 2500, attack, 1200, effect, mana consumption is reduced by 20%, defense is increased by 20%. And Chan announced the start of the battle. Despite the direct use of mana, its consumption is low and defense is increased, so it is a suitable weapon for the main character. Milligat moved forward, exposing the blade. A bright flash formed in front of Smile Face's face. The tip of the sword shone brightly with blue light. Tenian and Chan's eyes widened in surprise and their mouths opened. The guy reported that Smile Face was able to reflect the attack of the ladies' man. The hero froze, holding his sword in front of him. Hanbeck smiled widely, thinking that his opponent was not as strong as he seemed, which meant that Rihanna lost by mistake. Milligat frowned and smiled, assuming that the hero thought so. This was his trick. They cannot immediately reveal their potential, since according to the rule of the King of Two Masks they must hide their identities, but after losing, the hero will definitely feel annoyed, thinking about what would have happened if he had used all the distinctive blows, but thanks to the incomplete attacks, the victory over the guy will be even sweeter. Between the guys, bright traces of sword contact remained in space. Bright flashes were around them. Hanbeck struck. The hero thought that this was too easy. Smile Face's eyes shone brightly under the white mask. He froze, his red eyes wide open. Hanbeck had a smug smile on his face. Milligat gritted his teeth and frowned, looking at him, because he saw that hateful smile under the mask. The protagonist moved forward, leaving a trail of bright blue cuts in space. Hanbeck turned upside down, blood spurting from his mouth. The ladies' man stood with his back turned, his cape fluttering in the wind. The guy froze in a stupor, his eyes wide open and thinking that he needed to calm down. Hanbeck behind him turned in the air, falling to the ground. Yeonchan raised his eyebrows, saying that it was only one hit. commentators appeared, writing that it would be sad if the hero's mask fell off now. The protagonist froze next to the motionless body of his opponent. Bright pixels appeared next to him. The victory of the ladies' man was announced. Smile face appeared next to the other players, saying that this was bad. Hanbek gritted his teeth, wondering how this happened. Because of his opponent's sword, he couldn't even use his skills. He froze, looking at the hero standing in the arena, thinking that he didn't know who he was, but if they met again, he would definitely kill him. Milligat raised his hand, looking at the heroes sitting on the stone stands, saying that he needed a rest. The guy opened his eyes in surprise. Chan came closer and frowned, asking what he was talking about. The protagonist wiped beads of sweat from his mask, asking to give him at least half an hour to rest. The guy frowned, asking if the player really agreed to an automatic loss for the sake of rest. The ladies' man snapped his fingers, saying that it was exactly like that. Chan covered his face with his hand and lowered his head, not understanding why the hero always behaved like this. He announced that the player was counted as an automatic loss, so they would see him later. Milligat walked forward, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He thought that Chan was good at this. It was not for nothing that he was a famous streamer under the nickname Argon. He thought about making the guy a permanent host. The protagonist sat down next to the players who lost to him, saying that they were all strong, so it was hard for him. Smile Face, who was sitting in front, said discontentedly that he lost only because he did not want to reveal his identity, and not because he was weaker. The guy froze. He leaned his hands on the bench, asking if this was true. Milligat opened his mouth and suggested that the young man challenge each other to a fight, then he would definitely have to show his skills, thinking that this guy was always ready to butt to the end, just not to admit his weakness. The protagonist called him Mr. Stone Eagle. Hanbek opened his eyes wide and turned his head back. The monster's paw and the guy's strong hand connected. In the arena, a fight was taking place between HC-12 and Mr. Moe. The audience enthusiastically commented on what was happening, saying that this time the battles were not a joke, because the best fights are not magical or with swords, but with fists. Tennu and Chan were visible on the big screen. The guy was talking about the two players starting an attack without any intention of defending themselves, asking if they really wanted to determine the course of the fight this way. The man bent his arms at the elbows and shouted militantly, and Chan announced the victory of Mr. Moe. Darkholm leaned his head on his paw. He frowned, saying that it was boring. The guy was talking about how amazing the players were today, even if many commentators wrote that they came to see only the host, but their participants also deserved attention. He turned to Tenny, asking what he thought about this. The bear turned his head, asking why anyone else when there are such hosts. Darkholm frowned, asking to wait a minute. He looked at the players sitting down, saying that there should be an alley winner among them, and if it was true that he would appear this week, then one of these heroes would be the winner. Seokjin smirked, recognizing his friend among the heroes. He looked at the ladies' man in a white and blue suit. Superboy held out two blades in front of him. Smile Face appeared behind him, cutting his neck with his blade. Yeonchan, sitting at the table, announced the hero's second victory. The guy raised his hand to his face. The host frowned, looking at the protagonist, wondering if he was not going to go out to fight and wanted to give the victory to Hanbek. Milligat frowned, thinking that it was too early to go out now. They should finish him off when he got 2 losses, but if none of the players could defeat him, then it would be bad. Markwise entered the arena, saying that she would fight him. The protagonist's eyes widened. The girl lowered her head and drew her sword, moving forward. The commentators began to vigorously discuss the fact that Smile Face had no chance. Her defeat was just an accident. Hanbek's eyes shone brightly under his mask. He thought that if he defeated Captain Rain, the leader of the New York Warriors, he would become the most famous. The guy moved forward, his eyes leaving bright flashes in space. The Marchioness swung her blade. The hero found himself inside an ice block. He cried out in surprise, his eyes widened. Chan announced that the beautiful countess was winning. The girl headed in the other direction from the ice block. Chan opened his eyes wide, saying that she was able to finish the battle in a couple of seconds thanks to her skill. He asked who she would choose as her opponent this time. Raina raised her blade in the indicated direction. Her eyes shone brightly when she pointed at her opponent. The tip of the sword was pointed at the lady's man. She ordered him to come out here. The protagonist adjusted the brim of his hat, asking if he should not choose, thinking that Rihanna was a good man. The Marchioness held the sword in front of her, saying that she lost by chance, but this time the victory will not come to him so easily. The guy entered the arena, saying that they will see this in the fight, because if you lose once, then the second loss is much easier. Rihanna opened her eyes wide, blush appeared on her cheeks. She asked what he meant. She glared at the host, ordering him to immediately announce the fight. Yeonchan announced that the battle began between the Marchioness, who had 2 wins and 1 loss, and the ladies' man, who had the same result. The girl raised her sword in front of her, the tip up. The boy thought that there was no need to rush because she quickly and easily uses her magic, so he needed to carefully watch her movements. An icy desert appeared around the players. Milligat pressed the brim of his hat with his fingers, wondering what tactics the girl would use this time, because Eppu definitely needed to defeat Rain to fight Hanbek again. The hero bent 3 fingers, preparing to make a feint. He snapped them, thinking that he believed in Tenny. The bear opened his eyes wide, looking at him. Tenny raised his thumb up and smiled, realizing that this was a signal from the owner. The system reported that a bear impulse was received. The hero's physical form was improved, strength increased. Forest protection was received. The hero's armor and endurance will be constantly restored. The hero used the Master of Battle. His stats were improved. His stats will increase depending on the adventuring status. The enemy is stronger than the player, so the stats increase. The Marquise froze, holding a bright blade in front of her. Milligat leaned forward. A bright glow appeared around his body. The system reported that the hero used the killer's solution, so all stats increased by 15%. He clenched his palm tightly. The hero's weapons crossed in the air, leaving bright traces behind them. Bright explosions appeared around the players. The guy thought that with the buff from Tenya and the memories of the killer, he would definitely be able to defeat her, because the most important thing is that the girl is not a girl, does not know who he is, but he is the opposite. The Marquise looked at him with brightly shining eyes, looking forward from under her hat. The hero concentrated on parrying her blows, thinking that it was not about the victory itself, but about how to win and arrange everything in such a way as if he was lucky. Reina's eyes widened, thinking that she didn't see anything special, not understanding how she could never fight such a player. She had never met a tanker of such a level. The girl wondered if the hero really didn't consider her a rival at all. There were no emotions on Milligat's face. Reina struck. A bright flash appeared near the hero's body. She thought that she would not forgive him for this. The guy had a blue blade in his hands. Its long tip broke. The hero opened his mouth in surprise and screamed, looking at this. Reina's eyes widened, looking at the confused guy and thinking that his sword disappeared because he ran out of mana, or he simply couldn't use his skills because of frostbite, because strong skills require strong preparation. The Marchioness leaned forward, preparing to attack. Smile face froze, thinking that Reina would win. A satisfied smile appeared on Milligat's face. He held the broken blade in front of him, saying that she was dumber than he expected. The girl's eyes widened. The bright blue tip of the blade passed through her body. The blue light from her back continued to extend for several meters. Bright shards of ice rose into the air. Reina fell on her back. The pink hat fell off her head. The protagonist's mouth fell open in surprise and looked at his blade. He looked forward, saying that he was afraid that the sword would not appear, but fortunately it appeared at the right time. Tenny and Enchan's eyes widened in surprise. The host announced the victory of the ladies' man. Bright pixels appeared on the girl's head. Reina appeared among the other players sitting on the bench. Superboy folded his arms over his chest, thinking that the girl lost twice to the same player. The sword did not appear. Apparently it was a setup. The guy just distracted her and used the situation to his advantage. Renee's eyes widened and she tilted her head forward, wondering who this person was, if there were any rankers she didn't know about. Milligat smiled, thinking that he managed to survive because she was distracted. It would be a good lesson for her, so there was no need to guess who would win next. The protagonist pointed his weapon forward, asking if Smile Face could say that he lost by accident. The guy raised his hands in surprise when the end of the cane pointed at him. Hanbek's eyes widened and sparkled, hearing that the guy was giving him another chance. The protagonist turned sideways and, without lowering his hand, told his opponent to give it his all. Milligat frowned and gritted his teeth, mentally telling himself that it was time to take off his mask. Yeonchan smiled, saying that this would be interesting. He decided to support the protagonist. The guy loudly declared that their winner made an unexpected choice. The protagonist stood in the center of the arena. The host said that everyone was wondering if Smile Face would accept. Hanbek frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking that the hero had definitely won by chance, so this time the victory was his. He stepped forward and, drawing his sword, said that he accepted the challenge. Yeonchan smiled, asking if the players remembered that for the second loss, one of them would be excluded from the game and would have to take off his mask. He asked if the player really accepted the challenge of the ladies' man. Hanbek kept his hand on the hilt of his sword, thinking that the host was deliberately exaggerating. Although scandals were welcome on any program, he answered that he agreed. Yeonchan loudly declared that Smile Face showed confidence in his victory, asking what the ladies' man would answer. The protagonist stood still. He said that they would talk after the fight. The guy opened his bright eyes wide, calling him a brat. The host announced that the two games were literally destroying each other mentally, offering to let them destroy each other physically. The big screen showed two heroes standing opposite each other. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. Mentally he said that Hanbek was doing well. The system windows appeared one after another, reporting that the hero received a bear impulse. Stamina was increased, he received forest protection. Defense and stamina will be restored constantly. The hero received the strength of a giant. The strength will increase, the guy received the spirit of a giant. The strength will increase, he used Battle Master. Stats increased, the hero's stats will increase depending on the adventurism status. Since the opponent is stronger, stats increased. The young man used the killer's solution. All stats were increased by 15%. A bright glow appeared around Milligat. The players moved towards each other, raising their weapons to attack. He thought that today his opponent was definitely finished. A bright explosion thundered in the battle arena, raising streams of dust into the air. The protagonist opened his mouth, raising a bright blade behind him. Smile Face put his weapon forward, reflecting his attack. Bright flashes from the contact of the blades remained in space. The shockwave threw Hanbek back. The commentators laughed, because they thought that the guy lost when he accepted this fight. Smile Face, looking ahead with bright eyes, thought about why the guy became even stronger. He wondered if his opponent was using all his skills. A shiver ran through the young man's body. He noticed that the guy still had enough time to talk. Milligat twirled his blade in his hand and bent the fingers of his other hand, ordering the hero to attack. Hanbek frowned and clenched his teeth, thinking that he could win by using his secret skill. But if he resorted to it now, then nothing would come of it in the next battle. The protagonist narrowed his eyes tiredly, asking if they would even fight. Smile Face lowered his weapon closer to the floor. A bright circle on the floor glowed around him. He thought that it was important to deal with him now and then think about the rest. The system reported that he had used the fairy's blessing. Bright streams of energy rose around his feet. The unique skill Fairy's Blessing increases agility by 50% and speed by 20%. The guy rushed towards the protagonist, leaving a vortex behind him and thinking that now he would definitely catch him off guard. Milligat put the blade forward, throwing the young man back. He slowed down and, leaning on the floor with his hand, raised his head in surprise. The ladies' man raised a bright blade in front of him. The hero smiled, saying that this was a home run. Hanbek clenched his teeth, a shudder ran through his body, and the vein in his neck swelled. Milligat stuck bright beams of energy that zigzagged their direction. The guy thought that it was impossible, because no one on his team could handle this skill. Smile Face moved so fast, as if there were several of them around the main character. Milligat swung his blade, repelling attacks from all sides and leaving a bright trace in space. Hanbek's eyes widened when he saw a crack on his blade. He did not understand how the guy managed to do this. He also barely moved from the spot, as if the guy's attack meant nothing to him. The main character opened his mouth, ordering him to attack. The young man narrowed his eyes furiously, a drop of sweat dripped from his face. You can't become a pro gamer without talent. He won many duels, that's why he managed to achieve such heights. Hanbek stood on the floor, holding his head high and looking up. He felt like a tiny creature in front of whom the ladies' man was simply a giant. The guy did not understand why his opponent was so strong. Milligat gritted his teeth, thinking that all the efforts of the young man were useless. As soon as his brain sent a signal, all the cells of the body were already rushing into battle, because he had to destroy him. There were bright flashes in the human silhouette. The protagonist repelled another attack with one swing of the blade, leaving a bright trace in space. He remembered the young and slyly smiling Hanbek, thinking that their house exterminated his family, and he was proud of it. Only remembering this, the hero already wants to kill him. Milligat gritted his teeth and opened his eyes wide, getting ready to strike. His lips were lost. He thought that he was ready to destroy the young man. Smile Face moved forward, opening his eyes wide. The protagonist asked him to wait, because there would still be the perfect time for his revenge. The ladies' man appeared behind the guy, chopping off his head with one sharp movement. The hero clenched the handles of his cane. Chan smiled, saying that the kid had not fought so zealously for a long time. The main character's clothes fluttered in the streams of the raised wind. The host announced the victory of the ladies' man. Bright pixels appeared around Smile Face lying on the floor. The player's eyes widened in surprise. Rihanna raised her eyebrows, wondering who he was, because she could not help but know such an experienced player. The hero took a step to the side, saying that now Smile Face should show his face since he lost 3 times. Chan stood next to the player, pointing at him with his palm. The host asked him to take off his mask. The guy reached for it with his hands. Chan frowned, saying that a pro gamer from JT Telecom was hiding behind his mother. Hanbek raised his eyebrows and introduced himself. The commentators were very surprised, saying that they would never have thought that such a noob could be a pro player. The host raised his eyebrows, asking what the boy wanted to say. As the mother's first losing player, the boy gritted his teeth, saying that he was sorry that he could not win, promising to do better in the league. He looked at the ladies' man, saying that he hoped that they would have another chance to fight. The protagonist turned away, saying that he would. Darkholme sat on the throne. The host asked the boy to applaud for his efforts. The hero grinned, thinking about how his brother had won 4 times, which meant that he was left to fight him. Seokjin frowned and smiled widely. Milligat raised his hand, saying that he wanted to abstain. Because he was not feeling well, the host asked if he was really doing this again. Darkholme opened his mouth wide in surprise. The hero froze with such an expression on his face, his eyes wide. Blood spurted out of his mouth. He fell to the stone floor, with the Marquise standing in front of him. The host announced the Countess's victory. Rihanna looked at Darkholme in surprise. The protagonist rubbed the back of his head, thinking that he even felt sorry for the man. The hero's hand was raised, and Chan, holding a bear in his hands, announced that all battles were over for today and the time they had all been waiting for had come. He smiled widely, looking forward. The commentators were very happy about this. The reveal of the identities of the losing players was announced. The protagonist lowered his head. He turned down the corners of his mouth. The commentators were eager to find out who was hiding behind the ladies' man mask. And Chan was visible on the big screen, saying that it was time to reveal the identities of the participants of the King of Two Masks. The host put his hand out, saying that the winner of the first round would be the first. He asked Two Fists to come forward and take off his mask. The hero's hands began to take it off. The man smiled and, holding a wolf mask, introduced himself as the captain of the New Light Guild, Seokjin. The commentators began to write that they were sure it was him, but it was still interesting. The host opened his eyes in a swank, asking if he had any regrets after sitting in the king's seat for only a week. The hero raised his eyebrows, saying that he wanted to fight a certain player, but it did not happen. Yeonchan asked if it was scary to lose such a title. The host offered to reveal the identities of the other participants, asking Superboy to take off his mask. Akino raised his eyebrows, greeting everyone and saying that he was a streamer. The commentators greeted him, saying that they knew it. Yuhan shyly scratched the back of his head and took off his mask, introducing himself as a streamer. The commentator was shocked. Next came Mr. Moe's turn. The girl with blonde hair smiled sweetly. The streamers were shocked. The commentators were surprised at how she was able to change her body using items. Yeonchan smiled, saying that there was one participant left, asking them to find out who he was. Rihanna frowned, mentally rejoicing at finally knowing him. The ladies' man stood motionless, leaning on his cane. All the heroes held their breath, looking at the guy in the white suit. Hanbeek frowned, not taking his eyes off him. The host smiled, asking the player to take off his mask and tell them who he really was. The hero reached out, removing the white mask from his face. He greeted everyone. Riene's eyes widened in surprise, not believing what was happening. Under the mask was the alley winner. The commentators were shocked to realize that he was the one fighting this whole time, asking who the real host was. All eyes were focused on the two heroes with the same appearance. The commentator asked why there were two of them. The protagonist laughed, placing his hand on Yeonchan's shoulder. He took off his mask and awkwardly scratched his neck, introducing himself as the streamer Argon. The guy smiled and spread his arms out to the sides, saying that he was replacing the winner today. The commentators noted that it was strange. Someone said that he could not even imagine this. The protagonist smiled, asking if it was unexpected enough, since now they had nothing to write in the comments. The viewers said that it was predictable. Although there were many discussions and questions, basically everyone came to one thing. Right now the winner from the alley is at level 100. All the opponents are at least at 180, so it is completely unclear how he was able to win with such a gap, especially Riene. The most vivid moments of today's battles were remembered. An image of a girl and her mask appeared behind Milligat, in which she was called Marquise. She is a special player, famous all over the world, but today she lost twice to the ladies' man. That was what everyone was talking about. People in the comments assumed that she simply gave in to the winner, while others wrote that it was unknown and the girl could not know about it. The main character looked at the status window and smiled, thinking that it was difficult for everyone to believe in his victory, because the more practice, the more victories. He froze, standing apart from all the heroes, thinking that today he realized that all the world's players are superior to him only in level, which means that if he pumps up, he can become invincible. A smile appeared on Milligat's face. He frowned. The second episode of The King of Two Masks ended with a scandal. Yeonchan raised his eyebrows, looking down. The guy was sleeping on the couch and, hanging his hand down, said that he was not going to discuss his departure with him, asking him to sleep a little more. And Chan looked at the guy sleeping in a strange position with displeasure, saying that he had not slept for a day because of the hunt and the transfer. He asked how he even defeated Hanbeek and Rain in such a state, calling him lucky. Milligat slept with his mouth wide open. The protagonist picked up the phone and opened his eyes wide. It was Kyle. The man said that the guy was simply great. The protagonist walked forward along the corridor, saying that he was glad that everything went well. Kyle frowned and smiled, saying that the guy could not even imagine how it was in private messages to the entire arena. He suggested taking Rain as an example. It is believed that her income is more than 100 billion won. Gifts, advertising, sponsorship are part of the brand called Remake. He imagined a girl with long blonde hair and armor and a sharp blade. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, surprised that she herself earned such money. The man said that in the future the guy will also become more popular. After the end of the streams he will be offered advertising. It is better to decide right away which brands he likes so much and which he doesn't, so as not to regret it later. The hero put the phone on the table, thanking Kyle for the advice. Milligat scratched the back of his head, saying that he hardly needs to think about it yet. The man is just exaggerating. He smiled, holding the helmet in his hands and saying that all this will happen in the future, and now it's time for him to go to the arena. Bright pixels appeared in front of his eyes. In the system window there was information about clearing the mountain range. It is necessary to reduce the number of monsters that live on the mountain range. Level B condition: destroy monsters of the mountain range 999 out of 999. Reward: experience, treasure of Lattice. The man with a gray beard and mustache smiled. Lattice put his hand to his side, asking if the hero really finished so quickly. The guy stood in front of him next to the bear, noticing that the man clearly did not count on this. The hero looked at him, asking him not to be angry, because not everyone deserves Lattice treasure. A smile appeared on the boy's face. The system reported that the hero had finished clearing the mountain range. He was awarded experience, constitution, and magic were restored. Milligat opened his eyes wide and smiled, thinking that it was a difficult quest, anticipating what the treasure would be. The system reported that the hero received Lattice treasure. The boy was stupefied. He put his hand with the paper forward, asking if the scroll was really all the treasures. Lattice raised his eyebrows, looking at him. The man said that it was a treasure map and asked him to open it. The hero obediently followed his punishment. His eyes widened. There was nothing inside the scroll. Lattice told him to go to the mountain range and the map would appear itself. The system reported the data about the treasure map. It shows the dungeons with treasures on the mountain ranges. It should be used only in a completed form. The completeness of the map, 0%. The hero mentally repeated his instructions. There was a bright blue sky above the mountains. On the ground lay defeated monsters. The guy spoke dissatisfiedly about Gerald and the map. Milligat froze with a yellow scroll in his hands surrounded by the bodies of monsters, shouting that he spent so many hours here catching monsters, so why did nothing appear? He saw the manifestation of 2 mountains on the scroll, asking if these were all that appeared for killing 100 creatures, so he still has to kill 5,000. They just want him to clear the mountain range. He reached out to the status window, saying that the only thing that makes him happy is that he gets new levels. The profile had his personal information. The hero is a level 117 diner, a knight of Kion, nickname Lebron's disciple, knight, recognized Khan. Recognized Lebron, the first to set foot in the castle, the first to meet the emperor, who won 100 victories in a row, solo raider, the winner of the desert dragon. Strength is 220 points plus 450, agility is 345 points plus 500, adventurism is 127 plus 200, constitution is 150 plus 450, magic is 150 plus 500. The hero raised his eyebrows, saying that he would need a little more agility to hunt in the dungeon. The bear called out to him, asking the owner to look ahead. A red monster appeared behind Milligat. The hero used lightning, which pierced the creature's body. The guy smiled and leaned forward, praising Tenny for her help. The protagonist used the slash. He swung his sword, leaving a bright trace in space. Milligat raised his eyebrows and put his weapon on his shoulder, saying that the monster pretended to be dead. They are getting smarter every time. Tenny called out to his master. The guy turned to him with a smile on his face. The bear's body was shining brightly. He raised his paws, shouted about it. The system reported that the hero's pet had reached level 100, therefore it was starting to change. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and frowned, surprised that Tenny had reached level 100. Now he was going through the first stage change. The bear frowned and clenched his paws, informing the owner that he was getting stronger. The system reported that the hero's pet was going through the first stage change. A bright glow appeared around Tenny. A notification reported that he was going through the first stage change. Frowning, the protagonist thought about what this meant. Getting into a fighting stance, the bear asked the owner to look at how strong he had managed to become. The heroes looked at each other in silence. Canton thought that nothing had changed outwardly. Suddenly, notifications appeared in front of his eyes, containing information about improving characteristics and new skills. Seeing the system windows with the description of the roar and ancient conversation skills in front of him, the guy thought that they were pretty good. Imagining how the pet turns into a big bear, the young man thought that it would be able to become bigger for 10 minutes and would finally be useful in battle. Looking at the skill window hanging in the air, the player smiled and decided that roar was very good due to the decrease in the enemy's attack and defense, even though it can only be used in ancient conversation. A description of the skill appeared in the notification. Tenny scratched his cheeks contentedly, feeling how his strength was increasing. His owner was glad that he received such a pet. The main character asked the bear to show his new abilities. A magic circle appeared under the beast. The drawing on the ground emitted a bright glow. Sharp claws appeared on the animal's paws. Seeing the shadow hanging over him, Kanhyun opened his mouth in surprise. In front of him stood a huge bear. Smiling, Tenny said that he had become several times larger than his owner. Pointing at a tree, the boy asked the pet to break it and send lightning. An electric discharge ran through his paw. The bear hit the tree standing next to him with force. The young man's eyes widened in shock. Seeing that several trees were cut down, he wondered if this power was really greater than his own. The beast asked if his owner liked his attack. Giving a thumbs up, the player called him a real treasure. Hearing that they now had to go hunting to test their new skills, the animal made a dissatisfied face. It was clearly not happy with this news. The blue sky hung over the forest. 2 hours after the transformation, the enthusiastic protagonist held a scroll in his hands. Tenny hugged his knees and asked why he had more work. Seeing that thanks to him, Gerald's treasure map was filled to 100%, Kanhyun praised him for his excellent work. There were corpses of monsters lying on the ground. Holding a map in his hands, the guy said that with its help they would quickly find the dungeon. The system window said that the map would help find the lair of the underground spider. Showing it to the bear, the young man asked where they should go. The pet asked if the owner was really going to go there right now. Having torn the map, the player asked what they should do. Because they had completed the task very quickly, the beast was indignant. An explosion of blue energy was heard in the clearing. The guy opened his eye. The heroes found themselves in a cave full of multicolored crystals. Raising his hand, the protagonist was glad that thanks to these crystals it was not so dark here. Frowning, the animal asked why they came here. Putting his hand to his chin, Kanhyun suggested that they only had one chance to complete the quest and that if they died, they would be thrown outside the cave, so they needed to scout out the lair first. Someone's paw hit the ground. Tenny shouted that something was approaching. Grabbing it, the guy hid behind a large rock. The heroes looked around to see the enemy. The young man's eyes widened in bewilderment. A huge spider with crystals on its back was walking through the cave. Instead of eyes, it had gems. Covering his and the bear's mouths, the player wondered what kind of monster it was and how to defeat it, because this monster looked stronger than even a desert dragon. He wondered if there were only such spiders in this place. The monster disappeared into the depths of the cave. Opening its mandibles, the monster let out a loud cry. The protagonist squinted and sighed in relief. Having decided to start the hunt, Kanhyun stepped forward in front of a small spider. If you compare their sizes, then an ordinary spider was the height of a man, but the boss was 3 times larger. This was found out in half an hour of being in the cave. The heroes jumped back in different directions to avoid being hit. Smiling and swinging his sword, the guy said that he knew about the enemy's weaknesses. Having cut the monster's paws, he said that they, unlike a strong body, were not protected by anything. The spider's body fell to the ground. Raising his paw, Tenny said that it was his turn. The bear swung his paw. There was a vulnerable spot on the monster's belly. The pet hit it with force with his claws. Lightning appeared around his paw. A notification said that experience was awarded for killing the topaz spider. The heroes gave each other 5. Dancing, the beast rejoiced at the strength it had gained. Looking at the body of the dead opponent, the young man wondered what they would be given for the victory. A thread of web flashed in the darkness. Taking the bag of gold, the player asked if that was all. Another monster loomed over him. A sharp sting appeared from the spider's claw. The monster pierced the boy's body with it. The sting passed through. The next moment, the monster pulled its claw out of its enemy. Tenny opened his mouth in shock. The bear, his eyes wide with horror, called out to his master. A topaz spider stood before him. Memories of his master naming him, eating together at the dinner table, and traveling together flashed through the pet's mind. The beast opened its mouth, a tear running down its cheek. The monster bared its fangs. The enraged animal swung its clawed paw. The powerful blow tore off the monster's claws. Green blood gushed from its mouth. Tenny pressed it to the ground with force. Gritting his teeth, he delivered several successive blows. A powerful explosion was heard in the cave. The bear stood in the middle of the dust that rose into the air. Looking at the body of his dead enemy, the pet breathed heavily. Swinging his lightning-covered paw, he let out a furious cry. Someone was standing behind him. The beast stopped when the protagonist asked him to. With a thumbs up, Kanhyun said that he had already been given experience. He had a smile on his face. The beast jumped on him to hug him. The animal was glad that his master was safe and sound. The boy explained that he was able to dodge with a blink. Crying with joy, Tenny asked why the master did not return immediately. Stroking his head, the young man was surprised by such a reaction and said that he was not so weak as to die so easily. It was very touching. The bear opened his mouth. Suddenly, a smile lit up his face. Pressing himself to the chest of his master, the pet thought that he knew that everything was fine with him because he had a huge level. Smiling, the player realized that he should treat his comrade better. The beast thought that his plan worked. While the heroes were in the lair of the underground spider, the second part of the Battle of the Two Masks was on TV. The ladies' man adjusted his hat. Many wanted to know his identity. When the possible participants of the show were announced, the nickname of the alley winner was not named. Many thought that this was necessary to maintain intrigue, or because of his insufficient level, the ladies' man stood next to other people. He put his hand on the mask. A moment later, the man took it off along with his hat. His true identity exceeded all expectations. Under the mask was a smiling noob of the maximum level. News headlines appeared. A wave of rumors and discussions passed through the arena community, because up to this point, the alley winner had never lost. There were comments from people who did not understand how this was possible. Many scenes of previous duels taking place in the arena appeared. Then there were scenes of his real battles. This player could fight a dozen battles in a row. Then there were scenes of his duels for removal. In such a battle he could lose his character, but he never lost. So, judging by the comments and the eyes of the audience and other players, his name began to acquire a new meaning. Raising his hand, the director of the Asian branch, Ada's, asked to bring him the winner right away. The company employee raised his eyebrows in surprise. Standing in front of the boss's desk, the guy said that this man worked for Nike, so they would not succeed. Jen ordered to offer him a sponsor. Adjusting his glasses, the young man thought that it was unlikely that the main sponsor would like such a poaching, and promised to try. The man frowned sternly and asked to bring the sponsor here before the next meeting. The employee was extremely surprised. The sun's rays illuminated the building. At the level of large companies, a real war for the winner from the alley began. Lightning appeared between Tenny's paws. They struck the body of the ruby spider standing in front of him. A flash appeared in the monster's eyes. An ice wall grew in front of him, blocking the blow. The protagonist jumped into the air to attack. He plunged his sword into the enemy's back. Notifications reported the monster had been killed and a new level had been gained. Kanhan raised his hand in front of him, thinking that they had already killed many. The guy realized that each spider had its own stones, which skills depended on. There were many corpses around it. There were 5 types of monsters in the lair. Next to each gem was its corresponding element. Each of them had their own features and resistances. Looking at the blade of the sword, the young man was glad that all types of monsters were susceptible to his wind attribute and the bear's lightning attribute. Hearing something, the player looked back. Looking at the pet, he asked if it didn't like it here, and offered to leave. The beast said with displeasure that he had been talking about this for a long time. Tenny was happy at first, but then upset when he heard that he would have to defeat the monster before leaving. It was dark in the depths of the cave. The protagonist leaned against a rock. Peering out from around the corner, Kanhan saw what he expected. A boss stood in the middle of the cave. The spider of the 5 elements opened its mouth. Steam was coming out of it. The heroes had never seen anything like it. Many players die from bosses despite being well prepared. A huge bear raised its paw over its master. In situations where a new boss appears, even large guilds are afraid to fight him without learning at least some information about him. There was no point in taking risks. Looking away, the guy thought that the Gerald card was disposable and that he would hardly be able to get another one after losing. Sitting down on the ground, the young man decided that he could use Blink 5 more times. Besides, he had other skills and buffs. Tenny said that he could be counted on. Looking at the bracelet on his hand, the player thought that they were ready. A window appeared with a description of the artifact. The protagonist put his hand forward. The eye on the bracelet lit up. The boss stood next to the body of his dead comrade. Smirking, Kanhan decided to attack without further ado. A powerful wave of energy jumped out of his bracelet and rushed forward. The spider stepped in a pool of blood. Looking at the corpses of his brothers, the monster accused the enemy of the fact that many of his children died because of him. The spiders lay in pools of their own blood. The monster asked if the man did this just to get deeper into the cave for treasure. Flashing his 5 eyes, the boss declared that he would never spare his enemy. A wave of energy hit him in the abdomen. Turning around to look at it, the spider asked if the man was trying to kill him with magic. The guy rushed towards him. Smiling, he swung his sword. The monster declared that all people are the same. The monster opened its fanged mouth and wished death to the enemy. The cave contained crystals and cocoons. Strange sounds were coming from the depths. The young man jumped out of the passage, which immediately began to crack. Having destroyed the cave wall, the boss followed him. The player asked where so much anger was coming from. Suddenly his eyes became round. Seeing a round space around him, the protagonist realized that the spider had lured them here on purpose. The crystals on the monster's back turned red. Fireballs began to fly out of them, which exploded upon contact with the ground. The crystals turned blue. A magic circle appeared in front of the monster's mouth. Jumping up, Kanhan was able to avoid an ice attack. The guy realized that the enemy was changing his attack style with the help of the precious stones on his back. Grabbing his cloak, Tenny asked how long they would run away. Pinching his cheek, the young man said that he was just thinking about it. The player threw the bear straight to the enemy. The pet scowled angrily and shouted that the owner promised to take care of it and promised not to ignore it. The beast pushed off the rock. The notification said that ancient roar was used. A bright lightning bolt pierced the boss's body. The spider opened its mouth in pain and fell to the ground. Standing on its back, the animal ordered it to be quiet. Swinging its paw, Tenny said that this was the real power of his body, but the owner asked him to stop. The crystals around him turned green. The bear trembled. The notification said that the state of paralysis was imposed on him. The spider threw the pet off its back. Its body crashed into the rock and destroyed it. Falling to the ground, the beast felt very dizzy. The protagonist asked how the monster dared to do this to his mascot. The crystals on the monster's back turned yellow. The boss shouted that no matter how hard the man tried to win, he would die. A wall of earth appeared around Kanchan. The sand slammed over him like a dome. Suddenly, cut marks appeared on it. Seeing the vortex of energy rising into the air, the spider asked why he was being punished for all this. Baring his fangs, the monster asked why they wouldn't just leave him alone. Notifications reported that Grassel had changed the diamond, which increased his armor and damage. The guy swung his sword, thinking only of rewards, titles, and experience. The ground in the cave shook. A powerful explosion of energy was heard in the depths of the dungeon. Fragments of the walls rose into the air. They were illuminated by a bright flash. Someone's intermittent breathing was heard in the pitch darkness. The young man lowered his sword. The monster asked if the man really didn't understand anything. Steam was coming out of his mouth. Straightening his shoulders, the player asked his opponent not to look down at him. The opponents stood opposite each other. The guy asked if they were not equal. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that before this the boss had used only one crystal, but this time there were two. Usually such enemies move on to the second stage when their health drops to 40%. Deciding to hit exactly where it was needed to end it, Kanhan put his hand forward. The desert dragon bracelet glowed. A window with its characteristics appeared. Two magic circles appeared above the spider's head, the energy of which merged. The guy released a wave of fire towards the enemy. Frowning, he tried to put all his strength into the attack. The fire met two cross streams of energy. However, they turned out to be stronger and pushed back on the fire. Releasing energy from his mouth, the monster shouted that his magic was much more powerful. The monster wanted to avenge his children. The young man pointed his finger at him. The bracelet on his hand sparkled. A wave of purple energy burst out of his finger. It hit the boss right in the forehead. The spider's eyes widened, feeling the all-consuming energy. Blowing on his finger, the player declared that he had won because the cursed spear's recharge time had ended. The monster opened its mouth wide and asked how a human could do such a thing. A gust of wind lifted the hem of his cloak. The protagonist frowned. Rushing towards him, the monster declared that it would curse him forever, even if he was killed. The boss crashed into the wall. Kanchan stepped away from him. Dust and pieces of broken stones rose into the air. The spider's body lay motionless, and many messages appeared stating that experience, a title, and new effects were received for defeating Grassel. Smiling, the guy thought that with the cursed bracelet, going on raids had become much easier. Taking a step forward, he decided to see what item he got. A bright glow burst out of the boss's body. A spider mask appeared in the young man's hands, and a window with a description of the artifact appeared. Some time ago, the monster flashed its 5 eyes and promised to curse its opponent. The inscription curse appeared in the air. Smiling, the player was glad that he managed to get a unique item. Putting the mask on his face, the protagonist noticed that it had many good buffs and curses, and decided to work on it to change the mask of the winner from the alley. Now he has an increased rank of skills and many bonuses, so this hunt can be considered successful. Gold and elixirs were lying next to the boss's corpse. Kanchan asked his friend to collect items while standing in a magic circle. Tenny asked why he needed to do this. The owner replied that he did everything himself last time. Turning away from him, the bear was upset that he was exchanged for a new toy. In front of him lay 2 precious stones. Taking them in his hands, the pet thought that they smelled very tasty. Looking at how the owner kissed the mask, the animal wondered whether to give these stones to him. Having decided to do it his own way, the animal threw the stones into its mouth. Suddenly, his eyes turned white. Notifications reported that Tenny had consumed the essence of the spider Grassel. Turning around, the boy asked what happened. The bear was emitting a bright light. Putting his hands on his hips, the young man asked why his friend was so greedy and said that he would have sold these stones anyway or just left them here. He asked if everything was okay with the pet because he did not know how the essence affected animals. Light particles were flying near the beast. Hearing that something was wrong with it, the player opened his mouth in shock. The pet's tail turned blue. Its cheeks turned bright red. Looking around, Tenny noticed the changes that had occurred. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in amazement. Pointing a finger at the bear, Kanchan said that there was nothing special about it. The pet grabbed its cheeks. The beast removed its paws from its cheeks when many notifications appeared about the increase in its characteristics and the appearance of new skills. Squinting, the guy realized that he had 2 new skills. The animal clenched its fist and declared that it had become stronger. Summoning streams of fire and ice in its paws, Tenny said that he now possessed magic. The young man thought that his pet was becoming more and more independent. The bear smiled happily. The light was on in the window. The player was sitting in front of the computer. Lowering his eyebrows, he said that he was too tired and thought that he was going to send Alyssa a video of the battle with the spider of 5 crystals, but for some reason he read Kyle's letter. The man gave a thumbs up. In his letter, the manager listed all the potential sponsors. The protagonist saw that he needed to read the 500-page contract and respond as soon as possible. Frowning with displeasure, Kan-hyun wondered why he always had to finish what he started, and realized that there were still 200 pages left until the end of the contract. The guy decided to watch the stream for at least half an hour and hovered the cursor over the wall icon. A lot of videos appeared on the screen. Rihanna, Mono Guild and Red Bull America are streaming. A preview of the video from Team JT appeared. The young man remembered that this is Hanbeek's company. Smiling, the player decided to watch this video. He pressed the left mouse button. Raising his hand, the man in the video decided to move on. The commentators were wondering why they needed a player who was eliminated in the Battle of the 2 Masks. Puffing out his cheeks to hold back laughter, the main character said that the opinion of the viewers is not a joke. Hearing that they cannot comment on what happened in the Battle of the 2 Masks, Kan-hyun's eyes widened in surprise. Smiling, the gamer said that Hanbeek is a very good player and a professional esportsman, so he cannot be compared with amateurs. The viewers were unhappy. Closing his eyes, the young man said that we must not forget that this is just a show. He said that he initially knew that his opponent was the winner from the alley. The guy angrily grabbed the monitor with his hands. Holding up 3 fingers, Hanbeek said that the fight was for show and that in real life he would have won in 30 seconds. Hearing that it was just a performance, the young man clenched his teeth in anger. Putting his fist on the table, the player asked if the opponent could answer for his words. Grinning, the protagonist thought that he and his company would be finished. After reading the 500 pages of the contract, he decided to agree to sponsorship from Armani, Rolex and Mermed. The lights were on in the windows of the JT Telecom dormitory. Putting his hand in his pocket, the company captain said that he helped his friend, but in the future, such antics should be avoided. The heroes stood opposite each other. Jinhyun said that because of his teammate, the image of the whole team suffers. Hanbeek thanked him. The gamer said that it was time for him to go and asked his friend to get a good night's sleep. The guy saluted him. The door slammed in front of him. The young man thought that he was carrying the entire team on himself, and the captain thought too much of himself. Jinhyun found himself in the corridor. He looked away. Looking back, the other team members greeted him. Approaching them, the captain asked if they managed to find what they were looking for. The answer was affirmative. The monitor showed the moment when Smileface used the fairy's blessing. Putting his hands on the back of the sofa, the guy realized that this was one of Hanbeek's skills using an artifact. His friend said that the coach forbade the use of such skills. Jinhyun confirmed this and said that using the fairy's blessing is very expensive. Besides, the community is probably already discussing it. Someone said that the gamer even has his own room and asked why he was given such indulgences. The esportsman gritted his teeth in displeasure. The team captain frowned and said that they shouldn't have sent him to the show. His teammate agreed. There would be more talk after the season started, so they needed to maintain the honor of the team. Clouds floated across the night sky. Day had come. The heroes were lying on the clearing. Tenny put his paws under his head and said that it was very quiet here and asked if they really had a day off today. The main character replied that he just needed to think. Looking at the sky, he wondered what to do on the broadcasts now. Yeonjun could be left as the host, and night could be dealt with later. It seemed to him that it was necessary to broadcast the battle with the spider right away. He had little content left. The usual arena competitions and duels were not enough, and he did not need team raids. Someone was holding a hare in his hands. People were fighting a dragon and each other, so it was very difficult to find viewers to surpass everyone in views. Kan-hyun asked what the audience would like. Rising from the ground, the bear wanted the owner to listen to him. The guy wondered if animals were given quests. Raising his paws up, the pet expressed a desire to learn something. Imagining a laser sword and a wave of energy in his hands, the beast said that he wanted to learn how to increase his strength. The young man looked at him with disappointment, realizing that this was not a quest. Tenny asked to teach him this ability. Turning away, the player asked not to disturb him. Putting his head on the grass, he asked the bear to continue studying fire and ice. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. Jumping off the grass, Kan-hyun realized that he could broadcast training. Imagining the faces of a singer, an actor, and an advertising agent, the guy thought that he could recruit celebrities and teach them how to play in the arena, so he could attract people who wanted to learn how to play and those who wanted to watch their favorite stars. Showing a thumbs up, the young man called his pet a genius. The animal was glad that his talent was finally recognized. The animal asked what about him. Raising an open palm in front of itself, the player promised to do it later and decided to ask Kyle about it. He immediately disappeared from the clearing. Left alone, Tenny called his owner bad. Sitting at the table, Kyle noticed a letter from his friend. Smiling, the man read that the guy offers to attract stars for a new concept of the battle with celebrities. Suddenly, the manager raised his eyebrows. On the laptop screen, it was written that the main character wants to leave the battle of the two masks and hand this business over to Yeonchan. Representative Nazar was surprised by this decision, because the show had just started, and assumed that Kanhyun saw something more in this idea. Leaning his head on his hand, he decided to look forward to the new show. There were exquisite dishes on the table. Tenny armed himself with a fork and knife. The commentator noticed the changes that had happened to him. Waving his hand, the main character greeted the viewers and said that they were launching a chat feature with the alley winner and mukbang. Joyfully knitting his eyebrows, the bear asked if he really could eat while the owner was talking. Looking at him, Kanhyun asked him to just enjoy the food. The commentators were delighted. Spreading his arms in front of the system window, the guy said that he had been streaming for over a month and just wanted to talk to fans and answer their questions. A lot of comments appeared on the window. The young man said that he did not have time to read them. Frowning, he was glad that there were so many of them, and decided to leave the most interesting ones for later. A question appeared about how things were going in the arena. Raising his hand, the player said that he was hunting in the Hyejin mountain range and that a video from the local dungeon would appear soon. Many interested comments appeared. The main character poked at the system window and decided to show a small preview. A topaz spider appeared in the video. The monster struck. Its paws were cut by a sword. The bear hit the enemy with a fist. The monster went down on a web. At the end of the video, it pierced the player with a sting. The commentators asked to show something else. A question appeared about how to quickly level up by watching Tenny eat chicken legs. Kanhyun answered that there was no exact answer to this and advised to just hunt more. The viewers asked for good advice. The bear was already chewing meat with difficulty. The guy said that it was best to train alone. The viewers were indignant. A new question was about how to learn to fight well. The young man frowned and decided not to answer this question. Seeing the question about the mask, the player looked away and again decided to ignore it. In the next question, he was asked about the difficulty of solo duels. Scratching his cheek, the streamer said that people are different. Smiling widely, he asked why he should worry if he would still be able to win. The viewers praised him for his self-confidence. A question appeared about how to get a gold medal. The main character smiled. The commentators suggested exchanging items or replacing someone by raising their hand in front of many windows. Kanhyun said that this was not entirely fair. Rising to his feet, the guy said that he had prepared a new concept for his viewers that they deserved. The commentators were very interested in this. Pointing his finger forward, the young man offered them professional lessons from the winner from the alley on how to get a gold medal with a full guarantee of no problems. The viewers did not believe him. Dissatisfied, Tenny held the meat in his hands. The player asked those who agreed to lessons to contact the Nike representative. The fans did not like that their idol advertised himself. Seeing a lot of notifications about donations, the guy opened his mouth in surprise and thought that the reaction was much more lively than one could have expected. Bowing, he thanked all the users who sent a donation. The reaction should have been exactly like this, because the winner from the alley is stronger than all the top rankers and pro gamers. The ladies' man took off his hat and raised his sword. His performance shocked everyone. Therefore, people began to send him gold to be among the noticed and recognized. Notifications about donations appeared in the air one after another. The main character once again thanked all the viewers and asked them to send all their wishes to Nike. The bright sun shone over the city. For the next 3 hours, Kanhyun answered the fans' questions. He felt like he was being interrogated by the police, as if the guy was naked and had to cover his crotch with a sheet. Little by little, the identity of the alley winner began to unfold. Guesses appeared against the background of his face. Rumors began to circulate about who was hiding behind the mask. Frowning in displeasure, the young man wondered what was wrong with them and decided to answer the last question. Tenya's belly swelled. Seeing a donation of almost 10,000 gold, the player smiled and decided to answer the question of this viewer. Locking his fingers, he said that he would really like to fight a pro player and asked if the viewers were interested in who exactly. The commentators were waiting for an answer. Flashing red eyes, the protagonist decided to go all the way. With his arms outstretched, Kanhyun said that he watched Wall last night and learned something. Sitting at a table in the tavern, the guy added that one pro gamer claimed that everything was rigged at the Battle of the Two Masks and that he simply took pity on his opponent. The audience was unhappy. The young man put his finger on his throat and expressed a desire to clarify this point. Frowning angrily, the player said that he was ready to fight the so-called pro player. Now he was not satisfied with Hanbeek's shame at the battle of the two masks. His goal was to destroy his competitor so that no one would even think of calling him a pro player. The gamer smirked. After the end of the stream, the entire arena community again began to heatedly discuss what was happening. Especially the fans of the winner from the alley pounced on JT. Dissatisfied comments appeared under the video on the screen. Many began to publicly condemn the company, and not always in a polite manner. Very angry reviews appeared on the screen. The main character smiled, his joy knew no bounds. Looking at the system window, Kanhyun thought that he should have told about this earlier. Stretching his arms, he thought that he was in a very good mood and that it was time to train. A notification appeared on the window that a letter from Seokjin had arrived in the mail. In the correspondence, the man invited his friend to the dungeon of the Demon Ravine, imagining many pumped-up people. The guy remembered that only a monk can enter this dungeon. The head of the Guild of the New Light said that his friend was the best in level, summoning lightning and healing magic in his paws. Tenny said that he liked this man in the last battle. The young man realized that his friend needed 2 assistants and decided that he was not interested in this offer. Seokjin asked if he had lost his spirit of adventure. Frowning, the player thought that this was a forbidden move. Having agreed on a meeting, the man smiled and said that they could make a cool video. He hit his fists together. Looking at his deputy, the head of the guild asked if he was against the boy joining them. Chungu replied that he was not against it. The leader grinned and decided to begin. Standing in front of the cave entrance, Seokjin wanted to check if his acquaintance was worthy of a place in the New Light Guild. The protagonist hugged himself and thought that something didn't suit him. Walking through the dead forest, Kanhyun wondered where a dungeon could have come from in such a place. Hearing a familiar voice, he looked back. The man waved at him. Scratching the back of his head, the guy said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guild leader realized that they had never met the deputy before. Chungu said that he was glad to meet the winner from the alley. Smiling, the young man said that he had heard a lot about him. Scratching his cheek, the player thought that too many people knew his real name, but decided that these people were his allies, so it was not that important. The protagonist said that it was not necessary to speak to him formally. The blonde caught the stern look of the boss and asked if it was possible to address the teammate by name. Looking at the entrance to the dungeon, Kanhyun asked how they managed to find it. The guild leader answered that one of the participants found it. The notification asked if the user really wanted to enter the Roten dungeon. Designed for 3 people, putting his hand to his chin, the guy realized that either the dungeon definitely needed 3 pairs of hands, or it was very difficult. Deciding to move forward, the leader clenched his fist in his hand. The rest of the heroes stood behind him. In the corridor stood a group of orcs. Noticing the enemies, they looked around. The notification reported that they were of an unknown level. Rushing forward, Seokjin asked his companion to take care of the buffs. A magic circle appeared on the ground, and Tenny jumped out. Hearing that his master asked for a buff for the fighters, the bear turned around and said that he knew what to do and did not need to be reminded every time. Notifications about receiving a buff appeared, and Chungu noticed a green aura around himself. Dodging an attack from an orc, the deputy head was surprised that the pet's buffs were so high. Punching the enemy, he realized that this was why the boy brought him here. Watching the fierce battle, the beast asked where they were and said that these opponents were very strong. The young man asked if the animal had seen them before. Crossing his arms, Tenny said that his father fought such monsters and that they have very little sacred power and poor fire skills. Thinking that this was quite useful information, the player pointed at the enemies and asked his friend to use a fireball. A flame appeared in the bear's paws. A wave of fire rushed between the 2 guildmates. It hit one of the orcs with force. Feeling the heat of the flame, the monster opened its mouth wide. A notification reported the accrual of experience for the victory. The guildmates looked at their teammate in surprise. They thought that the appearance of this beast was extremely deceiving. Because it had strong buffs and magic, the animal held its paw up. Extending his hand, the protagonist said that the weakness of these monsters is fire and sacred power. Seokjin asked how his friend knew this if they were here for the first time. Looking at Tenny, Kanhyun replied that his pet knew everything about the bosses of this dungeon. The local master was a vampire, the boss was surrounded by bats, he was a self-proclaimed baron. The guild leader raised his eyebrows in surprise, thinking that they had almost no information about vampires, and wondered how strong this baron was. The man decided to find out when they met. The fog enveloped the corridors of the dungeon. There were corpses of orcs on the floor. Seeing the door in front of him, the leader assumed that this was the boss's room. Putting his hand to his head, Chungu said that they spent 4 hours on the road. Waving his paws, the bear asked them to come here because there was something there. There was a crevice in the floor. The guy looked into it. In the room below there were trolls. Pointing down, the young man warned that there were trolls below. Seokjin concluded that they were in a multi-level dungeon. In the tower, on each floor there were different monsters. Multi-level dungeons, unlike ordinary ones, are divided into several floors. As the squad moved forward, the difficulty of passing increased and the rewards improved. Smiling, the player said that they would need another 10 hours to hunt. The pet was shocked by such news. Chungu asked if his friend was tired yet. Putting his hands on the door, the protagonist said that it was his turn to go first. The guild leader said that in this case, they would rest for now. Kanhan opened the door. There was only one troll inside. Hugging his hammer, the overseer was sleeping. A notification said that he had an unknown level. A sword appeared in the guy's hand. Swinging a sparkling weapon, he asked the hosts to greet their guests. Icons of 2 combined skills appeared. The energy of the crescent explosion went forward. The enemy swung his hammer. His weapon hit the approaching wave of energy. However, the attack still pierced it and threw the monster's body back. Different parts of the monster's body began to be covered with ice. Many notifications about the effects imposed on it appeared. Grinning, the young man said that with each blow the state would change. Thanks to the Mask of Grassel, a window appeared with a description of this artifact. Rushing forward, the player decided to finish off the troll before the curse wore off. Looking to the side, Seokjin asked what his friend thought of the boy's skills. Chungu adjusted his monocle. Holding a dissatisfied Tenny in his hands, the deputy head acknowledged the strength of his teammate and said that he would fit perfectly into their guild. Smiling widely, the man concluded that the boy was right for them. The blonde stroked the bear. The protagonist stood in front of the overseer's corpse. A notification about accrual of experience and leveling up appeared. Kanhyun looked back when he was called out. Looking at him, the guild head invited him to join the new world. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. The pet jumped onto his shoulder. Seokjin said that his friend shouldn't be alone, because what's the point of sauce if it's not eaten with something? Holding out his hand, the man promised him the best content for streams. He added that they could become the first guild in the entire arena. Yoongu said that he also wanted to work with him, smiling shyly. The young man realized that they had planned this from the very beginning and that they needed to take the conversation in a different direction. The player explained that this was an unexpected offer and that he needed to think about it. Scratching the back of his head, the guild leader realized that he didn't like the idea. He was upset that his comrade didn't even want to fight with him during the battle of the 2 masks. The deputy said that he just needed to give him time. The protagonist frowned in displeasure. The blonde put his arm around his boss's shoulder. Kanghan said that he would join the new world if he wanted to join the guild. Seokjin looked down. Raising his hands in front of him, the boy explained that he had no such plans yet and promised to contact his friend if they appeared. His guildmates looked up at him. Smiling, the man approved of his comrade's decision to think carefully before joining the guild. Going forward down the corridor, the guild leader decided not to get upset and inspect the other floors. The young man did not like this reaction. The leader asked if his deputy recorded everything on video. Chungu adjusted his monocle and answered in the affirmative. Grinning slyly, Seokjin said that this was their trap, because in the arena you need to choose a guild in any case, which means that when the time comes, their comrade will come to them. There were orc corpses lying in the corridor. The guild leader swung his fist. His deputy jumped into the air. The guildmates attacked the same enemy from different sides. The stunned monster opened its mouth in confusion. His body fell back. The notification reported the victory over the second overseer. Putting his hand on his belt, the young man suggested going straight to the 3rd floor. The man agreed, saying that it was better to go around all the trolls so as not to waste time. Torches illuminated the stairs. The notification reported that the heroes entered the 3rd dungeon of Roten. The heroes looked in surprise at something in front of them. There was an absolutely empty room ahead. Having walked to its end, the leader assumed that this was the last room because it was arranged completely differently. Smiling, the player decided that the boss of the dungeon was behind the door. Someone's red eyes appeared on the ceiling. Many bats were looking down. The next moment they pounced on the adventurers. The heroes covered their faces with their hands, noticing them. The protagonist closed his eyes. After that, he squinted. A crowd of people stood in front of him. Noticing their red glowing eyes, Kanhyun assumed they were vampires. Yoongu raised his hands and said that they were minions, something between a vampire and a human, so they should be careful. Baring his fangs, the old man said that this place belonged to the Lord of the Night and outsiders were not allowed. Deciding to find their weak points, the boy looked around and asked his comrade to drink the elixir of strength and hold out as long as possible. Seokjin asked if he had a plan. Hearing that he could rest for now, Teeny happily raised his paw. The desert dragon bracelet flashed on the boy's hand. Rushing forward, the minions declared that outsiders would die. A dragon appeared behind the player. Flames appeared in his hand. The breath of fire caused a flash in the center of the vampires gathered together. A powerful explosion resounded in the room. The monsters opened their mouths wide as the fire engulfed their bodies. Looking up, the protagonist said that even such a horde can be dealt with. Grinning, the guild leader noted that it was hot here. Like in a sauna, his deputy suggested that the boy skillfully hides his real talents. Many notifications about the accrual of experience for killed monsters appeared. Snapping his fingers, the protagonist summoned a magic circle from which a bear appeared. The blonde said that they finished earlier than one could expect. There was a high door ahead. In the center of the last room stood a coffin. Bat wings were drawn on it. The heroes assumed that the boss was inside. Noticing how the man climbed onto the coffin, Chungu suggested that they first develop a plan. Kanhyun agreed, adding that they were facing this boss for the first time. Swinging his fist, Seokjun decided not to think for long and immediately start the fight. With one blow, he crushed the coffin. Adjusting his monocle, the deputy was indignant that his comrade constantly got into fights without thinking with his head. There was nothing in place of the empty coffin. The blonde assumed that they did something wrong. The guild leader asked if there could be a hidden room here. Hearing a strange sound, the man looked up. Yawning and opening his eyes, the vampire asked who dared to disturb his sleep. The heroes opened their mouths in shock. Without wasting a second, the leader punched the boss. Stopping his fist with his hand, Roten noticed that several flies had started up in his kingdom, and his minions were dead. Seokjun asked who the enemy called a fly and offered him to taste his fist. His glove caught fire. Feeling the sacred power, the monster's eyes widened. Using a blood shield, the vampire threw the enemy back. Chungu asked if everything was okay with his comrade. Landing on his feet, the guild leader replied that he was fine. Lowering his smoking hand, the boss said that it was very unpleasant. A notification said that he had an unknown level. Roten decided to deal with the invaders. Bloody energy appeared under his foot. The entire room was covered in red energy due to the blood field skill. Notifications said that all stats and mana would decrease because of it. The man looked at his hand and noticed that his stats had decreased by 20%. Looking at it, the guy asked if they wanted to finish quickly or play around longer. The leader replied that he wanted to finish it quickly. The young man said that then the three of them needed to attack. Tenny put his paws forward and used his magic, thinking that they needed to try hard in a fight with such a dangerous opponent. The heroes rushed to attack. A bloody shield appeared around the monster. Seokjun hit it with his fist. A huge hole appeared in the shield. The guild leader grinned and said that he would hit differently because he still had a lot of sacred power left. Frowning, the vampire asked him not to be so confident because the blood shield copes well with such blows. Using blink, the player found himself behind him. Turning around, the boss wondered how the enemy was going to attack him with a broken sword. A cut appeared on his chest. He realized that in front of him was the Knight of Kion. Swinging his sword, the protagonist confirmed this and made sure that the artificial intelligence did not recognize such a deception. Grinning furiously, Roten was indignant that a monk and a Knight of Kion were attacking him. A bloody sphere appeared in his hand. The monster urged the opponents to try to defeat blood and iron spikes. The bear asked why the enemy constantly added the word bloody to everything. Putting his paws on his belt, the pet asked if the enemy remembered him, because he had been living in this world for a long time. The beast stated that it used to be the scourge of vampires. The boss raised his eyebrows in surprise and was indignant that the opponents brought an animal here. Hearing this, Tenny opened his mouth in displeasure. Turning into a large bear, the pet asked who the enemy called an animal. The beast hit him hard on the head. Frowning, the bear asked if he really was not recognized. Roten fell face down on the rocks. Without raising his head, he laughed. Rising to his feet, the monster realized that the adventurers were serious and decided to make them his new minions. Adjusting his hair, the vampire asked why his opponent was so surprised, because one blow would not do anything to him. Pointing at him, the protagonist noticed that his nose was bleeding. Laughing, Seokjun urged the enemy not to pretend to be strong. Wiping the blood with a glove, the boss said that it was not a nosebleed, but bloody mucus. Trembling, Roten grinned and declared that soon everything here would be covered in the blood of his opponents. Kanhyun realized that this was his special skill. The adventurers stood in front of their enemy. The guild leader warmed his fists and suggested dealing with him in the New World style. Chungu declared that his only style was to hit harder. Wiping the blood with a napkin, the monster admitted to himself that these people were very dangerous and decided to use his techniques too. The ground beneath the hero's feet shook and was covered in red energy. A huge clot of bloody energy appeared above the vampire. Frowning, the boss shouted that this was the blood of all the adventurers who died here and that his enemies would not be able to survive. Roten raised his index finger to use the skill, but Tenny appeared in front of him. The bear roared with its mouth wide open, but a barrier appeared in front of the enemy. A notification said that the skill puts a debuff on the enemy. Blood poured out of the monster's ears. His eardrums were ruptured. A notification informed him that he now had internal damage. Having praised his pet for his excellent work, the guy ran forward. He cut his opponent's body with his sword. Using the blessing of the sun, Seokjun swung his fiery fist. A notification informed him that thanks to the power of King 2, his strength was increased by 50%. The man began to deliver powerful blows one after another. Chungu swung his burning leg. Suddenly, the man raised his eyebrows. He stopped, noticing how his comrades were beating the enemy without his help. The deputy stood silently by the wall, watching the explosions of energy appear. The guild leader swung his fist again, deciding to use the best skill of the monk Luru. Raising his hand, the beaten vampire asked him to stop. A huge royal fist hit him with force. The boss's body was pressed into the wall. Blood flowed from his nose and mouth. Roten fell to the ground. The adventurers approached him. A notification said that they had won. Pointing his finger at the enemy, the young man was surprised that it was so easy and was glad that they had sacred power. The blonde was upset that they did not have time to have fun. Notifications about receiving a new level and title appeared. Seeing them, the player opened his mouth in surprise and noticed that his characteristics had increased by 50. Looking at his comrade, the protagonist asked what he got. Seokjin answered that he was now level 198. Smiling widely, the man said that the transition from one level to another took a whole week, and now he managed to rise in just one day. Closing his eyes, the guild leader said that now the difference between him and first place in the rankings is not so great. Kanhyun realized that this man really loves competitions. Tenny said that the boss dropped equipment. Roten's ceremonial gloves appeared in the air. A window with their description appeared. A ceremonial cape appeared next, giving the ability to enter a ghost state and not receive damage for 10 seconds. Then a red gem appeared, the heart of Roten, changing the user's race to a vampire. The last item was a book with a magic circle on the cover, helping to learn the basics of black magic. The heroes bent over the loot. Seeing the ambiguous reaction of their comrades, the guy asked what was wrong, because these were pretty good things. Raising his head, Seokjin explained that he would not be able to use them, so his teammate could keep the loot for himself. Chungu added that this would be a reward for helping with the quest. Throwing a cape on himself and taking a book, the young man said that this was very generous of them. The man said that these things could be considered a gift. The player smiled widely and thanked his friends. The man asked him to remember their generosity during the selection of the guild. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. He immediately narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Putting the book and gloves on the floor, Kanhyun said that the guildmates could keep the rest of the things. The leader of the new world repeated that they did not need it. Having declared that it was time for them to go, the boy disintegrated into blue particles. The leader tried to stop him. Seokjin looked down in disappointment. Picking up the book, his deputy thought that the boy tried and took the best loot. Night fell. The lights were on in the windows. Putting the phone to his ear, the young man asked if his colleagues were able to decide on the participants. Sitting at the computer, Kyle answered that they had 8 candidates, but they decided to leave only 3 public figures. Silhouettes of people appeared: Dwayne, a Hollywood star; Christina, a British diva; and Liu, a native of Korea. The player, with his mouth open in surprise, was surprised that these were really stars and not some streamers. Closing his eyes, the man recommended Dwayne, because this person is the most famous of them all. This man was famous for his roles in action movies, but he couldn't even get bronze in the game. The man in the white suit stabbed the opponent with a knife. Hearing that the actor was not as skilled in life as in the movies, the main character looked away. He decided to stop at this man. The manager smiled and asked him to come to the hall tomorrow at 5 o'clock Korean time. Kanghyun was pressing the buttons on the keyboard. Putting his hand on the mouse, the guy decided to find out more about this star. The news feed showed articles about how Dwayne adores the alley winner. The young man wondered why all the posts were about him. Surprised, raising his eyebrows, he could not believe that one of the most famous Hollywood stars wanted to meet him. He couldn't believe that they would see each other tomorrow. Bright stars appeared in the sky. The player appeared in the arena that had emerged from blue particles. Poking at the status window, the protagonist set the name of the room, winner, and the password, meet and batter. Scratching the back of his head, Kanhyun thought that he had already sent the data to Kyle, so his colleagues should appear soon. Frowning in fear, the guy was worried that he would have to meet a fan who was a celebrity. Blue particles appeared behind him. A notification said that a new user had entered the room. Raising his hand, Kyle greeted his comrade and said that they were seeing each other for the first time in the arena. He assumed that he didn't need to introduce Dwayne. The young man turned around tensely. The actor smiled and said that he was very glad to meet them. The man extended his hand and introduced himself. The player was surprised that this person actually came. The protagonist looked at his hand. Shaking it, the alley winner reciprocated, but still could not believe that he was shaking the hand of a world star. The actor covered his hand with his other hand. Smiling widely, the celebrity was happy that she would become a student of the first set of her idol. He asked to take a joint photo with Tenny. His eyes sparkled. Kyle took a group photo on the camera. The bear climbed onto the guest's head, clearing his throat. Kanhyun decided to tell about the stream. Over the next 2 days, they will study PvP combat for 3 hours. Placing his hands on the pet's knees, Dwayne said that he really wanted to learn because his body has not received proper training for a long time. Raising his eyebrows, the guy asked why the action star occupies such a low position in the world rankings. The man replied that PvP combat is not easy for him. The young man asked if close combat is not his element. Raising his fist and imagining the movement of his muscles, the actor explained that he uses the Paktu style, which is characterized by striking with limbs. All 100% of the attack power is realized without weapons. When a blow is delivered with something other than fists, the damage increases to 300%. The player, with his mouth open in shock, thought that he had never heard of this rare style and that 300% of the attack potential is real cheating. He decided to see this style in action. There was a dummy in the arena. The celebrity warmed up her arms and decided to get down to business. Dwayne closed his eyes. At the same moment, the man frowned and looked forward. He hit the scarecrow with his elbow. The actor began to deliver methodical blows with different parts of the body. Smiling, Kyle noticed his incredible strength. Looking at how his student fights, the protagonist understood why he could not increase his rating even with such a powerful fighting style. The celebrity continued to swing his fists and deliver blows. The sign opening of the Winners Academy appeared in the sky. Kang-hyun waved his hand and greeted the audience and said that today they were opening his own academy. The commentators were in anticipation. Putting his hand to his cheek, the guy said that he brought a lot of interesting guests here. People were wondering who they were. Pointing with his hand at the blue particles that appeared, the young man introduced the first student of the academy and said that the viewers would definitely be surprised. The man appeared on the sand. Duyan, who appeared in the arena, smiled and introduced himself to the viewers. The commentators were shocked by his appearance on the stream. Frowning, the player asked if his fans expected to see such a guest. Spreading his arms, the protagonist said that he would like to show the guest's rating to the viewers, otherwise they will not believe it. Pointing his finger at the system window, the man said that he also found it strange. The commentators could not believe their eyes. Smiling widely, Kang-hyun asked if the fans were interested in why his rating was so low. Having decided to start the first lesson at the Winners Academy, the guy stood between the student and the training dummy, offering to test his skills. The robot was holding a sword. It was the latest development for fighting. The young man asked if his friend was sure of victory. The actor answered affirmatively. Steel plates appeared around his hands. When the start of the fight was announced, the dummy's eye turned red. The opponents rushed at each other. Looking at the system window, the player said that he had already seen what his student was capable of, and thought that the viewers themselves would be able to find the reason for such a low rating. The celebrity's specialty was packed, a fighting style that uses elbows, knees, and other parts of the body. Dwayne delivered successive blows to the target. Fans continued to be surprised by his low rating. The main character asked who would win if the fighters had the same characteristics. The commentators made guesses. The robot hit the opponent with a sword. Kang-hyun explained that there was no difference between the warriors. The man put his hands in front of him to block the dummy's blows. The problem with the PK-2 fighters was that they only used close combat tactics and could not defend and attack at full strength at the same time. The actor covered his face with iron plates on his hands. Defending himself with one hand, he swung with the other. The guy clapped his hands. Smiling, the young man asked the student to stop. The celebrity froze in place. Death would have awaited him at the very first lesson. The tip of the sword almost touched his neck. The player asked what the main disadvantage of PK-2 was. Dwayne turned around in surprise. Imagining how the hand bends and straightens, the man said that PK-2 does not hold magic. The main character explained that you can study magic control and develop in this direction, but the warrior will immediately become weaker when the magic leaves his hand. Clenching his fist, the actor realized his shortcoming and decided that he needed to change his fighting style. Kang-hyun asked him not to worry and try to develop his current skills. The celebrity's eyes widened in surprise. Putting on red gloves, the guy said that if the student learns how to properly conduct a PvP fight and other tactics, he will understand that this is a very advantageous style for PK-2. Smiling, he decided to show this by his own example. The robot's eye lit up red. The dummy jumped into the air and raised his sword over his head. Clenching his fist, the young man decided to tell the first way to win with PK-2. The player unclenched his hand. He took a fighting stance and decided to do nothing. A bright flash of energy lit up his body. Dwayne opened his mouth in shock. The robot fell on its back. A cross was burning on its eye. The commentators were shocked. The man wondered how this happened. The main character was standing with his back to him, but a smile was visible on his face. There were two people standing in the middle of the field, and a white dummy was lying on the ground. The man with the beard furrowed his brows in shock. Netizens were leaving comments. The main character was wearing a mask. One viewer wrote about the winner from the alley. When one of the commentators pointed out the smoking fist, Kang-hyun scratched the back of his head with an awkward smile and said that he knew someone would notice. Viewers left comments expressing their surprise. Dwayne approached the main character, who raised his hands, asking everyone to calm down because he was about to explain what it means to do nothing. Kang-hyun touched his chin with his hand and said that to some people, their fighting style looks like game control, attacking and defending in turns, but if you look closely, that's how it really is. The protagonist smiled and asked Dwayne what options users have when they say the arena is a turn-based game. The man suggested attack and defense, and Kang-hyun said that was wrong. The protagonist imagined a fight between two bears and said that if it was all about attack or defense, the arena would be a normal game like any other and the strongest would win. and that's why it's better to focus on different things. Kang Hyun introduced himself and Tenny and said that attack, defense, skills, mastery training, rest, running, and so on, all of these are choices that affect the outcome, and in PvP battles, they decide for themselves what it takes to win. The protagonist raised one finger and added with a smile that the best option in Dwayne's case is to do nothing. Kang Hyun remembered how the robot attacked him while jumping and said that the enemy reacted to his movements, assuming that the protagonist might attack him, so he decided to retreat. Kang Hyun clenched his hand into a fist and said that he made the only right decision then. The protagonist relaxed his palm and said that he decided to do nothing. The robot swung his sword in the air, and Kang Hyun said that because the enemy's guess, which was based on a guess, did not have an effect, he made the wrong move. The protagonist jumped to the side, saying that at that moment he had 3 to 5 tenths of a second to move away. The man with the beard sweated and froze in surprise when Kang Hyun suddenly punched him in the chest. The protagonist poked Dwayne in the chest with his finger and said that this time was the perfect moment to attack. The man with the beard smiled in admiration when Kang Hyun said that this was the best way to lunge during a PvP fight, and it was the best way to buy time. The protagonist touched his chin and added that the second important thing was to customize the items. Inscriptions with the values of Dwayne's items appeared in the air, and Kang Hyun said that they were too aggressive, and during PvP, balance is very important, and if there is something to attack with, but nothing to defend with, then this indicates a lack of balance. The man rubbed his neck with his hand and said that he wanted to invest in strength and win right away, to which the protagonist replied that a mage would be weak without his magic and without defense. Dwayne frowned in shock when Kang Hyun said that there was a third problem. The protagonist continued his lecture. He helped with advice on PvP battles and told about Dwayne's mistakes. Kang Hyun smiled as he told the man exactly what he had to do, and no one had ever told Dwayne this before. The man furrowed his brows as he listened to the criticism, help, and feedback. Dwayne smiled happily as he found everything very interesting. Kang Hyun's eyes widened in surprise when the man called him cool and said that he hoped he could help the rest of the viewers. Netizens left many admiring comments. Kang Hyun shook Dwayne's hand, thinking that he had said too much, and said that they would end here, but the man could write if he was interested in anything else. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened when a user said that Mono's guild would not teach him such things. Viewers wrote that Mono's guild did not help at all, although they uploaded a lot of videos, and everything was clear from Kang Hyun's one live broadcast. The protagonist crossed 2 fingers and asked the viewers not to mention other guilds. He thought the chat had a weird atmosphere, but it wasn't him who created it, so it should be fine. Dwayne smiled and clenched his fist when Kang Hyun said that in the next lesson they would practice life and check how well he remembered today's lesson. Kang Hyun entered the bright room, sighing, saying that he was very hungry. The protagonist opened the refrigerator and explained to the blonde boy that he had just finished a live broadcast. The blonde boy picked up his phone and asked what it was. Voices were heard from the gadget saying that the guilds were not helping at all, especially the Mono Guild, unlike Kang Hyuk's advice. The protagonist picked up the phone saying that the reactions came out so quickly, but it had nothing to do with him because they did not talk about him in a bad way. The boy furrowed his brows and began to sweat, asking if this was an attempt to cause trouble for Kang Hyuk with the other guilds. The protagonist picked up a sausage and said that he understood his comrades' worries. Kang Hyuk took a bite and added that the boy himself knew what he could do to those guilds, so they should not be outraged. The blonde boy looked at the protagonist in confusion, who offered to order chicken. The sun was shining above the castle. Patrick began to sweat in fear, telling the master that things had become even worse than before. The man stood in the office, reporting that many people had written terrible comments about their guild on the protagonist's live broadcast. The master clenched his teeth in anger when Patrick suggested that Kang Hyuk did not do it on purpose. Marco slammed his fist on the table and yelled that he never liked the protagonist. The man furrowed his brows and asked if Kang Hyun had done it on purpose, and Patrick replied that the commentators themselves had started comparing his live streaming style to theirs. Veins appeared on Marco's face in rage, and he said that he should have killed the main character back then. Patrick threw up his hands and said that they could make more useful content like Kang Hyun, and that they would have no viewers at all since the main character was doing such live streams. Marco's eyes widened in surprise when Patrick said that they couldn't stay at the same level. The blue-haired man sweated out of fear. Marco put his hand on the table, calling Kang Hyun a liar because Nike probably helped him defeat Riene, and there was definitely someone behind him this time. The man wrinkled his nose and frowned, saying that it was better to leave the live streams for now and focus on the script because it would be better for their guild. Marco's hand was on the table as he said that the viewers would come back to them if they came up with something interesting. Patrick frowned and thought about the viewers ignoring their live PvP and main scenario, in which case it would be a terrible outcome. The protagonist's tutorial video had caused a lot of noise in the arena community, and the result was not quite what Kang Hyuk expected, because it was like a bolt from the blue. The protagonist's mouth fell open in surprise as he looked at the computer screen. A notice had been posted about the special arena update dedicated to the 3rd anniversary. On the screen was a message stating that the number 1 player in the ranking had reached level 200, and now they were implementing a global patch. The blonde boy put his hand on the chair and admired level 200, and Kanhyun said that he was sorry that the first place was not his. The screen said that this patch would add new content for top players, a big update for guilds, and several regular events. The young man opened his mouth in surprise and began to sweat. He looked at Kanhyuk with alarm. The main character smiled, and the young man clenched his teeth in anger when he realized that this update was created just for him. Kanhyuk touched his chin with his hand and said with a happy smile that the update in honor of the 3rd anniversary sounded very interesting. The first update in honor of the 3rd anniversary. Warriors in different armor were visible. The new content was created specifically for users and contained the addition of a 3rd specialization. The young man in the purple t-shirt looked at the computer screen and said that for sure the minimum level needed for the 3rd specialization was 200. He asked what conditions are needed for rare specializations, and it is even difficult to imagine what kind of requests LeBron will have. There was a battle at the high wall. The second thing in the patch was an update to the siege style, because from now on, users or guilds will also be able to get castles and they will be able to besiege them even if they are not an esportsman. The main character smiled when he realized that he had all the titles needed to take over the castle. The young man with blonde hair frowned and sweated when it turned out that there was a third thing. He looked at the main character. New content aimed at revitalizing the pet system, which had not received due development before. 2 pets fought in the arena. This was the 3rd update. Kanhyun touched his chin and smiled happily, saying that monster battles will be perfect for Tenya. On the table there was a computer, keyboard and mouse. On the screen it was written that there will also be special content in honor of the opening of the pet battle. The boy in the purple shirt looked skeptically at the protagonist, who said that Teeny would definitely not let go of first place. The boy with a drop of sweat running down his face sighed, saying that he should also get a pet, and Kanhyun said that he should train his bear, although he had already fed it a couple of elixirs. In the middle of the forest, a man in white clothes stood on the path. The system provided information about a wave of monsters. The protagonist scratched his head and said that he did not understand how he should finish this quest. Kanhyun imagined a smiling Seokjun and thought that he could ask him about it since he was more experienced in such matters, but the protagonist immediately changed his mind when he realized that the man was going to ask him to join the guild again. Teeny suddenly turned around. The bear reported that something was happening in the distance, and the protagonist also turned around. Kanhyun jumped onto a branch. He balanced on one leg. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. A huge ogre was walking through the forest with a club in his hand. Tenny stretched out his hand, shouting that it was a wild ogre, and Kanhyun said that he didn't know that they lived here. The monster had huge fangs. The protagonist assumed that it could be the key to ending the quest. Suddenly, the ogre swung his club and ran towards Kanhyun. A powerful explosion thundered in the middle of the forest. The orc's eyes emitted a bright red light. The ground cracked under his club. The protagonist was floating in the air above the monster. Kanhyun smiled, stretching out his hand, thinking that with such a force, the first attack would stun the orc and the second would finish him off. A purple beam of light hit the monster. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise when a blue system screen appeared in front of his eyes. The system reported that the dirty ogre was infected with black magic, because that was the effect of the cursed sword, and now its damage was doubled. The monster turned around and raised his hand, gritting his teeth. The protagonist flew down, not understanding why the ogre became stronger after his attack. The monster clenched his fist, but Kanhyun jumped back. A blue beam of light twisted around the ogre's body, which screamed loudly. The monster roared in pain through clenched teeth as red blood spurted out of its body. Kanhyun turned around and said that despite the attack power, the ogre's armor was weak. The monster swung its club and let out a deafening screech, and the protagonist thought that he could quickly catch it, but then the game would end immediately. Kanhyun smiled slyly and decided that it would be better to drag out the process. Tenny held his head, where there was a huge bruise, and said that he would be only glad to wait. The bear frowned and said that Kanhyun usually used it until the end, but here he said to rest, and that the protagonist could never understand. Kanhyun was rapidly approaching the ogre. A large tree was visible. The monster with scars on his face angrily clenched his teeth. He sighed loudly and began to fall. The ogre was lying on the ground, and the system reported that the protagonist had defeated the monster, for which he had been awarded experience, and his level had increased, and his energy and mana had been restored. Kanhyun raised his hands and said that he had not had this much fun in a long time. Tenny walked ahead, and the system suddenly reported receiving an additional quest. The black screen provided information that the protagonist needed to find out the cause of the wave of monsters that attacked Lattice Fortress every year. The system said that the key to the investigation was that dirty ogre, and that he should be reported to Gerald. The protagonist smiled and said that he had not received a single item, but at least now he could complete the quest. There were white clouds in the blue sky, and Kanchan said that it was time to go to Gerald. There were many people in front of the stone gate. In the middle of the empty space, a man was sitting in the lotus position. His eyes were closed, and his hands were on his knees. The man smiled and asked why Gerald had come here. Gerald stood before him with his hands clenched into fists. He smiled when the man said that he only expected to see him at his funeral. The man with a scar on his face opened one eye and said that Gerald should not die from complaining so much, and Gerald asked if his comrade could help in the fortress. The man stood up, asking why Gerald was in the capital, to which Gerald replied that he needed support because dark forces were gathering over their empire. The man with a scar on his face smiled and asked if his disciple was not suitable for this task. Gerald spread his arms out to the sides and said that his comrade's disciple was hardly suitable in level. The protagonist, whose eyes were red, smiled and said that the man was complaining, although his request was already beyond the pale. Kanchan approached Gerald, saying that he came to meet his majesty. The protagonist looked at Lebron and said with a smile that he had one more thing to do. The system reported that the task to meet Gerald was completed. Kanchan raised one hand and said that he did not find the cause of the monster wave, but met an ogre with a tattoo that became stronger through the use of black magic. Lebron frowned as the protagonist assumed that the monster wave was also related to that. The man waved his hand and asked what the tattoos on the monster's body looked like. A symbol appeared on the ground. Kanchan pointed his finger at the drawing, wondering how Lebron knew about it. The man picked up the red cape and assumed that the rebellion at the Reef Castle was just a cover, and the black mage began to move on. Lebron closed his eyes, saying that they wanted the entire empire, and Gerald clarified that they wanted to attack the imperial family. The men walked away, saying that they needed to meet his majesty because the fate of the empire was being decided now. The protagonist froze, watching them go. Kanchan narrowed his eyes, not understanding why the two suddenly became so kind and did not give him a reward. The man's purple eyes widened. Alexander sat in his throne, asking if the black mage had appeared again. The emperor looked at his hand and asked if they needed help to destroy the enemy. Lebron looked at Alexander skeptically, indignant at his character, and Gerald raised his hands, saying that the enemy's target was the emperor himself, and so they needed help to prevent disaster. Lebron closed his eyes and said that things were really that bad because Alexander was the son of their empire, and so he wanted to kill those horrible people who were against him. The emperor clenched his hand into a fist, and his face twisted in anger. He furrowed his brows and shouted loudly that Gerald could take the imperial throne while he managed the fortress, because there was no point in letting such talent go to waste in the wilderness. Gerald smiled creepily and suggested that Alexander send them to protect the lattice fortress instead. The emperor pointed his finger to the side. The protagonist turned pale in surprise as Alexander shouted for him to take responsibility for what was happening now. The emperor threw something to Kanchan and said that he would even give him a reward. Kanchan gritted his teeth as he caught the reward, and the system reported that the strange monster quest had been completed, and that the protagonist had received a gift and contribution from the emperor. There was a red crystal on Kanchan's trembling palm, and Alexander told the protagonist to take it to the library to receive the real reward. The system provided information about the Imperial Library. Kanchan smiled and thought that he just needed a book to improve his abilities. The protagonist looked at Alexander and thought that he really did give the best rewards, and Lebron called out to his disciple. The man frowned and told Kanchan to follow him because they needed to talk. The protagonist looked at Lebron in confusion. A luxurious white staircase was visible. The old man, whose body was trembling, asked what the adventurer was doing in the Imperial Library. The protagonist stood in front of Diamond, saying that Alexander reported that the librarian could give him a book with an ability. The old man turned around and asked if Kanchan was Lebron's student. The door opened and Diamond said that he had a good skill that was related to his teacher. They entered a spacious room and Diamond said that their library contained many books about the secret abilities of their empire and the entire eastern continent. The protagonist asked with a happy smile if he could look around and the librarian gave him his permission. There were books on the shelves. Kanchan walked up to one of the shelves and began to read the titles of the books. A drop of sweat appeared on his cheek and he said that he had not found anything that caught his attention yet. Suddenly, Kanchan's red eyes widened. In the middle of the books with luxurious covers, there was a thin book that was not at all suitable for the arena. The protagonist picked it up. There was a red rectangle on the cover. Kanchan said that it was dark magic that probably belonged to a dark martial art. The protagonist's eyes widened and he thought that he remembered reading about such books and was now holding the original source. Kanhyeon looked at Diamond and said that he had chosen a book. Suddenly, the book began to shine brightly. The system reported that the protagonist was using the book 10 Dark Heavens. Kanhyeon looked at his body, which began to emit a purple glow. The system said that he was using his ability. The black screen showed information about the 10 Dark Heavens magic. The protagonist's attribute was changed to dark, mana was increased by 50%, and Kanhyun also used the 10 Dark Heavens martial art. The system said that the protagonist moved faster if he used magic. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and raised his eyebrows. When Kanhyun cried out in joy, Diamond, holding a cup in his hands, asked him to be quiet in the library. The protagonist looked at his hand and thought with a smile that he had gained a lot from this book. The system reported receiving a new quest. On the dark screen, there was a message that Kanhyun needed to find traces of the descendants of the 10 dark skies who had crossed the Walter Mountains in their time. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at it. He touched the screen with his finger and said that he probably wouldn't figure it out quickly given his level, and he didn't have any information at all, and maybe he would figure it out later after he explored the continent more thoroughly. Kanhyun wiped the drool from his mouth with his hand and said that it was a good thing anyway because quests from the castle always had generous rewards. When the protagonist loudly shouted that he adored the Emperor, Diamond, who was sitting in the chair, asked him to be quiet in the library again. There were scars on the man in the white shirt's face. The protagonist scratched the back of his head, smiling happily. Kanhyun put his hands on his waist and asked LeBron if he thought that he only practiced and played all day, and the man replied that everyone thought so. He smiled and asked if Kanhyun was in a guild. LeBron sat in a chair at the table, saying that he couldn't do the quest alone. He asked if the protagonist had any good players in mind. The man sighed in disappointment when Kanhyun said that he had befriended the new Light Guild on a quest. The protagonist furrowed his brows in anger and shouted that he had many friends, when LeBron was surprised that he was talking to someone. Kanhyun introduced Yeonjun, Seokjun, Kyle, Keith, and Mason. Kanhyun then introduced the smiling Yuri and Yeonjun. The protagonist raised his hands, shouting that he had more than 8 friends, and LeBron smiled and noted that Kanhyun was not only into hunting. The system reported receiving a new quest. The man placed his hand on the table and told the protagonist to gather his friends because they would need to go to the Hyojin Mountains. The system reported that the monster wave in the Hyojin Mountains began 30 years ago. Kanhyun looked at the blue screen, thinking that it had not even been a month since the last quest, and LeBron said that the protagonist would also be helped by the Imperial Rangers, so they would be able to find out some information about the rebellion. Kanhyun thought that since this quest was difficult even for LeBron, he would definitely need the help of others. They were in a spacious room, and the protagonist said that in that case, he would go and prepare. LeBron looked at Kanhyun intently. The protagonist turned around and said that next time, he would not come as a Knight of Kion, but with a higher rank. The man smiled and said that he would wait. The entrance to the Empire was guarded by 2 knights. White clouds floated in the blue sky. A warrior with glasses and long hair swung his hand. He was fighting with several ogres. Suddenly, he turned around, hearing someone laughing and saying that it was interesting. The warrior standing near the corpses of the monsters asked if something was wrong, and his companion said that an interesting job had come up. He smiled and explained that it was about the main scenario. Keith put his hand on his waist and said with a smile that the protagonist had contacted them for this reason. Kanhyun stood in the middle of the field, looking at the blue screen. He held a mask in his hands, smiling and not understanding what to do, because he did not know when the main scenario would begin. Several identical multi-story buildings stood under the afternoon sun. While picking up rice with chopsticks, the protagonist mentally said that he had already settled everything with the guild and the pioneers, so there was only one problem left. Looking at Yeonjun sitting in front of him, the protagonist mentally asked what to tell him. An image of frames from the protagonist's memories appeared, where a brown-haired guy appeared. Kanhyun mentally said that he had always supported him and was by his side, but the main scenario was too tough for him. He mentally asked himself how to tell him without upsetting him. The protagonist called out to Yeonjun, stating that he had something he wanted to say. The boy put a spoon in his mouth, keeping his eyes closed. He stated that it would be difficult for his guild to pull off the main scenario, and asked if that was what the protagonist meant. Opening his mouth wide, the confused protagonist stated in shock that that was not what he meant. Looking forward, the brown-haired boy stated that the protagonist was afraid that they would not be able to pull off the level of the big guilds and would die in the process. Kanhyun looked at the boy in surprise. Smiling while biting his spoon, Yeonjun asked him why he was so surprised, and did he think that the boy would crawl on his knees and beg him. The boy also added that he was also busy with the King of the Two Masks, so he did not need the main scenario on top of that. The protagonist smiled sincerely in relief at his words. An image of a light sky with a few small clouds appeared. The protagonist mentally asked him to wait, stating that he would repay him for all the kindness. A couple of red and many small houses stood in a fenced area. 4 guards stood in front of the entrance to the main building next to several flags. A gray-haired man with a scar on his nose greeted the guests with a smile. Looking to the side, Keith mentally asked if this was the New World Guild and if they really came. He also mentally added that, apparently, their leader and the winner knew each other. Henu with a bear on his shoulder stood in front of 2 companies of warriors. Approaching him, The long-haired man said that he was told that he was Lebron's student. It was the captain of the Imperial Rangers, Garen. Pointing his finger forward, the man asked who was behind him. Turning his head, the guy answered that they were adventurers and they came to help deal with a wave of monsters. He also added that there were several skilled ones among them. Garen narrowed his eyes and asked himself, then silently said that they all looked strong enough. The dark-haired guy said that the monsters on the mountain range were special, their bodies were covered in tattoos. System windows appeared in front of the adventurers' faces, and they received quests. It was to destroy tattooed monsters. The information window said that the tattooed monsters were created by a force that threatened the Empire, so they needed to defeat them to destroy the influence of that force. It was an MS-ranked quest, and the condition was to destroy an unknown number of tattooed monsters. The quest reward was experience and Imperial contribution. Smiling, the brown-haired guy said that they had received a new quest. Turning his head, Hanu said that he did too, adding that a hunt was planned. Looking ahead, he said that they would hunt until the quest was over and that they should also split up and kill monsters for the common contribution. Looking at him, Keith stated that the main scenario was not boring. Pointing his finger forward, the man with the scar offered to bet on who could kill the most monsters. With a confident smile, looking at the man, Hanu agreed. He said that they would find out who was the best monster hunter. The daytime sky illuminated a small camp with dozens of houses. The dark-haired guy quickly jumped from branch to branch, leaving no opportunity to see his movements. The stone golem stood motionless, leaning on its forelimbs. Its eyes widened and its mouth opened. A few instant swings of the blade and a lunge from Hanu destroyed it. Flying through the defeated monster, Hanu stated that 23 monsters had already been destroyed. A system notification appeared about gaining a new level. Putting his hand to his chin, the guy stated this with a smile. He called up the information window. Hanu was level 137, he was a Knight of Kion. His nickname was Lebron's disciple, and his main attribute was darkness. His strength with all buffs was 810, his physical fitness 2, his agility was 970, his magic was 855, and his adventurism was 450. His nicknames were Lebron's disciple, the knight summoned by Khan, the knight summoned by Lebron, the knight who first entered the castle, the knight who first met the emperor, the knight who won 100 victories in a row, the Volorator, the desert dragon's conqueror, the cave spider's conqueror, and the vampire aristocrat's killer. Pointing his finger at the system window, he said his level and that he had 8 permanent skills and 5 active ones. He also added that his skill had also increased significantly. Turning his head towards the bear, against which the golem was disappearing, Hanu said that he had leveled up well today. Picking up the bag with the reward, Tenny said that he got gold for killing the monster. The dark-haired guy with a smile suggested that he finish for today. Putting his hand to his chest, the yellow bear asked upset if the guy had forgotten about the bet. Grinning, raising his finger up, Hanu said that it was meaningless for him, and they just had to try hard. He also added that the quest would end faster, and he would take the best reward for himself. With anger on his face, Tenny shouted that he was a liar because he used them for his own selfish purposes. Taking the bear in his arms and starting to click on the system window, the dark-haired guy said that he needed to publish a video and conduct training at the academy, after which they could hunt some more so that he could also level up. Indignantly looking at the guy, the yellow bear told him not to change the topic of the conversation because this was all his plan. The protagonist was sitting in front of his home computer. Typing on the keyboard and looking at the screen, he announced that the video of the victory over Grassel was uploaded, after which he decided to look at the comments. He said that today they were also good. The commentators wrote about the colorfulness of the battle and the strength of the guy. One person wrote that the main character had a hard time with this fight. Indignantly staring at the screen, Kanchan asked why he wrote that. An image of a grinning silhouette of an unknown commentator appeared. He wrote that if he had his stats, he would have coped faster, adding that with such stats, characteristics, and skills, PvP should go faster, so the protagonist does not know how to play at all, and the video proves it. Looking at the screen with rage, the main character mentally asked if he knew how hard it was for him to get the skills and inventory. Grabbing the mouse, he asked what right he had to speak like that. He also mentally assumed that this commentator, under the nickname African Chick, could be a fan of Handbeak. Declaring that he would find him, he blacklisted the guy. The lights were on in half the windows of a small multi-story building. After reading the information that he was blacklisted and could no longer view videos on this channel, the guy angrily hit the keyboard, knocking out several keycaps. Entering the room, several people asked what was going on when they realized that the sound was coming from here. The blonde guy was shaking with anger, and the veins on his neck stood out. Smiling and scratching the back of his head, Handbeak said that his keyboard was jamming. This was the same Handbeak of a world, who was hiding under the nickname African Chick. Gritting his teeth, the blonde guy twisted his face in hatred. He mentally asked why he couldn't even express his opinion to the hedgehog. After that, he mentally said that he would definitely kill him, that idiot from the alley. Putting his hand on his forehead, the protagonist glowed with happiness. The protagonist stepped onto the training ground. His leg was surrounded by a circle of purple aura. A dozen dummies in iron armor filled the ground motionless. In an instant, they were all enveloped in streams of magic. The bright light showed the trajectory of the protagonist's dash. Having passed through all the dummies, the protagonist, whose eyes emitted a bright light, began to slow down. Having stopped, he exhaled. He suddenly began to feel sick from the rapid change of location. Falling to the ground, he put his hand to his mouth, trying to hold back the urge to vomit. A description of the ability appeared. It was called 10 Dark Skies, and it gave the ability to move faster when the protagonist used magic. Its duration was 10 seconds, and the recharge was 3 minutes. The protagonist, looking at the screen, turned pale and mentally declared that it was too swaying and that he felt like he was drunk and his body was moving on its own. He tilted his body and said with a smile that he needed to learn how to use it correctly. A man began to appear in the stream of teleportation magic. The protagonist said that this needed to be done before meeting Dwayne, and only 10 minutes, but he needed to put on a mask. Using the Hunu mask and surrounding himself with purple magic, the protagonist said that he would practice for the remaining time. Raising his hand, the brown-haired man in dark red robes raised his hand and smiled and proclaimed the winner. The protagonist fell face down on the ground in surprise, sliding along it. Raising his head, the protagonist indignantly asked why so early. Scratching the back of his head, Dwayne said with a smile that he had a habit of arriving 10 minutes early. The protagonist mentally asked if he really hadn't planned to see his real face, and also added that he thought that a star of such a level would be late, but he was not only a nice person, but also responsible. The man looked at the protagonist questioningly, turning his head away. He was bright with the light of the man's perfection. Kanchan mentally declared that he was too good. The brown-haired man looked forward with a kind smile. The protagonist asked if he had trained as he advised. Looking at the guy, Dwayne asked if he wanted to check it out. A training dummy began to appear behind them. Holding an iron sword in his right hand, he approached the man. Raising both hands, the brown-haired man took a stance. Enveloping himself in streams of blue magic, he said to look at how much better his first student had become. The dummy threw his hand back, swinging sharply. Tilting his body, thereby avoiding the blow, Dwayne began to move his hand with burning eyes. Gritting his teeth, he delivered a powerful punch to the opponent's body. Looking at him in surprise, the protagonist mentally stated that he was not bad. The man extended his hand, blocking the dummy's quick strikes. The protagonist stated that his movements had become easier, indicating that he had definitely been practicing and not resting all this time. Smiling, the protagonist said that he was afraid that the man would shirk his work and his transfer would fail, but he turned out to be an excellent first student. Performing a strike from above, he slammed the dummy into the ground. The brown-haired man grabbed his clothes and exhaled tiredly. Applauding, Kanhyun said that it was an amazing sight. He added that no one would believe that he was the same player from last week, adding that he would definitely get an excellent medal now. Scratching the back of his head, an embarrassed Dwayne thanked the winner. Folding his arms, the dark-haired guy said with a smile that they will now try to move up from 67,342,332nd place. He also added that they are starting a stream. Clouds floated across the sky above the huge arena. Raising his hand, the protagonist in the form of Hyunwoo, with a smile, greeted the viewers. He said that this is the second graduation of the Winners Academy from the alley and today they will meet the student Dwayne again. One viewer greeted the participant. Looking at the windows with the stream, the protagonist said that the man will continue to rise up the rankings. He also added that they will fight and get feedback from them. One commentator praised Dwayne, saying that he looks much cooler than then. Another said that they could have called someone else for the second graduation. Bringing his head closer to the screen, the dark-haired guy with a smile said that they will probably be surprised to see the man's new skills. The commentators did not believe the sudden change in Dwayne's strength. The man was scratching his head in embarrassment. One of the commentators expressed hope that he would get some good medal. The brown-haired man was silently looking at the screen. Looking ahead, the protagonist suggested a bet. The man shuddered in surprise. Raising 2 fingers, the protagonist said that if Dwayne got bronze, there would be no streams for 2 weeks, and if he lost even once, there would be 4 streams for the next 2 weeks. The commentators agreed and did not believe in his result. Raising a finger, the protagonist said that this was not a recording, and then they should not say that this did not happen. Turning around, Kang-hyun asked if the man was ready and confident. Trembling and looking away in fear, he could not utter a word. With his mouth wide open, the shocked protagonist asked where his confidence had disappeared after the fight with the robot. Turning his head, the man said that it was training. The brown-haired man excitedly clasped his fingers together and asked if he would definitely be able to get bronze after such a short time. The protagonist mentally asked why he was suddenly so confused. Squinting his eyes and starting to sweat, Kang-hyun mentally declared that he needed to focus on the main scenario now, and if he had to stream so much for the next 2 weeks, it would be terrible. The protagonist mentally declared that he had to win. Raising his head, the protagonist asked if he loved Tenny. Looking at the guy with confusion, Dwayne replied that of course he did and clarified why he was asking. The thought flashed through the protagonist's mind that he would have to use him. Smiling, the protagonist said that if he won, he would give Tenny to him for his personal use for 1 hour. An image of the man pulling the yellow bear by the cheeks appeared. Lightning struck the brown-haired man's head. The commentators expressed their envy, saying that they wanted Tenny too. The protagonist asked if he would like to start. Tenny folded his arms and suddenly became afraid. The huge arena with empty stands towered over the houses. Lowering his arms, Dwayne exhaled, trying to get ready. The protagonist activated the mode of the host in the arena, flying into the sky. He announced the beginning of Dwayne's first battle and told the audience to watch closely. In a stream of blue magic, a warrior in armor began to appear. This was the man's first opponent, and he was already in the arena. Looking at his opponent in iron armor standing in place, the brown-haired man stated that this was a knight class. The protagonist stated that he was interested in how exactly Dwayne would fight him. Looking ahead, the man recited affirmations, trying to get ready. A notification appeared about the start of the raiding battle. Clutching a two-handed sword in his hands, the knight enveloped him in a blue aura. With a swing, he sent a stream of magic forward. Putting out his hand, the man began to turn his body. A moment later, he jumped back from a series of attacks, avoiding each one. Gritting his teeth, the blonde guy mentally asked how he was able to dodge all the attacks. He began to envelop his blade in blue fire. Shifting his gaze, Dwayne mentally stated that his opponent was using magic. An image of the protagonist in the Henu mask appeared, who, tilting his body, said that if the opponent uses a magic sword, then you need to dodge, and when he uses up all his mana, then there will be a chance. Leaning on the arena floor, the brown-haired man tilted his body and began an attack on the legs of the opponent. The blonde guy looked down in fear, not having time to reflect the attack. The man's clothes began to tear from the increase in his muscles. He began to swing, using the ability of the Iron Fist. A powerful blow to the knight's stomach knocked all the air out of his lungs. Without slowing down, the brown-haired man rushed forward again. Approaching the enemy, he performed a powerful roundhouse kick. This ability is called a reverse strike. Several quick blows to the body did not allow the knight to do anything. With confidence on his face, Dwayne began to deliver a lower punch. He remembered the moment when the protagonist, smiling, raising a finger, said that if the enemy uses skills, it is better to move to a safe distance, after which you need to wait for the best moment to use your own abilities. The main character also added that there is no need to rush, and if it does not work the first time, it will work the second or third time. Putting both hands in a block, the brown-haired man jumped back. His eyes opened sharply, he stopped. On the ground in front of him lay a defeated knight. A notification of his victory appeared. Dwayne looked ahead in surprise. The protagonist smiled, looking at the battlefield. The commentators did not understand how he won because he was no better than a swordsman in level. Smiling seriously, the protagonist mentally said that this was how it should have been, because Dwayne was a world action star, so he was much better than a simple mountain of muscles. An image of a man in a suit appeared, who was actively preparing for a performance on stage. Kanchan assumed that his weakness in the arena was due to his popularity. He added that he did not have enough time to get used to the game and practice in real battles. Now, Dwayne has an understanding of how the game works. The protagonist mentally stated that if he can use all his knowledge and strength in a balanced way, he will win. Looking at his clenched fist, the brown-haired man mentally asked why it was so easy. He lowered his hand, preparing for battle. He delivered a powerful blow, knocking the opponent's sword off and throwing it away. Making a quick jump at his opponent, he kicked his neck. He struck with his elbow from above with burning eyes. Raising his hand up, the protagonist asked if they still believed that just a week ago he was in 67,342,332nd place. Another system notification about the man's victory appeared. This was the 9th victory in a row. Stretching his shoulder, the brown-haired man mentally confirmed the number of his victories. Flying up to him, the protagonist congratulated the student. Smiling, the brown-haired man thanked him. The commentators were shocked by such a number of victories. Some assumed that it was a deception, and some were surprised at the ability of people to develop. Throwing up his hands, the protagonist said with a grin that it was too late to talk about anything because they lost. Several people agreed with him. Turning his head, the protagonist asked what his current rating was. The man said with a confident smile that it was 42,272,932nd. The protagonist said that bronze would be upon entering the top 10 million, adding that he was leveling up quickly. Approaching the man, Kan-hyun shouted out and asked what their goal was. Looking at him confidently, Dwayne loudly declared that they were getting bronze. The protagonist said that it was exactly like that, and that he was a monster who had already won 9 victories in a row. The man shouted out that he was a monster. A notification appeared about an opponent being found. Pointing his finger forward, the protagonist told the monster of 9 victories to move forward. The brown-haired man punched. The faces of the two people changed dramatically, and they stared forward silently. A warrior began to appear in the stream of teleportation magic. Above the head of the blonde warrior in a mask was information that he already had 13 victories. Dwayne spread his arms and looked at him in surprise. The commentators said that he was an excellent opponent. One of the commentators laughed and said that the winner would have to give them free lessons for 2 weeks. The shocked protagonist was taken aback by this situation. The guy with blonde hair and a mask over his eyes calmly looked at his opponent. People in the chat immediately started writing that this was a replacement knight, adding that they would be interested to watch. Dwayne looked at his future opponent in confusion. The protagonist was flying next to him, gritting his teeth and saying in his head that time to plan a strategy is very important in the main scenario. After a short pause, he asked why the replacement knight appeared right now, and the guy took a couple of steps towards the guys. People wrote in the chat that no matter how cool Dwayne was, this was not his level, because all the replacement knights had at least a silver medal. After reading the messages, Kanchan turned to Dwayne and said to himself that his student would probably be confused now. With a drop of cold sweat on his face, Dwayne said that the guy had 4 more wins than him. He stared at the substitute knight and continued to say that the guy had 4 more successful battles. When suddenly, a few seconds later, he said that he needed to improve anyway and get a more prestigious medal, so he should believe in himself, in the words of the winner from the alley. Hearing these words, the protagonist was pleasantly shocked. Leaning one hand on his hip and putting the other forward, Dwayne firmly said that today he is a winning machine. Meanwhile, in his head, Kanchan was wondering if his student didn't know who the substitute knights were. The battle for the rankings began. Dwayne immediately jumped back, while the substitute knight grabbed his sword and rushed towards his opponent. Pulling out his sword from its sheath, he used an unknown magical skill, causing the blade of his weapon to glow brightly with blue flames. Seeing that his opponent was about to attack, Dwayne realized that he had to stop the sword, so at that very second, his hand was enveloped in strong magical energy. He was about to put his enhanced hand under the sword strike, but the blade deflected at the very last moment. The blow passed straight across the guy's stomach. Gritting his teeth and jumping back, he looked at his stomach and saw that there was a strong scratch there. In his head, he wondered if the trajectory of the sword had changed, adding that if he had not defended himself, disaster would have happened. After a short pause, he realized that it was because of this skill that his opponent had 14 victories. At that very second, the replacement knight began to attack his opponent very quickly and strongly, who had already realized that the booster was on a completely different level than his previous opponents. There were wounds all over his body from the powerful weapon. In the chat, people supported the replacement knight, wishing defeat on the protagonist's student. Then suddenly Dwayne concentrated and realized what he needed to do. While his opponent was swinging, he rushed towards the replacement knight, preparing to attack. The people in the chat continued to laugh, writing that they shouldn't have made promises this week. The following messages said that viewers would be waiting for streams. Reading this, the protagonist's face sank, continuing to watch the fight. Suddenly, he remembered how during training, Dwayne asked how it was possible to defeat someone who was impossible. Hearing this, the protagonist was surprised. "Is it possible?" the guy asked after a short pause, looking at the teacher, who put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully lowered his head. Suddenly, he looked sharply at Dwayne and with a wide smile on his face answered that this was a very good question, so we need to prepare. For such a scenario, he finished after a few seconds. At this time, the replacement knight with a wide smile on his face said in his head that today he had a very strange selection of players, adding that he would be happy to play with the opponent. Jumping up, he directed a powerful blow with his sword at the opponent, saying in his head that he would still win. Dwayne, seeing the attack, swung his fist, which was enveloped in powerful magical energy. He accurately hit his opponent's blade, stopping the blow, causing a small explosion. The sword, along with the replacement knight's hand, flew back, which greatly surprised the booster. Gritting his teeth, he, covered in cold sweat, asked himself in horror in his head, was his opponent really able to reflect his sword, and now he was trying to attack. At that very second, Dwayne was behind his opponent and used the push technique. The replacement knight turned around in fear and saw that 7 burning fists of the enemy were flying at him. At the last moment, he managed to put his sword in front of him to protect himself from the powerful attack, saying in his head that it was very close. The next second, he jumped back, realizing that he needed to set a distance. Now, the protagonist suddenly screamed, raising his hand clenched into a fist. Hearing this, Dwayne took a deep breath. The next second he screamed very loudly that a powerful impulse had come from him. In an instant, this impulse became so powerful that it struck everything in the dome-shaped area. Due to the Lion's Breath skill, player Nakamura falls into a state of stupor. Lion's Breath, the substitute knight asked himself in shock in his head, not understanding what to do. Dwayne did not waste time and hit his opponent right in the face with a sharp blow. After that, he immediately used the elbow turn technique and flew into the booster's jaw with his elbow. The next second, he grabbed the opponent's head and used the knee thrust skill, hitting the guy with his knee in the face. After that, he used a whole series of skills, beating the substitute knight's entire body. In conclusion, Dwayne stood up with burning eyes. The next second, he used the Iron Mountain thrust technique, after which he delivered an incredibly powerful blow to the opponent. His powerful blast wave caused great damage to the substitute knight, causing him to fly away. The guy flew 10 meters before he finally fell to the sand without the ability to get up. Player Dwayne won. Standing up, Dwayne looked at his defeated opponent and exhaled heavily. At the same time, he quickly healed his wounds and restored his mana. People in the chat were extremely shocked at this time, because they did not even imagine that the protagonist's student could defeat a substitute knight. Dwayne suddenly jumped on the neck of his student, Happy Kanchan. After giving him some space, he shouted that the guy was able to defeat a substitute knight, and this is very cool. Hearing this, Dwayne looked at the disappearing opponent in surprise and asked who the substitute knights were. Then the protagonist explained that the defeated guy had at least a silver medal, which meant that Dwayne definitely no longer had bronze. Thanks to 19 victories in a row, Dwayne became much stronger and got rid of the title of a loser. Proudly raising his head and fists, the guy screamed furiously. Now he had a bronze medal, and he himself was in 9,723,195th place. With a smile on his face and warmth in his eyes, Dwayne said that when he started studying at the academy, he did not even hope that he would be able to get a medal higher than his own, but thanks to meeting the protagonist, the impossible became possible. The next second, he put his hand on the teacher's shoulder and wiping tears from his eyes, loudly said that if someone is not good at duels, then let them enter the Kanchan Academy, and the experience in the arena will immediately change for the better. In the chat, people wrote that this was very good advice, as well as a result, because the guy moved up a lot in the ranking. After that, the protagonist shook his student's hand and said that the guy was great. "Thank you very much, teacher," the guy thanked. After a short pause, the protagonist saluted his viewers and with a smile on his face said that they were ending the stream since he and Dwayne had achieved their goal. People in the chat began to say goodbye. Suddenly, the smile on Kanchan's face became even wider and he mentioned that they would meet on Monday in a week. The people in the chat started writing in disappointment that it was a pity that the main character had such a good memory. Meanwhile, in his head, Kanchan was happily saying that he could now focus on the main scenario. Meanwhile, in the Mono Guild, Marco slammed his fist on the table in rage and screamed, asking how this was possible. The veins on his red face stood out from rage, and he continued to scream, asking how someone managed to start the 5th main scenario and also get the quest, adding that they should have been the first. Not far from him stood a guy with his head down. Looking at him, Marco screamed in rage, asking if he knew how much money had already been spent on this. Patrick, without raising his head, apologized and said that it was only his fault. Having calmed down a little, Marco asked who did this, was it the New World Guild or some pro gamer? Hearing this, Patrick raised his head in confusion, not knowing what to say. After a short pause, he replied that the main character had opened the 5th scenario first and received the quest. Upon hearing this, shock appeared in Marco's eyes, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his temple. "Are you absolutely sure about this?" he asked in surprise, looking at his subordinate. Patrick, adjusting his glasses on his face, excitedly replied that the NPC had told him that the masked player had arrived first and received the quest on LeBron's orders. Barely opening his eyes, he added in his head that this was the worst thing. But before he could finish speaking, his thoughts were interrupted by Marco, who folded his arms and said that Patrick should immediately assemble an expedition. Upon hearing this, the guy was surprised. Then the director explained that maybe the main character had opened the scenario first, but they could be the first to complete it. His face turned red again, and veins appeared on it from rage. With burning eyes, he looked at his subordinate and said that the winner would pay for everything he had done to them. Whatever it took, he finished speaking after a short pause. Meanwhile, Dwayne stood up from his gaming chair and raised his finger, asking in surprise how about the opportunity to be with Tenny. Some time passed. The sun was shining brightly outside. The forest, the main character was standing in a clearing. "Are you really my fan?" he asked the girl. Pink hair was sticking out from under the hood on the girl's head. She nodded with a wide smile on her face. After a short pause, Kanchan spread his arms and asked in surprise if the Black Wizard was really using some new power, and when the quest appeared, he decided to organize a rebellion again. After asking the question, he continued to look at the fan, but in his head he grabbed his chin and thoughtfully said that he was told that this girl had information about the quest, so he came to the meeting, but somehow everything was very strange. When suddenly the fan broke the silence and, raising her finger, said that they would start from the basics, after which she said that the rebel group was called Alkyl and the leader of the group was Edward. After that, she asked if the main character would now accept her as a friend as he promised. Hearing the question, Kang-han scratched his head in confusion and said to himself that he did not remember such a promise. After thinking for a while, he apologized and said that they did not know each other at all. Hearing such an answer, the fan grabbed the hood on her head and asked if they really got to know each other, Kang-hyun would accept the friend request. After this question, she took off her hood and asked if that was enough. She had a pink bob, purple eyes, and a warm smile on her face. Seeing such a beautiful girl in front of him, the main character was speechless. Then suddenly Kang-hyun turned around abruptly and asked if he could go. After such a reaction, the girl screamed in shock, asking if he really did not recognize her. The main character just continued to walk away. The fan with tears in her eyes immediately rushed to the guy, screaming and asking how he could not know her. The protagonist said in his head that the face seemed familiar to him. "I am Sony's streamer," the girl suddenly shouted. Hearing this, Kang-hyun stopped and was very surprised. Turning around, he saw a disgruntled girl with red cheeks and tears in her eyes. Reporter Sony, one of the most famous streamers in the world. She is one of the first to learn about the arena and changes in the game, so the girl's streams were called the evening news. The next second, the protagonist stuck out his finger, ran up to the girl and shouted that he had seen her somewhere before. Hearing this, Sony screamed furiously, "Was he kidding me? Are your streams really cancelled?" Kang-hyun suddenly asked. Hearing the question, the girl calmed down and replied that it was so, adding that she could not broadcast because of the rebels. After receiving the answer, the protagonist thought for a moment and asked if she had spoken to Quincy. Sony immediately replied that she was told it was just a bug. At that time, the guy said in his head that since Sony had the information, the girl could be trusted. He understood that he had to take advantage of this chance. Immediately after these thoughts, he apologized to the fans for only now finding out, asking later if she would be okay with holding a joint broadcast after the main scenario. Hearing this, Sony screamed with flushed cheeks, asking if this was true. With a smile on his face, the main character looked at the girl and said to himself that he would really need such an informant. At that time, Sony opened the system window and asked if the guy would accept the friend request, happily saying in his head that if she held a joint stream with the main character, the number of viewers would definitely double, adding later that she would earn money and take advantage of the fact that they were a guy and a girl. "That was our first meeting," said the main character. Some time passed. A huge red military tent. The protagonist had a task to destroy tattooed monsters, of which he killed 47 creatures. When handing over this task, Garen was surprised by the 47 murders. Looking at the protagonist, he said that even one can had killed many, adding that now it was clear to him why LeBron accepted the guy as a student. A notification appeared in front of the protagonist that he had finished destroying the tattooed monsters, for which he received experience and an imperial contribution of 470 points. After a short pause, Garen extended his hand and thanked the protagonist for helping with the monsters, but more was needed. Hearing this, Kanchan said in his head that the quest would probably continue until all the conditions were met, adding that it would be an RPG. After a short pause, he said to himself that he knew that there was a special approach to this task. Suddenly, he remembered the information given to him and with a smile on his face decided to tell Garen about it, who looked at the guy questioningly. After a short pause, the protagonist said that the name of the group was Alkyl and the name of its leader was Edward. Hearing this, the man became furious and shouted, asking who told him this. Kanchan was very surprised by such a reaction, asking himself in his head if he already knew. Garen extended his hand, exhaled heavily, and said that the protagonist deserved to know the truth. "The truth?" the boy asked in surprise. With a tense voice and a serious expression, Garen said that he thought that everyone already knew that the Black Mages were responsible for the rebellion, but these people were just henchmen. After a short pause, he explained that in fact, the true source of the problem was Edward, the captain of Alkyla, the only younger brother of the current emperor and the second prince. Hearing this, the protagonist wondered in his head if the instigator of the rebellion was really the younger brother of the emperor. After thinking for a while, he scratched his cheek in confusion and asked what he should do then. Garen quickly answered this question, telling the boy to just wait, and they would try to figure it out. He continued to look at the interlocutor with a very tense face, saying that in any case, it was the protagonist who stopped the first wave of rebels, adding later that everything was decided when His Majesty gave Kanhan this task. And what does this mean? The protagonist asked himself in his head after hearing this. Garen added a few seconds later that if the guy does not meet the standards, then he will have to fight on equal terms with everyone else. The quest Garen's standard immediately appeared in front of the protagonist. Below it was written that the guy took a good position in suppressing the rebels, but it is only maintained thanks to Garen, so he needs to meet his standards. After reading everything to the end, Kanchan suddenly asked sharply when the uprising will begin. After thinking for a while and scratching his chin, Garen answered that in about a month, if nothing changes. Hearing this, the guy was very surprised, asking himself in his head if he really needs to rise 35 levels, adding later that this is 1 level every day. Suddenly, Garen, smiling slightly, asked if his interlocutor wanted advice, adding that he thought the guy would need it. Hearing such a proposal, the protagonist smiled broadly and shouted, of course, adding that he was listening carefully. At the same time, he was saying in his head that perhaps this advice would help him gain experience. The next second, Garen handed the rolled up scroll to the protagonist and said that Archmage Seift was where he would send this scroll, adding that all that was required of Kanhan was to tell Seift that he knew about it and get his help. A quest notification appeared in front of the guy, which said that Archmage Seift, who had dedicated himself to the study of magic, was sitting in the ancient dungeon, so he needed to inform the Archmage about the current situation, get help and pass it on to Garen. Taking the scroll, the protagonist, with a wide smile on his face, said in his head that he only needed to be a messenger, adding that he could handle it in a day. In his hands was a teleportation scroll to the ancient dungeon of Seift, when suddenly he abruptly opened the scroll and, starting to tear it, shouted that time was running out, so he was heading off to meet the Archmage right now. I forgot to say something, Garen suddenly said when he remembered. Having almost completely torn the scroll, Kanchan looked at the man questioningly. With a smile on his face, Garen said that it would be very difficult. Try to survive, he added after a few seconds. After hearing this, the protagonist tore the scroll and furiously shouted, asking why the man said this only now. At that very second, he found himself in a different place. Looking around, he realized that he was in a classroom. Clenching his hand into a fist, Kanchan said discontentedly that there was no need to waste his time. When suddenly, out of nowhere, a voice was heard that welcomed the guest to Reek, the Academy for Beginners of the Ruo's Empire. Hearing this, the protagonist straightened up and asked if he should really write this down, and what kind of Reek and Ruos were they. The voice continued to explain that Reek consists of 10 floors, and to go to the next one, you need to fulfill the floor condition. After a short pause, the voice said that it was time to start from the first floor. The next second, a book appeared on the table, and an unknown voice explained that on the first floor, they would test the basic knowledge of the Ru's Empire, so you first need to read the book and pass the exam. Hearing this, the protagonist shouted in shock to himself, what kind of testing? You have 30 minutes, the voice suddenly said. Immediately after that, a countdown appeared. Realizing that he needed to hurry, Kanchan jumped on a chair and shouted, asking why he had to study in the game. Picking up the book, he read on the cover of the book, The History of Ruse. After a short pause, he said that the book was very huge, adding that it had more than 300 pages. Opening the book, he began to study it, dissatisfiedly saying in his head that he did not think that he would have to study quickly here too. The book said that Ruse, the only empire on the continent, it was founded by the first emperor, Akin. At that time, unlike now, this place was overrun with beasts and monsters. Akin fought for the freedom of the people, but Archmage Root suggested that the reason Akin was able to unite the entire continent was because he was a giant and not a human. As proof, he claimed that the entire imperial family was strong and tall, but this argument was quickly overshadowed by the fact that even ordinary people could have the same characteristics as the imperial family. The territory of the Ruo's empire was about half of the continent. The rest was the territory of monsters and beasts. Among the beasts, there were elves, orcs, dwarves, and so on. Among them, the races that had hostile relations with the Empire were elves and lycanthropes. After that, the protagonist slammed the book shut. At that moment, his time was up. The guy had a wide and satisfied smile on his face. After putting the book down, he said that it was very interesting, as if he was reading a fantasy novel. The unknown voice was heard again, announcing that the test was starting, so he needed to answer the questions. Something appeared behind the protagonist, and the voice said that Kanghan had to score more than 80 points. Turning around, the guy saw a huge stone and asked if it was an answer sheet. Walking up to the sheet, Kanghan scratched his head in confusion and asked if they didn't use a pen and paper in regular exams, and who came up with the idea of taking an exam on a stone anyway. Looking closely, he saw that there were 5 different questions written on the stone. I'll have to answer, the protagonist answered with a calm face, raising his finger, which lit up with a purple flame. Running it along the stone, he was able to draw the answer. What if I break something? He asked himself excitedly. But after a few seconds, he said that it was okay, so he'll try. All this time, a pen was hanging from the edge. A few minutes later, the voice said that all of Kanghan's answers were correct. Hearing this, the protagonist proudly raised his head and grinned. After that, the voice said that the guy was moving to the 2nd floor. You have been awarded experience, was written in the message that appeared. So much experience, the protagonist asked in surprise, adding that he hoped that on the 10th floor he would be able to get at least 3 more levels. At that very second, a portal opened in front of him. Stretching and loosening his joints, the guy moved into the portal, saying that this was a great place to accumulate experience. After these words, he walked through the portal. He found himself in the classroom again, and the portal closed behind him. Suddenly, he heard snoring and immediately turned around. Not far from him, he saw a man's legs thrown over the table. The man was sleeping with a book on his face. Suddenly, he woke up and, pushing the book aside, looked at the guest. Teacher, the protagonist asked in surprise, recognizing LeBron in the man. Student, LeBron asked in surprise, looking at the guy. What are you doing here? He asked discontentedly after a short pause. Realizing it was Kanchan, LeBron chuckled and said that the guy should be on the mountain ridge doing his job, not here. Without responding, Kanchan said that Mr. Garin told him that Seft was here and he needed to meet him. Hearing this, LeBron asked again. Garin told the guy to meet with Seft. After thinking for a while, he grinned and said that, apparently, Garin did not want to read the book himself. Taking off the mask from his face, Kanchan asked in surprise what it meant to read a book. Suddenly, the same stone that was on the first floor appeared from the ground. Then LeBron explained that on the first and second floors you need to solve tests compiled from books, but if you fail, the book will change and everything will start over. Hearing this, the main character said in his head that it means that on the second floor you also need to read. Sitting on a chair, LeBron, looking at the student, asked if he would go with him straight to Seft or want to go through the dungeon. After that, he went up to the stone, poked his finger at it and said that the reward is very good, because you can get skills, an artifact of the Ruo's empire and some elixirs will probably drop. Scratching his head and laughing, the protagonist replied that Sephida needed to be found especially for such a reward. Suddenly, he said that LeBron knew that the meaning of life for him was to go through dungeons. LeBron closed his eyes and smiled warmly at the answer he received. The next second, a portal opened in front of him, and he waved to the student, saying that he would go to the Archmage, wishing him good luck afterwards. Kanchan saluted the teacher. Half an hour later, the protagonist drew the answers on the stone with a burning finger. The system voice said that all the answers were correct, so the entrance to the third floor was open. Hearing this, Kanchan was very happy and shouted with a wide smile on his face that the second stage had been completed. Putting out the fire on his finger, he said that the difference between the first and second floors was not very big because all the questions concerned culture and art. The next second, a portal opened in front of him, and the main character himself, looking away and scratching his head, said that even for the beginner level it was very easy, after which he asked why the answers had to be given in such a stupid way. After that, he entered the portal and with a very dissatisfied face asked if the letter on the stone was also part of the exam. Looking around, he realized that he was in a spacious laboratory. On the table in a box lay 3 magic stones. The system voice explained that all the objects in the laboratory were created to assess the level of magic of the main character, so the guy needs to pour magic power into 3 shar on the table according to the instructions. After a short pause, the voice said that Kanchan had an hour to complete the task. Hearing this, the main character immediately remembered the task from the competition. The next second, he took the balls in his hand with a wide smile on his face, said that it was easy because it was he who set a new record then. After these words, he applied magic power to the magic balls, which immediately changed their color. All this was seen on the system screen. Sechet himself was watching this, shocked. Suddenly, he turned to LeBron and shouted, asking what the protagonist was doing. Clenching his hands into fists, he continued to shout, asking if that guy was really LeBron's student, asking later where he managed to find such a monster. Sitting in a chair, LeBron held a mug of tea in his hand and said that the drink was great. "Why did you sit in my seat?" the old man suddenly shouted in rage. After a short pause, he asked excitedly with a drop of cold sweat on his cheek if Kanchan wasn't an adventurer and then asked how that was possible. Putting the mug of tea on the table, LeBron answered with a smile on his face that the protagonist was an adventurer, asking later if Sechet expected the guy to be a weakling. After receiving an unsatisfactory answer, the old man pointed his finger at the system screen and shouted furiously for LeBron to see for himself, asking after that where the adventurer got so much power. After a short pause, the Archmage, looking at his interlocutor, who was looking at him with a warm smile on his face, calmed down a little and asked if LeBron didn't know that on the first and second floors you need to write the answers with your hand on the stone. When suddenly Seft screamed with horror and fear in his eyes, asking the man where the guy got such power to do it with his finger. Hearing this, LeBron closed his eyes and answered that he also did not want to look for a pen and wrote with his finger, adding after that the Archmage should leave the pen in the right place next time. When suddenly the old man, looking at the system screen, shouted in shock that Kanchan had already moved to the 3rd floor. In his head, LeBron wondered if the old man really thought that his student couldn't. After that, he remembered Mason and said to himself that he especially wanted to see the guy today. Meanwhile, the protagonist had a little over 54 minutes left. A few minutes later, the system voice said that the protagonist had completed the test perfectly, so he received a reward and moved to the 4th floor. The protagonist, stretching out his hand, was happy to hear this. Suddenly, a notification appeared stating that the guy had gained experience and also increased his skill masters. The next second, more than a dozen notifications appeared stating that each magic skill had been improved. After reading all this, Kanchan was shocked and a drop of cold sweat ran down his face. Looking at the system screen, he wondered if all the skills related to magic had really improved by a level, adding later that it was very good that he was here, saying later that even if they tried to stop him, he would have come. The system voice suddenly told the Archmage that indeed, for a guest, all this was very easy, adding that Kanchan would be able to finish everything today. Hearing this, the old man was very surprised and did not know what to say. On the 4th floor, the protagonist met 3 knights. On the 5th floor, there was hand-to-hand combat. The protagonist with a smile on his face did not give in to the robot. On the 6th floor, the guy had to overcome obstacles and press a button, which he did with ease. On the 7th floor, Kanchan found himself in the water with a small task. Some time passed. The system voice said that Kanchan completed the exam perfectly. Therefore, the guy receives a reward and moves to the 8th floor. At the same time, the protagonist received experience as well as a new level. Opening his characteristics window, it was written there that the guy was already level 144. After reading this, Kanchan, eating something, joyfully shouted to himself that this was already level 144, adding that he was able to level up in this dungeon by 4 ranks, after which he praised Garen. After these thoughts, he entered the portal and found himself in the Colosseum. The system voice said that there would be a battle with a potential threat to the Empire on the 8th floor. The guy was a little surprised to hear this. After a short pause, the voice told the protagonist to deal with the monsters that appeared and win. At that very second, a creature began to appear not far from the protagonist. A few seconds later, a huge Dakan with glowing eyes stood in front of the guy. After examining the creature from head to toe, Kanan said in his head, confused, "Dakan is not real." The system voice suddenly explained that the summoned monster was a chimera created from the memories of a student who came to Reek, adding that the monster could be both weaker and stronger than the real monster. Hearing this, the protagonist stared at Dakan and asked in his head why Dakan appeared out of all of them, adding that he hoped that he would be weaker than the real one. The system voice said that when the guy said start, the test of the 8th floor would begin. The next second, Kanchan summoned Tenny, who appeared from underground nearby. Looking around, the bear looked at its owner and asked if they were no longer in the Black Forest, after which he asked if the guy was still fighting Dakan. It was not him, Kanchan firmly answered, saying later that it was a chimera pretending to be an ogre for the test. Continuing to look at the master, the bear said that now he understood everything. When suddenly, he fell on the sand, told his owner to cope alone, and his muscles ached everywhere, so he wanted to rest. Exhaling heavily, Kanchan, looking at his pet, said that he did not ask him to fight, but simply to give him a buff. The next second, a very powerful magical aura surrounded the guy, which made the protagonist speechless, when suddenly he sharply hit the bear on the head, saying that he was annoying him today. Clenching his hand into a fist and turning away from the animal, he said that next time Tenny would go first, saying afterwards that first the pet, then the owner. A large bump appeared on the bear's head, and he said with tears in his eyes that his owner was very cruel, adding that this was why the guy did not have a girlfriend. The protagonist and Dakan stood in the arena. Both were ready to fight. Kanhyun silently looked at his opponent. In his head, he recalled the fight with Dakan, after which he said that he lost the fight only to Dakan, and that a rematch was supposed to take place someday. After that, with a wide smile on his face, he took out a sword, the blade of which was glowing, and said that it was time to train. The fight began. Dakan silently looked at his opponent. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he roared loudly. The orc after the roar jumped high and raised his sword behind his back, preparing to attack. The protagonist stood in a stance, and notifications appeared in front of him that he had received the title of Master of Combat, so his stats were increasing. He also received buffs from the Adventurer status, after which he used the Heart of the Assassin and increased his stats by 15%. His eyes, filled with determination, lit up. He deftly put his sword out, defending himself from Dakan's attack. The orc immediately jumped back, and a small explosion from the terrible magical power was heard between them. He slid along the ground, stopping. The protagonist also slid backwards along the ground from the strong pressure. Dust and smoke rose in the arena. Both opponents looked at each other. Kanan's hand holding the sword was shaking. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, he said that Dakan was very strong, adding that he realized this from the first attacks. The orc with glowing red eyes looked at the guy. In his head, the main character said that his opponent was probably at least level 180. Suddenly, a ring flashed on his finger, and the guy said that, however. At that very second, he rushed at his opponent, delivering powerful blows and shouting that now everything would change. 2 notifications appeared in front of him, which said that the main character was using the strength of a giant, so the strength stat increased. The orc with a wild grin repelled each attack of his opponent. Suddenly, the pressure from the main character became stronger and Dakan began to give up his position, which greatly frightened him. Seizing the moment, Kanhan delivered a quick and strong slashing blow to the neck of his opponent. Blood spurted from the orc. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, Kanhan grinned. Suddenly, what he saw shocked him. Dakan rushed to attack, while the main character did not expect it. With a loud roar and burning eyes, Dakan began to furiously strike. The protagonist, not expecting this, managed to react and defend himself at the very last moment, screaming in his head while the orc became even faster. Suddenly, a huge broadsword flew past the protagonist, who was seized with horror. The orc did not hit the guy, but split the ground with his powerful blow. The blow passed 10 centimeters from the protagonist, who was terrified. Looking at Dakan's face, which expressed rage and bloodlust, he asked himself in his head whether, despite the deterioration of physical form, the orc's stats were also improving. Gritting his teeth, he jumped up, saying in his head that he only had 2 minutes to use the power of a giant, which meant he needed to manage to destroy the enemy during this time. After these thoughts, he began to furiously and non-stop attack Dakan, from which a loud clang of iron was heard. Suddenly, Kanyan found the moment and launched a powerful attack. The orc didn't have time to parry it, and blood spurted out from his neck. This made Dakan very angry. He immediately responded to his opponent, causing the guy to fly back. The protagonist was suddenly enveloped in a terrifyingly powerful magical energy. He used the Henchongbo technique, which caused him to end up behind his opponent. With anger in his eyes, he was about to finish this fight, when suddenly the orc turned around abruptly with his broadsword already raised behind his back. Their swords clashed again in a fierce battle. Several minutes passed. Tenny looked at the battlefield in surprise. 2 notifications appeared in front of the protagonist, informing him that the effect of the giant's power had ended, so the guy's strength stat was reduced. Both opponents were lying on the ground in a star pose. In his head, the guy said that this was just a crazy battle, when suddenly Dakan began to disappear. Seeing this, Kanyan jumped up and said in surprise that he had won, adding that the copy's strength was imperfect, after which he asked how powerful the real Dakan was then. A system voice was heard, saying that the protagonist had successfully completed the exam, so as a reward he would receive a reward and access to the 9th floor. Several notifications immediately appeared, stating that the guy had gained experience. Below it was written that the protagonist's adventurism stat continued to increase by 100. Even lower it was written that the stats of strength, agility, magic, and physical fitness had increased by 10. Seeing this, Kanhyun, without looking up from the system screens, shouted in shock and very joy that his adventurism had increased by 100 at once, although before he had never received more than 1 or 2 points, adding later that all stats had also been increased by 10. Having recovered a little, Kanhyun stood up, said that he liked the reward and that there weren't many floors left, after which a huge portal opened in front of him. Without thinking twice, he stepped into it. Looking around, he realized that he was back in the arena. A system voice was heard, greeting the guy on the 9th floor, after which he explained that here the protagonist would be able to test how strong his heart was. After a short pause, the voice said that it was sure that his loved ones had once betrayed the guy, so now Kanhyun could fight them and get an iron heart. Hearing this, the protagonist was very surprised and asked again, with loved ones. Next to him stood Tenny, who, with eyes shining with happiness, said in his head that he was very important to the owner, after which he asked himself if he would really fight him. At this time, Kanhyun looked ahead, not knowing what to expect, and drops of cold sweat were running down his face. He said in his head that if he lost, he would have to go through everything again. He imagined a dead person he had once defeated and said to himself that he needed to fight a loved one and get a reward for killing him. He imagined his father's room, where his mother always sat, and said that if his father or mother, who always looked after him, showed up here, he would not be able to kill them. The system voice said that it had started selecting a suitable opponent for Kanhyun. Hearing this, the guy clenched his teeth, hoping for the best. A few seconds later, the voice said that the selection was complete and the opponent was chosen. Hearing this, the guy slowly opened one eye. "We wish you victory," the system voice said at last. What Kanhyun saw surprised him greatly. It was his best friend Yeonchan. There was no emotion in the guy's eyes, he was just a copy. When suddenly Teeny furiously screamed that his master was an idiot, and then abruptly turned away. Hearing the scream, Kanhyun looked at his pet in shock and asked where he even came from. After a short pause, he looked at his opponent again with a drop of cold sweat on his cheek. "Yeonchan," he said slowly in his head. After a short pause, he added that the arena knows him well. Yeonchan is indeed his dear friend. He remembered when the boy wrote and helped in any difficult situation. Yeonchan is a friend who supports the protagonist. After that, he remembered how the boy punched his chest and asked with a smile on his face how it was possible not to wait for Milligat's re-debut. Yeonchan is a family that is always on the protagonist's side. Leaving the memories, Kang-han clenched his hand into a fist. In his head, he continued to say that it was very difficult to say who Yeonchan is to him. Closing his eyes and smiling warmly, he said that he owed his friend a lot. A warm smile appeared on Yeonchan's face, but still, the protagonist suddenly said in a cold voice. At that very second, he delivered a powerful punch to his best friend's face. With a wide smile on his face, he continued to hit his friend and say that the situation was different now because they were here to fight. Kang-han continued to beat his friend non-stop, asking if it hurt. Suddenly, he shouted that he would definitely buy chicken tonight. Tenny stood to the side the whole time, watching the fight with horror in his eyes. He saw how beaten Yeonchan was and said that it was a good thing he was not there. Grabbing his friend by the chest, he was going to continue beating the guy, who was pounding his hand, saying that he was giving up. Meanwhile, in real life, Yeonchan, cooking eggs, asked why he suddenly wanted to hit the protagonist. A few minutes later, Yeonchan began to disappear with tears in his eyes. The system voice announced that the protagonist had successfully passed the exam, so he was receiving a reward. A notification appeared in front of Kang-han, informing him that the protagonist had received a new skill. The system window that appeared said that the skill was called Resilience. Below it was reported that Kang-hyun has an unwavering heart and a disciplined mind dominates the body. Skill type passive, rating unique, mastery F, effect the protagonist becomes immune to skills that cause abnormal conditions of the enemy with a lower mania level than the owner. And there is also a 5% chance of resistance to skills that cause abnormal conditions of the enemy with a higher magic level than the owner. After reading everything to the end, the protagonist happily raised his hands and shouted that he now has a unique skill. Secad was watching all this, shaking with horror, screaming and asking if Lebron had seen this. Turning to his interlocutor, he pointed at the guy and shouted in shock that Kanchan was merciless because he was able to deal with his dear person so mercilessly. With a smile on his face, Lebron calmly replied that he, too, when he was on the 9th floor and Secad appeared, very quickly passed the test. Hearing this, the old man shouted that like teacher, so is the student. Hearing this, the man closed his eyes, not answering anything, when suddenly the main character appeared behind him. A notification appeared in front of him that he had passed the 9th floor and was moving on to the 10th. Finding himself on the last floor, the guy was surprised. He saw Lebron, who also noticed his student. Kanchan immediately stood up and said that he had to go to the 10th floor, after which he asked what kind of place this was then, or was Lebron his opponent. Hearing this, the man laughed, stood up from his chair and replied that if that was the case, then his disciple would definitely not be able to move on. After a short pause, he turned to the old man and asked where the 10th floor was. Hearing this, Seift, hesitating a little, replied that the 10th floor was broken. After hearing this, Kanchan was very shocked. Confusedly scratching his cheek and looking away, the old man explained that he had set something on fire there when he was doing research, adding later that he thought it would take a couple of months to restore. Lebron suddenly laughed and said that the old man was saying something else about him and his disciple. Meanwhile, the protagonist looked at the crowd in confusion and wondered in his head what the reward for the 10th floor was. After a short pause, with a drop of cold sweat on his cheek, he asked if he would come back when the floor was restored. Hearing this, Seft had 5 reply letters for the journey in his hands, and the old man told the protagonist to take them with him. Taking the 5 reply letters, Kanhan was incredibly happy, shouting in his head that this was much better than one, adding that he would have to share with Yenchan. Suddenly Seft coughed and turned to the protagonist, asking later why he had come to meet him. Coming to his senses, Kanhan explained that he needed to convey news from Garen that new forces had appeared, Alkal. Hearing this, the old man was shocked, and he asked again, Alkal. The next second, he screamed furiously, was the guy really talking about the real Alkal, and how did Kanhan know this word? Even Tenny, who was digging through the books, was very surprised. The protagonist, not understanding such a reaction, replied that an adventurer he knew told him. After hearing this, Seft looked at the protagonist and asked if the spy was really here, adding that knowing the location would make it easy to attack. Lebron looked at the teacher and said that they had been fighting for so many years that it was time to end. After thinking for a while, the old man told the protagonist to tell Garen that they would also be participating in the battle, so he should get ready. Hearing this, Kanchan, looking closely at the teachers, said, so. Powerful energy emanated from both men. Kanchan said to himself that if the best mage in the Empire and the best knight united, it would be a battle of a completely different scale. After a while, the protagonist was in a huge tent in front of Garen, with words from Seft. Has he already returned? Garen asked suspiciously, or did Kanchan not even go anywhere? With a very serious face, the protagonist replied that he was told that Garen simply did not want to read the book himself, so he was sent. Hearing this, the man said that it means he returned after all. After a short pause, the guy said that his mentor and Sif said that they would take part in the battle. Garen folded his arms over his chest and said with a smile on his face that it was very good, because they would help them a lot. After these words, a notification appeared in front of the main character that the guy had completed the task, so he received experience, thereby gaining a new level. The last notification said that Kanchan was receiving Garen's gift. After reading this, the main character was very happy and glowed with joy. A few seconds passed like this. "Where is the gift?" Kanchan said in a rough voice, resting his hands on his hips. "I already gave it," Garen said, a little confused. Hearing this, the main character asked displeasedly what he had given him. "My assessment of you," the man answered calmly. After these words, a system window appeared in front of the main character, which was Garen's assessment. Below it was written that Kanhan had taken a good position in the rebels' subordination, but this position was only maintained after passing Garen's assessment, so he needed to fulfill Garen's demands before it was time for a full-scale invasion. After reading everything to the end, the guy was not delighted, saying to himself that the level in the requirements had decreased from 175th to 170th. After a short pause, Garen ordered Kanhan to return as he would meet his assessment. Kanhan's loud sigh was heard from the ward. After that, the protagonist began hardcore training. He wanted to finish all the quests before the streams. He killed monsters one by one, completing tasks, and slept only 4 hours a day, and the remaining 20 hours he trained and hunted. This is already the 5th day of hellish training. Tenny went home to the islands, and the protagonist continued training. The more difficult the path, the happier the victory. After a week of hard training, Kanhan reached level 170th. Very tired and exhausted, the protagonist returned to Garen. The man looked at the boy and thought. After a few seconds, he put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said that he looked stronger, so he would pass. After a short pause, he explained that Kanchan was now a special squad knight, the first among adventurers. Notifications appeared in front of Kanchan, informing him that he had completed the quest Garen's appraisal, gained experience, and received a new quest. After that, a system window appeared, which was the quest Special Division of the Empire. Below it was written that this was a special squad that was to destroy Alkyl. The condition of the quest was to obtain Alkyl's insider information, as well as kill the Alkyl leaders. The next notification said that Kanchan was given the title First Knight of the Special Squad. The system window that appeared stated that First Knight of the Special Squad was a title given to the first member of the Special Squad to encounter Alkyl, a force that threatens the Empire. Below it was stated that the title gave the effect of increasing attack power and movement speed by 5%. After reading everything to the end, the protagonist was beside himself with happiness and joy from receiving the title that he even beamed. Seeing such a reaction, Garen asked himself in his head in surprise why the guy was reacting like that. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Kanhan, who decided to ask where Alkyl was. The man immediately answered that, as far as he knew, in the Kunta Plateau. The Kunta Plateau, the protagonist said confusedly, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his cheek. The Kunta Plateau is the most difficult area for hunting on the mountain range of the arena. This is an area inhabited by monsters called Kunta. They look like gorillas 4 meters tall. They are fast and strong, and also have intelligence and can read enemy attacks. After receiving the information, the protagonist turned around and began to leave, saying in his head that there is a problem bigger than Kunta because now the plateau is a disputed territory. Guild member Marco, Red Bull America, which includes Mascherano, and even Hanbeek from JT Telecom are fighting for her. Some time passed. The game capsule in the protagonist's room was empty. Kanghyun himself was lying on the bed and saying that there was no need to think about it. With bruises under his eyes, he kept his hand on the phone and said that a new patch was coming out tomorrow, so he should check the information in the broadcast. After these words, his eyes began to stick together. Opening the broadcast on his phone, Kanghyun fell asleep. The live broadcast was hosted by Sony, who waved at the camera and greeted all the viewers. With a wide smile, she winked at the camera and said that they came to report on the innovations in the arena. After that, she pointed to the guy next to her and said that this was the genius of analysis son, who would be helping her. After a short pause, she said that it was time to start talking about tomorrow's patch. Immediately after saying this, Song folded his hand and began to report that, roughly speaking, the patch can be divided into 3 categories: the third class selection, castle siege, and pet competition. First, the third class selection is for users who have reached level 200, but it seems that it will have to meet strict requirements. After that, he looked at Sony with a smile on his face and said that the third class selection will be very difficult for users with mediocre skills. Hearing this, Sony asked with a drop of cold sweat on her face, "Is it really that difficult?" "Isn't it?" Song asked in surprise, then said that many people are talking about balance, adding that he thinks De Quincy will come up with a good solution. Hearing this, the girl with tears in her eyes pulled her cheek and said in her head that having received the class of a corpse summoner, there will be more problems than advantages. After a short pause, Sun, looking at the camera, said loudly that the next one is the castle siege, adding that it feels like the Quincy put a lot of effort into using content that would be impossible to do without esports, and their intentions will most likely come true, the guy finished. Sony imagined exchanging gold for money and said, looking at the assistant, that, for sure, large guilds will immediately take up this and start selling castles for a lot of money. After a short pause, Sun raised his finger up and said that the last one is the pet competition. After that, he explained that at the competition, you need to choose the best pet. After that, he shouted loudly that he is sure that everyone knows that the best pet is Tenny, who belongs to the main character. People in the chat immediately started writing that this was true and that they were sure that Tenny would win everyone. Folding his arms across his chest and laughing, Sun said that everyone loved Tenny, so there was a heightened interest in this innovation. At this time, Sony was sitting nearby and playing with Tenny's plush bear toy. Sun continued to say that the Quincy should give the bear a special reward. Suddenly, he jumped up in his chair and said that he really hoped that all the spectators will pay attention to the other pets, he finished, catching his breath. Many people wanted to win tomorrow's competition, and so the competition began. There were a lot of people with their pets on the streets of the city. Someone had a huge blue lizard that was growling madly. A guy tried with all his might to hold it so that his pet would not run away. Suddenly, a guy with short hair turned to another guy and asked if the main character would be streaming today, to which the other guy replied that Noob still had a bet with the viewers and Kanhyun was still resting today. The first guy asked in surprise, spreading his arms, and then asked if the main character would definitely show up. His lion rushed into his arms to be petted, and the guy said that even if Kanhyun showed up, he would hardly give the victory to someone else. Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps. The guy and the lion looked away in surprise. All the people dispersed in different directions, because the one who came was the main character. He had a satisfied smile on his face, and in his head he said that of course he came to receive the reward, and then asked himself if he should do a live broadcast tomorrow morning. After these thoughts, he called Tenny and the bear appeared in front of him, asking if his master called him. All the people around were shocked and outraged by the bear's appearance. Seeing everyone looking at him, Tenny jumped on the owner's neck, who said that he had decided on a name. After these words, he looked up at the frightened pet with a smile on his face. Tenny, with red cheeks, asked what his owner was talking about. Then the guy answered, "Show Tenny, winner of the world." A few minutes later, the protagonist turned on the broadcast and greeted all the fans, shouting that he came back from vacation. People in the chat immediately began to write that they knew there would be a stream today. Winking, he asked if the viewers appreciated the fact that he decided to start the broadcast a day early. People around looked at Kanhyun and said in surprise that the guy was not embarrassed to broadcast like this when there were so many people around. In the chat, people were wondering what the protagonist would do today. Suddenly, someone wrote in the chat asking if Tenny was the main one. After reading this, Kanhyun looked at his pet, not knowing what to say. A few seconds later, he took the bear off his head and, showing it to everyone, said with displeasure that they should watch as much as they wanted, adding that Tenny was the future hero of today's festival. After these words, he let go of his pet. Having landed awkwardly, Tenny screamed, asking if he would get an elixir from his master if he won. Yes, the protagonist firmly answered, saying later that he had already poured so many elixirs into himself and still did not believe him. "Of course I do, master," the bear immediately answered with drool from his mouth, touching his cheeks, adding that he just wanted to feel the taste of elixirs again. After these words, he began to actively and demonstratively box the air, saying that he would definitely get an elixir. People in the chat were touched, looking at this. Some time passed. There were 16 people in the arena. All the stands around were filled with spectators. "Hello friends," Sony greeted everyone loudly at the pet festival in a very beautiful costume. On the field, everyone had a pet. Sony, pointing to the participants, said that 32 pets would participate in the first competition called the Best Pet in the World. People from the stands suddenly saw Tenny, who was hiding behind his owner's leg because everyone was looking at him. "We will start by distributing balls," Sony shouted. Each owner was given a magic ball, after which Sony explained that they need to direct their mana into the ball and it will change color, and there are 16 colors in total, adding later that pets with the same color will fight each other. The main character's magic ball in his hand turned purple. Seeing this, all the other participants became very tense and scared, saying to themselves that they really hoped that they would not get the same color. After that, they began to find out what color they were. Those who had a color other than purple were very happy. Suddenly, one person had a purple magic ball in her shaking hand. It was a girl with short pink hair, with horror and fear in her eyes. The people in the stands were watching the field attentively, waiting for the fights. There were already 2 players on the field. Sony shouted loudly that they were starting the first battle. Pointing in one direction, she shouted that in the red corner was the winner's pet from the alley, Tenny. The bear growled loudly, preparing for victory. In the blue corner, Sony shouted, pointing in the other direction, was Kuchin's pet, Dababai. The next second, she waved her hand and with a wide smile on her face said that it was time to start the battle of cuties, adding that it was time to determine the best pet in the world. Immediately after these words, Tenny raised her paw up and an incredibly powerful lightning bolt burst out of it. Seeing this, Kuchin covered her face with her hands in shock from the bright light. With burning eyes, the bear looked at his opponent and said that he needed to win to get the elixir. Dababai understood with tears in his eyes that he was finished. He was shaking with fear and did not know what to do. Enough, Kuchin suddenly screamed, running up to her pet and hugging him. Kneeling, she screamed with tears in her eyes, begging Dababai not to kill her, adding that they were giving up. The lightning coming from Tenny's paw died out. Sony immediately declared the bear of the protagonist the winner, who also did not understand what was going on. Kuchin hugged her pet and asked for forgiveness, and the protagonist, turning away and confusedly scratching his cheek, said that the pet decided to refuse the fight, after which he asked if his viewers understood that this was not a setup. People started writing in the chat that they wouldn't want to compete against Tenny either. Yeah, what an unequal fight, a viewer wrote in the chat. After reading the message, Noob laughed and said that it was a fair victory. After a while, the main character had a flower necklace hanging around his neck and Tenny's trophy was in his hands. Sony was shouting loudly that Tenny was becoming the best pet in the world. His own pet was jumping around him, happy that he would soon receive the elixir. Kanhan himself was saying in his head that he didn't think they would win like this. It was very light outside and the sun was shining brightly. Sony suddenly announced that it was time to move on to the next main quest of the event, so she asked everyone to go to the arena. After a while, Sony was standing on the stage. Raising her finger up, she shouted loudly that it was time to start the pet competition. The people in the stands were very happy. With her arms outstretched, Sony explained that the contestants would have to show the best sides of their pet in 3 minutes, adding that there were no limits. She then pointed to the 3 judges and said that the judges would evaluate the pet's performance according to certain criteria, adding that she only needed to win the hearts of the judges and there would be 5 spots in total. After explaining, she pointed to the first contestant. The first would be Kan and his owner, Frin. The boys ran out on stage with smiles on their faces. Kan deftly ran around the cones, jumped into the hoop and showed good results. All this was very much liked by the judges and the audience, who were touched by the performance. Frin, breathing heavily, with a smile on her face, said to herself that everyone was very happy to see her pet, adding that they thought it was cute. When suddenly she saw that her pet Kan stopped in horror. He was staring intently at one of the judges, from whom an ominous aura emanated. The man with dead eyes was looking at Kan. His eyes glowed with a violet fire, and he himself did not express any emotions. The girl's pet was shaking with fear and could not move, when suddenly he hid behind his mistress. After that, the judge said with a cold voice that it was an ordinary pet. His name was Mr. Pokerface. His peculiarity was that he had never in his entire life considered anything cute. The next to perform was a guy with a blue goose. Mr. Pokerface firmly said that it was not interesting. The next to perform was a hare with wings, which the judge considered boring. The guy and the lion cried together in horror because Mr. Pokerface looked at them with a dead look. 4 participants were defeated. Sony saw all this and confusedly asked herself in her head why they took such a judge. After these thoughts, she turned to the last dark silhouette and invited the last participant. The main character and his bear Tenny came out on stage. The judges were delighted that they would now see the legendary bear. Only Mr. Pokerface looked at the stage with a stony face. Sony announced that they could begin their performance. Tenny looked at the owner and asked what they were going to do. "I haven't thought of anything," the main character answered carelessly. Hearing this, the bear was shocked. Jumping on the owner, he furiously shouted that they needed to win to get the elixir. Scratching his ear, Kanhyun calmly replied that it was not his problem. Sony, watching the argument, chuckled and said that this had happened on broadcasts before. Tenny jumped off the owner and said that he did not need him. After that, he thought about what to do with a drop of cold sweat on his face. All the lights were focused on him. After a few seconds, he exhaled heavily and said that he would have to do it for the elixir. In his head, he said that he was ready to do anything for this. Stretching out his paws, he asked with shining eyes and red cheeks if they would give him the elixir. This amazed all the judges. All the spectators were also shocked by this, that they had to grab their hearts. The terrifying cute power shocked everyone. The main character at this time looked at his pet emotionlessly, when suddenly he hit him on the head, saying that the pet should perform and not beg. "But I don't know what else to do," Tenny screamed in pain. Mr. Pokerface still sat with a stone face. His gaze was dead, and he himself did not show any emotions. When suddenly his mouth opened, about to say something. Soon the protagonist announced the beginning of Tenny's show, and he immediately jumped up. While some of the judges were touched by the look of the bear, one of them was calm. Tenny, controlling the fire, created fiery hearts trying to delight the audience. But one of the judges was still not delighted with the performance. Suddenly Tenny fell to the floor, after which he pretended to cry because of a small wound. And only then did all the judges admire him. But a moment later, some of them looked at their stern comrade with suspicion. The judge himself became very nervous. Looking at the bear on the stage, he tried to understand what kind of inexplicable feeling he had. He put his hand to his chest, feeling how his heart began to beat faster. A moment later, all the judges began to touch Tenny again. After some time, the protagonist was already holding the bear figurine in his hand while he was announced the winner. Tenny began to lick his lips, waiting for his elixir. But suddenly one of the judges picked him up, scaring Tenny. Kanchan looked at the judge who picked up Tenny and mentally said that he already knew that Tenny would win. Sony approached Kanchan and whispered to him. After that, she looked intently at the protagonist, saying that she had new information. While the entire group of judges were touched and admired Tenny, Sony told Kanchan that an uprising in the Empire would happen very soon. When Tenny was already being mocked, he began to beg the protagonist to save him. Sony, seeing this, said that they would talk after the stream. After some time, Kanchan and Sony found themselves in the forest. The slightly surprised protagonist asked if she could tell him everything now. The girl, seeing how he began to ask her about alcohol, was slightly offended, saying that he was in too much of a hurry and did not even say hello to her. But a moment later Kan had answered, saying that in 2 months Alkan would start local uprisings. Their plans included the siege of 4 or 5 cities. What she heard made the protagonist worry. After Sony smiled when the protagonist asked her if the alkyl base on the Kunta Plateau was empty now, then answered him saying that the base was not as crowded as before because they should now regroup closer to the cities. The protagonist thought, looking at the system panel with the quest conditions. He puzzled the girl by unexpectedly asking if she could go with him to one place. The events take us to Garen's tent. Garen angrily shouted, asking the protagonist if he was serious telling him this news. Sony threw up her hands, saying that this was reliable information. Garen, hearing her, said that in this case he would immediately warn His Majesty and begin to move out. When Garen looked at the protagonist and said that they would be able to get there soon, the system reported an update to the quest, the task of which was now to attack the Akil base. At that time, Sony was happy because she had received 2,000 points of the Imperial contribution. Soon they both left the tent. Sony looked at the protagonist and thanked him for receiving the Imperial contribution thanks to him. Sony smiled when the protagonist told her that if it weren't for her, they wouldn't have been able to continue the quest, so he should be grateful to her. Looking at the guy, the girl mentally called him interesting. The protagonist grinned when Sony told him that she would let him know if she found anything. Saying goodbye to Sony, Kanan thought over all the information he had received from her. It was easier to find and attack the alkyl base with a quantitative advantage. It was pointless to go alone, so Kanan asked the girl to find out more about the leaders of alkyl. Kanchan imagined Red Bull, Mono, and JT, realizing that he would have to cooperate with them. After that, the protagonist immediately contacted Mascherano from Red Bull America. Kanchan smiled when Mascherano immediately responded to him, saying that he was surprised that he wrote to him. After some thought, the protagonist asked Mascherano if he had a plan. He told him not to rush because they did not need to rush. Kanchan asked him if he would participate in the raid. Mascherano answered him by offering to talk when they met. Kanchan immediately offered to meet him at the entrance to the forest. The protagonist grinned, realizing that his plan had begun to work. John was standing near the entrance to the forest with Mascherano. They looked into the distance, waiting for the protagonist to arrive. John glanced at Mascherano, asking if it was necessary to come here. Mascherano also looked at the guy and answered him, saying that he needed to wait because more people were needed to win. Remembering how he lost on the King of Two Masks, Mascherano said that over the past time, Kanan has become stronger and it would be better to team up with him. While John and Mascherano were discussing cooperation with the protagonist, he was already behind them. Approaching them, he apologized for arriving late. Greeting the protagonist, the white-haired young man introduced John as a member of the guild. Smiling, Kanan offered to get to the point right away and said that he wanted to participate in the raid on the Kunta Plateau as a mercenary for Red Bull America. Standing opposite the guy, Mascherano asked him what the reason was for this. The protagonist answered by saying that he did not need skills, money, and items because he only wanted the right to freely move around the plateau. John, standing next to Mascherano, understood how the protagonist wanted to kill the leaders, while Mascherano himself smiled and agreed to cooperate while offering to team up. But when the protagonist said that he did not need their help, he cried out in surprise. Kanchan grinned, saying that he would kill everyone in less than a month. Mascherano and John felt terrified at the sight of the protagonist. But a moment later, Kanchan was already awkwardly scratching the back of his head because John asked him what his plan was. Kanchan smirked again, saying that he would just move on as usual. After a while, the protagonist was stopped by a group of players in the forest, saying that this was their territory and he needed to leave without causing trouble. Kanchan became serious and said that Red Bull America allowed him to walk here. Suddenly, one of the guys grabbed the protagonist and shouted, saying that it was the Mono Guild that controlled the Kunta Plateau. But a moment later, he stopped shouting, feeling fear. Throwing the guy's hand away, Kanchan said that he had great content for the stream. His first guild was the Black Skull Guild led by Shern. The second guild he defeated was ISIS. When the protagonist said that he would destroy the Mono Guild, all the members of this guild shuddered and retreated in fear. The people in the chat immediately rejoiced, gathering to see what would happen to them. Kanhyun grinned and swung his sword, after which, looking at the guys, he said that he was starting to create content. The guys fell into a stupor and fear. They all became nervous after learning the identity of the protagonist. One of them smiled nervously, saying that their leader had blacklisted Kanhyun. Staring at the guy standing in front of them, they began to discuss what they would become if they could catch him, after which they began to tell each other to film everything. Kanhyun frowned slightly, looking at them. At this time, the people in the chat laughed, realizing that the protagonist had already started filming everything a long time ago. One of the guild members grabbed his blade, after which he suddenly rushed at the protagonist, but he was able to knock him to the ground with one blow. His companions looked at their comrade with disbelief and fear while the protagonist asked them what was wrong with them. Kanchan smiled creepily, saying that he was already starting to get very annoyed. After a while, he was already smiling widely while telling people about today's event. The protagonist called up a system window and uploaded a video for those who did not have time to arrive for the broadcast. Many in the comments began to discuss what happened, saying that the end had come for the Mono Guild. In the video, Kanchan showed how he made a contract with Mascherano and said that they gave him permission to pass the Kunta Plateau. But suddenly members of the Mono Guild appeared and began to speak rudely to him. People in the comments began to condemn the actions of the guild members, saying that this was not their territory. The protagonist saw this and smiled. That is why he then had to fight with the other two guild members. And although the fight was unequal, he easily defeated them because they turned out to be quite weak. In the chat, people supported the protagonist again. Pretending that he was feeling bad, the protagonist said that after killing the members of the Mono Guild, he felt like a killer. But the chat did not appreciate his behavior, saying that they wanted more murders and to see a frightening winner. On the screen, Kanhyun smiled, saying that since they agreed, they would all go for a walk along the Kunta Plateau together. Events take us to Patrick standing in front of his boss. Slightly frowning, the guy thought about how they couldn't even get into the main scenario, and then this happened. An angry Marco glanced at Patrick. Then, hitting the table, he ordered to gather the entire guild to destroy the protagonist. Patrick stared at the leader in shock after his words. Events take us to the forest to the protagonist, who killed many monsters. One of the beetles that remained alive began to make strange sounds. Kanhyun glanced back hearing this, but then he smiled seeing a familiar face and greeted him. Marco, who took all the guild members with him, stood behind the protagonist. The guy raised his hand saying that they would repay him for all his debts. Kanhyun, hearing him, smiled asking them if he planned to take part in the main scenario. Mako frowned saying that Mono would not fall apart if a couple of its members were killed. Taking out his blade, the protagonist decided to start the broadcast. The system also notified the protagonist about the activation of the Battle Master and the increase in stats thanks to the skill of adventurism. A moment later, Kanhyun rushed straight at the enemy, but his blow was blocked by a pair of shield bearers. Patrick gritted his teeth in anger. He could not convince his master and he seriously decided to kill Kanhyun. While the tanks were taking Kanhyun's attacks, Patrick shouted, ordering the others to support the tanks. The wizards immediately began to cast spells, trying to slow down the enemy. Crossing blades with one of the warriors, the protagonist mentally said that he had been waiting for a long time to meet them. At this time, Tenny climbed a tree behind the wizards. A moment later, he jumped from it, after which he began to tumble, taking his battle form. He roared loudly, trying to scare everyone and applying buffs. The system immediately notified the protagonist about Tenny's use of roar, due to which the magic spell was cancelled and damage and defense were reduced by 14%. At this time, the wizards froze and dropped their staffs. Patrick turned around and saw the bear that had landed. He could not understand why it was so strong. Kanhyun smiled, telling Tenny that now it was his turn. Using the lightning skill, the protagonist rushed past 3 tanks. Afterwards, he used double lightning and accelerated past the entire crowd. He appeared in front of the wizards in an instant. A second later, he began to attack the wizards, causing them to scream in pain. Patrick was very shocked by what was happening. But when he looked back, it was already too late. The fight had essentially just begun, and their wizards had already died and were beginning to disappear. Afterwards, Patrick looked at Tenny, who was being held back by tanks, realizing that he was the one who had weakened all the wizards. Suddenly, Marco appeared behind Kanchan. He delivered a sharp blow, but the protagonist managed to retreat. Raising his shield, Marco told Kanchan that he had made him very angry, and that he would die more than once because of it. Marco took a stance, telling the protagonist that when he was reborn, he would find him and kill him and repeat this over and over again. Angrily looking at Kanchan, Marco told him that the arena was over for him. Kanchan picked his ear and expressed his indifference. Then he surprised Marco by asking why a strong player like him brought a whole guild with him. The protagonist started to approach him and said that the reason for all this was his weakness. Standing in front of Marco, Kanchan told him that he was afraid of losing to him in a duel. All the members of the Mono Guild froze after hearing this. The people in the chat at this time laughed, realizing that the protagonist guessed right. Marco frowned. He shocked all his guild members by ordering them to prepare for this. Patrick came up and tried to convince him otherwise, saying that they would harm the main scenario. The guild leader looked at him and said that he didn't care, because if they killed the winner from the alley, who was considered invincible, they would get more benefit from the main scenario. Kanan heard him and chuckled and told Marco that he was afraid to play on his account. Suddenly, the priests fell to their knees and began to read a prayer. The paladins did the same, while the guildmaster told the protagonist that his end had come. Kanan swung his sword, asking if he thought that he would remain inactive. Suddenly, ice spikes grew in front of the guildmaster, shocking Kanan. Patrick, standing to the side, frowned. He wanted to delay the fight with the protagonist as long as possible, but since this was the guildmaster's decision, he would have to support him. At this time, Marco began to envelop himself in mana. Then he clenched his fist. All of his armor began to shimmer slightly because of this, after which some parts of the armor were enveloped in mana. Tenny, who was fighting to the side, tried to understand what was happening to the guildmaster. Patrick frowned, realizing that because their leader was a paladin, their guild was mostly made up of priests and holy knights. There were skills that were the worst option for both of them, the Sword of Faith for holy knights and the Prayer of Faith for priests. Using skills required a lot of mana, and for just 2 minutes the stat level increased several times, but they became motionless because of it. But he also had a secret. All skills were duplicated when applied. Marco, enveloped in mana, told the protagonist that this was the best fighting style of the Mono Guild. Marco frowned, suggesting that everyone finish off the enemy in the allotted 2 minutes. Kanchan, looking at Marco, asked if he was a fool for personally telling about the 2-minute limit. But the guild leader did not answer him, looking to the side and saying that he would start with the bear that was annoying him. Suddenly, he abruptly disappeared from his place. Kanan sharply shouted, warning Teddy. Tenny only looked at the protagonist and did not understand anything. But a moment later, he suddenly shrank, dodging Marco's attack. His energy attack cut down the trees behind Tenny, forcing him to dodge again. The bear's face fell into horror when another attack was directed at him. Kanan at this time, covering himself from the wind, was amazed by the strength of Marco's blow. Then he sharply extended his hand, ordering Tenny to return. At this time, the guild leader looked at the protagonist, saying that he told him about the limit because he was confident in his victory. Marco frowned and angrily told Kanan that he would pay for everything. A moment later, he sharply attacked, forcing the protagonist to block the attack. The protagonist gritted his teeth. For him even to parry the blow was too difficult. Marco sharply shouted, saying that he was higher in stats before, but now he is completely invincible. In 1 second, they exchanged dozens of blows. At this time, people in the chat were cheering for the protagonist, saying that he probably had a plan. Kanchan used lightning to appear near Marco. Then, using Lebron's art, he began to deal multiple blows. Marco blocked all the blows with his shield. A second later, he became very angry, and in rage, he began to attack back. He approached the protagonist in a second, greatly straining him. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred in the place where the protagonist was. Marco stood in the middle of the battlefield. The mana around his body began to dissipate. One of the people commented on what was happening as something incredible. Guildmaster Mono sighed. Afterwards, one of the people asked in the chat if it was possible that the winner lost. Kanchan gritted his teeth at this time, being very battered. Marco frowned mentally, saying that the protagonist was a worthy opponent, even when he was with a buff. Marco spread his arms out to the sides and told Kanchan that he was a lousy winner. He then pointed at the guy, saying that he would have to lose to his guild. People in the chat began to get sad, saying that the protagonist would most likely lose. Suddenly, Kanchan extended his hand. He then fired a mana projectile, saying that it was not the end. His shot hit a tree nearby. Patrick and Marco said nothing, seeing this. The guildmaster raised his sword, saying that it was an interesting statement from someone who almost died. Kanchan bowed his head while someone in the chat said, that this would be his first loss. Suddenly, the protagonist bared his teeth. The system began notifying the protagonist about gaining experience and leveling up, due to which his energy and mana were restored. He sharply reflected Marco's attack, saying that it was not the end for him. Guildmaster Mono was horrified seeing this. He saw Kanchan being enveloped in mana and starting to heal him. People in the chat were very surprised to see this. The protagonist smiled and then asked, "Wasn't it scary that he was hunting not the Kunta tribe, but monsters that almost do not give experience?" Then he suddenly stuck out his tongue, saying that he needed all this to collect 99.99% of experience. Remembering the bug that he did not kill right away, Kanchan said that he managed everything in advance so that during the fight he could finish off another one and gain a new level. In the chat, people immediately began to discuss Kanchan's coolness and intelligence. Patrick and Marco screamed in bewilderment. The guildmaster screamed, while the dark mana of the protagonist frolicked around. Suddenly, Kanchan appeared behind the guildmaster. A moment later, the guildmaster was enveloped in his mana. The protagonist looked at the disappearing Marco and said that without the buff, he was weak. Meanwhile, the chat began to say that in fact, they were worried in vain. Kanchan pointed his sword at the others and said that now he had proven to everyone that the best technique of the Mono Guild was nothing against him. The guild members standing behind Patrick became worried. They were all horrified when the protagonist asked them how he should deal with them. The knights stood opposite the hero. They were tensely silent. The chat asked if they had really decided to fight. Kanchan responded and looked ahead. Patrick crawled through his soldiers and asked if the hero could listen to him. Kanchan frowned and began to think about what the deputy leader Patrick wanted from him. He wondered if he really wanted to save his guild. He asked if they had anything to talk about. Patrick bowed and said that he apologized and acknowledged the hero's strength. Patrick closed his eyes and said that they would compensate for the damage caused, so he suggested that they stop. The knights began to shout and demanded that Patrick return. They said that they could win. The chat thought this was some kind of trick. Kanchan looked at Patrick questioningly. He told his men to stop talking nonsense. Everyone looked tensely at the deputy. He said if the leader could not, then what about them? He said that half of their players were already logged out and they will not return soon. Patrick looked down and said if the hero forgives them, they will take part in the scenario. Kanchan looked at them. Patrick stood up. The hero understood why some people said that Mono was all about him. He asked if they would retreat and focus on the main scenario. Kanchan coughed. Patrick said that they would also work for the Emperor. Kanchan smiled happily and said great. He himself does not like fighting. He began to think to himself, how did Mono become so good? Kanchan began to beat the air and said that Mono needed to keep his promise, otherwise he would come back for each of them personally. Patrick held out something. The hero took it. Patrick said that it was from him and from their entire guild. Kanchan began to look at the ring and began to think that this ring was rare. The chat caught his thought. Patrick turned around. His team began to evaporate. He turned to the hero. He smiled and said that he was impressed by his skills. Kanchan smiled. Patrick thanked him for letting them go. The hero looked at the ring again and suggested that the guys check what kind of item Patrick gave him. The chat began to rush the hero. Kanhyun moaned in surprise. He looked at the ball and said that it was a unique item. The system showed its description. The hero stuck out his tongue and said that this was what he should have started with and then everything would have been fine. He was addressing the Mono Guild. The chat asked if the hero was not going to destroy the entire guild. Kanhyun froze in confusion. He scratched his head and asked if they couldn't forgive them for the earring. The chat began to laugh at the hero and say that he was trying to smooth things over. Jiang looked at his phone and was silent. He read the news and said that he should be happy about the disappearance of the guild or should he be sad. He said that now Red Bull America had an advantage. He scratched his head and said that they would hardly be able to defeat Mascherano, so he opened the picture of Mascherano and Reina. A guy burst into the room and started calling the coach. Chan became wary. The guy started shouting that Reina and Mascherano attacked them on the Kunta Plateau. The coach asked if this pair really started attacking so early. The hero was lying on the couch and watching the news, noticed that Red Bull themselves posted a video with him. He thought that JT Telecom had already seen him. He smiled and said that they even managed to team up with Rihanna, and she really wanted to meet him. Rihanna jerked her head and asked if the winner wasn't coming. She was holding Mascherano and said that she should have said it right away. The guy was asking why she was angry, because the hero said that he would be busy. Rihanna screamed and said that Mascherano forgot that one of her conditions was to cooperate with the winner from the alley. She held the guy by the collar. He asked if she could wait a little. He said that everything would be. You just need to wait a little. Rihanna screamed and asked why he was calming her down. Mascherano straightened his jacket and asked not to forget that the winner does not want to become a professional yet, so there is time. And then Rihanna asked, does the hero not want to become a pro with such skills? Mascherano looked at her and said that he heard about it while they were filming The King of Two Masks. He was asked to become a scout and he refused. He thought that the hero also had his own things to do. Rihanna tensed and began to think, can't they fight again? But she wanted to repeat their fight too much. Mascherano covered himself from a loud sound. Rihanna shouted that she gives the guy 2 weeks. She beamed. The guy said that there is a way. Night fell. Tenny held out the wound and demanded that the owner give him an elixir. Kanchan looked at him languidly and asked what elixir they were talking about. The pet said that the owner promised him. He dropped a couple of kernels into the bear's paws and said that he simply forgot about them. Tenny said that he forgives him only this time. A portal opened in front of him. Tenny threw the kernels there and said that he would save them for the future. Kanchan looked at him in shock and asked when he learned to do this. Tenny said that he had already shown it so many times, but the owner did not look. The hero stood up to remember their meeting on the mountain ridge, remembered the system messages about receiving a new skill from Tenny. Tenny laughed menacingly. A description of the subspace opened. The hero smiled. Tenny asked how he was. The hero thought that now he could use the bear as a storage room. He opened the information window. He turned away and said that he was at level 180th. He said that now the difference with first place was 30 levels. Kanchan poked at the screen and said that having received first place, he would earn much more money and would be able to help his parents. Chanhyun froze angrily, remembered Hanbeek. He clenched his fist and thought that then the time would come and he would become a professional cyber athlete. Kanhan looked menacingly ahead and mentally said that he would repay Hanbeek for everything. Tenny poked his face with his paw. Kanhyun was surprised and told the pet that he had his own atmosphere here. The pet pointed ahead. Someone was walking ahead. The girl slowly walked forward. It was Rihanna. She smiled and said that they met. Kanhyun looked at her in surprise and asked why she was here. The girl was indignant and said that it was an accident. Kanhyun looked at her with annoyance. The girl said that she had to look for him in this forest for 5 hours on a tip from Mascherano. The hero thought that the girl was very honest. A drop of sweat was running down her face. The hero asked what happened. Kanhyun looked at the girl in surprise. She said a duel. She looked away embarrassedly and asked if the hero wanted to fight her. Rihanna looked at the hero seriously and said that the King of Two Masks had several restrictions. She said that she wanted to fight without them. Kanhyun tensed up. He thought that it was unlikely to be beneficial to him or even more so to her. Rihanna looked pitifully at the hero, who thought that she was the captain of New York Warriors, and it would be useful for him to fight a famous ranker. The girl's ears jumped up. The hero said that only once. Kanhyun closed his eyes and said that they were fighting for experience, said that the loser would get 30% of the loser's experience and he would post a recording of the fight on his channel. Rihanna happily shouted that she agreed. Tenny sat down under a tree. The players stood opposite each other. Kanhyun looked forward and said that the video was his, so he would set everything up. Rihanna smiled and said that she would try her best. Kanhyun looked at her tensely and asked if she would really try her best. He said that for her it was just a waste of energy. The video would go to his channel. Rihanna said that she was not going to lose. Kanchan chuckled. Rihanna shuddered. The hero asked if she had already received the 3rd class. The hero raised his finger and said that in this case they would fight twice and the girl could not reveal her abilities at once. Rihanna looked at him thoughtfully and thought that the hero was worried that everyone would find out about her powers. Kanchan scratched his cheek and asked if the hero had not put his experience on the line. She said that he would have a better chance of getting it this way. The hero asked, what difference did it make? Rihanna looked at the hero in shock. He said that he would still come out the winner. Rihanna covered herself in blue energy and suggested to begin. She ominously grabbed her sword and said that she was not going to lose again. The system reported that player Rihanna sent a request for a fight. The hero smiled and accepted the request. The system indicated the characteristics of the fight, began to count down. Kanchan and Rihanna stood opposite each other. The girl glared at the hero. She watched all the videos that the winner from the alley had posted. Rihanna thought that the hero was much stronger than the king of PvP, Daniel. She said that he was good at provoking through conversations. She decided that he was a real trickster. The system reported that the fight had begun. Rihanna swung her sword, decided that she just needed to remain restrained. Mentally, she asked herself to pull herself together. She jumped into the attack, decided that she would defeat the hero due to the difference in stats. The opponents entered a wedge. Kanchan broke the distance. Rihanna was blown by the wind. The hero was gone. She looked ahead in shock and thought that this was impossible. She looked at the hero and asked herself, did she really lose to him in strength? Rihanna underestimated the hero's stats. Kanchan looked at his opponent warily. He had pumped up a lot after leaving the King of Two Masks. That's why Rihanna's stats were no match for the alley winners. The rivals began to fight. Kanhyun smiled and thought that he had become better and it was much easier for him to fight the girl. He felt incredible agility. Rihanna blocked all the attacks. The hero thought that now the most important thing is to make the video interesting. He got closer to Rihanna's face and decided to make her use 2nd class skills. He asked if this was all. He said that it was a big disappointment. Rihanna was embarrassed. The hero said that he was worried about what would happen to New York Warriors next season. She asked what the hero said. She struck the ground with her sword and ice shards flew in all directions. Rihanna looked sternly forward, used an ice barrier. The ice was crumbling, Rihanna was advancing. She narrowed her eyes and mentally asked herself to pull herself together. Kanhyun made faces. Rihanna understood that the hero was just provoking her. Kanchan exhaled. Rihanna told herself that she knew everything perfectly well. Snowflakes appeared in the air. One of them appeared in the girl's hand. She clenched it into a fist. She could not hold back. Ice spikes began to grow from the ground. The girl used Ice Boom. Huge spikes filled the entire battlefield. The spikes rested on the roof of the dome. There was an explosion. Rihanna jumped at the hero and swung her sword. She began to scream and swing her sword. She used the Ice Kingdom. Kanchan grinned and blocked all the attacks. Rihanna used projection and appeared behind the hero. Kanchan turned around sharply. Rihanna struck. She smiled and told herself that she had succeeded. Suddenly, dark energy enveloped her. Her hair flew up. Kanchan appeared behind her, holding his sword to her throat. He smiled and said checkmate. Rihanna remembered that the hero used that skill in the fight with Marco. Now it became clear to her why he did not have time to react. Rihanna gritted her teeth and thought that it was not a matter of weakness, but that this skill was too fast. The dome fell. Rihanna said that she admitted defeat. The system reported the hero's victory in the duel. Kanchan began to rejoice, gaining a new level. Rihanna opened the interface window and said that she thought so. The window disappeared. Rihanna donned armor and said that she would have to fight the hero at full strength. Kanchan looked at the girl in shock and began to think, is this really an upgrade after receiving the 3rd class? The girl said that she would try one skill and they can begin. She said that with the 3rd class there are many possibilities. Rihanna swung her sword. The hero began to be blown away by the wind. All the space in front of the girl was in ice. Rihanna looked at the hero. The hero looked at the girl with confusion. Tenny hugged him and said that he was scared. Rihanna suggested to start the 2nd round. A tree fell. The entire battlefield was covered with ice. Rihanna sat on her knees and sighed. The hero pointed his sword at her. He silently looked at her. Under his mask, he was breathing heavily and thought that if he had just a little more, everything would have ended differently. The heroes were silent. Kanhyun noted that with the 3rd class, her skills went to a completely new level. He said to himself that he wanted to do the same. Now he had the motivation to level up to 200. Rihanna frowned. Her eyes began to water. Kanhyun extended his hand to her. He smiled and said that it was a great duel and he almost lost. Rihanna looked at him with embarrassment. The hero asked if she would mind accepting his friend invitation. She grabbed his hand and said okay. Yeonchan ate and animatedly asked what happened to Rihanna. Kanghyun waved his hand and said that he defeated her. Yeonchan was shocked because the hero not only got the recording, but also received experience for the victory. Kanghyun looked at his friend and said that they had become friends with her. The friend became angry that everything turned out so well. He looked away with displeasure. The hero asked what his level was. Wasn't it about 200? Yeonchan said that he was 199. He looked at the hero in surprise. He told him to get the 3rd class by next week. Kanghyun showed the phone and said that they had found the rebel fortress. The system reported that the mission would start next Saturday. The hero looked at his friend in the reflection of the spoon and said that a new mission of the main scenario would start soon. He said to try to prepare for it. Meanwhile, in the desert, the old man asked with displeasure why Lebron's student was here. Kanghyun saluted and said that he came to report that they had found the rebel fortress of Alkilla. The system reported that the hero had completed the task. The old man swung his hammer and said that the repair of Reek was finished, so everything was fine. The hero received a new task. Kanghyun beamed and asked, was the 10th floor really restored? The old man said that yes, the hero just found out about it late. The hero began to ask, can he really test himself? The old man took out a key and said that this was an expected question. A magic circle appeared under the hero. The old man said that he passed Reek very quickly, but the 10th floor was beyond even him. The old man grinned. The hero said that he even liked it this way better. Kanghyun found himself in a white corridor. A voice greeted him on the 10th floor of Reek. It said that if the hero passed the floor, he would receive a certificate proving his abilities. Kanghyun walked forward. The voice said that on the 10th floor the hero must surpass himself. He smiled. His copy appeared behind him. White-haired Kanghyun was silent. The voice said that the hero's battle with his double would begin after the start words. Kanchan walked up to the doppelganger and said that he thought he would fight a doppelganger. Doppelganger. It is a monster created based on the player's data stored in the arena. The enemy has the same appearance, characteristics, and control skills as the player. But unlike the player, the doppelganger is not subject to feelings and emotions, so it is one of the most difficult monsters in the game. The hero said that this was thought before. He said that in fact, defeating the doppelganger is easier than it seems. He said that you need to use data that is not copied into the system. Kanchan raised his sword, said that if the player uses items that do not exist in the game system, then victory will be easy since the doppelganger cannot use the same item. Kanchan smiled and said that he just had one of those. He called Tenny. Tenny smiled and said that he was here. The hero thought that unlike other animals, Tenny is an NPC, that's why he has the title of heir to the islands. Kanhan leaned towards him and asked if he wanted his master to get hurt. The bear became irritated, thinking that the hero was provoking him from the very beginning, and began to ask why he would want that. Kanhan said that he was thinking of letting himself be hit, but what can you do? Tenny began to attack the hero and said that he took his words back. Kanhan pointed at the double and said that he looked like him and said that it was better to hit him. Tenny folded his arms over his chest in satisfaction and said that the guy in front really looked like the master, so he would gladly hit him with all his strength. The system said good luck in the fight and said get going. The double opened his black eyes. He looked at his hand. Taki transformed his hand and told the double good luck in surviving. After this, he began to strike at the enemy. The double began to break the distance. He began to block the attacks. Tenny shouted that he really was dodging and also attacking like the master. Kanhan looked at the fight with the double with satisfaction. Tenny shouted that he would burn the double or freeze it. The double began to miss blows. Tenny thought in his mind that he would now understand what it was like to be intimidated. The double's ring began to glow. He kicked the bear, cast a projectile, hit Tenny in the stomach. He made a face and groaned. He was thrown to the side. Tenny crashed into the floor next to the hero. He trembled. Kanhan smiled. The bear said that the hero promised that he would be able to beat him, and not he him. The hero said that he counted on Tenny to cope alone. Tenny hid behind the wall and told the hero to figure it out on his own. The hero asked for buffs. Kanhan stood in front of the double. The double silently looked at him. Kanhan smiled and said that thanks to TJ and I he has the skill of a giant. He was covered in black smoke. The system reported that the hero's stats had increased. But the same thing happened to the double. The enemies came together in a fight. The wind began to fly apart. The swords entered a wedge. The hero began to outweigh. He smiled and said that his double should know him well. The system reported that the hero received a bear impulse and his physical strength was restored. The hero received the blessing of the forest. Tenny stood covered in green fire. Kanchan shouted that he did not like to play by the rules at all. He smiled. The double gritted his teeth. Kanchan said that the double existed to destroy the real player. The hero fought with the double. For the sake of his goal, the double is ready to use any techniques and even give his life. The double grimaced. He was going to kill the real one. This was the only reason for his existence. Kanchan made faces. He knew that the double could not fulfill his destiny. He noticed how hard the double was trying to kill him, the real personality. He dodged and teased the double. The double bit his lips, blushing. The hero began to ask if it was sad to be a double. The double ran to attack. He understood that the hero was trying to stall for time so that he would use up all his skills. Kanchan thought that he had an advantage over the duplicate in any case. After all, the base of the double is the main personality. Kanchan dodged, thinking that, unlike him, she had the opportunity to develop. He found himself behind the double and said that now it was his turn. Many blows began to be inflicted. The system reported that the use of the giant's power had ended and the strength stat had decreased. The double began to tremble. Kanchan threw him aside. He smiled and asked, how so? After all, the difference in their strength stats is even greater. The hero used the power of a giant again. He shuddered. The double raised his hand. It began to emit light. A magical explosion hit the ceiling. Kanchan looked at the falling debris with a smile and asked if he was really using his own information against him. The debris blocked his view. The hero said that they could become friends. The double jumped out of the debris and began to strike. Kanchan looked dumbfounded at the approaching blade. He decided that nothing would work out like that. He smiled and dodged. The sword hit his shoulder. The double looked at the hero in surprise. Kanchan broke the distance and asked if his opponent really thought he was distracted. He said that the double was only thinking about winning. The hero began to strike and said that all the information he had was his. He used a magical explosion and a push. The double began to be hit. He fell to the ground. Kanchan looked ahead. The system reported that he had completed the 10th floor test and would be awarded a reward. Tenny peeked out from behind the rubble. Kanchan said that this proved that the system could not completely copy him. The bear said that only the owner could be so shameless. The hero looked at Reek's ring. It fell into his palm. The system showed its characteristics. Kanchan looked at the screens in surprise and said that if he could take the 3rd class, he would be able to get other rings. He began to ask if there were any left. The system reported that the hero had received new ranks. The hero became the first Reek graduate and the first player to surpass himself. The hero received a card. He took the card and looked at Tenny, said that he would have to work again, but noted that the loot was excellent in any case. He shuddered and began to ask what time it was. His message appeared in front of Seft. The hero began to ask if he could use the teleport. Seft asked, does the hero really think that this teleport is for everyone? After a while, the council was sitting at the table. The guy was smiling. It was the Guild of the New Light. On one side of the table were representatives of the Pioneer and Mono guilds. On the other side of the table were representatives of the Ancient Dragon and Phoenix guilds, Red Bull America and Warriors. The guy looked at the council and said that he was grateful that everyone came and responded to their request. Griffin looked at him and asked why they were gathered here. The guy said that the goal of all their associations is to stop the rebels. Rain and Mascherano looked at the speaker. He said that they found a rebel fortress, so he needed their opinions on how to proceed. Everyone looked at each other. The guy said that for now one very important player is late and they should wait for him. The door swung open. Everyone turned around. Kanek smiled guiltily and apologized for being late. Everyone looked at the hero. Rihanna bit her cheek. The man looked at the hero and said that he didn't pay attention to time at all. Someone slammed the table and asked why he was here. Hanbeck glared at everyone and asked if the winner from the alley belonged to some guild. The hero frowned, recognizing Hanbeck. The man asked what was bothering him so much. Hanbeck became furious. The hero asked if there were really any professional players in JT Telecom. He looked at Keith, who asked if Hanbeck knew what place the winner was in now. Hanbeck glared at the sides. Keith said that they hadn't decided who would be the main character in this scenario yet. They asked him if it was not clear why the winner was here. People asked why JT Telecom sent this kid here. Everyone glared at Hanbeck and said that all the players of JT Telecom at once were not worth one winner. Kanhyun smiled maliciously. He put his hand on his chest and asked everyone to stop talking to the Golden Eagle like that. He looked at Hanbeek and said that he was also a human, said that JT Telecom was in big trouble, so he was a little emotional. Hanbeek gritted his teeth. People said that since the winner said so, then okay. Someone said, since the winner came, they should return to the essence of the conversation. The hero looked at the gray-haired man and began to ask how he even dared to say anything in his direction. The gray-haired man thought that his brother should not be touched at all. Chungu coughed and announced the beginning of the discussion. Everyone turned their heads. Chungu said that according to the information their miner learned, in the future the reward will change depending on the player's contribution to the main scenario. Chungu looked ahead and said that it is important not only to attack the rebels, but also to suppress small rebellions throughout the empire after. He looked at Seokjin and said that the new Light Guild wants to quickly take on this scenario and get a big reward. Seokjin looked ahead and said that he didn't like to beat around the bush, so he would just get to the point. He smiled and asked if everyone wanted to unite. Everyone looked at him in shock. The man said that he thought the idea was good. Seokjin looked at everyone. Everyone didn't understand. Did he really want to unite all the major guilds? Everyone looked at Seokjin and asked themselves, is this really what the new Light Guild is suggesting? Can't they just clear the main scenario themselves? Griffin closed her eyes and said that it was a good idea. Seokjin looked at her. She asked how they would split the quest rewards. Seokjin weakly said that there was one way called equally. He raised his hand and asked if they knew of such a way. Yungu coughed and said that everyone takes their own rewards from the process. He looked at the others and asked why not let the new Light Guild split the main reward between everyone, taking into account the opinions of the other teams. The hero thought that the others were trying to take everything for themselves. Griffin waved her hand and said that the guild was putting its reputation on the line. She said that the Phoenix Guild agreed to go forward together. Teeth leaned forward and said that the Pioneers did too, as did the Mono Guild. Mascherano raised his hand. Seokjin smiled. Everyone began to agree with the proposal. They asked how could they refuse. Seokjin clasped hands and asked if everyone agreed to participate. He said that they had agreed and he was relying on them. Kanghyun left the room and rubbed the back of his head. He did not think that they would agree to the proposal to unite to fight the rebels. He looked forward. Someone called out to him. The guy smiled and asked if he wanted to talk. Kanghyun looked at the guy and realized that it was Lushe. He remembered that he was close to Tian. He spread his hands and asked if he really came to restore Tian's honor. Lushe said he wasn't interested. He said he wanted to apologize and said he was wrong back then. Kanghyun turned around and said he'd forgotten about it and wished him luck. The hero froze. Lushe said there was someone who wanted to meet him. Lushe smiled and said it was Rude. He said Rude was the assistant to the general manager of Adidas Asia. Kanghyun looked at him in confusion and asked if Lushe knew he had signed a contract with Nike. Lushe smiled and said Adidas had asked him to contact him and they insisted on a meeting. Kanghyun looked at the guy silently. He said it was just once. The hero thought it was okay to meet. It was free. He asked himself why Lushe was asking him like he was some big shot. Lushe shuddered. The hero asked if he had been sent as a messenger. Kanghyun walked up to him and asked if he shouldn't have asked him more politely. He said that they were not in a relationship where he would easily agree. Kanghyun looked at the guy menacingly and asked if he was ordering him or asking. Lushe looked angrily at the hero. He knelt down and said that he was asking him. Kanghyun smiled maliciously. He knelt down, smiled, and said okay, since he was trying so hard, then why not? He walked away and said that when he finished the quest, he would contact him, and finally he said that they would see each other again. Rude smiled and said that they needed to come to an agreement with the winner and then he would help their guild achieve what they wanted. The veins on the guy's face bulged. He said that Rude and the winner would definitely regret despising him. The chariot moved forward. It approached the portal. The beast stared blankly at the portal and entered it. A huge army and travelers were on the other side. Kanchan smiled and said that the alley winner was greeting them. The first messages began to appear in the chat. The hero was standing in the middle of the army. He said that today's topic was an attack on the rebels. He said that he would not work alone, but with other guilds and professional players. The chat began to ask since when did he not play alone. The soldiers shouted commands. The hero said that they would have to enter the dungeon to fight them. He asked not to forget to share the broadcasts with others, because today they would see the great mages of the Empire and interesting NPCs. The chat began to guess who would appear. Kanchan looked forward and said that he was sure that they would get what they were waiting for. He asked when else would such an opportunity arise. He looked down and said that this was only possible on the alley winner's stream. In the chat, the girl said that she would send him a plan of action and movement through the dungeon. The chat began to ask if the hero was really talking to that presenter. Kanhyun waved his hand in embarrassment and said that this was not so. He smiled and said that he needed to hurry to the dungeon. The chat asked why he was acting so suspiciously. Kanhyun frowned and thought that it was better for people not to know that he was talking to Sony, because she was the one who sent him the information so she could get into trouble. Keith sent the hero a message and said that they would soon arrive at the place. He asked if the hero wanted to attack with them. Kanhyun smiled, pointed to the screen and said that it was Keith from the Pioneer Guild who offered to train with him. The chat did not believe him. Kanhyun laughed and said that he wanted to hunt alone. Keith turned to his team in disappointment and suggested entering the dungeon. The system asked if the character wanted to enter the rebel fortress. The hero stepped forward. He looked at the cloudy sky in surprise. He looked at the castle and said that there was usually no such space inside dungeons. He examined the castle and assumed that this was the rebel fortress. The chat appreciated the development of the main scenario. Kanchan raised his head. The sky was getting dark. He did not understand what was happening to him. A dark creature formed. A huge golem walked forward. Ceased appeared on the golem. He smiled and said that magic and explosions always announce the beginning of the war. A powerful explosion was heard above his head. The old man offered to make himself known as soon as possible. The squad of heroes walked forward. The old man shouted that they were here. Everyone walked forward. Yeonchan looked forward in fear. Mono were lining up. Kanchan was preparing for battle. He looked forward in disappointment. A huge meteor was flying towards the castle. He asked, would the main scenario really end so quickly? There was an explosion. Black smoke rose into the air. Kanchan began to cover himself from the wind. Seift watched the explosion. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. The silhouette of the castle remained in the shadows. It was protected by a barrier. Seift was surprised. The barrier was shining. It cracked and began to collapse. Kanchan looked at the golem. Cephal shouted that they were able to destroy the protection as planned. The hero said that he did not remember them planning this. The walls of the castle trembled. The servant knelt down and turned to the lord. He looked at him and said that the imperial mages destroyed the protective dome and very soon the soldiers and adventurers would attack them. The emperor was grimly silent. He looked at the sphere and said that only Seft had magic enough to destroy the dome. He thought that Alexander had decided to end it all. He reached out to the servant and ordered to release the undead. The emperor's eyes flashed. He said to make all the dead soldiers undead, and he himself was going to find Alexander. Lightning flashed above the castle. The emperor said that he hoped that Seft would understand who was truly worthy of being the emperor. The gates began to open. A huge army of undead ran forward. They walked and looked forward, skeletons and zombies. The knight pulled his sword forward and told everyone to pay attention. He shouted that thanks to the magic of Lord Seft, the protective dome fell. The soldiers ran forward. The commander ordered to kill all opponents. Seokjin happily ran forward and said finally the beginning. He hoped that it would be interesting. He remembered the attack pattern. The hero icon stood grimly in place. Kanhyun didn't move. The chat asked why he didn't attack. Kanhyun smiled and mentally asked, were they all gone? He went ahead and said that they could go to the meeting place. The chat was puzzled. He walked across the clearing. He took a few more steps. He looked around and said that everything should be here. A hand was placed on his shoulder. He abruptly struck. He flinched. A voice said that it was him. The sword froze near Jenny's face. The hero put the sword away and apologized to the girl. The chat asked, was Jenny a player? Kanhyun smiled awkwardly and thought that he didn't want them to know that it was Sony. He decided to continue calling her Jenny. He said that she was his informant. Sony smiled. The hero said that she was the one who helped find the rebel fortress. The girl said hello. The chat discussed the fact that the girl was hiding her face. He looked at the cave and suggested going inside. The hero said it was a secret entrance to the fortress. The castle was covered in clouds. Sony and the hero climbed through the secret hole. They quietly made their way past the undead. They climbed onto the roof. Sony pointed at someone and said he was there. She pointed to a warrior in purple armor. He was one of the leaders of the rebels, held. He looked sternly ahead. Sony said that he was called the Dark Knight of Alkal. She said that the hero liked to play alone, so he should be a great fit. The upcoming battle of the Dark Knights was discussed in the chat. Kanchan smiled at the thought of a fight between a dark attribute and a dark attribute. He said to wait here, said he would do everything quickly and return. The hero jumped off the roof. Held turned around abruptly. He blocked the hero's attack. He smiled and suggested checking who was better. Held angrily looked at the hero and asked who he was. He pushed the hero back. Kanchan landed and smiled and said that he was Lebron's disciple. Did he know him? Held tensed up and asked how he got here. He thought that after the Emperor, Lebron was the second most influential person in the Empire. He swung his sword and said that he needed to report to the Lord now. Kanchan blocked the blow. A quick battle began. Held glared at the player. The opponents exchanged many blows. Kanchan looked at his enemy in surprise. Chat said that for the winner, this was nothing. Kanchan lunged crescent. Held spat blood. He looked at the hero tensely and thought that he couldn't be distracted for a second. He planted his foot on the ground. He didn't think that Lebron's disciple was so strong. Purple energy began to envelop the boy's leg. Kanchan looked at the purple smoke in surprise. Held appeared behind him. He struck. Kanchan closed the distance. He looked at the enemy in shock, asking in his mind, how did he do it? He looked at Held and asked, is he also using dark heavenly magic? Kanchan shuddered. The enemies were standing opposite each other. Held leaned forward and thought that he had a unique skill that he learned from a book, Abyssal Movement. He knew that no one in Alkal knew how to use it. Purple smoke was flying around the hero. Held did not expect that he would have to try his skill in such a situation. Held shuddered. Kanchan caught him with a glance. The enemy asked, how did the hero know about Abyssal Movement? Kanchan looked at him seriously and thought that this is how Held calls his skill dark heavenly magic. He decided that this skill is somehow related to the quest. They continued the battle. The hero began to think, wouldn't it look cool on a video of dark heavenly magic against dark heavenly magic? Chat admired. Held was already sweating. He swung his hand, broke the hero's blade, put his sword forward and told the hero not to even think about repeating what he did. The hero broke the distance and realized that the enemy was even using a dark sword. Chat was surprised by the enemy's skills. Kanchan began to block the next blows. He gritted his teeth. Held attacked furiously. Chat animatedly discussed the fight. Held swung both hands. Kanchan froze. Held shouted that this was the end. Kanchan looked forward in fear. He swung his sword. The enemy's sword broke the hero's sword, but the hero restored it again and hit Held. Held looked at the hero questioningly. Chat was shocked and began to ask how the hero controlled the sword so well. A scratch appeared on the rebel leader's face. In his thoughts he asked if there really was a swordsman as strong as Lebron. He put his hand forward and said that he could not lose. A magic projectile began to be cast in his hand. Kanhan looked forward seriously. He began to cast in response. He shot a beam. The beam flew through the leader's hair into the wall. Held's eyes widened, and he fell. The system reported that the hero had defeated the captain of the 3rd Rebel Squad. He had gained experience. The hero looked at the defeated enemy. He put on a brave face and said that he wanted to finish it off more beautifully, but he began to think that it was worth messing around with it longer to learn something about the Dark Skies quest. The hero said that the sword with the attribute is very strong. Rihanna also got one after getting the 3rd class. The hero said that he needs more items and a higher level. Sony landed nearby. The hero turned away and said that he can't wait to get the 3rd class and the sword with the attribute. Sony happily waved her hand. She came over and said that it was very cool. The hero asked what surprised her. Sony looked at the hero in admiration and thought that he looked amazing in the video, but in real life he was even better. She felt like she was at a real performance. Kanhyun crouched next to the corpse to search for an item in it. The hero smiled. He said that it was simply incredible. The system reported that the captain of the 3rd Rebel Squad was defeated. The fighters looked at the windows in confusion and asked how this was even possible. The archers looked at Yeonchan and started asking who killed him. Yeonchan thought gloomily that it should be obvious. Seokjun looked at Chungu and asked if his brother did it. Chungu said that they were too busy and did not have time to watch. Seokjun suggested watching the video. Keith opened the system window. Mason turned to the magician and said that they caught one of the leaders. Rihanna watched the video pompously. Everyone looked at the hero. He smiled. The chat asked why the winner did not show the item and did not even point the camera. The hero began to receive donations. Kanhyun laughed and said that for gold he would show the item. The chat began to guess. The hero smiled and showed the Dark Star sword. The system showed the characteristics of the sword. The hero said that among the items he got in the game, his own power is higher than anything he had ever found before. The hero really liked that the defense penetration was 20 items. The chat asked if this was even legal. Kanchan looked at the sword fragment with satisfaction and thought that the chat did not understand the true value of the sword. He said that the Dark Star was the best find in the entire game. Sony looked at the hero questioningly and mentally asked why he did not tell about the other item. Kanchan smiled and asked if Sony would take him to another place. Kanchan defeated Liquid, the captain of the 4th Rebel Squad. TJ and I8 Ruin, the mage of the 3rd Rebel Squad. Kanchan kicked Kala, the captain of the 5th Rebel Squad. The army passed through the hole in the wall. They began to enter and shout that the wall was broken. Everyone opened messages and shouted that the winner is now destroying the captains. They ordered to move faster while they had a passage. The battle with the undead began. Marco angrily looked up and thought that they were having a hard time here and the winner was having fun there. He thought if he could not become better than him in the scenario. He began to remember all the moments with the hero. Marco understood that otherwise he would not be able to pay back for the humiliation. Patrick shouted behind him that they needed to hurry. He smiled. They asked him if he had found something. Marco smiled maliciously. Patrick said that he had found the leader of the rebels. The notification said that the user had defeated the captain of the 5th Night Squad. The enemies looked at the body of the dead Kara in fear. Smiling, the protagonist said that this was already the 4th captain and that this quest was not that difficult. The viewer said that the Mono Guild had started a raid on the boss. Kanhan opened his mouth in shock. The commentators were very doubtful of the strength of this guild. Sony hugged Tenny. The guy thought that catching 4 captains was nothing compared to the main boss. A system window appeared in front of him. In the correspondence, Seokjin said that he was waiting for his friend at the eastern gate to the fortress and that the New World had already found the boss, so they needed to decide on the order of the battle. The man put his hand on his belt. Different players were sitting on the steps in front of him. Looking at them, Chungu said that they needed to decide on the order of the raid. The deputy suggested deciding everything through rock, paper, scissors, or pulling out a stick. Scratching the back of his head, Griffin said that relying on luck in such an important raid was strange. Clenching his fist, Mascherano suggested deciding everything in a one-on-one duel. The young man agreed with him. A dazzling smile shone on his face. Scratching his cheek, the pro gamer decided to find another way after all. The blonde urged them to agree so that no one would have any objections. The guild masters frowned when asked who wanted to go after Mono's guild. Information about the boss's fighting style was needed to defeat him, but it was unclear whether Mono's guild could handle it, so he had to be prepared for anything. The player raised his hand, thinking that it was unlikely that anyone would dare to go second, so he had to ask himself. Smiling widely, the protagonist shouted that he would go second if no one wanted to. Mascherano raised his hand and asked who would be on his team. Kanhyun replied that he would go there alone. Raising his eyebrows, the pro gamer mentally noted his self-confidence and thought that his competitor already had a plan. Rihanna frowned suspiciously. Keith looked away and thought that the alley winner could really handle it alone. The guy approached Seokjin and asked to be number 2. He opened his arms. Squinting, the young man told the viewers that he was going to raid second, and asked his comrades to help him find the Mono Guild broadcast. Someone asked if he had a plan. Frowning menacingly, the player replied that he was going to come up with one right now. The Knights of the Mono Guild entered the battle, with mages standing behind them. Patrick ordered Group C1 to use Mana Burst. The staffs in the hands of the mages lit up. Powerful waves of energy burst out of them. Looking at the system window, the protagonist said that the Mono Guild did not seem so strong before, but now they have good mages. The viewer said that their guild has a tough selection. Marco said that he needed buffs. His body was enveloped in bright flames. This was the special attack of the Mono Guild. The young man wondered if it was too early to use it now. The guild leader rushed forward to attack the enemy. Gritting his teeth, the man struck. Cut marks appeared on the boss's body. The commander swung his sword and delivered the decisive blow. A smile appeared on his face. The wound on his shoulder, which was cut by the sword, began to grow back. The old man asked why his opponent was smiling. Looking at the glowing sword, the boss asked if the man really thought that he could kill him. Looking down at the adventurer, the rebel leader called him Alexander's pawn. Marco realized that his sword was not going any further. Edward raised his fist above him. A powerful blow pressed the guild leader's body into the floor. Because of it, strong cracks appeared on the floor. Patrick, opening his mouth wide, called out to his boss. A notification reported that the user had fallen unconscious. The old man grabbed his head. Raising him above the ground, the rebel leader asked the guild if this was really their leader. After that, he threw the man's body forward. The guildmates opened their mouths in shock. Edward said that he would never be able to defeat him. A sword was sticking out of his shoulder. The mages began to heal the commander's body, spreading their arms. Patrick ordered everyone to go into defense mode to buy time until the leader recovered. The old man grabbed the hilt of the sword. With one sharp movement, the boss pulled the sword out of his shoulder. The assistant raised his eyebrows in shock. A powerful blow caused an explosion and lifted the knights' bodies into the air. The protagonist watched in bewilderment on the stream. The viewers realized that this boss was different from the others. The rebel leader lowered the bloody sword. Flashing his fiery eyes, he promised that one day this sword would cut off Alexander's head. There was a flash, the broadcast ended. Tenny jumped off the shoulder of the owner. The commentators doubted the winner from the alley. Waving his hand, Kanchan said that he needed 5 minutes to prepare. Interference appeared behind him. The audience was upset that they would have to wait. Clutching his head, the guy realized that he was finished and wondered how it was possible to win this fight. Even with buffs and a bunch of mages, Marco quickly lost. The boss raised his body in front of him, despite his physical strength and a huge amount of mana. Imagining the Emperor standing with his back to his brother, the young man thought that this man was the strongest of all those he had ever fought. Thinking that he needed to use everything possible and impossible, the player looked at the book in his hands and thought that this was his only chance. A notification appeared about receiving a new quest to find the creator of dark sky magic. The book disintegrated into particles. The protagonist was convinced that the magic of the dark skies was here for a reason. Notifications reported receiving experience and a new task. A gift from an unknown person appeared on the ground. Kanchan extended his hands to it. The golden ring was shining. The description window said that it was used by followers of the magic of the dark skies. A text appeared in the air that this artifact had an epic rating. The guy's eyes widened in shock, realizing that this was his first epic item. Raising it above his head, he was surprised that this quest was so good. Deciding that he no longer needed the Ring of Giants, the young man put the new ring on his finger. A notification appeared about receiving a new skill, Wind of the Dark Skies. The player's mouth opened in amazement, realizing that it could be used to create a storm of blades. Tenny said that he also wanted a new skill. Spreading his fingers, the protagonist called on the Wind of the Dark Skies. Several waves of dark energy jumped out of his hand. They formed a small ball. Kanhan looked at its glow in confusion. A bright explosion was heard near the dungeon. The blast wave covered the bear. The pet trembled with fear. The owner stood with his back to him. Looking back, the boy expressed his surprise at the power of this skill. The entire area around them was destroyed. The young man could not believe that he had mastered such a deadly ability. A fire started in the castle. People were standing in the courtyard. Clouds of dust were flying in front of the gate. The player entered the throne room and saw Edward in front of him. The man smirked and asked who he was to pronounce his name. Clenching his fists, the protagonist introduced himself as the best knight of the Empire and a disciple of Duke Lebron, who had come to kill the traitor. Jumping on his shoulder, Tenny said that such an image did not suit him at all. Kanchan hoped to get some information, because so far the situation was simply terrible. Putting his hands on the armrests, the rebel leader asked if Lebron really took an adventurer without a family as a disciple. The boss asked if the enemy really hoped to defeat him alone. Red energy appeared behind him. Looking worriedly at his master, the bear reported that the enemy was emitting strong energy. The guy asked him to hide behind and not to forget to support him with buffs and magic. The pet jumped to the floor and said that he understood everything. Thinking that he would have to start the fight and just stall for time to understand the enemy's fighting style, the young man summoned a sword in his hand. Deciding to build a distance, he sent several waves of energy at the enemy. Looking down and not even moving, Edward said that his movements really resembled LeBron's. The man pushed off the ground. Approaching the enemy, the rebel leader asked what kind of face the knight captain would have when they sent him the head of his student. Leaning back, the player miraculously avoided the blow. Looking at the ceiling, the protagonist thought that he would have definitely died if not for his new ring. Jumping back, Kanchan thought that he was still not at all clear about the fighting style of the enemy, who reflects all attacks and has excellent recovery. Deciding to strike at the moment when the enemy was distracted, the boy rushed forward. A wave of dark energy struck the boss's body. Several explosions of magic were heard on different parts of his body. The young man swung his sword. A crescent strike cut off the enemy's arm. Edward looked away. His expression was as calm as possible. He asked if that was all. His arm had grown back to his shoulder. Smiling, the player replied that the continuation would be soon. A cloud of dark energy appeared in front of the man. It pressed hard on his chest. The rebel leader gritted his teeth in pain. An explosion of dark skies threw his body up. Pointing at it, the protagonist declared that this was his new skill. There was a huge hole in the boss's chest. Holding his sword out in front of him, Kanchan told the audience that he received this skill after defeating Held and called it extremely effective. Lowering his wrist, the guy explained that the backswing was also strong, but the effectiveness of this skill was simply amazing. He hoped that he would be able to use it further. Looking back, the young man asked where his viewers were. The player's eyes widened in shock. Remembering the interference and looking at the system window, he realized that he had not been on the air all this time. Bowing, the protagonist apologized to the fans and explained that he forgot about the stream because of the fight with the boss. The commentators were unhappy. Smiling sheepishly, Kanchan said that he plucked up the courage to fight the boss alone and that they exchanged a lot of damage. He hoped that he managed to record this fight. Frowning, Edward noticed that his enemy had relaxed a lot. Looking at him, the guy realized that the enemy had already recovered. The viewers were shocked by such speed. Looking back, the young man said that he had a plan. Tenny stood on a ledge in the wall. The boy asked him to use lightning. The first attempt to block the boss's recovery was an attribute attack. Lightning appeared between the bear's paws. A bright wave of energy fell on the man. Smiling, he looked at his hand. The attempt failed. The player snuck up on him from behind. Swinging his sword, the protagonist decided to try to hit the enemy in a weak spot. The rebel leader opened his eyes wide. The boss turned around. Stamping his foot, he called his enemy fearless. Kanchan rose into the air to attack from behind. His expression was determined. The guy looked to the side. A wave of energy was directed towards a huge suspicious sphere. The energy bounced off it without leaving a scratch on it. Seeing this, the boy gritted his teeth. It seemed to him that this was the boss's weak spot. Approaching him, Edward called his attacks frivolous and decided to end this fight. A two-handed sword appeared in his hand. The man expressed a desire to kill the enemy. The rebel leader swung his broad weapon. A powerful blow threw the player back. Seeing a crack on his sword, the protagonist realized that the enemy's strength was on a completely different level and that the entire scenario would end if he was not killed. The boss swung his sword and flashed red eyes. The young man wondered how to defeat the one who was created to defeat others. The protagonist's eyes widened, thinking about this definition. Realizing how to kill the enemy, Kanchan put his hand forward. Tenny appeared in front of him. The bear frowned with displeasure and asked what his master was doing. The guy asked him to stall for time. Edward looked down in confusion. A sword blade hung over the pet's head. A scream was heard, calling a system window in front of him. The young man thought that he had completely forgotten about it. A telephone receiver appeared on the window. This was the only way to kill the boss. In the middle of the battlefield stood Yeonchan. The player could not believe that he had forgotten about him. Wiping his chin, the gamer saw a call from his friend who needed his help. The guy smiled. He was a very multifaceted person. The friends hugged. They were watching TV, sitting on the couch. For the main character, this person was family and support, who was always there and helped to find the right path. Gritting his teeth, Kanhan said that he would play Arena again. The young man stood at the stove. He was the owner of the apartment, who would feed and water, and a hero who could always save. Pointing at him, the player appointed him the host of the Battle of Two Masks. This person played a very important role in his life. But Yeonchan thought differently. His face was covered in sweat. The gamer rushed forward, ignoring the enemies. The guy frowned, thinking that he needed to save his comrade again. He considered himself his parent. A letter asking for help appeared on the blue window. The rebel leader raised his sword again to strike. Tenny raised his paws in fear as they pounced on him. The bear looked back and called out to its master. The protagonist struck the enemy's chest. Powerful waves of energy emanated from his sword. The pet swung its clawed paw. Together, they pushed the boss back. The beast frowned resolutely. Kanchan looked forward. Putting his hand to his mouth, Edward yawned widely. Scratching the back of his head, the man asked how long the opponents would continue this pointless fight if all attacks did not work against him. Tenny transformed back because the time of the changed form had ended. Pursing his lips, the guy assumed that he did not have enough mana and realized that the enemy was recovering too quickly. Frowning sternly, the man was surprised that another talent like Lebron appeared in the Empire because his attacks were completely ineffective. The enemy's legs appeared in front of him. The young man pressed his head into the wall. Notifications said that his strength stat had been increased. The player opened his mouth wide, hoping that at least this attack would work. The rebel leader grabbed his leg. Looking at it, the boss said that his enemy was finally caught. The protagonist opened his mouth in amazement. Edward began to swing it, hitting it on the floor. The bear called out to its owner in fear. The man lifted the enemy high above his head. He threw it forward. The two-handed sword hit the floor. The rebel leader cut the enemy's body in half. His brows were furrowed. Suddenly, a black robe appeared in front of him. Kanhan was wearing Roten's ceremonial cape. A notification informed him that his specialty was the skill ghost. An icon and description of the ability appeared. The guy landed on his feet, happy that he managed to absorb all the damage from the sword. The commentators realized that the fight was only in control. Frowning menacingly, the boss said that it was very mean. Realizing that he had no way to move in such a state, the young man wiped his chin with his hand. The viewers were already sure of his loss. The fans assumed that after this, the alley winner would delete the game. Gritting his teeth, the player wondered how they could even say such a thing. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him. A smirk appeared on his face. The protagonist asked if the viewers really thought he would die. A photo of his friend appeared on the window. Kanhan reminded that he was the winner from the beginning to the end of the arena. Yeonchan approached the entrance to the castle. Looking up, the gamer realized that his friend was there and wondered why no one was answering his calls. Frowning, he realized that his friend was fighting a boss and that it was very dangerous there since he needed help. Pointing his fingers at the gate, the guy said that they were fighting there, but the person he addressed had disappeared. Wishing death to his enemy, Edward raised his sword over him. The knight entered the throne room. The man looked back in shock. His severed hand, holding a sword, rose into the air. Smiling, the young man called it excellent timing. Some time ago, while Tanny took the blows, the player stood to the side and talked to his neighbor. Looking back, the protagonist asked if the only person who could defeat the rebel leader was late. Appearing at the threshold of the castle, Lebron said that the student could just thank him. The commentators were delighted with his appearance. The boss was surprised that his sworn enemy had come here in person. His severed arm had grown back together. The enemies stood opposite each other. Kanchan ran to the side. Closing his eyes, the knight captain asked the enemy to leave his student alone. Throwing a contemptuous glance at him, Edward promised to kill him so that Alexander would become defenseless. Looking at his hand with sparkling eyes, the man said that he had become much stronger thanks to dark magic and that the boy's attacks had done nothing to him. He added that the Imperials had nothing to oppose him with. The commander sternly knit his eyebrows. Lebron pierced the body of his sworn enemy with a sword. The rebel leader looked at him with displeasure. The knight captain doubted that his student could lose. Looking down at the enemy, he realized that the enemy had been plotting this all along. The man expressed regret for indulging the emperor's whims. Watching their conversation from the sidelines, the guy thought that only his mentor could defeat the boss. The commander stated that he shouldn't have left the enemy alive. Raising his hand to the side, the young man stated that they didn't have time to talk because the enemy was recovering very quickly. With a sly grin, Edward stated that they couldn't kill him and that their attacks were simply useless. The player raised his eyebrows when he was called out. Saturating his sword with bright energy, Lebron said that in order to deal with the black magic that supported the immortality of the enemy, it was necessary to destroy it completely, leaving no trace. The rebel leader looked in shock at the sword sticking out of his chest. The eye of the knight captain lit up. A bright flash illuminated the boss's face. Behind the throne stood a huge red sphere. Energy rushed towards it. A powerful wave pierced the castle wall and destroyed it. It flew over the entire territory of the castle. The knights raised their heads in shock. Raina's mouth opened in surprise. Looking up, the girl was surprised that the light came from the building where the alley winner was fighting the boss. The monsters around the knights turned to dust. Edward said that his sworn enemy had him pinned to the wall again. The heroes looked ahead. Lying in a pool of his own blood, the rebel leader said that if it weren't for Leblond, he would have been the emperor instead of Alexander. Looking down at him, the knight captain called it nonsense. The boss's eyes widened and he said that his brother was much stronger than him. His body turned to dust. Notifications about defeating the prince and completing the task appeared. Raising his eyebrows questioningly, the protagonist thought that his mentor had killed the boss in just one blow. The commentators decided that the other guilds would not be happy. Looking at the student, the commander asked him to go with him to the castle to report to the emperor. The viewers really wanted to see the broadcast directly from the castle. Waving his hand, Kanchan announced that today's stream was over and thought to himself that he shouldn't reveal information about the emperor to the fans, even if it would increase views. There was a flash, the stream ended, and the viewers were very upset. The heroes knelt down. Sitting on the throne, Alexander asked if they had managed to destroy his younger brother. Raising his eyebrows menacingly, he said that even as a child, Edward was inferior to him in politics and fencing, so envy was born in his soul. The rebel leader knew that his older brother should sit on the throne, but he could not accept this and decided to dethrone him. The information flew in one ear and out the other. He was upset that there was no skip story button. Extending his hand, the emperor said that he knew that his brother was hiding in the southern lands and plotting something, but he did not think he had the courage. Covering his grin with his hand, Alexander said that when someone else was vying for his position, his boring life finally became a little more fun. Closing his eyes, the young man thought that his smile alone was causing him harm. Spreading his arms, His Majesty explained that he was tired of watching his brother's actions, so he left all the work to his subordinates, and that they deserved a reward. The player frowned when he heard that he was being given the title of Viscount of the Yuzmount Empire. The protagonist looked at his hands. Putting his hand to his mouth, Kanchan asked how much imperial contribution he needed for this, and upon hearing that he needed 300,000, he realized that he only had 40. Throwing a menacing look at him, Alexander asked if he really didn't like his gift. The guy said that he liked everything very much. Notifications about receiving the title and its features appeared. Looking at the system window, the young man was surprised that he was given a new characteristic. Hearing the gratitude, His Majesty closed his eyes and said that there was nothing wrong with that. He turned down the corners of his lips in displeasure and asked his subordinates to leave. Lebron looked at him with concern and assumed that he was sad about his brother's death, but the player thought that the emperor just wanted to seem noble. The heroes wished him well. Alexander leaned on his arm and fell asleep. A golden chandelier hung from the ceiling. Walking between the rows of knights, the captain said that His Majesty's actions were impossible to predict. The protagonist asked if it was not good that his student became a viscount. The mentor asked if he became an aristocrat, then what awaited the empire in the future. The man said that now he would have many more problems and asked the student to go and rest. Kenshin stopped him and reached into his pocket, saying that he needed to return something. The guy handed his comrade a ring. The commander asked if his protege was ready to show his dignity since he was returning the ancient ring to him. The young man answered affirmatively, his brows furrowed. The information window indicated that he was already level 200, so the third stage of the scenario was open to him. Having twirled the ring in his hands, the commander thought that his student was not at all like other adventurers. The knight captain said that he knew his skills, so there would be no additional test. The player opened his mouth in anticipation. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Lebron said that Kion's squad recognized him as their knight. A notification informed about the increase in characteristics, the receipt of a title, and many new skills. Seeing them, the protagonist's eyes widened in shock and was surprised that he had such an easy third promotion, while everyone else had to suffer for it. Kanhyun grabbed the teacher's hand. His eyes sparkled with joy. The guy promised to continue to try hard. Sparks sparkled in his eyes. The man said that he had one request. The notification announced the receipt of a new quest, introducing a knight in armor. The captain said that he was looking for Duke, the former leader of the Knights of Kion. Pouting, the young man realized that he would be able to obtain a secret skill and that luck was on his side. The commander asked him to leave. The player asked where he should go to meet Duke. Turning away, Lebron said that he did not know because the Duke disappeared 10 years ago. The protagonist asked how to find this man without hints. Smiling, the man replied that the student would have to figure it out on his own. Kanhyun raised his eyebrows in confusion. Stretching, he decided to exit the game. The people were watching him through the computer screen. Kansen looked around and asked if they could really leave the alley winner like this. Jinyoung looked at him and asked what the problem was. Introducing a player with a sword in his hands and Tenny, the guy explained that this person always ranks first in all events and that this is too much for other users. The young man asked if the winner finished this scenario too quickly. Straightening up, the man answered that the boss was defeated by LeBron and that this is not a bug, but the limits of the arena's freedom. The employee was surprised that such a difficult person appeared in the game right after Milligat. Grinning, Jinyoung realized that his employee did not know that they were the same person. Introducing a capsule to enter the game, the man realized that the winner was silent because he knew that this would cause a big scandal and asked what would happen if the community found out the truth. The protagonist spread his arms in front of his neighbor, who was changing clothes at that time. Pointing at him, Kanchan said that they would have chicken for dinner tonight. The trees in the forest grew close to each other. Someone said that he had new information. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Sony decided that this would be useful for the next scenarios. Raising her index finger, the girl said that one black mage was very angry because of the destruction of the citadel and that his minions would try to attack the empire to avenge their fallen comrades. The black mage's first target was the large city of bricks, near which there was a cave with undead, so this was an excellent place to attack. The sun was shining on the houses. Pointing at the system window, the gamer added that there were other places that were being prepared for an attack, but there were too many of them. The young man asked where she got this information from. Sony scratched her cheek in confusion. Suddenly, her body disintegrated into blue particles. Finding herself in a new suit and holding a staff, she said that she was a student of this black magician. The girl said that she would not have studied with him if she had known that the magician was going to rebel against the empire, but she had the opportunity to share important information with her allies. Frowning, the player thought that only a magician of her level could have such information. The heroes stood opposite each other. The gamer said that this was all she knew and offered to talk about the main thing. Frowning, Sony asked if her friend had forgotten something. Displeasedly clenching her fists, she reminded that her comrade promised to talk to her about collaboration after completing the main scenario. The main character realized that he forgot about it, because he immediately went to meet with the Emperor. Smiling, he offered to agree on a stream. Looking away, the girl was upset that she was used only as a source of information. Tanghan said that he was ashamed and asked if he could appear on his friend's stream. The gamer raised her eyebrows in surprise. Sony asked if the alley winner really wanted to be a guest on her program. The guy took a step forward and answered in the affirmative. Approaching his friend, the young man explained that he wanted to repay her for all the help she had given him. The girl asked how many viewers she would be able to attract and thought that the winner's mask had always seemed very beautiful to her. Her eyes sparkled. Smiling seductively, the player thought that it was worth it, because in this case, his friend would continue to help him with collecting information. The wheels of the car spun. The red car drove along the road. Putting the phone to his ear, the protagonist heard that the Porsche was a gift for signing a contract. Sitting behind the wheel, he was surprised at what Kate was capable of. Smiling, Kanghyun thought that he had not driven such a cool car for a long time, and decided to name it Hope. Expressing a desire to go and resolve important matters, the guy stepped on the gas and the car turned left. The sign said Moon's Capital. The men in black suits gaped in shock when they heard that the client had come to pay off the debt in full. The young man clasped his fingers and said that he was going to return the remaining 10 billion. The man's eyes widened in amazement and he wondered where the man had gotten the rest of the money after paying off the 5 billion. Straightening his jacket, the player asked if they really didn't want their money back, and the employee said he would take it. Coming out of the office, the man in glasses thanked the boy, saying that not all clients were so responsible. Smiling broadly, he asked him to call him if he needed money again, because their director was always happy to help. The protagonist looked around incredulously, declaring that this would definitely not happen. Kang-hyun slammed the door behind him. The guy walked out of the tall building. Lighting a cigarette, the man called the director and said that their client had just paid off the entire debt. Loud screams made him take the phone away from his ear. The worker asked why it was his fault, since no one would have thought that the client would pay 15 billion so quickly, and said that money always came first for him. Kalo was standing by the window. The man threw the phone on the sofa. Looking back, he was upset that the director was acting like this despite all the help he had given him, so he had to be done away with. The young man leaned back in his chair. Covering his face with his hand, the player wondered if he had really managed to pay off his debts. Remembering how he had to work at the store and walk home, the protagonist thought that back then his earnings were 9,000 won an hour and that from then until now he had not rested at all. Covering his eyes with his hand, Kang-hyun was glad that now all the money he earned would be his and that he could use it for himself and his family. Smiling widely, the guy decided to earn even more. The phone lying on the gearbox vibrated. The young man picked it up. The sun's rays illuminated the main building of Nike Management. Opening the door, Kyle asked if the boss had heard about the winner's fight. The director answered in the affirmative. White clouds were floating in the window behind him. Putting his hands on the table and smiling, he said that using LeBron to defeat the boss was very smart. The man's eyes widened in shock. Peeking out of the office, the manager saw a sign with the inscription CEO. It turned out that his boss had simply shaved. Frowning, Jamie said that his colleague was not the first to react like this, and asked if the changes were really that drastic. Some time ago, Seokjin pointed at him and asked where his grandfather image had gone. The man asked how a razor could change a person. Scratching his chin, the director asked if he looked older than Seokjin. Kyle thought that was too difficult a question. The manager placed the folder on the table and said that this was the data of the second student of the Ali Winner Academy. Taking the folder in his hands, Jamie realized that this person was also Korean. Smiling, the employee said that this choice was not made because of nationality and that this student wants to do more than just be good at the game. Putting his hand to his chin, the director thought that this story would definitely work because viewers are disappointed in players who play for money. Putting the folder on the table, the chairman agreed and said that he would be interested to see the difference between this person and Dwayne. Kyle promised to contact the winner right away. Throwing up his hand, Kyle said that it was a great idea to cooperate with the Ali Winner because thanks to his participation, the stocks are constantly growing. Jamie was upset that the player himself was not developing so quickly. Looking away, the director suggested that their colleague could contact another company. Smiling, the manager doubted that they would do that. Hearing a ring, the man picked up the phone. The employee happily looked at the screen and said that the winner had sent him a letter of thanks for his cooperation. Suddenly, his face became more tense. Spreading his arms, Kyle said that they had a problem. Hearing that editors had sent a cooperation proposal to the winner, the chairman raised his eyebrows in surprise. The editor's employee looked forward. The assistant smiled. Sitting at the dining table, Rude asked if their colleague wanted to know how much they would pay. Hearing that the company was willing to pay twice as much as Nike, the protagonist grinned slyly. The sun's rays illuminated the mansion. Smiling widely, Lushe was glad that the winner had actually come to see him. Standing in front of him, Kang-hyun said that he had no reason not to come. The man's eyes widened as he remembered bowing to him some time ago. Walking down the corridor of the mansion, the company employee was glad that his friend allowed him to save his reputation. The guy hoped that one day he would be repaid for this. Lushe opened the curtain in front of him. The man sitting at the table greeted them. Raising his hand, the head of the Asian branch editors introduced himself. Sitting at the table, the young man asked if he really wanted to meet him. The answer was affirmative. The player frowned and said that the management world had its own rules and asked what editors wanted to talk to him about. Rude smiled and said that their conversation would be quick. The man clasped his hands and asked if the winner would agree to sign a contract with them. Raising his eyebrows, he thought that this player was very greedy for money and decided to offer better terms than Nike. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist asked how much they were willing to offer. Thinking that the contract was already signed, the branch manager held up 2 fingers and said that they would pay twice as much. Standing in front of the boss's desk, Kyle asked what they should do now. Imagining a smirking competitor, Jamie replied that the company was very good at spending money and would ignore the rules of the business world to try to lure the client to themselves. Frowning, the man said that their friend would not agree so easily. Picking up the phone, he offered to contact the client right away. The director decided that they should not be intrusive. Clasping his hands, the chairman explained that a partnership is something that exists in the interests of both parties. Jamie added that the winner would not sign a contract with Adidas if he was confident in Nike. Noticing the stubble on his chin, the manager thought that when the boss said something cool, he immediately began to grow a beard. The phone rang again. The director jumped up from his desk and thought it was the winner. Looking at the screen, the chairman asked what their partner was writing. His beard had grown again. A message appeared on the screen about the second student of the academy. The man wondered what happened to Adidas. During the correspondence, the protagonist said that Nike had nothing to worry about. The employees pressed their cheeks to each other. Seeing the message that their comrade was not going to betray Nike, they smiled. The beard disappeared from Jamie's face again. The Adidas employees looked disappointed. Rude gritted his teeth in anger. A while ago, Kang-hyun smiled and decided to refuse the offer. Spreading his arms, the branch manager asked why. The guy explained that his current partners were his fans and supporters, so he did not want to betray them. Getting up from the table, he said that he had things to do and it was time for him to go. The man tried to stop him. Rude tried to make him an even better offer, but the young man pulled the curtain aside with his hand. Looking back, the player said that he knew how to prioritize correctly. Closing his eyes, the protagonist explained that he wanted to make good money and not for someone to make good money off of him. Clutching his head, the branch manager wondered how this happened, because after such a failure, he would definitely not be left in a leadership position. Lusher raised his eyebrows in surprise when asked how he could miss such a partner. Stepping forward, the guy said that he promised to call the winner and fulfilled his part of the deal, and now the boss must fulfill his, otherwise the employee will also leave for Nike. Looking ahead, the young man decided that he should be an ally for the winner, not his enemy. The bus stopped in front of the hospital. The man was holding a box of citrus fruits in his hand. The player approached the hospital room. The patient's name was hanging on the wall. The protagonist realized that he had come to the right place. Someone was watching the battle on the tablet screen. A little girl was sitting on the bed. Walking up to her, Kang-hyun greeted her. Looking at him, Jisoo asked who he was. There was no one else in the hospital room. The guy asked where the patient's dad was. The child replied that her father went to the store and would be back soon, and then said that she was watching a video from the arena. Looking at the tablet, the young man asked if she liked watching arena. The girl replied that she really enjoyed it when someone fought. Looking down, Jisoo said that she couldn't play arena because of her illness. The player looked at her sadly. Entering the ward and seeing a stranger, the man asked who he was. He squinted. The daughter called out to her father. There was an overpass on the street. Bowing, the man said that he didn't have any money right now because his daughter was sick. Scratching his cheek, the main character said that he didn't come from a collection agency. The man stood up and scratched the back of his head. Kang-hyun explained that he was sent by Nike and asked if the person standing in front of him was the one who applied to the Winners Academy. Hearing that he was chosen as the second student, Choyun's mouth opened in surprise. He asked if this was all true. Holding out his hand, the guy said that he came here to help him fulfill his dream. A drop of sweat was running down the man's cheek. Tears poured out of his eyes. Falling to his knees, the new student said that he would definitely come to the academy and promised his daughter that he would fix everything. The young man was surprised by such a reaction. Looking down, the player decided that such a reaction was still quite natural. This man's wife died right after giving birth to a daughter who was diagnosed with a very dangerous disease. His situation was hopeless, considering how many credits he took out to try to cure his daughter. A photo of a happy family burned. Remembering how he had to stand in the rain, only dreaming of revenge, the protagonist thought that he understood his feelings. Wiping away his tears, Choyun said that he would try not to disappoint his daughter, who always dreamed of seeing him on the stream of the alley winner. Holding out his hand, Kang-hyun said that in America they will be able to cure Jisoo's illness. Putting his hand on the shoulder of his new student, the guy added that their company will pay for her treatment in exchange for training and that she will undergo surgery in America. Squeezing his eyes, the man asked if there was hope for his daughter. The answer was affirmative. Tears poured down the young man's face. The student thanked him. Wiping away his tears, the young man thought that he would have to come up with a new approach to this man. Opening his mouth wide, Choyun burst into tears. The player decided to make an excellent player out of him and bring him to at least the bronze level. The main character's eyes widened in shock. The sword sank into the ground. The dummy lay on the ground. Wiping the sweat from his face, The man said that this was a very strong opponent. Kang-hyun realized that his student could not even defeat the dummy. The blue sky hung over the arena. The guy waved his hand and greeted his viewers. The commentators were happy that a new broadcast had started. Standing in front of the system window, the young man said that this was a new graduating class from the Winners Academy and that the viewers would never guess who the new student would be. Guesses appeared in the comments. The player decided to call this person to the arena. Blue particles flickered behind him. Hearing that he was called a crying knight, Choyun opened his mouth in surprise. Scratching his neck, he introduced himself. The commentators were surprised that this was an ordinary person. Pointing at him, the main character said that this man would fight for the bronze medal because he had a special reason to become better. Frowning, the student said that he wanted to do this for his daughter. Kang-hyun said that this was an excellent desire. The viewers were disappointed. The guy called his status window in front of him to see the characteristics. Seeing a window with personal information, the commentators could not believe that a player with such indicators could get bronze. Standing next to the student, the young man learned that he had 2 items above rare class, F+ sword mastery and a special counterattack skill. The audience was not impressed at all. Raising his hand, the player said that with such a level, one cannot even dream of bronze, and decided to offer something. Pointing at the student, he asked if he could give him one of his weapons. The audience supported his decision. Choyun frowned, thinking that he would be holding the weapon of the victor himself. Handing him the dwarf sword, the protagonist decided that this was the best weapon for such a level. The man picked up the shiny sword. Now he definitely had hope. Given his counterattack skill, the description of the ability Flip the Earth appeared. Raising his index finger, Kang-hyun suggested acting based on this skill. The student warned that he was not very good at it. The commentators were surprised by this. Pointing at himself, the guy asked them not to worry and said that they would go to the training hall right now. The opponents stood opposite each other. The notification announced the start of the ranking match. The young man smirked. His opponent frowned, disappointed that he had gotten the alley winner. Suddenly, the stranger's eyes widened. Notifications appeared in front of him that the opponent was too strong, so the system had debuffed him and reduced his stats. The player beckoned with his hand. Taking out his sword from its sheath, the man thought that he was in the top 5% and had reached the silver medal, but was still not good enough to fight the winner. Choyung's ghost picked up a notebook and pencil, preparing to write down all the details of the fight. The counterattack skill has a special trigger mechanism, the conditions of which must be met during the enemy's attack. Rushing forward, the stranger decided that it was a great time to attack. Stating that timing was the most important thing, the protagonist counterattacked. The blow knocked the opponent's arm back. Holding the sword in front of him like a shield, Kang-hyun explained that it is better to wait for the enemy to attack, and that it is very convenient to use a counterattack when there is a gap in the enemy's attack. In such a matter, it is better to act from the side of psychology than from brute force. The man swung the sword. The tip of the sword appeared in front of his face. Holding the weapon in front of him, the guy added that this is a normal fighting style using such a skill. Choyun wrote everything down in a notebook. The commentators were surprised by the capabilities of this skill. Having knocked the enemy back, the young man decided to catch the right timing again to show it to the viewers. His sword again ended up at the man's neck. The player punched the stranger. The commentators felt sorry for him. With his mouth wide open, the opponent realized that the winner was deliberately mocking him for the sake of his stream. The protagonist struck his neck. The notification announced his victory. Kang-hyun frowned. The commentators noticed that before his death the player said that he would unsubscribe. Turning around and looking at his comrade, the guy explained that you need to hit the enemy during his attack and that this is the basis of the counterattack. Closing his eyes, the man thought that he did not understand anything. The viewers noticed this. Raising his sword, the young man asked him to try to use his skill. The sword hit the student on the neck. Choyun parried the dummy's blow with a shield. The commentators were divided into 2 camps. Watching the battle from the side, the player thought that if he could not even hit with medium strength, then the counterattack would not be easy. This confused him. The protagonist thought that this man was trying for his daughter and that he had a goal, but did not understand the game. Such people are ready to do anything to achieve what they want. The man covered his body with his hands. He fell to the ground. Kang-hyun asked the viewers to remember his current state. The boy said that that was all and that his student would need to complete a few tasks, his shadow covering the man's face. Crossing his arms over his chest, the boy asked him to reach level 100 and use counterattack as a real weapon to participate in ranked battles in the future. He thought to himself that he would not have chosen him if he thought this goal was impossible. Pointing his finger to the sky, the player hoped that his viewers would watch his journey from a crying knight to a bronze medalist. The commentators wished him luck. The sun was shining brightly over bricks. Sitting on the clock tower, the protagonist said that it had been a long time since he enjoyed the freedom of the arena and asked if it was good to rest sometimes. Tenny agreed and stated that he needed to rest more often. Opening the status window in front of him, Kanchan said that he received a letter from Sonia. The bear was upset that it had not even been 3 seconds since their rest was over. Raising her hand, the girl said that she had accurate information about the necromancer invasion. In 2 days, the rebels would appear simultaneously in all 10 castles, starting with Bricks and ending with Jayati. Looking at the city from above, the guy thought that for now he had no other things to do except pump Choyin to level 100, so he needed to take the main reward for himself and give the rest to Seokjun. Looking down, the young man realized that the only problem was that the reward depended on the integrity of the castles. It would be difficult for him to cope alone, and the reward would be small, so he needed a partner who did not need a reward. Clouds were floating in the sky above the city. Suddenly, the player opened his mouth in surprise and realized that he had such people. A bow and quiver hung behind the man. The girl's hair fluttered in the wind. The guy in the blue tailcoat smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He asked what happened to his comrade. The main character crossed his arms over his chest. Smiling, Kanhan suggested going through the quest together. Tenny recognized the faces of these people. Yuri was standing behind Mason. Yeonjun ran up to them. The girl raised her eyebrows. The archer closed his eyes. The mage smiled widely, resolutely knitting his eyebrows. The guy asked if everyone was ready. Approaching his comrade, he said that he heard that Sif made him his apprentice and that he managed to get a 3rd profession. Mason replied that he had room to grow in any case. The young man asked if the rest of the comrades had received a 2nd profession. Yeonjun confirmed this. Yuri was hugging Tenny. Approaching her friend, she asked why he hid his 2nd identity from them and whether he was ashamed to ask for help now. The mage asked why they were called. Pushing his girlfriend away from himself, the player reminded that he was going through the main scenario. The guy said that they had destroyed the rebels in one place, but there were other units left, so the rebellion would continue, and tomorrow the rebels would try to attack Bricks. There were high mountains outside the city. Hearing that they were called to go through the main scenario quest, the guys opened their mouths in surprise. Smiling widely, they agreed to participate in the main scenario, thinking that it would be fun. Thinking that he now had great support, the protagonist smiled and said that the other adventurers would also join the battle. Putting his fist in front of him, Kanchan said that their team should get the best reward. The guys agreed. With this, the urgent meeting ended. Tenny sat humbly in Yuri's arms. People were walking around the city square. Residents were choosing products at the market. Hearing a strange sound, they looked around. The bell on the high tower rang. The lookout shouted that they were under attack and that everyone who could fight should come to the fortress walls. The adventurers looked at each other, realized that this was a quest with an emergency, and decided to intervene. There was a forest behind the walls. A crowd of monsters came out of there. The eye of the living dead lit up. A notification announced the start of the quest attack on Bricks. Hearing that this was the main scenario, the adventurers smiled, thinking that they were very lucky to be here. Rushing forward, the blonde decided that it was good that there were no large guilds in the winter from the alley. His comrade suggested that they quickly finish the main scenario. The orc swung his fist. With one blow, the monster threw the bodies of his opponents. The guys flew into the air above the player. Looking at them, the protagonist said that the extras did a good job. Cannon swung his burning sword. The crescent thrust made the monsters jump in different directions. Notifications about the victory over them appeared. Standing behind the winner from the alley, the adventurers were surprised that he managed to finish off all the monsters at once. Shocked, his eyes widened. The guy wondered if he was really that strong. Huge orcs pounced on him from the forest. The young man thought that for the first time he fought with such pleasure after receiving the 3rd profession. Grinning, the player expressed a desire to fight with all his might to quickly test his abilities. Having run past all the monsters, he decided to find their leader. The knights fought with evil spirits at the walls of the fortress. Gritting his teeth, the archer said that no matter how many arrows they used, the number of enemies did not decrease. His comrade urged him to look up. A huge fireball appeared in the sky. Closing his eyes, Mason used his magic. Magic circles appeared in his eyes. A powerful fiery explosion was heard in the forest. Looking at him, the captain of the guard Brixa opened his mouth in amazement. Brown was surprised that there was such an experienced mage among the adventurers. The skeleton in armor approached him. Looking back, the man noticed him at the last moment. The monster jumped into the air, pointing his sword at his enemy. At the same time, several arrows hit him. Standing on the fortress wall, Yeonjun thought that they needed to keep as many important NPCs alive as possible in order to get a better reward. The captain of the guard thanked him. Yuri folded her hands, using her magic. She used the blessing of the priestess of the moon temple. Seeing a green haze around her body, Tenny realized that he had received a buff. Raising his hand, the knight asked to buff him too. Turning away, the girl thought that in this battle, the adventurers were competing with each other. Clouds were floating above the mountains. Someone was standing on the cliff. At this time, Mason drank the potion. The knight admired Seth's disciple. Looking at them through his fingers, the stranger realized that there was a mage on the side who could not be ignored. Behind him stood a huge bone dragon. The man decided to deal with the enemy before it was too late. A wave of energy burst from the dragon's mouth, flew over the forest. Mason was chatting with the knight on the fortress wall. Suddenly, he looked back and noticed a bright glow. An explosion of dark energy was heard on the wall. Yuri and Yeonjin called out to their comrade with a worried look. A protective barrier appeared in the air. The mage and knight were standing under it. Squinting, the guy realized that he was a little late in using the spell. The world around him darkened. The stranger opened his mouth in surprise. The dragon laid its head on the ground. Smiling slyly, Gordon realized that he had succeeded. Looking ahead, the Supreme Black Mage thought that he was in the research lab at the time when the enemies attacked their main shelter, so he needed to take revenge on Seph's disciple. Crouching next to her fallen comrade, Yuri began to heal him. A worried archer sat next to him. The protagonist stood on the ground. A flash appeared in the mountains in front of him. Grinning, Kanhan realized that there was an important monster there. Squinting, the man decided to go on the offensive. 3 monsters in dark robes appeared above him. They directed their hands forward to strengthen the army. The undead covered in a red aura attacked the adventurer. His comrades standing behind him opened their mouths in fear, not understanding what was happening. They wondered why the undead had become stronger. The monsters raised their swords up. Putting his fingers together, Gordon decided to add infinite stamina to them. The fallen undead began to rise to their feet in front of the adventurers. Seeing explosions going off in the forest one after another, the Supreme Black Mage decided that this was now a real battle of the undead. The man grinned and asked if Adele and Felion were watching, as he had come here to avenge his fallen comrades. The villain declared that their dream of turning all of humanity into the undead and conquering the world would soon come true, and the boy appeared behind him. Covering his mouth with his hand, the young man said that he had not heard such a stupid plan to conquer the world for a long time. Turning around, Gordon asked how the adventurer had managed to get here. Raising his sword in front of him, the player said that he had come to fight the one who had caused chaos in the city. The Supreme Black Mage raised his hand. A bone snake burst out of the ground and attacked the enemy. Smiling, the man asked if the adventurers were really working alone, and said that his enemy was tempting fate in vain. After fending off the snake's attack with his sword, the protagonist realized that his enemy wanted to quickly test his skills. Several more snakes burst out from under the ground. The villain declared that he was not going to dirty his hands with him. The monsters opened their fanged mouths. Kanhan jumped back, and they hit the ground, destroying it. Another snake appeared next to the guy. Leaping into the air, he used lightning. Resolutely knitting his brows, the young man thought that due to the constant recovery, it was not so easy to fight them. But if Edward was the main boss, then this one could be hidden. Swinging his sword, the player realized that in any case, he had become stronger since the last fight. The crescent thrust cut the bone snakes into small pieces. Gordon was surprised that his enemy possessed sword magic. A skeleton in armor crawled out of the ground. The living dead rose into the air to attack their opponent together. The protagonist kicked one of them away. Kanchan pinned his helmet to the ground. A precise swing of the sword cut off the head of another monster. Smiling, the guy realized that he could win even without buffs, and if he had them, the enemy would have been dead long ago. The monsters pounced on him from all sides. A huge pile of skeletons formed on the ground, trying to get to their target. Shaking off his hands, the Supreme Black Mage decided that the knights were very vulnerable to mass attacks. Imagining Sony standing with her back to him, the man thought that he did not like adventurers because of their stupid arrogance, and that even his student, who was also an adventurer, was not responding now. He assumed that she realized that they wanted to use her as a test subject. Looking at the sky, the villain thought that it was much better before. Remembering how they walked together with a friend who was ready to destroy an entire village for the sake of his experiment, and a student who constantly asked questions, Gordon thought that they were fun. Flashing his crazy eyes, the Supreme Black Mage promised to turn the man who killed Felion and Adele into undead and make him bow to their graves forever. The man asked where their killer was. Using dark magic, the young man threw back a crowd of monsters. The villain watched as the bones of dead skeletons fell in front of him. Hearing the familiar names of necromancers, the player put his sword on his shoulder. Grinning, the protagonist remembered something. The enemy's eyes lit up. Summoning a huge magic circle around himself, Gordon said that the enemy was starting to irritate him. He wished death on the enemy. A bright ball of energy appeared in the mouth of the bone dragon. Kanchan lowered his gaze. The name Pepe was heard. The energy flew past its target. A powerful explosion was heard behind the boy. The bone dragon raised its head in surprise. The Supreme Black Mage asked how the enemy knew this name, his eyes wide. Dropping his sword to the ground, the young man said that he heard the enemy say the name Adele. Putting his hand to his chest, the player asked if they were talking about the necromancer who raised the bear Pepe. Opening his mouth wide, the man shouted that Adele was his student. Covering his eyes with his hands, the protagonist asked if he was really fighting the Dark Mage's mentor and was surprised by such a turn of fate. Hearing that he had to carry out his task, the villain gritted his teeth and understood why the enemy wielded sword magic. Wiping away tears, Kanchan apologized for being too weak to save Adele. Gordon asked if his opponent was with him before his death and asked him to tell what really happened then. Closing his eyes, the boy said that the dark mage had almost completed his research. But they were attacked by adventurers. Adele tried to fight back with Pepe, but there were too many enemies, so they lost. Yeonjun raised his fist and asked if his comrade saw how he managed to hit the boss with an arrow. The boy said that he would never forget the smiling face of the adventurer and the necromancer writhing in pain. Opening his mouth wide, the Supreme Black Mage asked if this was true and who could do this. The player fell to the ground, wiping away tears with his hand. The man urged him to immediately say the name and location of this devil so that he could quickly find and kill him. Looking up, the protagonist said that this devil was right here. Putting his hand to his ear, the villain asked what this meant. Kanhyun stood up. He repeated his words. Gordon gritted his teeth in displeasure. Approaching the enemy, the Supreme Black Mage said with displeasure that he could not hear anything and asked him to speak louder. The guy opened his mouth. Smiling widely and blushing, the young man said that the enemy fell into his trap. He thanked the man for approaching him himself. A cluster of dark energy appeared between them. An explosion of dark skies illuminated the nearby mountains. A huge cloud of dust rose above the rocks. It was impossible to see anything because of it. The villain took a step forward. A bright purple aura appeared around him. Gordon asked how the adventurer dared to lie to him. Grabbing his shoulder, the player thought that this enemy was not so easy to kill, but he managed to bring the boss to the second phase. Rising to his feet, the protagonist said that it was not a lie, because he really was the adventurer who was there. The Supreme Black Mage realized that his opponent killed Adele. Putting his hands to his mouth, Kanhyun said that this was not entirely true and said that the necromancer had fallen to the arrow of the archer Yeonjun. Opening his mouth menacingly, the man declared that it no longer mattered and promised to kill them all. Putting his hand forward, the villain called his best assistant. In the center of the magic circle, a monster in armor named Pippi appeared. Frowning indignantly, the guy wondered why all necromancers came up with such strange names for their creations. Gordon ordered his comrade to cut off all the enemy's limbs. The knight's eyes sparkled. He rushed forward. The young man did not have time to react, as the enemy was right in front of him. At the last moment before the blow, the player jumped back. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist noticed that this monster was very fast. Grinning maliciously, the Supreme Black Mage said that Pippi's strength was comparable even to the leader Edward, but he had all the black magic of the master. It was an unbeatable combination. The Dark Knight raised his sword in front of him. Kanhyun picked up his weapon from the ground. Placing it on his shoulder, the guy offered his opponent to look at the combinations he had. Yuri put her hands forward, in which the light was flickering. At the same moment, the light aura disappeared. Looking at her hands, the girl realized that she had run out of mana. Mason was lying on the ground unconscious. The buffer realized that she had spent all her mana on the debuff, but she needed to help her friend recover. Approaching her from behind, Tenny noticed that his friend was in trouble. Crossing his paws on his chest, the bear said that he would help her. A flash lit up his face. The pet explained that he could both attack and heal, so Yuri could cast aside all her doubts. Suddenly, the beast appeared on the battlefield in front of his master. Holding the elixir in his hands, Yeonjun said that he brought a recovery potion. Looking back, the girl said that the animal did not have time to finish its words. Looking back, Tenny said that his master had summoned him at the wrong time. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the young man explained that he would have a duel with the Dark Knight while the bear dealt with the boss. The pet pouted indignantly. Raising his hand, Gordon ordered his creation to kill the enemy who had summoned an assistant. Notifications appeared about receiving the power of the bear and the blessing of the forest. The player covered in a green aura blocked the enemy's blow. A powerful explosion of energy pushed the enemy back. Summoning a cloud of energy on the tip of his finger, the Supreme Black Mage asked if the adventurer was trying to play with him and declared that the hour of his death had come. Hearing how he was asked to stop, the man looked away. Running up to him, the pet explained that he was asked to stall for time, so he had an idea. Smiling widely, the beast suggested that they just watch the fight, because then none of them would get hurt. Sending a wave of energy at him, the villain asked how a stupid toy could ask him for such things. Tenny got into a fighting stance and said that he was stupid only because he hoped to negotiate with a dark mage. Hearing that his opponent decided to use ice magic, Gordon opened his mouth in surprise. Ice spikes came from behind him. At the same time, the ice split into many fragments. Swinging his sword and smiling, the protagonist thought that this was a pretty powerful move, and realized that his comrade had also leveled up a lot. Deciding that it was time for him to start, Kanhyun raised his hand, which had a bracelet on it that could defeat an important monster. A window appeared with information about Kalu's wish, which increases the user's stats. Using the giant's skill, the guy pushed off the ground. Notifications reported an increase in all stats due to the use of the giant's strength and spirit. An explosion was heard at the edge of the cliff. The Dark Knight blocked the blow with dark magic, holding his sword in front of him. The young man noticed that Pippi's sword sparkled. There were cut marks on the monster's body. The player realized that he was now in his power. Smiling slyly, the protagonist decided that this time he would definitely not lose, like in the battle with Edward. Tongues of flame appeared in the air. A sheaf of lightning burst from Tanny's paws. Having summoned a protective barrier around himself, the Supreme Dark Mage realized that the magic of this toy was much stronger than one could have imagined. The man decided that he simply had to destroy the Empire, and therefore could not lose to one single adventurer and his toy. A bone hand burst out from under the ground, holding a staff. The skeleton stuck the staff into the ground in front of their creator. The boss realized that he would have to use his special spell. Raising his hands to the precious stone, Gordon began to read the spell. Words in an unknown language came from his open mouth. Climbing onto the protective barrier, the bear asked if the enemy had forgotten his spell. The pet opened its mouth and took a deep breath. Transforming into a large bear, Tenny let out a roar that deafened the enemy. Notifications reported that due to the skill used, the spell was forcibly cancelled. A sound wave washed over the Supreme Black Mage. The notification said that as a result of the failed spell casting, the boss fell into a stupor and suffered internal bleeding. The Dark Knight froze in place. Deciding that it was the perfect time to strike, Kanchan raised his sword above his head. The man thought that he needed to cast the spell urgently. Blood gushed out of his mouth. At the same time, Tenny swung his clawed paw to strike him. Noticing the enemy approaching, Gordon opened his mouth in shock. His pupils contracted. Powerful blows simultaneously cut through the bodies of Pippi and his master, and numerous notifications appeared about the victory over the Dark Knight and the Supreme Black Magician, for which the user received experience and a new level. The main scenario spread throughout the Yusmount Empire. The undead appeared everywhere. The scale of the events was incredible. Many expected that the Empire would suffer great losses, but this time the main scenario ended much faster than expected. The skeleton army prepared their spears and armed themselves with shields. The hero's fist struck right at the head of the walking dead. Seokjin frowned, breaking the skeleton's jaw with a punch. His head flew to the ground, his lower jaw fell off. The guy raised his eyebrows and looked at his hand, saying that he felt like his fist had become even stronger. Youngwoo adjusted his glasses, saying that it was the monsters that had become weaker. The reason was simple. After the death of Gordon, who was the boss, all the undead were weakened, and it was much easier to defeat them. This quest ended with the victory of the players. There was a broken skull on the ground. The protagonist smiled and raised his eyebrows, asking if everyone got the cool items. The heroes hurried to him, asking where he was. Milligat stood in front of them with a bear on his shoulder, saying that he was dealing with a businessman. The hero held a paper in his hand, saying that the guy got information from an adventurer from the rebel army, before her other adventurers, and even defeated a black mage from Bricks. A smile appeared on his face. The emperor sat on the throne, his legs crossed. He smiled and threw the paper out of his hands, saying that Baron Milligat dealt with everything again. The protagonist bowed his head, sitting in front of him on one knee. The boy noticed that he couldn't help but give a reward, so he asked the young man to tell him what he wanted. Sitting on his knee in front of him, the hero asked for a pendant. The emperor smiled, saying that the hero answered so quickly as if he knew that he would reward him. In the status window, there was information about the symbol of the plane. This is a sign that Dakin gives to people who have demonstrated phenomenal skills. Rating: unique. Restrictions: Dakin recognition. Effect: strength plus 100, endurance plus 50, morale plus 50. The hero's morale was increased. Milligat smiled, looking at his pendant, thinking that at first he thought about changing it. But the addition to the stats is very good, and the increase in morale does not happen so quickly. The emperor smiled and called for a red box, saying that the necklace would suit him perfectly, but this gift is the only one in the world. The hero raised his eyebrows, saying that he will wait for further action from him. The system reported that the guy had passed the protection of the bricks. 7,500 points of the imperial contribution were received. A gift from the emperor was received. There was a bright blue sky above the stone castle. The heroes stood in one line, saying goodbye to the guy and saying that they would see each other again. Thanks to him, they got a lot of items and experience. Milligat waved his hand at them, saying that they were great. Tenny, who was in the girl's hands, frowned, saying that he was still here. The guy called up a system window in front of him, offering to look at what was in his inventory. He raised his eyebrows high, saying that he would start with the item that Gordon dropped. It was a staff with a gold tip and a blue stone. It was carefully crafted by the Supreme Black Mage Gordon. Since it was made of black magic stone, it amplifies black magic. Rating: unique. Limit: magic of 1,000 or more. Durability: 2,500 out of 2,500. Strength: 3,200. Effect: consumption of dark magic 20%. Power of dark magic plus 20%. Skill recovery time minus 15%. Milligat smiled, raising the staff in front of him and thinking that he could probably sell it for $1 million because he couldn't use it for himself, but it would definitely suit a black magician. A white ring with a skull called Dark Spirit's Cry, made from the essence of the Dark Spirit. Rating, unique, limit, presence of the dark attribute, magical power of 900 or more, effect, all stats increase by 100, 10% additional damage from attacks with the dark attribute. The protagonist raised the bracelet high above himself, saying that it increases all stats and deals damage. It's very cool. He squeezed the decoration in his palm, saying that he was saddened by the fact that the desert dragon's fiery breath of purification, but he would be able to use it when needed. The system reported information about Desert Dragon Purification. It was a bracelet made by collecting all the desert dragons. Rating, unique, limitations, Desert Dragon Slayer, effect, magic plus 100, stamina plus 100. Fire breath, attacks with fire damage proportional to the wearer's magic indicator, recharge time is 24 hours. The hero gritted his teeth, looking at the bright box in his hand and saying that only the Emperor's gift remained. He opened it slightly, thinking about what could be inside, since the Emperor praised him so much. Milligat and Tenny opened their eyes wide, their faces lit up by a bright light. Above the bright Colosseum was a bright blue sky, across which clouds slowly floated. The guy closed his eyes, raising his sword to attack and screamed loudly. His opponent knocked the blade out of his hands, leaving a bright mark in space. The hero put the tip of the sword to Choyan's neck, saying that this was his 72nd death. The guy put his sword forward, asking him to work on the basics to get a bronze medal. He needs to train more to gain experience. He told the player in front of him to try until he can win at least once. The opponent told him to pick up the sword and try to damage him at least like this. Choyan reached for the hilt of the weapon. He raised his eyebrows and put the sword in front of him, asking the winner what happened to him. Milligat froze in front of him, asking what he was talking about. A satisfied smile appeared on the hero's face. He asked him to explain his question. The protagonist thought that he could not even imagine that the gift was like this. In the box was a pendant with a purple stone. The system reported data on the Dark Heaven Guardian Spirit. This is a necklace that is given only to the best of those who practice the demonic art of the Dark Heaven. The effect of the necklace will increase as the mage reaches the Dark Heaven. Rating, epic. Restrictions, those who have studied the dark skies. Effect, all stats increased by 150, magic power consumption decreased by 15%, authority skills increased by 15%. Milligat smiled, thinking that he had received an item related to the dark skies, and it was also epic, which meant that if he continued to help the Emperor, he would receive all the items related to it, which meant he had to try hard. The Emperor frowned and scratched his head, not understanding what kind of feeling had overcome him. Milligat held out his sword, asking how much longer until his second profession. Choyan bowed his head, saying that he had 3 levels left until level 100. The hero said that in a week, on Monday, they would hold their last stream. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that it was faster than they had planned. Choyan bowed his head, saying that judging by his skills, he had simply wasted the winner's time. The young man raised his hand, convincing him that this was not so. The hero raised his fist to his mouth and cleared his throat. His eyes widened as he said that they just managed to agree to do the surgery early, so he thought the guy would be able to go to America with Jisoo right after the stream. Choyan furrowed his brows. Tears started pouring out of his eyes. He covered his face with his hands and cried, thanking the brooch. Milligat was scared and held his hands out in front of him, asking him to show his best side on the stream. Choyan gritted his teeth, wiping away his tears with his hand, thanking the hero all the while. In fact, Mike had already told him that the anonymous sponsor was the alley winner. Milligat frowned and looked away, thinking that it would be weird to admit that he would pay for the surgery. The protagonist wiped his tears with his sleeve, saying that he had no time to be hysterical, so he would continue to practice and do everything to repay the protagonist and get a bronze medal. The protagonist smiled, asking the guy to thank the sponsor, not him. Yeonchan raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that Jisoo would do well and Choyan would try his best. The young man asked if Choyan would really get a bronze medal. The protagonist threw a white towel over his shoulders, water dripping from his body, asking his friend if he had forgotten who he was. Milligat smiled, saying that everything was going according to his plan. Yeonchan raised his eyebrows, asking when the guy managed to gain so much muscle, to which the protagonist, putting on his clothes, replied that he had been training constantly lately. Good physical shape was important for the game. A friend told the boy that he had recently met their high school classmates. The protagonist's eyes widened, asking if these were the same people from the 3rd year. And Chan stood still, saying that they had suggested organizing a reunion party. He asked the boy if they would go. Milliwat turned around and raised his hand, saying that he was not interested. The boy said that Handbeak would be there too. The boy froze in place. And Chan raised his eyebrows and smiled, asking if the hero could imagine how that guy would brag about his money. It would be cool if someone taught him a lesson. The boy looked at the phone screen, saying that if the protagonist did not want to, he would text the guys about it. The boy snatched the phone from his hands, asking him to wait. Milliwatt smiled, saying that he had changed his mind, asking him to set up a meeting. And Chan raised his eyebrows and smiled. There was a clear blue sky above the tall buildings. The guy asked if they would stop by the mall beforehand, to which the hero replied that it was out of the question since they needed to prepare. Crowds of people were outside between buildings with bright lights. The glass door opened slightly, and Chan and Milligat entered the room wearing warm outerwear. The hero immediately recognized them and called out to them. The guys turned their heads towards the sound. The guy with glasses stood up from the table and raised his hand, calling them closer. There were people sitting at the table. The guy noticed that they had arrived quite late, inviting them to the table. And Chan stood in place, asking how they were doing since they hadn't seen each other for so long. Someone cried out, saying that he had managed to bring Milligat too. The protagonist turned his head away in embarrassment, and Chan smiled, saying that he had barely dragged him here. The guy with glasses frowned, saying that the young man was no different from them, asking if Chan was really his only friend. Milligat scratched his head in embarrassment, saying that he was busy. A former classmate sitting next to him asked why the guy didn't take off his down jacket, to which he replied that he was cold, so he would take it off later. The young man raised his eyebrows and asked what Sehun was doing now. The guy raised his hand to his face, saying that he was in the army and now studies at the university. The girl turned to them and smiled, saying that the guy was level 180 in the arena. He asked if the main character was a fan of all this. Sehun raised his eyebrows, saying that all his grades dropped because of the arena, so he has to revise almost all the subjects. Milligat chewed his food, offering the guy to choose another direction to combine with his studies, to which the hero noted that it was easy for him to say because he already had level 180. Andy came closer and smiled, saying that even with such a result, he was still far from professionals. Sehun raised his eyebrows when he saw the boy. The boy smiled, saying that he didn't think Hanbik would come because he had to prepare for the championships in the professional league. The hero sat down on a chair and closed his eyes, saying that he was able to free up his schedule. The boy took the glass, offering him a drink, to which Hanbik put his hand forward, saying that he was not a fan of this, besides, he was driving. The hero showed the car keys in his palm. Everyone screamed. Seeing the Audi logo, someone asked to look at it closer. The tall boy raised his eyebrows and rolled his eyes, realizing that Milligat had no reaction. The hero chatted with Sehun, turning his head in his direction. Hanbik smiled, thinking that it was interesting. On the table were plates with fried chicken and 3 different sauces. The heroes clinked glasses of alcohol, getting ready to drink to the meeting. Sehun raised his eyebrows, saying that they even have a famous streamer Argon. Yeonchan smiled sheepishly and laughed. The girl raised her eyebrows, asking if he really became the host of the King of Two Masks. Someone from the other side of the table shouted that the guy is now a star. Yeonchan put his hand out and started saying that everything is not like that at all. Someone from the table asked if he really is a friend of the alley winner since he wants his autograph. The protagonist frowned, thinking that the winner is here. Hanbik frowned, saying that he saw this winner, he is ready to do whatever is convenient for money. The hero sitting next to him raised his eyebrows, asking if this is true. The protagonist frowned, thinking that the guy has changed so much to me. The hero said that the guy has his own branded clothes. Apparently pro players pay well. Hanbik raised his hand and smiled, saying that his father's business is flourishing, and he himself is in good standing with their team. The guy abruptly turned his head. He turned to the protagonist sitting opposite him, asking what he had been doing lately. It seemed he had last seen him at the grocery store, but apparently he now had free time to go to meetings. The guy frowned. Hanbik asked if he had quit his part-time job. The guy sitting next to him raised his eyebrows, asking why that would happen. Since the protagonist was rich, the guy smiled broadly, asking if they really didn't know. Hanbik raised his eyebrows and extended his hand forward, saying that the protagonist's family and business were ruined. They had a large debt. He was even worried that the young man would become an alcoholic from such a life. Everyone looked at the protagonist with concern. Hanbik smiled and frowned, thinking that everyone had treated the young man well, only because he was from a rich family, but now he had nothing, he was a complete zero. Milligat lowered his head down. Hanbik wondered why the boy even came here. He had a hard time. Sehun put his hand on the boy's shoulder, asking why he didn't tell them right away, because they would have helped, at least to talk and go for a drink together. The guy started wiping his tears with his sleeve, saying that he didn't even know about it. The girl frowned sadly, saying that she understood why he didn't come earlier. She was sorry that it happened. Hanbik froze, his mouth wide open, not understanding their reaction. Milligat raised his eyebrows in surprise and opened his eyes wide. The hero was afraid of the others' reaction when their business failed, so he cut off all ties and stopped going to meetings. The heroes stood in a group in a darkened room. He remembered Yeonchan, who was trying to help him, text messages coming to his phone. The guy remembered himself, sadly looking at the floor. He realized that his worries were in vain. Yeonchan smiled. The guy sent him a message asking if they should start, to which the hero replied, yes. Sehun frowned, asking if the guy needed to go somewhere. The young man was sitting at the table, saying that everything was fine because he had already paid off the debt. Hanbik opened his eyes wide and gritted his teeth. The protagonist began to stretch out his down jacket, thanking everyone for their concern and saying that it had become too hot in here. He pulled the sleeve of his outerwear with his palm. Milligat held the down jacket in his hands, standing in a beautiful gray suit. The protagonist firmly raised his eyebrows and adjusted his hair. He was wearing a gold watch on his hand. He said that it was really hot in here. Sehun and the girls sitting next to him widened their eyes in surprise, looking at him. The girls opened their mouths in surprise, blushing on their faces. Yeonchan smiled, looking at the guy. The people sitting at the table screamed, asking when he managed to become a model. Someone said that the guy looks like the son of Keyball. Hanbik froze and opened his eyes wide, not believing what was happening. He frowned, wondering how the protagonist was able to cope with the debt, because this amount would not be possible to pay off even in 10 years. Yeonchan smiled as he looked at the confused boy, thinking that this was the reaction they were looking for. Milligat knew that the hero would try to put him down in front of everyone. The protagonist raised his index finger, saying that this was when they would pull this trick to make him lose the thing he was most confident in, which was money. Milligat smiled widely, thinking that the hero loved expensive things, so he would immediately appreciate the boy's level. Hanbik's eyes widened, beads of sweat were dripping down his face. Everyone gathered in front of the table. Hanbik looked ahead angrily, not understanding what was going on. The hero was talking to people while Hanbik wondered where he got so many expensive things from. Did he really pay off the debt? Hanbik remembered overhearing his father talking about how Seokjun's company would end and he would be left with a debt of 15 billion won. Kanghyun looked at Hanbik, who thought that it was impossible to pay off such a huge debt in just a few months. Kanghyun smiled maliciously. The veins on the guy's face bulged. He slammed the table and said that it was all a lie, said that the hero was deceiving them. He pointed at him and said that it was impossible to pay off a debt by working part-time in a store. He said that someone gave the hero these trinkets. He demanded to prove that the hero paid the debt. Kanghyun remained silent. He knew that it would be very easy to prove it. He knew that everything would end when he found out that the hero was the winner from the alley. But he was not going to expose himself so easily. He smiled and thought that he did not need to prove anything to him. Hanbik turned around abruptly. They asked him what was wrong with him. The guy with glasses said that it was great that the hero paid off the debt. He began to ask what more proof did he need. Everyone stared at the guy. They told him that he should be happy for others. They asked why Hanbik always treated the hero with such prejudice. They asked if money would help him with such a bad character. Kanghyun smiled and said that everything was fine. He said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and suggested changing the topic. He looked angrily at Hanbik. Everyone agreed. The hero himself thought that Hanbik had dug his own grave. Hanbik wilted. The hero mentally told him that it was clear from his game that he did not understand what was happening around him. He said that his stupidity hindered him as an e-sportsman. Evening came. Everyone went outside and began to say goodbye. The guy with glasses began to look for the hero with his eyes and began to ask where the hero was. Yeonchan assumed that he went to get a car. A car drove up. Everyone looked at the black expensive car. Hanbik rolled down the window and mockingly began to ask if anyone else had arrived by car. Everyone looked at the guy embarrassedly while he asked if they really liked to walk on foot. Hanbik smiled and hoped that the guys realized that they were not his equal. He waited for the hero to show up in his Tarantaka. Kanghyun drove up while Hanbik was thinking that the hero could borrow expensive clothes, but he would hardly be able to do the same with a car. The hero called Yeonchan home. Hanbik angrily turned around, wanting to look at his wreck. He saw an expensive red car in front of him. Everyone was shocked. They surrounded the car and began to say that it was a Porsche Panamera. Everyone turned to Hanbik with satisfaction. They looked at his car and said that the difference with the B7 was immediately visible. They also noted that the price was also huge. Everyone giggled. Yeonchan grinned. Kanghyun could barely contain his laughter. Hanbik lowered his reddened gaze and mentally cursed the hero. The hero said that after that day, Hanbik stopped showing up at classmates' meetings. Tenny looked at the owner and called him. Kanghyun laughed. The pet noticed that he was in a good mood. The hero said that he should have seen Hanbik's face then. They came to the door by the tree. Tenny suggested going in, said that he wanted to see his friends as soon as possible. Tenny climbed onto the shoulder of the owner. The system asked if they wanted to come in. The system reported that the hero was going inside. They found themselves under a large arch. The orc looked ahead with displeasure. The other orc opened his mouth. They ran at each other and began to fight. The orc pulled out a sword, blazing with green fire. He began to wave it and ran forward. The opponent looked gloomily at the approaching attack. He began to repel the attacks and said that Kakun should not rely only on the force of exhalation. Kakun began to listen. The teacher said that he should focus on control. The orcs jumped on each other, but Dakin said enough. He looked at the fighters and said that they had guests today. How much longer will they continue? The orc threw away his axe and said, "Is this really their cute and gentle heir to the Great Islands?" The hero introduced himself. The orc leaned towards the hero, who looked at him in confusion. The orc said that Kakun had returned home quite a long time ago. Didn't he think he was late? The hero handed him the pendant and said that he came to return it to him, said that it was really useful to him. Dakin took the pendant. The orc leaned towards the hero and said that he had become stronger, offered to fight. The hero refused. The orc remembered something. He looked at Kakun and offered to fight him. The orc said that he trained every day with him and Dakin, but he thought that the hero would be a great incentive for development. Kanhin smiled guiltily and said that he didn't want to strain himself now. He just wanted to get a reward for the quest and leave calmly. He said that the next time they met they would definitely fight. The system announced the completion of the task. The hero received experience and a gift from Rakun. Rakun squeezed his neck and said that he would reward the hero well for the battle with his son. He said that he would have to give something else and held out the underpants of the chieftain of the orc tribe. Kanhin began to look at the underpants. The orc said that it was an important thing in their tribe and hoped that he would like it. Kanhin tried on. He screamed and asked if they would really give him something for the duel with Kakun. Rakun said yes. The hero drew his sword and asked Kakun to grab the sword. Kakun smiled and stepped forward. The hero shouted that they were starting the fight. The orcs and Tenny watched the battle. Kakun and the hero stood opposite each other. Tenny said that he would root for both fighters. Kankin smiled and looked at his opponent, asked how hard they would fight. The orc said with all his might. Kakun looked ahead and said that there was no point in defeating an opponent who was giving in. The hero spread his hands and said that they could get hurt. The others agreed with him. Kakun looked indignantly at his father and uncle. Rakun grabbed a branch and said that the one who spilled blood first would be considered the loser. He said to use this as a weapon. He broke the branch into 2 sticks. He threw one to his son and said that with wooden sticks they were unlikely to suffer much. The hero grabbed the second one and was surprised at how quickly he made a stick out of the branch. The opponents stood opposite each other, said that it was time to begin. The system began to report on the use of the fighting spirit stat by the enemy, which blocked the player's buffs. Kanhin leaned forward and realized that the fighting spirit was neutralizing his buffs. Kakun rushed forward. The hero began to block. He looked ahead and repelled all attacks. The brothers stood behind. Rakun said that even fighting with Kakun, the hero looked too relaxed. Dakin noted that his brother saw the hero in battle for the first time. The opponents fought. Dakin said that even during their battle, he felt that a special energy was emanating from the hero. Kankin kicked. Dakin said that he had an interesting fighting style that was not limited by anything, but his body was not so trained before. Kakun gritted his teeth. A bruise appeared on his stomach. Dakin said that the hero was like a veteran in a beginner's body, but now he had also become physically stronger. The orc ran at the hero with a scream. The hero began to aim at the enemy's stick, and knocked it out of his hands, said that he did not know if he could win. He swung the stick, struck another blow. Kankin sweated. The hero swung the stick. He thought that the hero was strong. He now understood what his father and uncle had talked about. He covered himself in a red aura and decided that he needed to use all his power. Kakun looked forward fiercely. Kanghan opened his eyes wide. The system reported that the player was entering a weakened state. Kanghan swung his arm to strike. The hero broke the distance. He looked at the orc and noticed that he was now surrounded by red energy. Kanghan looked ahead angrily. The hero thought that this skill puts a debuff on players at a certain distance. Kanghan shuddered, thinking about his last thoughts. He touched the ground and began to remember, doesn't he have a similar skill? The hero was covered in a purple aura. He remembered the skill, having mastered the 3rd class. The battlefield turned black. The hero used territory control. The system showed the skill description. Kanghan looked at the black surface in bewilderment. He thought that it was black energy, which spread throughout the entire ground. He began to feel a slight pain. Kanghan abruptly approached him, swung his arm to strike, hit him in the stomach. He looked at the orc and noticed that his body was very light. He decided that his buff worked better than Kakun's debuff. The orc's eyes widened. He touched the ground with his foot. He screamed and said that he could fall like that. The hero kicked him in the face. Tenny and the orcs moaned in surprise. Kankun fell to the ground. Rakun said that they had a winner. Blood came out of the orc's nose. Kankun extended his hand and said that it was a good fight. The orc said that the hero's fighting style was completely different from the orc's. He admitted that the hero was stronger than himself. The hero smiled. He extended his hands forward and beamed. Rakun asked embarrassedly, was he really asking for a reward? He shuddered and said that as a reward, he would teach the hero how to use the skill of this fight. Kankun rubbed the back of his head and asked, was he really talking about fighting spirit? The orc asked if the hero had seen the red aura that surrounded his son. He said that it was one of its manifestations of fighting spirit. Rakun said that if the difference between the hero and the enemy was too great, he could even kill him. The hero thought, does this skill really have an instant death effect? He thought that it should be forbidden. He looked at the orc and asked if he could learn it right now. The orc said that the problem was that it would take a long time, but they could speed it up. He smiled and asked if the hero was ready. Kanchan looked at the orc in confusion, who told him to get into a pose. The hero trembled. Rakan raised his fist to strike. He smiled and said that learning was faster in battle. Kanchan recoiled in fear. Rakan destroyed the surface of the earth in front of him. The sun was shining. The squad stood in front of the slain orcs. The guy smiled and said that they were already at level 30, because even orcs were not difficult for them now. Another guy said that you can now kill 2 people with 1 blow. Another guy smiled slyly and said that at this rate they can become rankers. The tank asked if he really hoped that it was that easy. The guy pointed to the forest and said that the leader of the orcs lived here in the forest. He suggested trying to organize a raid on him. The tank smiled, said the word boss monster. Everything in front of him collapsed. The tank wanted to say that this was a great idea. The faces of the 3 began to sway in the wind. A deep mark from the blow remained in the ground. Rakan walked forward, his fist burning with red energy. The others watched in bewilderment. Dakin looked at his brother and said that he did not know how to fight normally at all. Tenny said that there was no other way with such an opponent. Kanhan dodged at the last moment. He thought that he survived only thanks to lightning. He shouted at the orc and began to ask what he was doing. He said that he would definitely die if he hit him, said that the orc promised to teach him the fighting style. He shuddered. Rakan said that a fight for life is the best way to master the style. Rakan was covered in red energy. The system reported that the player was entering a state of slowdown. The orc said that he would show him the true thirst for battle. He began to strike. Kanhyun dodged at the last moment. Dakin put his hands on his hips and said that although this was not a real fight, the hero managed to survive despite his brother's deadly attacks. His nephew said that due to his fighting spirit, a limitation was imposed on him. Kanhyun looked at the fist near his face in fear and asked himself what minute was this. He told himself that even with the declaration of territory, he could only dodge blows. Of course, if he took half a step forward, he would be able to attack. But his feelings told the hero that if he took these half a step, he would definitely die. He looked at the huge orc covering him with his hand. Kanchan said that Rakan had the same fighting power as those people. He asked how he should hit him. Rakan kicked him. He smiled and said that the hero will not develop fighting spirit if he avoids it. He said that only during the fight it is possible to get fighting spirit. He said that the hero needs to show it. Kanchan looked at the enemy thoughtfully. Rakan froze and thought that the hero did not hear him because he was too concentrated. Kanchan lunged and struck. Rakan easily dodged and said that the hero was thinking about something and created an opening for attack. He ran forward and said that it was very interesting. He began to strike the hero many times. Kanchan was breathing heavily. He smiled and said that it was really interesting. He said that hunting alone is not bad, but such duels are the most fun. The hero covered himself in purple energy and said to himself, especially when fighting an opponent who is much stronger than him. The process itself. Rakan looked at the purple flames above him, whooped, covered his nose. The hero was above him, while the orc said that he could not see anything. The hero fell down and began to use crescent slash. Rakan turned around sharply and shouted, what kind of idiot would block his vision and then shout the name of an attack? The hero appeared behind him, using lightning, and struck the orc several times, used wind strike and crescent slash. The onlookers gasped in surprise. The stick in Kanhan's hands broke. The orc stood angrily in front of him. Only smoke remained from the blows. Kanhan looked ahead in surprise and asked, why is the orc so strong? Rakan said that they will finish. The energy disappeared. The orc said that there is no point in fighting further. Rakan smiled and said that the hero was a monster and asked if he really expected to defeat him from the start and not learn the fighting spirit. Kanhan covered himself in red energy. The orc said that was why the hero learned the skill so quickly. The system reported that the hero had received a new ability. It opened the description of the fighting spirit. Kanhan looked at the flames covering his body in surprise. He smiled and thought that the skill that improves his overall combat characteristics and reduces the enemy's characteristics, exceeding it, thought that he did not have anything suitable for the crowd, so it turned out great. Dakin leaned forward and said that it was not for nothing that he recognized him, because he received the fighting spirit so quickly. Tenny said that his master's character is so-so, but his skills are excellent. Kanhan looked at the orc in bewilderment and asked if it was a compliment when he said that the hero was like them and therefore can be called an orc and they will believe him. Rakan put his hands on his hips and asked if the hero had ever been to the Great Bun Bun Islands. Rakan pointed at the confused Teeny and said that he was their heir, said that the hero would like it there because it was fun. Teeny said that before he would not have invited the hero, but now he did not mind doing so. He jumped down and ran to his master. The hero said that they would go to the islands as soon as they finished their business. The pet climbed onto the hero's shoulder and said that the Bun Bun Islands were a very cool place. The hero thought that first they should deal with the Victor's Academy. He looked at the sky and said that it was time to start this. Boy entered the arena. He looked at Choyun and said that he received the second class and all the necessary skills. Choyun frowned. The teacher said there were 3 days left until the bronze medal competition. He said this was their last lesson. The man wondered if that was why the teacher was dressed like that. The teacher adjusted his cap and turned to the student. Teddy and the hero in the mentor uniform smiled wildly and said, "Welcome to the hellish fighting spirit training camp." Choyun trembled. After a while, the hero approached him and said that the boy had achieved everything he wanted. He hid his hands behind his back and congratulated the student on completing his training. He said that his perseverance was commendable. He said that the guy had to try hard in these 3 days. He smiled and said that Choyun had changed. Choyun looked ahead sternly. The hero said that the changes were even too strong. The guy said that all this was thanks to the winner. He remembered his suffering, said that every day there were 2 hours of theory, 3 hours of sparring, 3 hours of practice fighting with a first-class dummy, and 2 hours of watching videos with discussion, as well as 2 hours of training with Tenny as a representative of the magicians. The student put his hands behind his back and said that for someone, 12 hours of work seemed like hard labor, but for him it was an unforgettable and very important time. The hero asked if he was trying to express his dissatisfaction in this way. Choyun smiled proudly. The hero asked if he had packed his bags yet. The guy said that thanks to the teacher's help, he was already ready. Kanghyun smiled contentedly and said that after today's stream, a car would be waiting near the hospital. He said that it would take him straight to the airport. Choyun looked at the hero in a manly manner. The latter told him to come back after the operation. Streams of tears flowed from his stern face. One knocked down Teddy. The bear fell next to the hero. The former told him not to expect anything from him. Kanghyun approached the student and said that he managed to withstand 9 out of his 10 best dummies. He said that the guy's skills are definitely up to par. He added that there are rumors that there have been more of them lately. The guy asked who they are. Kanghyun became serious and said that the knights are replacements. He said that many in the community are discussing this. The guy wiped his tears. The hero scratched the back of his head, said that the guy might be lucky and not meet them. The guy said that he does not know who they are, but does not think it will be a big problem. He looked sternly at the teacher and said that they have already decided. Kanghyun shuddered. Choyun said that he would definitely get the bronze medal. They bumped fists. The hero said that this was a great approach. Choyun shouted that he would definitely do it. The system reported that his father was challenging him. Kanghyun, in a shirt, waved his hand, greeting the chat. He stood in the arena in front of the interface and said that the last moment of the second season of the Victorious Academy had come, when Choyun should become a ranker. He asked if the chat wanted to see how much he had leveled up. The chat began to rejoice. Some people doubted. Kanghyun smiled sheepishly and asked everyone to believe in Choyun. Because he really tried, he asked if the chat knew that support would help his student a lot. Someone in the chat began to write that they themselves would have gotten bronze. They began to say that it was too hard for an old man. Kanghyun smiled nervously and asked how about a bet. He reminded them that they hadn't done that for a long time. He smiled wickedly and said that he was betting on Choyun to get bronze without losing, and if he won, he would take a rest from streaming for a week. The chat began to ask if the hero did not want to broadcast. Kanghyun asked if people would support him now. He smiled and began to call Choyun. The man smiled and greeted everyone. The chat began to wish the old man good luck. The teacher looked at the student and asked what place he was in the ranking. The old man said that somewhere below 100 million. The hero said that this was about 40 million less than Dwayne had. The chat began to write that the old man was still far from the bronze medal. Kanghyun smiled and said that the stream would end at 9:30, regardless of whether he received a medal or not. He asked if Choyun was ready. The man looked nervously at his hand. The hero shouted and asked everyone to look at Chhwan, who would now prove that he was worthy of the bronze medal. Chhwan opened a photo of his family. In his mind, he promised his wife that he could win. The system announced the start of the rating match. Chhwan put his sword forward. An opponent appeared in front of him. Chhwan picked up the sword and began to remember what the winner had told him. He looked at his opponent. On the advice of the hero, he had to check the opponent's combat power first. The enemy ran at the old man. He began to analyze his equipment and weapons, noting that he was unlikely to get a second profession. The red-haired guy swung his sword. Chhwan frowned and decided that he would definitely defeat this enemy after sparring with the winner, and he easily struck the enemy, intercepted the sword, and struck again. He looked down. The system reported that Chhwan had won. The hero said that the clear victory in the first round surprised the viewers of the match, because they remember how clumsy he was before. Even the fight with the dummy was difficult for him, not to mention the fight with Hyunwoo. Kanghyun said that it was only a few weeks ago. He thought that many people thought that his skills would improve, but the final result exceeded all expectations. Choyun threw the sword over his shoulder. The chat began to admire the old man. Meanwhile, in the hospital, the child was sitting with a tablet in his hands. The doctor came to Jisoo and said that he was being discharged today, but he was watching all the videos. The girl said that she should definitely watch this stream. She looked at the screen in admiration. The doctor asked, "Is the alley winner really that cool?" The girl said that she was not looking at the winner today. Her eyes were trembling. She said that someone cooler was fighting today. Choyang dealt another blow to the enemy. Choyang looked forward proudly. The hero's spirit was flying nearby. The system reported that Choyang had won. Kanghyun showed his finger up and said that a counterattack with a flip on the ground, then a strong blow. He said that the old man got his 6th win in a row. The chat couldn't believe their eyes. Choyang looked at the hero. He asked what his position was now. The old man said that it was about 83rd million. He said that with the 4th win in a row he would raise by 5 million per win. Kanghyun thought about it and remembered that Dwayne needed about 20 wins. Choyang looked at the sword. The hero noticed that the old man's fights were not as dynamic and bright as the old man's. He had a clumsy style, and he would only be suitable for the role of a counter. Kanghyun smiled proudly and asked Choyang to continue. He thought that the old man was capable of getting a bronze medal even like this. The system reported that the selection was complete. The start of the ranking match was announced. A new opponent began to appear. He looked at Choyang and asked if it was some old man in front of him. The guy smiled nastily and said that it was easy. He smiled slyly. The chat wrote that his face was familiar and they had seen him somewhere. Kanghyun thought about it. He opened his mouth wide and hit his fist into his palm. He looked at the guy's bald spots and realized that it was him. He remembered the master of the Black Skull Guild under the mask. Kanghyun and Choyang looked at him in bewilderment. The hero remembered how he once defeated him. The master scratched the back of his head. He looked ahead questioningly. He looked at the old man's weapon. He was scared and remembered that it was a dwarf sword. He looked angrily at Choyang. Because of this sword, terrible memories came flooding back to him. He hoped that the old man understood that this sword was not his. The master immediately took out his sword. The hero remembered that after losing his character was deleted, he realized that the master decided to level up the character again. He realized that Choyang would have to fight the villain from his broadcast, the student of the Victorious Academy versus the leader of the First Training Guild. The system reported that the rank battle had begun. Kanghyun was going crazy, realizing that this was great content. Choyang knocked the sword out of the master's hand at the first moment, hit him in the stomach with the sword. The master screamed, fell to his knees, fell to the ground and asked himself how could he lose to such an old man. Kanghyun was shocked. At that time, he did not know that a few months ago, the Black Skull Guild was destroyed. The master began to evaporate. The level of the new character Sharon was only about 60. In the next battle, Choyang used Earth Flip. This was the 8th victory. He used Earth Flip again and knocked the axe out of his opponent's hands. 12 victories. The mace flew into the air. Earth Flip again. 15 victories. Choyang swung his sword. He hit the opponent and used Earth Flip. He looked ahead questioningly. The enemy calmly blocked the blow. Kanghyun tensed up, said here he is, an opponent who can handle the counterattack. The opponent began to strike the old man many times. The chat began to discuss that finally an opponent capable of repelling counterattacks appeared. Someone said that this moment was bound to come. Choyang blocked the attacks with difficulty. The guy looked at the old man and thought that his counterattack was worthy, but overall nothing unusual. He decided that he could defeat the old man while his attack was reloading. Blood splashed from Choyang. Sweat ran down his face. In the chat they wrote that the old man was physically much worse than his opponent. They said that finally the first loser in the Winners Academy appeared. Chwan remembered the hero's question. He asked what he would do if the enemy was able to repel his counterattacks. Choyang looked at the winner and said that he did not know if he could defeat him. The hero said that he would most likely lose, since besides the counterattack, he only had one power attack. The teacher raised his finger up and said that they say that there is no tree that cannot be knocked down with the 10th blow. Kanghyun began to show his fingers and say that if the old man did not succeed the first time, let him hit 2, 3 or more times. He ordered to counterattack until he wins. He handed over a piece of paper and said to do this next time to win. Choyang used Earth Flip again. The enemy blocked the attack. He smiled and said that he calculated the reload. He swung to strike and said that this is the end. Choyang raised his sword, intercepted, and knocked the sword out of the enemy's hands using Heavenly Flip. The guy looked at the wound on his hand. Choyang ran at him. The guy asked himself, was there really another counterattack? The chat was surprised, asking if he really had more than just Earth Flip. The hero said that he knew his counter would break one day, so he suggested the old man to learn a few more, so that he could use them if the first one was broken. Choyang was throwing punches. The hero said that with counters, Choyang could get bronze. The opponent fell and began to evaporate. Choyang wiped the sweat from his face. The chat was discussing this fight heatedly. Meanwhile, in the Big Stars Pro Gamer team, the man sat down on the couch and exhaled. Han looked at Kim and asked if he was done. The guy said that there was still a little left. Han looked ahead and asked how much longer they had to do this. He didn't think he would be a substitute knight when he became a pro gamer. He looked down tiredly and asked what other skill upgrade. He felt like they were only getting worse. Kim said that this was the leader's order, so there was nothing to be done. He said that if they didn't do this, they would be kicked out of the team. Han looked ahead angrily. He left the room and said that since there was no way out, it would be better to finish everything quickly and go rest. He approached the capsule and began to think, why should he do something like this? Han was transferred to the arena. He looked ahead and thought that he would have no equal in this section. He decided to quickly finish and go rest. The system reported that the rating battle had begun. Han looked ahead in surprise. He saw an old man who had 24 wins in a row. He hit his fist into his palm and began to think that the old man was also a player not at this level. He was so angry now that he was even glad of such an opponent. Choyin scratched his cheek. Han thought that he would show this old man how big the difference was between him and the pro gamer. The opponents looked at each other. Han's eyes flashed. He thought that his opponent was a knight who could be seen most often on the battlefield. He saw that the old man was using a saber, which meant that his stats should be high. Choyin exhaled. Han thought that he should avoid a face-to-face confrontation. The system reported that the rank battle had begun. The old man ducked from the sword strike. He dodged blow after blow. Han glared at the enemy and did not understand why he was constantly dodging. Choyin dodged again. A huge sword pierced the ground in front of the old man. Han swung it and moved forward. He turned around and delivered a heavy blow. Choyin managed to block it. He ducked. Kang Han looked at the enemy in confusion. He asked why this move happened right now. He looked at Han and called him a damn substitute knight. The chat was discussing the knight's crazy moves. Choyin blocked the sword while the hero thought that this substitute knight was too experienced. He knew they were so close to the bronze, he didn't understand why now. The chat wrote that the old man needed to administer justice, just like Dwayne. Choyin sweated. He knew his opponent was strong and had good technique. He was completely different from his other opponents. He wondered if this was the replacement knight the winner had talked about. He remembered the teacher's worried face. He extended his hand forward and said, in order to match Jisu's operation, he needs to get on a plane today. To get bronze today, he must not lose even once. The hero leaned forward and said that there was one variable. It was the replacement knight. He said the old man had almost no chance of defeating him. He said if Choyin faced him, it would be difficult to get bronze. His eyes widened. The old man then said thank you for your words, promised that he would definitely get it. Choyin lowered his head and said that he didn't need the medal for the broadcast. He had a personal reason. He raised his stern gaze and said, if there is almost no chance and he can win, it will be a breakthrough for him, right? Kang Hyun looked at him in shock. He lowered his head and suggested cheating. If he is already weaker than the substitute knight, then let him exploit this weakness. He ordered not to counterattack the old man to show vulnerability. Han attacked fiercely. He looked forward angrily. The hero thought that such an opponent would surely relax if he saw Choyin. Han did not understand why the old man was so weak. He remembered the beginning of the fight and asked himself, wasn't he a substitute knight? How did he manage to win 24 times in a row? He kicked the old man in the face. He walked up to the man lying on the ground, wondering if the knight had come out and the real owner had logged into this account. Han looked at his opponent arrogantly. He grabbed his hair and said that he just wanted to see the face of the one who uses the services of substitute knights. He punched Choying's face into the ground and said that it was because of their orders that he became like this. He continued to punch his face into the ground. Kang Han watched the beating in shock and said that he would have killed this upstart in a second. The chat began to commotion. The old man was punched face down into the ground. He gritted his teeth, knowing that he had to wait until the time that the winner had spoken of. He remembered the hero's serious look, who said that Choyin should appear weak so that the knight would lower his guard. Choyin lay on the ground, telling himself that he would wait. He reached for his sword, waiting until he could see an opening. Han looked at him and asked if he was mad and didn't want to lose points. He raised his sword up and said that it was time to finish with the old man. He raised his sword to strike. The veins on the old man's face bulged. He punched the ground with his hand, knowing that it was time for a big attack. He gritted his teeth and stood up. He remembered the photo of his wife. He remembered standing in front of her. He remembered that the first thing he felt when he lost his wife was hatred for everything that was happening. The second emotion was, he cried, feeling incredible sadness. And the third emotion was, he remembered how the doctor said that Jisoo had a very rare disease. He remembered the shock. The doctor said that in their country they would not be able to cure it, and they were doing everything to keep Jisoo alive. Choyin said that the third emotion was a strong desire to protect what was left. He remembered standing around the defeated mannequins. He sat in the capsule and cried. He saw blood on his hand. He looked at his hand in surprise. He was silent. He walked away. Now he swung his sword and hit Han's sword. He looked at his opponent in shock. Kang Hyun flinched. Choyin attacked with all his might. He was going to show a miracle when he passed the test that he should not. Jisoo looked at the screen in admiration. Choan said if he succeeds. Tears appeared in his daughter's eyes. Then the old man will ask for him again. Choan was breathing heavily. All red, he looked at the enemy. He held the sword in the air. Han looked forward in shock. The sword was sticking out on the other side. Han disappeared. The system reported that Choan won. Kang Han looked at his student in surprise. The chat was shocked. The chat started spamming. Choan was breathing heavily. The chat continued spamming. And the old man started crying. He fell to his knees and sobbed loudly. He wiped his tears and groaned. The chat said that these were tears of joy. The old man was silent. They called him. Kang Han flew into him and began to hug him. He shouted that the old man was very cool. He gave him a thumbs up, said that the old man used all the lessons to win, and the tears at the end are his style. Choan looked at the hero with tearful eyes. The hero said that he congratulated the old man on receiving the bronze medal. Kang Hyun smiled. Choan asked if it was really his. A medal appeared above the old man. The hero said that he received bronze. The old man fell on his back, letting tears flow in all directions. Choan lay and cried. He said that it was all thanks to the hero. The old man covered his eyes with his hand and said that if it weren't for him, he wouldn't have received the bronze and his daughter wouldn't have had the operation. Chat began to ask what operation were we talking about. Kang Hyun blushed. He flew up to the old man and said that there was no time left and said goodbye to him. In a whisper he asked to help him change the subject. Choan gasped understandingly. The hero said that he might be embarrassed. Choan smiled and nodded. The hero looked at him in surprise. The old man said that the hero was really a good person. He laughed and thanked the hero very much. Kang Hyun looked at the arena and asked if the guys liked today's broadcast. The hero smiled and spread his arms. He said that there was a dangerous moment with that substitute knight, but Choyan was able to win, although he even began to think that they would not see bronze. The chat began to agree with the hero's words and discuss the stream. The hero introduced the students, realized that both received bronze medals. Kang Hyun smiled proudly and asked if it was all thanks to his teachings. The chat recognized the skill of the winner from the alley. Kang Han began to turn his head and think that he should do a stream about the raiding battles. The chat asked what about the operation. The hero froze. The chat began to ask about the operation and demand an explanation. A bunch of message boxes surrounded the hero. He looked ahead in fear and thought about what he wanted to say so that they would not think that he was using Choyang for the sake of the stream. He said that the old man's daughter was very sick and her only entertainment was watching the fights in the arena. Jisoo got out of the car. The hero said that Choyan started playing for this very reason. He wanted to be cool for his daughter. The chat began to sympathize. Jisoo was happy while the hero said that his daughter had a serious illness, but it was curable. Choyan smiled. The hero said that the treatment was invented recently and there are cases of complete recovery. The hero said that this is why he helped them a little. The old man happily walked with his daughter in his arms. Kang Han raised his finger up and said that the old man became a student of the academy, and he and Nike thanked him. It was just mutual concessions. The chat began to embarrass the hero. He bit his lip, blushing. He looked at the sky and began to shout that everything was wrong, and that was where he ended the stream. The chat began to laugh at how embarrassed the hero was. Meanwhile, in the database about gamers, Director Yoon looked at the guy and said that he was an idiot. Han looked at him guiltily. The director asked how a pro gamer could lose in such a fight. Han began to say that he had a reason. He flinched. The director shouted that if he was at such a level, he would not allow him to compete. Han did not understand why he would not be allowed. After all, he was only there because of the competition. He clenched his fist, thinking that he had endured the order to be a substitute knight in this terrible place. Yun looked at the guy arrogantly. He bowed and said that he would do everything to prevent such a thing from happening again. Yun yawned and said to remember that there were a lot of athletes besides Han. Han clenched his teeth. The director said that he could go. Yun watched the guy go. He picked his ear and asked what kind of pro gamer Han was if he was not even very good as a substitute knight. He decided that Han would have to be one for a little while longer. Han struck. He hit the cabinet. Everyone looked at him in surprise and asked what was wrong with him, wondering what the director could have told him. Another guy stretched his neck and said that he had recently visited the director and accidentally heard that from the next league, if a team does not have a castle, it is considered insufficiently prepared and moves to the second league. Another player looked at him in surprise and asked if they would also get into the second league. The guy said that they cannot level up because of PvP. He asked how to even get a castle without a royal contribution. The guy waved his hand. They asked him if it was impossible to buy it from streamers or a guild. The guy said that the main problem has not been solved yet. He frowned and said that the director orders them to be replacement knights. He asked how they will get a castle with such a background. He said that the director will definitely send them to the second league and make them work as knights even longer. Everyone looked sharply at Han. He said that this issue has already been decided. He walked past them and said that they will not achieve anything like this. They will remain toys for Yun, so he thinks. He turned around abruptly and said that they needed to get revenge on the director and get out of here. Everyone was alarmed and started asking if that was too drastic. Another guy said that he agreed and didn't want to be an athlete in this place anymore. Jinwon was called away, but the guy closed his eyes and said that he just couldn't develop here. He decided to just become a streamer. He knew what was bothering Yeonjun, but he had to figure it out himself. Everyone looked down. Jinwon said that in 4 months they wouldn't be able to stream like they could now, then they would become worthless, which could be used as they pleased. Jinwon turned to Han and asked how exactly he wanted to get revenge. Han asked if they remembered that he lost to the winner's student. Jinwon said that it was today. Han angrily looked ahead and offered to tell the winner the whole truth. Sunlight was shining through the window. Han was about to tell everyone that they had to become replacement knights, that they weren't even getting paid for their contract, that they were being abused. He said that they would tell the whole world about everything. Everyone gathered around Han. He said that only a hero could save them in this situation. Han looked at everyone and said, "Ali, winner." The phone rang in the room. The phone was on the nightstand. The hero grabbed it. Sleepily, he put the phone to his ear. Kyle smiled and apologized. He said that it was morning in Korea and he should have called more simply. Kyle smiled nervously. The hero began to ask what was going on since early morning. He hoped that there were no problems. Kyle said that he called to discuss something. Kang-hyun sat down. Kyle said that Nike received a message asking for help from the Ali winner. The hero asked again. His eyes widened. Kyle said that the sender was a pro gamer from a Korean company. He reported corruption in the company. Kyle looked ahead and said that it was because of the hero's popularity in Korea. Kyle looked at the screen listlessly. Kyle said that helping Choyoung increase the hero's popularity. He mentally asked himself what he did that was so incredible that they would report something like this to him. He was an ordinary streamer. He began to remember and ask, do they really need help? He began to think how hard it was for them to turn to him. He was just a nobody who worked in the game. Kang-hyun looked down. Kyle looked ahead. The hero asked to sort everything out and send it to him by mail. He said that he would look into the case and get back to them. Kyle said okay. Kyle looked at the screen in shock and asked, is this really a team about gamers? Kang-hyun looked ahead and asked how they even met all the standards. He asked what the Quincy was doing to allow such teams to advance. A drop of sweat ran down the hero's face. The hero thought that the arena was a cool game in which astronomical money was circulating, thanks to leagues, streams, and advertising, so the rules for creating teams should be quite strict. He read the information on the screen and said that they had a new director, and the sponsor was also Ilson Capital. He began to think that they had a loan shark company and decided that this did not sound very good. Kang-hyun thoughtfully looked ahead and began to think how to help them. He said that he did not want to make enemies openly. He decided that he needed to tell everything so that the viewers themselves came to the right conclusion. Kang-hyun was working at the computer. He said that they could invite an expert to the broadcast. The system announced the start of the stream. The winner of the alley represents, we need to know this. The chat wrote that you cannot miss a stream with such a name. One lamp lit up. The hero was sitting at the bar. He looked up, greeted the chat and said that today he was going to touch on a very serious topic. The chat became interested in this matter. Kanchan said that his team received information. To their surprise, the sender was a pro gamer, whom they will call A, who is on the team. The atmosphere in the chat became gloomy. The hero said that the report contained 2 main points. The first, in his team, players are forced to become substitute knights, and the second, the payment was lower than stated in the contract. Chat began to be indignant. People began to ask what company he was from. Pro gamers watched the broadcast together. The hero said that he could not name the company in order to protect the identities of the players. He said that the problem is that this can happen not only on their team. He said that many pro gamers are young people who follow their dreams. The guys were worried. The hero said that when a dream is at stake and you are threatened to destroy it, you have to obey. Chat began to discuss what companies these could be. Everyone came to the conclusion that Big Stars and Wallet remained. Kang-hyun tensed up, surprised that they had come to such a conclusion in just 5 minutes. It was both cool and scary. Kang-hyun pointed at the guest and said that they should talk to a professional in this field. Hado looked at the camera and said that this was their second meeting. He introduced himself as a former substitute knight. The hero pointed at him and noted that the guy managed to quit this activity. Hado said that he had a dream and hoped that he would soon be able to talk about it more openly. People began to talk about the appearance of such a guest. Kang-hyun looked at the player and asked if it was true that companies force players to be substitute knights. Hado said that according to his sources, that's true. Hado looked at the camera and said that as far as he knows, one team recently changed their sponsor, and now they're getting a lot of requests like this, especially from players who want to get bronze. Kang-hyun looked at the player tensely, who said that's why the number of replacement knights has increased dramatically. People started asking, didn't Big Stars just change their sponsor? They started saying that Big Stars is screwed. Kang-hyun smiled and hoped that there would be as few companies like this in the arena as possible. After the stream ended, the entire arena community started actively discussing big stars. There were a lot of accusations. Yoon was shaking as he read the news. The CEO called him. He bent over and answered. The CEO started yelling at him and asking what he was doing there. He asked if the CEO knew what was going on there now. Yoon was shaking and said he didn't think this would happen. The boss asked if he found the one who reported them. The director said he would soon, because it was clear that one of the athletes did it. Sweat was pouring down his forehead. The boss demanded to find the snitch and said that he would not let the director get away with this. An athlete burst into the room and started shouting that they had a problem. The player was breathing heavily. Yoon asked if he could not see that he was talking on the phone. The guy pointed to the empty rooms and said that the guys from the dorm had disappeared. Yoon was cringing. The boss asked what all the commotion was about. The guys had left Big Stars. Han told Yoon to take care of himself because if he did not sort everything out. The hero received a call. The hero started asking what was going on with Big Stars. He looked at the screen and asked if they would be banned. Kyle said that it was difficult to create a team and ban it. He said that most likely they would just sell the company. Kyle was driving in the car and said that he even knew that they had already found a buyer. And the society also thought that the players should be allowed to return as soon as possible. The hero said that this was good. Kyle remembered Jisoo and said that the operation was successful, and the doctors said that this operation was the most successful and the girl is recovering quickly. Kanghyun smiled contentedly, remembering the old man's tears, and said that he had cried his fill. Kyle smiled and said that the reporters were already trying to get to the truth about him. He asked if he should tell the story about Choyoung himself. Kanghyun blushed and said that he couldn't talk about such things himself. Kyle said goodbye until the next call. The screen disappeared. The hero sighed with relief and was glad that the operation was successful. He looked at the playing Tenny. He walked up to him and asked how long he would look at the cores he received at the festival. Tenny threw the cores into the portal and said that he would soon eat them himself. The hero asked when. Tenny said that when he received awakening. Kanhan looked at the pet questioningly. He opened his profile and noticed that Tenny was already almost at level 200. Kanhan smiled angrily, looking at the pet, and thought that he received the first awakening. Gigantification and roar. He became interested in what he would get after the second awakening. Tenny screamed. The hero asked if he wanted to awaken as soon as possible. Tenny began to ask if this was really possible, said that he wanted to eat the cores as soon as possible. The hero said the word hunt. The bear froze. Kanhan looked at the pet maniacally and said that they had not hunted for a long time. Tenny began to teleport and said that he had urgent matters. He returned back. The hero used the summon. Tenny turned around pitifully. He only asked not to hurry. He walked forward and asked where they were. Kanhan stopped and asked again. He looked at the mountains and said that they were in the Walter Mountains, their new hunting ground. Kanchan smiled and said that others didn't know anything about this place. He remembered how Keith said that he had been to the Walter Mountains, but the monsters there were so strong that the hunt wasn't very successful. Even the Pioneer Guild, which loved to explore new places, knew little about it. Kanchan opened the screen and thought that there was a reason why he had decided to come here after all. A system message opened with a description of the quest. The hero mentally asked himself if he could refuse such a quest. He said that if the monsters were strong, then they would give a lot of experience for them, and Tenny would also receive a second awakening, and he would complete the quest, 2 things at once. Kanchan smiled madly, and the pet noted that when the owner had such a look, expect trouble. The Walter Mountains. A huge lion looked menacingly at the heroes. A flock of winged lions walked forward. The hero was waiting for them with his sword drawn. He swung his sword and said that as soon as they entered, the monsters were already attacking. He decided to see how strong they were. He used a crescent strike. The system reported that the hero destroyed the lion with black wings. 2 lions flew into the air. With a roar, they jumped at the hero. Kanchan dodged. A magic projectile was cast in his hand. He used it on the lion. The wolf screamed in pain. The system reported that the hero destroyed the lion with black wings. Kanchan immediately switched to another target, but his face was already in the lion's mouth. It bit off half of his head and the hero began to crumble. The hero used lightning and appeared behind the lion. He pierced its head with a sword. The system reported that the hero destroyed the lion with black wings and gained a new level. Kanchan looked at the evaporating bodies and said that it was not as difficult as Keith said. Kanhan smiled contentedly and said that after the 3rd class he became stronger than expected, and thanks to the strong energy that covers his weapon. He opened the description of the strong energy. He turned around abruptly. He looked at Tenny, hiding behind a rock, and asked if he allowed him to have fun without doing anything. Tenny shouted that he was not having fun. It was just that the owner was doing great on his own and there was no need to help him. He wilted. The hero shouted that he had to earn experience. Did he understand? After that, the hero and Tenny hunted in the mountains for 2 whole days. The hero had never had an easier hunt, if you exclude his first fight upon returning to the arena. Tenny struck with lightning. The hero said that after an active hunt, where there was no place for sleep and food. The bear wilted and turned gray, but managed to rise 3 levels. The hero opened the pet's profile. He studied the information with satisfaction. While Tenny stood aside in depression, the hero noted that one more level and Tenny would awaken. The bear fell to the ground and said that he just needed to drink the elixir, began to ask what all this suffering was for. His paw touched the portal. The space around the heroes began to blur. The system asked if the hero wanted to enter the ancient Arperium dungeon. The hero grabbed the bear in his arms, and happily said that he was able to find a hidden dungeon in such a place. He called the pet Fluffy Luck. Tenny asked to say that this was not true. The hero said that the last dungeon he visited was with vampires. He remembered that battle. Cannon said that he had not been in the dungeons for a long time. Tenny cried. The hero began to guess what reward awaited them there. Cannon stood in a heroic pose. Tenny began to hurry the owner and asked to come in. The system reported that the hero entered the ancient Arperium. Cannon covered himself from the bright sun. He opened his eyes wide. There was exactly the same place ahead. Tenny began to rejoice and said that the weather here was better and suggested having a picnic. The earth trembled. The hero heard a strange sound from the forest. The bear began to ask why he never listened to him. The bear and the hero hid behind the tree trunks. They looked out into the clearing. They saw a giant and an ogre fighting. The giant swung his mace. The ogre swung a piece of wood. The 2 blows met each other. The ogre's tree flew into pieces. He growled, gritting his teeth. The giant dodged the blow and cut off the ogre's head. The shockwave spread throughout the area. Cannon and Tenny covered themselves from the strong wind. The hero gritted his teeth and thought that the giant could kill the ogre from the Volter Mountains with one blow. The giant began to examine the mace, while the hero tried to understand if this giant was the boss. The hero raised his head and thought that the destructive power of the giant was simply incredible. Tenny smiled slyly and thought that the owner had a worried face, which meant that he was definitely scared of the giant. He decided that this was his chance. The hero looked at his pet, who called him. Tenny pointed at the giant and said that he could awaken if they caught him. Cannon was shocked and asked if he was really suggesting a surprise attack on the boss. Tenny asked what the point of hunting for a long time. He said that he really felt that he could awaken. Tenny turned around with an offended look and said that if the owner did not want to kill the giant, then he would go to the islands. Cannon tensed up. Tenny shouted that they had already been hunting for 2 days without rest. The bear thought that no matter how brave the owner was, he would not be able to defeat the giant in such a state. Tenny smiled slyly and waited for the owner to give in and for them to leave. He shuddered. The hero said that there was no point in hunting for a long time. Tenny waved his paws. The hero said that they would kill that monster. He trembled and thought that he knew nothing about his master. He decided that the master was not brave. He looked at the thoughtful hero and thought that the master was crazy. Cannon was sitting thoughtfully under a tree. Tenny looked at him in bewilderment and asked why he was pretending to be cool if he was going to fight a giant. The hero said that he was just simulating. He remembered the giant's fight with the orc and thought that he would have enough damage, but the problem was the giant's strength. He understood that one blow from him would be the end of him. Usually, a boss can be defeated if you understand his fighting style. Therefore, the first blows are used for this. To hit a boss you don't know anything about, you will have to watch him for a long time. Cannon looked ahead, saying to himself that he could use lightning 7 times during the fight, so he needed to figure out his style. Cannon stood up and offered the bear to go. The bear wilted. The hero offered to finish the raid on the boss as soon as possible. The giant stood in the middle of the forest. He shuddered. A magic projectile flew into his neck. Cannon swung his sword and hissed. The giant angrily grabbed his neck and blocked the blow. He dealt his own. The hero jumped into the forest. He swung his left hand. He gritted his teeth. The hero appeared in front of his face and was already charging a new charge. He used a blast of magic in his face. Cannon looked ahead in surprise. The giant grabbed his face. The hero did not understand how he managed to damage him the first time. The giant closed one eye and began to swing his club. Cannon dodged. He looked ahead and thought that the giant was stronger than all the monsters he had ever fought. He closed the distance and thought if he understood correctly. He used a combination. He swung his sword and used Crescent Blast. The giant put out his club as a defense. The bolt pierced the tree. He went around the obstacle and slammed into the giant's chest. The monster's mask shattered into pieces. Cannon looked ahead with concentration and told himself that even though the range was long, he had taken a lot of damage from the Crescent Blast, the power of which decreases depending on the distance. He looked at the injured giant and realized that he was definitely not the boss. Cannon glared at Tenya, asking in his mind, was he really running a simulation because of him? The hero ordered the bear to use magic. Many energies struck the giant. The hero spun in the air and struck. The blow cut the giant. The sword cut his face in half, and the giant fell to the ground. The system reported that the hero had defeated the ancient giant and he had gained experience. Cannon landed on top of the tree and said that the giant was just an ordinary monster and he was worried in vain. He turned around at the call of his pet. Tenny was all glowing. The hero landed opposite. The second awakening began. The system reported that Tenny had reached level 200 and showed a list of changes. The hero looked at Tenny in shock and was surprised by such a strong increase in stats. He decided that it was unfair. The hero looked at the description of the breath of wind and saw that he had a speed buff that he needed so much. He said that after level 200, the speed of the wind gain of the Grand Canyon began to disappoint. So great. Tenny pulled the hero by the leg. The hero began to ask if he had finished awakening. Canyon turned around warily. Tenny said that they were in trouble and asked what to do about it. Tenny cried and asked to look. He stretched out his paws forward and said that now one of his paws is red and the other is blue. He looked at the hero and asked what to do with it. Kanchan started laughing hysterically. He patted him on the head and said that he was cute and no one would say anything to him about them. Tenny turned away embarrassedly. The hero smiled and thought that now he could use the pet more often. Suddenly, a voice said that the hero was an excellent warrior and was impressed by their fight. Kanchan looked to the sides. A huge giant was looking at him. Kanchan got into a fighting stance. He froze. The giant asked him to stop. The huge old man smiled and said to lower his weapon because he did not come to fight. He looked at the hero and said that he was able to defeat the fallen giant, so he wants to ask the hero. He hit the ground. The system reported that the hero received a new quest, showed its description. The old man fell to the ground before the hero. He asked to save them. The giant fell to his knees and said that his name was Chroma. He was a shaman of Arperium, the sacred land of giants. He smiled and said that their people were arrogant and vain, so they rebelled against the god. As a result, their wrath fell upon them. Chroma said that except for him, all the giants lost their great courage and deep wisdom and fell. Chroma asked the hero to help his kind find salvation through the death of their race. The system showed the description of the task. He needed to kill the giants and their leader. Canyon smiled and thought that he was going to clear the dungeon anyway, so why not do it for such a wonderful reward? Chroma nodded. The hero said that he was not as strong as he thought, but he would try to help them. The giant said thank you and offered to follow him. They went forward. Chroma showed the way. He pointed to a large castle and said that there were cities where his race lost their true essence. He said that there was a giant named Floy. He was their former leader. Chroma said in fear that he was incredibly strong, so the giants joined his rebellion, but the result was terrible. Kanchan listened gloomily. The giant advised to first save everyone before meeting him, because when he uses a battle cry, those who are nearby will join him. The hero thought that the giant can call for help from warriors. Chroma grabbed his head. Kanchan asked if he wanted to help him. The giant said that he had enough work and did not have time to help. Kanchan looked at the giant with annoyance. He said that he would pray to God for forgiveness, so that he would turn his gaze on them again. The hero thought that the giant was beautifully refusing to help. Chroma looked at the hero and said that he relied on him. He asked to help them find salvation. After that, Kanchan diligently began to hunt. He chopped down giants. The system reported that he killed ancient giants and gained experience. Canyon turned around. He had killed 193 giants, said that hunting had become easier. Tenny was killing giants with magic. The hero thought that this was it. The power of magic was more than 3,000 points. The hero thought that his pet was superior to any mage of the same level. Tenny was screaming furiously and striking with lightning. After a while, he was standing all in abrasions and smoke, saying that he could not do this anymore and called his owner stupid. He sparkled and looked at the hero, asking how many days they had spent here. He asked when he could rest and what kind of exploitation was this. Canyon thought that Tenny had reached his limit. He began to teleport him and offered him to go to the islands to rest. The bear said not to even think about calling him while he was there. Canyon sighed and said that hunting had become easier. That's why he had worked too much. He decided that he would need to apologize to his pet later. He decided that it was time to start the broadcast. He found himself in the arena, raised his hand. He waved and said that he welcomed all his viewers. The chat began to welcome him. Kanhan pointed to the arena and said that he imagined how long they had been waiting for this stream. He said that he was going to show them his battles today until he reached the gold medal. The chat wrote that the academy was interesting, but they needed more than him. Kanhan smiled, stretched out his hand forward and said that he was now at level 206, so he would easily reach the gold medal. The chat began to discuss this. He pointed to the gold windows and said that when it was too easy, it became boring, so he would complete their tasks in every duel. The first donation came. The hero pointed to the sign, said that they could choose two options, fighting with a stick or fighting without magic skills. Someone wrote in the chat to fight with fists and without skills. Kanhyun cheerfully asked again. He began to wave his fists and said that he would win the first fight with them. He asked to watch carefully because everything could end in an instant. Haters appeared in the chat. A portal opened in the sky. The hero said that this was a great selection. A player appeared in front of him. The hero smiled and said that this guy was also a fighter. The ranking match began. The guy looked at the hero in fear. He did not know that he would meet him when he had continuous losses. His eyes were filled with horror. The hero used fighting spirit. He looked at his body and thought that it was so heavy, as if at the bottom of the sea. Could this really be a debuff? Kanchan ran forward at him. The enemy began to deliver his iron blow. He hit the hero in the stomach. The enemy flinched. Kanchan calmly caught the blow with his hand. The enemy did not understand what was going on. The hero's fist began to fill with energy. He said that now it was his turn. He swung to strike. The enemy looked at the hero in fear. He asked to stop. The fist flew towards him. He asked to take a goodbye photo. Kanhan froze and said, "Is he really his spectator?" He turned away and said that they will hold an outside winners academy. Kanhan smiled and said that he will let the guy attack him for 2 minutes. He asked to use all his skills. Kanhan began to fight with his spectator and said that with such a fighting style, the guy definitely has nothing to do in rating matches. He said that a fighter should always attack accurately and quickly. How can he put up with the fact that his spectators are simply being beaten here? The guy shouted that the hero was beating him now, to which the hero shouted that he could. After that, he gave each opponent 2 minutes of instructions. Of course, he did not forget about the tasks. Kanhan struck using only his right hand. He struck using only his legs, those different weapons. He defeated the next opponent. He hurt many people that day, and even one with a spoon. The system reported that the hero won the ranking match. Kanghan smiled contentedly and said that he had 20 wins in a row. He said that he could now get gold and rise to 80,000. The chat felt sorry for the people he encountered. People wrote that at this rate, the hero would become a master this month. Someone wrote that the winner would displace Deke from first place in the ranking. Kanghyun looked at the pile of messages in the chat. People began to discuss Rain from second place. Kanghyun tensed up and thought that people did not know that Rain was on the King of Two Masks. Yeonchan said that Rain was the winner of the King of Two Masks 3 times, but lost to Rain in the first battle. He hides his true identity well, so he will get the first 5 wins in a row on the show. Kanghyun frowned and noted that many quickly rose in the ranking after receiving the 3rd class. Now is a completely different time, not like when he was a Milligat. He said that other rankers are also getting stronger. He smiled and thought, the further, the more interesting. He spread his hands and said that this season is coming to an end soon and he has a statement. Everyone was wary. The hero said that this season he, the winner from the alley. He clenched his fist and said that he will take first place in the arena. The hero ran forward and complained about the giant. An army of giants was chasing him. The hero dodged and asked why Chrome did not say that there were giants inside too. Columns were collapsing. Kanchan used lightning, asking how could he remain silent about this. He asked what kind of shaman he was, even if he could not describe the situation properly. Kanchan looked at Tenny and asked to help him. Tenny struck lightning and said that he was already busy, asked to wait a little. Kanchan gritted his teeth, realized that the pet could not use skills normally while confused. Tenny was confused. The hero thought that with his roar they would have dealt with it much faster. Kanhan struck the giant. He decided that from today they would begin Spartan training. There were ruins all around. Kanhyun walked forward with a bear in his arms. He killed 327 giants, said that half was already done. He said that if they tried, they would finish tomorrow. Tenny looked ahead tiredly. The hero happily said that a reward for an S-rank quest was waiting for him and he could not wait. The hero looked ahead. He looked at the ruins and asked why there were no giants, said that in 10 minutes at least one should have been encountered. He imagined a picture where the remaining 300 were guarding the boss. Tenny was alarmed. The hero thought that it was difficult to fight even 8, and their boss was even stronger. Tenny asked to look away. Kanhyun saw the boss sitting on the throne. He saw that it was Floy. The boss's eyes were glowing pink. The hero tried to understand if he was really looking at them. Kanchan got into a fighting stance. The voice asked if he was really the one exterminating his race. Floy raised his hand and said that there was no need to be wary, because he was not going to kill the hero. Kanchan froze. The boss said that he wanted to thank the hero for saving them instead of him. Floy remained silent. The hero asked what he meant by this. He said that they fell for the trick of the evil mage, and the Heavenly Father put a curse on them. Floy said that he was the leader, so he was locked here. Floy covered his face with his hand, said that the others even asked him to personally kill them, but he could not. The hero looked at the giant tensely. He said that he did not make a worthy ruler, so how dare he take their lives. The hero thought that this was different from what he heard, thought that if he was telling the truth, then the boss he needed to kill was not Floy, but Chroma. Floy's eyes widened. The hero said that Chroma claimed that Floy turned his people against the god. Floy stood up abruptly and started screaming, "How dare Chroma!" Blood gushed from the hero's ears. Floy looked at the hero, who asked if Chroma had lied to him. The boss said of course. He grabbed his spear and said if he could leave this place, he would definitely kill him. Kanchan twirled his ear and decided that he had roughly chosen who to believe. He came closer and thought that it was better to be on the side of the strongest. He asked how he could help him. Floy leaned over and said that the shackles were holding him here. He said that the hero needed to kill Chroma instead of him. He said if the hero did this, he would give him a sacred relic that only chieftains get. The system reported that the quest was updated. The system showed the description. Kanchan smiled. He was sure that the truth was on his side since he had the relic of the giants, and in this case, Chroma would not be able to give him this reward, so it was worth just killing him. Floy squeezed the spear. The hero asked if he brought Chroma here, would he help him with the murder? Floy asked again, said, if it works. Angrily leaned forward and said that he would take his life at that moment. Kanchan looked at the looming shadow with satisfaction and noted that he had enlisted support. He looked at the sunset and said that it was time to go to Chroma. The hero said that he killed Floy. Chroma jumped up and asked if this was really true. He fell prostrate before the hero and said that finally his tribe would be able to repay their father for their sins. Kanchan held his hand and said that if the boss was stronger, he would definitely die. Chroma stood up and said that he was detaining a wounded man, said that he would now give him a reward. Chroma walked forward. Kanhan looked after him and thought that judging by his happy face, he was a good NPS. Suddenly he shuddered. The wind hit the hero. He said, well. A purple portal opened in front of the hero. He said that NPS usually lie better than people. A beam shot out of the portal. Chroma looked angrily at the hero, stretching out his hand. He laughed happily. Kanhan looked at him from the top of the tree and asked why he was grinning. Because he was alive. Kanhan and Tenny waved to the mage. Chroma screamed and said that he knew it all. The hero asked if the mage really decided to attack him from behind. He summoned a sword and said that he could prepare. The system reported the use of a buff. Kanhan angrily looked at the giant and said that he hates those who attack without warning. Sunset was approaching. There was an explosion of dark skies. Kanchan hovered in the air, releasing a projectile. Chroma blocked. Kanchan attacked furiously. The giant's eyes began to glow purple. A powerful explosion was heard. The projectile hit the giant. Kanchan landed and laughed, asked how did the explosion of dark skies taste. Chroma touched the wound on his chest. He covered himself in green flames and told the hero not to think that he could defeat him with such an attack. The hero thought that now every little thing can regenerate. Tenny jumped forward and said that he would help his master. Tenny flew forward. The hero called him a fool and asked him to stop. Chroma pointed his hand with a projectile at him and said that the mage would end. The giant fired. Kanchan managed to save his pet. He ran forward and asked if the bear really thought that the giant was an easy opponent since he was freely fighting him. He shouted that the giant was stronger than he thought. The hero ran forward. Chroma turned to him and asked if he really thought he could escape from him. The hero thought that now Chroma was really angry. Kanhan smiled, noted that everything was going as he planned. He looked at the forest and thought that now he just had to get to Floy. Kanhan put Tenny on the ground and asked him not to climb in on a whim anymore. The heroes hid among the ruins. The hero said that while Chroma was recovering, he asked to use the roar and run. Tenny said that this time he would not get out. Kanhan was tensely silent, thought that he quickly planned to bring the giant to the boss, but he was stuck in this place, apparently suspecting that Floy might still be alive. Chroma looked at the hero. Kanhan came out to him. The giant asked, is the hero really not going to run away anymore? The hero thought that all he could do was fight the giant. The hero's ring glowed. He said that he expected to defeat him quickly. The system reported that the hero had begun to use the giant's power and began listing buffs. Chroma stared at the hero in surprise. Kanchan looked at the giant in bewilderment. He asked if Floy had really left him a gift. He looked at the ring and realized that it was a giant's ring. Opened the descriptions of his rings. Kanchan began to look around and ask if this was a giant's world ring. He jumped up and thought that Floy should give him another item. He jumped to the giant's head and swung his sword, thinking that he could create a unique set. Lightning began to form above the hero's head. He used lightning to dodge the yellow discharge. Horoma closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and began to chant. The charges hit the hero, but he dodged with lightning. He looked at the sorcerer's attacks with anxiety and asked himself how he could use so many attacks. Did they really not have a recharge? Because if this continues, the number of lightning. He dodged the purple beam. The system reported that the hero used the limit on lightning. He angrily looked at the enemy. Chroma pointed a charge at him and said that the man was caught. Kanchan gritted his teeth and cursed. A voice shouted from Chroma. A blue beam hit the sorcerer. He looked forward angrily. His shoulder was injured. Floy stood in the passage, throwing his spear. He shouted and said that they finally met. Chroma looked at the boss in confusion and said that he knew that he was alive. The sorcerer opened his eyes wide. Floy trembled. Chroma asked if he still couldn't leave this place. Chroma began to laugh and said that the curse was still in effect. Floy angrily touched the barrier. The sorcerer shouted that he looked too helpless there, and he himself was like he came to the zoo to look at an animal. The hero said that quests are not given for free. Kanhan stood on the spear shaft. He began to cast a magical explosion and asked if the sorcerer knew that the more you hit the sore spot, the more it hurts. Chroma shouted. The hero used a blast of dark skies. Chroma grabbed the spear. Tenny watched the fight, noticed that the sorcerer was starting to recover. Tenny jumped on the giant, began to grow, and hit him on the head, used roar. The system reported that the magic spell was forcibly cancelled. Kanhan ran forward, jumped to the giant and began to strike, found himself behind his head. He swung his sword fiercely, used a crescent strike and cut off the giant's head. The head flew down. Floy saw the hero land near the sorcerer's body. The system reported that the hero defeated the worthless shaman. His health and magic were restored. Floy smiled and said that the hero killed Chroma. He thanked him on behalf of the entire clan. Kanhan smiled. The boss said that he did not know how, but the relics that disappeared when he was cursed ended up with the hero. Floy began to take off the ring and said that these relics work better in a full set. He said that he was giving the hero the relic, as he promised. The system reported that the hero had finished collecting rings. He happily looked at the ring in his hands. Floy knelt down and said that thanks to the hero, his clan was saved. He said that his life was supported by the relic, but now there was no need for it. Floy began to evaporate. He thanked the hero. Kanhan and Tenny covered themselves from the bright light. They were alone in the clearing. The hero looked at his hand and asked, "Is that all?" He said that now he had collected a complete unique set, said that in this dungeon there was even more loot than he thought. Kanhan suddenly looked forward in fear. He screamed and said that he did not receive the item after the death of Chroma. Tenny held the pendant in his paws. Kanhan hysterically asked Floy to send him to the dungeon again. Some time passed. Sony, in a very beautiful suit, started the stream and greeted those who came. Suddenly, she raised her finger up and shouted loudly that she was starting today's broadcast along with the great weather. People in the chat were happy with the girl's stream, sending messages to the chat that today was a very good atmosphere. The next second, Sony put her hand to her chin, and with the other pointed to the side where the appearance effect appeared and loudly announced that a special guest had come to them today, after which she asked who it could be. People in the chat were very interested. The guest appeared and his snow-white boots appeared. It was the main character, who, scratching the back of his head, greeted everyone and said that he was a participant in today's stream. Viewers were shocked that the popular streamer Noob came to the stream. Suddenly, one of the viewers wrote in the chat that for the first time he sees that a winner comes to someone else's broadcast. After reading this, Kanhan was a little confused and laughed awkwardly. After that, he was lost in his memories. Sony called him and furiously yelled at him to have a conscience. After a short pause, she yelled, asking when the protagonist was going to do a joint stream with her, asking after that if he had really forgotten about the promise he had made. Listening to the statements addressed to him, Kanhan only scratched his head in confusion, not knowing what to answer. In his head, he said that he really had forgotten about the promise, although he remembered something like that. After that, he left the memories. People in the chat continued writing, asking the protagonist if he had decided to take a break from his stream, so he came here. Someone wrote for Sony to return the alley winner to them. Reading such messages, of which there were a lot, Sony spread her arms and with a smile on her face, she shouted that she saw that there were many viewers of the protagonist here. Donations immediately began to come in. Seeing this, the protagonist with a displeased face reminded that this was not his stream, adding that donors should save their gold and the words they wanted to say until Friday. Sony beamed with happiness and actively thanked all the viewers. After a short pause, she told everyone that she invited a guest to hold the Winners Academy. Hearing this, Kanhan was horrified by such information. After that, Sony said that she would like to spend time with the protagonist learning skills and getting basic tips for hunting and not fighting in the arena. People in the chat began to write that they already felt how the winner was suffering. Someone wrote that the protagonist would definitely not succeed. Reading such messages, Kanhan with a drop of cold sweat on his face asked himself in his head whether all the viewers were really worried that he would not succeed. After these thoughts, the guy extended his hand and asked if it would be hard for the girl to hunt since she was a necromancer, and then asked why Sony didn't just use undead and curses. Hearing this, the streamer clenched her hand into a fist and screamed that she was already good at hunting. People in the chat continued to write and mock that it would be better for the mental health of the main character if the guy ran away in an hour or two. After reading this, Kanhan was very surprised. Laughing awkwardly, he said that he was quite experienced. When it was time to hunt, he was terribly shocked. And so it turned out. Sona's skeleton was attacked by a huge monster, and the main character loudly screamed that the girl was doing everything wrong, asking later why she let her skeleton get hit. After a short pause, he screamed that the streamer's skeleton was being beaten, advising her to try to send others to help the first one or use magic. After these words, the girl summoned 2 more skeletons and began to stand. Seeing this, Kanhan shouted that Sony understands magic, so why should she? Turning around, the girl with a drop of cold sweat on her face screamed in displeasure, asking how she could do this. People in the chat laughed at Sona's ineptitude and wrote that the streamer would have fewer viewers if she went hunting, adding that the girl would be better off being a presenter or a reporter, because she was a complete zero in hunting. Reading all this, Sony was very scared and tense. The protagonist, clenching his fists, looked at the student and discontentedly said to himself that the streamer just needed to summon the undead and control them, after which he asked himself how Sony could be so stupid in the game. Suddenly, a huge monster rushed to attack the streamer. The girl could not find anything better than to scream and close her eyes, from which tears flowed. The next second, the monster was cut into two parts by a powerful blow from the protagonist. Sony opened her eyes, tears still on the edges, and was surprised. Both parts of the severed monster began to disappear. Kanhyun suddenly screamed in rage, asking how the girl had ever gone hunting before. Hearing the question, Sony scratched her cheek in confusion and replied that it was in a group with viewers or acquaintances. Group hunting with a necromancer, the protagonist screamed even more furiously, approaching the girl, who immediately turned away. After that, he clenched his teeth and grabbed his head with his hands, saying in his head that if there were 10 players and 5 or 6 necromancers, then there was no point in a group hunt for the necromancer at all. Looking again at Sony, who was whistling something under her breath, Kanhyun said that the girl was hopeless. In the chat, people wrote for Noob to give up, because even he would not be able to teach the streamer anything. After reading this, Kanhyun gritted his teeth and stared at his protege. After a short pause, he said in his head that nothing was impossible for him. Approaching the girl, he said that today he would make it so that Sony could hunt alone. However, with a wide smile on her face and sparkling eyes, the streamer asked. In the chat, people began to laugh, sending messages that the main character would be hospitalized today due to high blood pressure. Leaning over the girl, Kanhyun ordered the streamer in a menacing voice to do everything he said from now on, after which he added that then hunting would become something natural for Sony. Okay, the girl answered confusedly. After a while, the guys came across 5 crazy goblins. Seeing them, Sony screamed in horror. Did she really have to defeat 5 demon goblins by herself? Seeing such a reaction, the protagonist exhaled heavily and replied that he would do it, and the streamer only needed to do what he said. With tears in her eyes, the girl turned to her mentor, not knowing what to do. Seeing this, Kanhyun menacingly told her to come to her senses, and then asked why she did not summon anyone. Okay, the girl cried out discontentedly, after which the undead began to crawl out of the ground. The protagonist looked at the opponents with a cold gaze, analyzing the situation. Their opponents were 5 goblin demons, who had already lined up, preparing for battle. Looking at the summoned undead, he said to himself that they had 10 skeleton swordsmen, 3 skeleton mages, and 5 ghouls. After a short pause, he firmly said that this would be enough. Folding his arms across his chest, Kanhyun called out to Sonya, who immediately came to her senses. After that, the protagonist ordered the girl to send 2 skeleton knights to each goblin, and ordered the skeleton mages to attack the monsters. After a short pause, he shouted for the ghouls to stand behind and protect while the knights fought. Suddenly, Sony turned to the teacher and asked in a shaking voice to repeat. The protagonist immediately repeated, ordering the streamer to block the goblin's path with skeleton knights. The dead knights immediately rushed to attack the 5 monsters. After that, Noob shouted for Sony to prepare to attack with mages, and for the ghouls to attack from behind. The next second, the skeleton swordsman began an active fight with the goblin demons. Waving his arms from side to side, the protagonist shouted at the student not to get distracted, adding that she should use burrowed or debuff magic, but not explosive, because the fight takes place not only among the undead. I got it, the girl screamed, putting her hand on her staff. The next second, she used the dark bomb skill, and streams of black magic burst out of her hands. The goblin demon, who was already being eaten by the undead, was even more horrified. At that very second, all the streams of the dark bomb flew into him, destroying the monster. With flushed cheeks and a wide smile on her face, the girl turned to the teacher and asked if he saw it. The main character, with his arms folded across his chest, did not react to this at all, but continued to order Sony to immediately give the order to the skeleton mages to fight. Then the streamer turned to the battlefield and loudly ordered her skeleton mages to attack the wounded goblins. After that, all the undead mages raised their staffs. The next second, magical rays burst out of them, which hit one of the goblin demons. Seeing her success, Sony turned to the main character and showed a silly gesture with her fingers with a smile on her face. Seeing this, Kanhyun got angry and shouted, asking what she was doing. Did the girl really think that the battle was already over, adding that the girl should use curses, because if she was distracted, the undead would fall. Hearing this, Sony hissed in displeasure. The undead continued to destroy the goblins. People in the chat, seeing the success of the streamer, began to write that they wanted to advise the same. The ghouls with glowing eyes growled furiously. After that, 4 ghouls jumped on the goblin, devouring him alive. A few minutes later, Sony received a notification informing her that the girl defeated the demon goblin, so she was gaining experience. All her undead disappeared, and the defeated monsters were left lying in the clearing. The girl looked at the result of the battle in shock and with a drop of cold sweat on her face asked if she could really defeat 5 goblin demons on her own. Not alone, to be honest, the main character firmly answered. Sony, hearing the voice of the mentor, looked away. Kanhyun approached the student and calmly said that now he was sure that the streamer would soon be able to cope on her own. If you continue to believe and follow me, the main character added with sparkling eyes. Seeing this, Sona's cheeks turned red and she quietly and embarrassedly answered that she would. At that very second, she abruptly turned away from the guy so that he would not see her embarrassed face. And Kanhyun at this time with a sarcastic smile on his face said in his head that, of course, without his help, Sony would have died in a minute. People in the chat began to laugh and write that it seemed that the main character was also an expert in love stuff. It was bright outside, and the sakura petals were floating in the wind. The protagonist's voice was heard shouting that their goal was to help Sony with hunting, so it was time to hunt some more. Yes, the girl loudly supported the idea. Some time passed. Kanhyun, with a wide smile on his face, said that he believed in Sony, adding that the girl, as expected, eventually managed to cope on her own. After a short pause, he asked how the streamer was feeling now, but Sony was sitting on the ground with her head down, unable to answer anything. There were tears in her eyes, which were looking at the ground, and she herself said in her head that she did not even think that she would train for 8 hours under reproaches and lamentations. In the chat, people pitied the girl, sending messages that it was very cruel. Receiving no answer, the protagonist turned away, scratched his head and said that silence was a sign of agreement, and then asked if that wasn't true. In the chat, people wrote that the girl would now be able to hunt alone, which meant there was an effect. After reading the messages, Kanhyun raised his head, saluted and said that he was ending the broadcast instead of the streamer herself, after which he thanked all the viewers and said goodbye. In the chat, people also said goodbye. At this time, Sony, with resentment in her eyes and pouting lips, looked at her teacher and asked in her head why the protagonist treated her like that. Then suddenly Kanhyun said with warmth in his voice that today was a lot of fun. Hearing this, the girl was very surprised. With a wide smile on his face, the protagonist extended his hand to Sony so that she could get up and offered to stream together again if they had a chance. There was no more resentment in Sony's eyes. She looked at her teacher with her mouth open and said in her head that it seemed like Noob was acting so badly just because there was a stream. Okay, she said after thinking that, taking the outstretched hand, and then thanked the guy. At this time, the protagonist said in his head that he hoped that Sony would not agree to this again. Kanhyun's actions were always different from his thoughts. Some time passed. The protagonist was already in his room and, holding his hands in front of him, said that he did not even have time to check the artifact he received because he was busy with Sony's stream. With his eyes shining with happiness, he held the last item in the set in his hands. A system window appeared, stating that this was a ring containing the basis of giants. Below it was written that this was a ring containing the basis of giants from the mythical era of the past, and that giants also originated from it. The ring rating was unique, there were no restrictions, defense 350, effect, strength, magic and endurance plus 50, as well as the skill foundation of giants, which gave additional strength characteristics equal to the endurance and magic characteristics for 5 minutes with a cooldown of 2 hours. After reading everything to the end, the protagonist put the ring on his index finger. At that very second, 3 notifications appeared in front of him, the first of which said that Kanhyun was receiving the effect of the giants of the mythical era 3 of 3. The second said that the effect of a 3-piece set was now applied, so all stats were increased by 100. The third notification said that the protagonist could now use the symbol of a giant, which would increase the strength stat by 100%. After reading everything to the end, Kanhyun looked at the ring on his hand in shock and screamed in his head, asking if he really got plus 100 to all stats, and also a skill that increased the strength stat by 100%. The next second, the guy was the happiest in the world. He spread his arms and ran and jumped around the room, saying in his head that he was seeing such an amplifier for the first time, which meant that now the power of his attacks would increase, adding later that even though it didn't affect his other skills much, even they became more powerful by 30 or even 40%. Rubbing his ring on his own face, he continued to say how happy he was. At this time, Tenny, who was standing behind him, was doing the same, but only with a necklace. Suddenly, Kanhyun noticed his pet. Turning around, he noticed that he was holding a pendant in his hand, after which he asked where the bear got the item from. Tenny immediately grabbed the thing he had found tighter and angrily shouted that he had brought it from the island, after which he asked if Kanhyun really wanted to take it. Without thinking twice, the protagonist waved his hand and said that he didn't need it, so let his pet wear it, because in any case it was better than the spirit of the dark skies. Having received such an answer, the bear smiled maliciously. After that, he remembered how he found the pendant while his master was talking to Floem. Leaving the memories, he said in his head that if he told his master about this, he would definitely take his pendant. Staring at the necklace in his hand, a system window suddenly appeared in front of him, which said that it was the source of corruption. Below it was written corrupt shaman, the cause and source of Chroma's corruption. The item's rating was unique, the restrictions were 800 health, 1,500 demonic forces and more. The effect increases the penetration of magical defense by 10% and also creates the corruption attribute. After reading everything to the end, the bear turned away from his master, who continued to admire his ring and said to himself that he had a very cool pendant. While Kanhan enjoyed the rewards from the giant's dungeon, a bloody war was taking place in another place. Lushe, with a sarcastic smile on his face, said that he would be brief. After that, he slammed Zhufeng's table and said that he thought it was time for the man to give up his seat. Zhufeng was the first dragon of the 9 Dragons Guild. He stared at his interlocutor and asked with folded hands why he would leave, adding that the guy had very interesting jokes after a fun night. Jokes? Lushe asked mockingly, throwing the securities on the table and asking if the first dragon really thought he would joke like that. Taking the papers, the man gritted his teeth in anger. Then Lushe continued to say that he saw how well Zhufeng had stolen during all this time, adding that he had been wondering all this time why one of the best guilds in the world had such a small income. After a short pause, he said that no one even guessed how greedy the first dragon was, and he himself was even surprised when he saw all the documents. Without looking up from the papers, Zhufeng shouted in anger that it was all fake and no one would believe it. No one, asked Lushe with a sarcastic smile on his face, and then asked if the man was talking about Taofeng or Kuoming or Xiaobao. They have already turned their backs on you, the guy said a few seconds later in a mocking voice. Cold sweat poured down the first dragon's face, and he himself did not know what to do. Lushe continued to say that it would be better for Zhufeng to share the stolen goods with his friends in advance, and then asked if the man really thought that the guys would turn a blind eye to the fact that he stole so much. There were many documents on the table proving the first dragon's guilt. Today, Zhufeng's fall is inevitable. With eyes wild with happiness, Lushe said to himself that he had been building this trap for several months, so the man had no way to escape from it. So Zhufeng would leave the 9 dragons right now, or he would announce it to everyone tomorrow morning. Choose quickly, the guy added after a few seconds. A hot topic about a rebellion and a huge guild appeared in the arena community, and there was also news that the leader of such a powerful guild had been replaced. In addition, the resignation of the leader was overshadowed by the fact that the 3rd dragon became the next leader, although the 2nd one was supposed to take his place. They also broke the contract with their main sponsor, Adidas. This was the biggest scandal since the arena became popular. The protagonist, having learned about all this, was surprised to say in his head that breaking the contract with Adidas was a big decision, after which he added that the relationship between those two was not very good anyway. After thinking for a while, he asked in his head whether it was worth sending a letter of congratulations. After these thoughts, he opened a system window in front of him and said to himself that their first meeting was not the best, but it was because of Tian. Pressing the message button, he added that there was nothing wrong with wanting to be friends. Suddenly, messages appeared in the chat in which viewers wrote that if there was something funny, then Kanchan should show them. After reading this, the protagonist was shocked and beads of cold sweat appeared on his face. Reacting quickly, a smile appeared on his face and he said loudly that it was time to start, after which he said that today his viewers were in for a spectacle of life in the arena, but it would be very special. This statement greatly interested the viewers, who immediately began to write and ask whether the streamer would really rise to first place in the ranking, and it would also be very cool if the live broadcast lasted not 5 hours, but all 20. Raising his finger high, the protagonist said that today he would not be in the arena. Hearing this, the viewers were surprised and asked who would replace Noob. It will be, Kanhan said slowly, stretching out his hand and causing intrigue. He, the protagonist, shouted loudly after a few seconds, after which Tenny appeared. Seeing this, the viewers were delighted and immediately began to write in the chat that Tenny is the most important today. Taking the bear by the arm, Kanhan loudly announced that they would have a pet battle today and that Tenny would be the main character. In the chat, people became a little excited, saying that many people have started training their pets now. Reading such messages, Kanhan said that his pet was actually very strong. Hearing this, Tenny, with cheeks reddened from embarrassment, shouted that his owner should not even think that he would fall for these compliments. The viewers grinned and wrote that it was clear that the bear liked the compliment. Putting the pet on the floor and stroking its head, the main character said that there was no need to fight at full strength, because there could be friends here, so you only need to use your fists, not magic. Trust me, owner, Tenny happily answered. In the chat, people began writing that they were very interested in what would happen. After that, the rating battle for pets began. It was reported that Tenny's rating had not yet been determined, so a trial fight was held first. There was a large arena, like in boxing. The main character appeared next to it, and next to him was his formidable pet. Not far in front of them appeared their opponents, a guy with a small beard and his puppy. Suddenly the guy's eyes lit up. He joyfully shouted that he was a big fan of the winner and then asked if he could take a photo. Very surprised, Kanhyun asked again, "Take a photo?" "Yes," the guy shouted, running up to the streamer, said that he got his pet only because he really liked Tenny. Hearing this, Kanhyun immediately realized that his viewer was in front of him. After thinking for a bit, he scratched the back of his head and said with a smile on his face that he could take a photo because it was not difficult. And at this time Tenny was already in the arena and with a wide smile on his face greeted his opponent. He put his hands on his hips and said that he loved puppies. Suddenly Rune started to grin wildly and get angry. Noticing this, the bear asked in surprise why his opponent was snapping. He was not a bad guy. Suddenly horror and fear appeared in the dog's eyes. He saw a huge, menacing bear in his opponent's face, which scared him a lot. "Sit," Tenny suddenly said. The pet owners looked at the arena in surprise. Suddenly they saw that the dog, shaking with fear, followed the command. "Well done," Tenny shouted joyfully, after which he waved his paw and ordered him to lie down. The dog immediately lay down on his back, wagging his tail. After that, the bear ordered him to walk on his front paws, which his opponent immediately did. The next second there was a jump, and the dog deftly jumped through the fiery circles created by the pleased Tenny. Seeing this, the pet owners were shocked. In the chat, people laughed at the situation. After all the commands, Tenny began to hug his opponent, saying that he was a great guy. In the chat, people wrote that they really wanted to see the bear's stats window. The guy, seeing this, scratched his head and said that he was giving up because he did not think that his pet could defeat the mighty Tenny. At this time, the bear jumped on the puppy and began to ride him like a horse, and the guy, spreading his arms, said that it was necessary to train his pet right away. After this, a notification appeared in front of Kanchan that he had won, but there was great surprise on his face, and he himself did not know what to say. This was not a pet battle. He watched as Tenny happily jumped on Rune, from whose eyes tears were pouring. It was just entertainment for them. He finished after a few seconds. Silence hung in the ring, which was dispelled by the main character calling out to his pet. Taking Tenny in his arms, he said discontentedly that he had asked him not to try to win with his influence. Hearing this, the bear asked him very angrily what he had done wrong. The next second, he threw his arms out and shouted in rage that he had not hit hard, had not used magic, and then asked what the complaint was. Hearing this, Kanchan was very surprised, and with a drop of cold sweat on his face, he asked himself in his head, since when Tenny began to speak so well, was this really the effect of the second awakening? Suddenly, the bear sadly lowered his head and with tears in his eyes said upset that his owner was constantly offending him and always saying that he was to blame. Covering his face with his paw, he added that he was very sad about this. From such a reaction of the pet, the main character was very scared, because it puts him in an awkward position. People in the chat were also very surprised and immediately started writing and asking why the streamer was treating their beloved Tenny so badly, adding that they needed the whole terrible truth about the alley winner. After reading many such messages, Kanhyun hugged his pet with a forced smile and asked if he would do such a thing because he loved their Tenny so much. Immediately after that, he let go of the bear and, spreading his arms, said that he could show the window of his pet's stats. Tenny, at this time, turned away, laughing sarcastically at his owner. In the chat, people continued to write that they would not forget this. Then suddenly, opening a system window in front of him, Kanhyun was very surprised. Out of the corner of his eye, suspiciously looking at his pet, who asked to bring water, he said to himself that he was hiding something. The next second, he showed everyone the profile of his pet Tenny, whose level was 202 on the second awakening. Showing the system window to the viewers, he said with a smile on his face that in order to protect the bear's personal data, he would hide the skills and stats. The chat reacted negatively to this, sending messages that this was exactly what they wanted. Then suddenly the viewers read that the streamer's pet was at level 202. This surprised everyone very much, and they began to write in the chat that this was very surprising. Suddenly, one of the viewers wrote, asking who was raising whom, because Tenny gives buffs and uses magic. After reading this, the main character got very angry and clenched his teeth, loudly said that it was he who helped his pet get up. The next second, he abruptly said that they would go on a break, after which he told the viewers not to go anywhere, but to stay and wait for them. After that, the screen went dark. The chat wrote that, apparently, he urgently needed to go to the toilet. The protagonist stared at his pet with a dead expression, who, noticing this, asked in shock what was wrong with his master. Kanchan opened the bear's profile. The next second, he pointed to the inherent attribute corruption and asked what it was and how to understand it. With hands shaking with anger, he asked if Tenny had really taken something, adding that he had asked him not to do so. Putting his paws to his chest, the very frightened bear with drops of cold sweat on his neck screamed that he had not taken anything and had not even drunk the elixir yet. Then where did you get this attribute? The protagonist asked, having received such an answer. Throwing his arms out to the sides, the bear screamed that he himself did not know. Suddenly, that same amulet sparkled on his chest. Seeing it, Kanchan immediately took hold of it and said suspiciously, maybe a pendant. Staring at it in his hand, a system window appeared in front of him, revealing that it was the source of corruption. After reading all the information about the item, he looked up at the pet and asked if it was something that Chrome had dropped in the dungeon. Moving away and looking away in shame, the bear replied that it was so, adding that his owner simply did not pay attention, so he took the item for himself. Suddenly, the guy handed the necklace back to Tenny and said that he was a good boy and could keep the item. Hearing this, the bear raised his head in surprise and asked if his owner was really just going to give the item back to him. Standing up, Kanchan scratched the back of his head and replied that it was a shame, of course, that his pet hid it because he thought that the item was lost. At the same time, in his head, he said that the fact that Tenny could use items was already very good. Imagining two huge bears with glowing eyes, he said in his head that although the attribute was not the most positive, but if problems arose, then his parents would somehow deal with them, adding that although he had not seen them, but it seemed that they were as strong as raccoon. After these thoughts, he told his pet not to hide what he found anymore. Happy Tenny, having put on the pendant, spread his paws and thanked his owner, saying that now he would do all the talking. After that, they continued pet fights in the arena. Tenny was opposed by a terrifying pet with razor-sharp fangs, but it was so small that the bear in its true form was 10 times larger than its opponent. Realizing that there was no chance, the opponent turned around and left with his head down. It was a victory without a fight. The fights ended with the pets simply being afraid of Tenny. In the chat, people asked if this wasn't mockery, because all the bear's opponents were at levels 50 and Tenny himself was at 200. That's how Tenny got his 20 victories in a row and became the king of the arena. After that, Kanchan took off his helmet and breathed a sigh of relief. As he climbed out of the game capsule, he said that he was worried that everyone would think that the fight with Tenny was unfair, but overall the reaction was not bad. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Kyle calling him. When the protagonist picked up the phone, Kyle greeted the other person. Sitting in a chair, Kanghan listened attentively to the manager, who said that the big boss wanted to meet him. Hearing this, the guy asked, "The big boss, Jamie, I think." With a smile on his face, Kyle replied that he meant the chairman of Nike and then asked if the protagonist had heard of Bill Knight. Hearing this, Kanghyun was confused and with a drop of cold sweat on his face, asked if such a person really wanted to meet him. Nothing surprising, Kyle answered calmly, adding that he thought that Kanghyun simply did not understand the position he occupied. After a short pause, he said that the number of arena players was approaching 10 million, and Kanghyun himself should be well aware of who currently has hundreds of thousands of viewers on streams, and the most views on video, he finished after a few seconds. Hearing this, the protagonist scratched his cheek in confusion and replied that he did not think that even so he was worthy of meeting the chairman himself. Hearing this, Kyle chuckled and asked him to answer his question, then asked if the protagonist was now offered a debut as a professional gamer. Would Kanghyun be confident in his victory among professionals, and whether Noob could win in an international competition? Hearing this, Kanghyun, without a second thought, firmly shouted that he could, no matter who was on his team, and even if the opponents were superstars. Receiving such an answer, Kyle said that in fact, only Kanghyun was so confident in himself. Noob listened to the compliments with a dry expression. Suddenly, he said that he also wanted to say something. Hearing this, Kyle was a little confused and looked at his phone questioningly. With a smile on his face, the protagonist said that he really wanted to debut as a pro gamer and hoped to do so when he got first place in the rankings. Hearing this, Kyle calmly asked Noob if this was a hasty decision. "You are encouraging me," the protagonist replied with a warm smile on his face. After a short pause, the manager asked if it was true that Kanghyun would try to qualify for the next season to go to Arena Vic. Arena Vic is an international competition in which only a few teams participate, including the winners of their leagues. After a short pause, the protagonist replied that if he didn't make it, he would have to wait another year and he was not that patient. Hearing this, Kyle chuckled, closed his eyes and asked which team his interlocutor wanted to join, adding that he thought that if the guy had decided, he would have told him already. At this time, Noob came out to the balcony and answered that it was simple, explaining that he needed a team of players who were passionate about what they did, so it would be good if the team had a clean past and they were all nice people. Having received such demands, Kyle was confused and asked if the protagonist really thought such a team existed, adding that it would be faster to create one ourselves. "That's what I'm asking you," Kanchan answered firmly and sarcastically. "What?" Kyle shouted in shock. His shout was heard by all the employees in the department. Standing on the balcony and looking into the distance, Noob said with a wide smile on his face that he needed a dream team. He had to start playing in the arena to pay off his debts, but now he had a new goal. He wants to do what he's been dreaming about for a long time. The protagonist imagined Hanbeek in his head and said that the next place to train would be the professional league. His eyes were shining and there was an ominous smile on his face. He kept saying to himself that he would start taking away everything Hanbeek had little by little. Some time passed. Quincy Company, Korean branch. There were two men sitting at the table. One of them was saying that it was hard to meet the other lately, adding that he was probably very busy. Hyunjung, with huge bruises under his eyes, looked at the food tray and said that it was true, asking afterward if everyone wasn't busy lately. After a short pause, he said that it was really hard when you only got 20 hours of sleep a week. Jinyoung looked at the employee and said in his head that when the planning team finished working at night, it would be their turn. Hyunjung suddenly raised his head and said that the winner was progressing so quickly with the quest, adding afterward that he was also very worried about the Demon Guild's progress. After a short pause, he lowered his head tiredly and said that they still needed to create an event and an NPC to celebrate 1 billion arena subscribers. With a drop of cold sweat on his face, Jinyoung asked his colleague how he thought they would reach 1 billion. After thinking for a while, Hyunjung replied that thanks to the King of Two Masks, the number of users had increased significantly, so he thought it would happen no later than 3 or 4 months. After a short pause, he added that he expected to suffer only until this month, but if Kim's boss had problems with the documents, they would have problems too. A few seconds later, he added that there was very little time left until the start of the Pro League. Jinyoung silently looked at his interlocutor without answering, when suddenly they simultaneously raised their heads to the ceiling and said to themselves that they wanted to quit. At this time, the protagonist was in the forest. It was very light outside and you could see high mountains, when suddenly Tenny shouted loudly that he found out the location of the Great Islands. Hearing this, the protagonist with a wide smile on his face turned to his pet and shouted, asking if this was true. At that very moment, he grabbed the bear and began to hug it, saying that his pet was great. Shocked by such a reaction, Tenny told his owner that the entrance to the islands was behind the waterfall in the largest forest of Mount Heejin, after which he asked to urgently let him go. Kanchan kissed the pet, put it on the ground and, wiping his mouth, said that the largest forest of Mount Heejin is the forest of the High Elves, which was occupied by the New York Warriors. Raising his head to the sky, where clouds were floating, he asked if this was really the team that Rihanna was on. After a while, he stood in front of Rihanna, who, with a smile on her face, asked what had happened since Kanchan had come to her. Tenny appeared from behind Noob. Seeing the pet, the girl folded her hands and touchingly greeted Tenny. The main character waved his hand and greeted Rihanna. Seeing the commander's reaction, all the girl's comrades, standing behind, asked Rihanna to act normally, otherwise they would vomit. The next second, the girl hit all 3 of her comrades and, with a smile on her face, scratched the back of her head, asked why Kanchan was looking for her. The protagonist was a little scared by what he saw, but he immediately answered that he came to ask the New York Warriors for something. "Ask us," the girl screamed in shock. All her comrades immediately jumped up and, trying to get to the protagonist, shouted, asking if he really wanted to join them. Rihanna held back her colleagues, furiously shouting for them to shut their mouths, because she was the one talking now. Hearing this, Kanchan scratched his cheek in confusion and replied that it was not that, then asked for permission to enter the High Elf Forest. "Okay," the girl answered calmly, adding that the guy could hunt as much as he wanted. With a wide smile on her face, she said that Kanchan did not have to warn, doing this without asking. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist replied that even gamers have rules, so he could not just do this without asking. Suddenly, Reina's cheeks slightly blushed, and she asked if she could also ask for something. "What?" Noob asked in surprise, not taking his eyes off the girl. In his head, he wondered if it was really about another training. "Start dating her with a prospective marriage," all 3 of the girl's friends screamed. These words plunged the protagonist and his pet into complete shock and confusion. The guys continued to shout that their Rihanna was having a hard time without Kanchan, adding that the girl watched Noob's videos every day. Hearing all this, Rihanna gritted her teeth, so much so that even the veins on her face stood out. Suddenly, with eyes burning with rage, she turned to her comrades and ran her fingers over her lips, hinting to them to shut up. All 3 immediately fell headfirst into the ground. After that, the girl laughed awkwardly and, scratching the back of her head, asked to just give her one more training session because the league would start soon. Smiling warmly, the main character, raising his hand behind his head, answered, "Okay," saying in his head that, when receiving, you need to be able to give. Some time passed. Near the forest of High Elves, in one of the clearings, Noob and Rihanna prepared for battle, and 3 of the girl's comrades stood to the side. Looking intently at her future opponent, Rihanna asked not to use her active skill. After these words, she offered the protagonist a duel. With a wide smile on his face, Kanchan replied that they would fight basically, after which he accepted the duel. A message appeared that the duel would begin soon. After that, the countdown from 5 began. The duel began. The girl immediately attacked her opponent, but then perfectly blocked the attack. Jumping back, he continued to easily reflect Rihanna's attacks. Gritting her teeth, the girl was not going to stop, swinging and striking again and again. The protagonist understood that his opponent would not end with a few lunges, when suddenly Rihanna delivered a powerful slashing blow, but the guy dodged in time, bending down. He said in his head that the difference between them had become greater. The girl suddenly screamed furiously, asking why her opponent did not attack. Was she really that pathetic? Hearing this, Noob was very surprised, not knowing what to answer. Because this fight should help you, he firmly answered after a few seconds. Hearing this, the girl was very surprised. Their swords clashed again. At that moment, the protagonist said that if he simply won, Rihanna would not become better because the point was to help fill in the gaps. Gritting her teeth and pouting, the girl said in her head that she now understood what the winner thought of her. After these thoughts, she tried to make a quick thrust, but Kanchan deftly dodged. When suddenly, she told the guy to attack, but not to use crushing skills. The blade of her sword was near the protagonist's head. After a short pause, she added that her defense was enough to withstand. A warm smile appeared on the guy's face, and he said to himself that Rihanna was much more stubborn than he thought. The next second, he began to actively attack the enemy, saying that he would now attack harder. Rihanna barely managed to reflect the enemy's attacks, saying in her head that her opponent's repeated attacks were very fast. With a drop of sweat on her face, she prepared to block another attack. The next moment, there was a loud clang of metal, and a red mark was left behind Kanchan's blade. Suddenly, the protagonist deftly turned around. This greatly surprised the girl. She was straining herself and wondered in her head if her opponent had turned around, continuing to attack. Suddenly, she missed a powerful kick. Still standing with his leg extended, from which smoke came, Noob said that if he had hit with all his strength, Rihanna would not have been able to withstand it. After which he added that the girl should not swing too wide, planning each attack while dodging the previous one. Standing firmly on her feet, Rihanna, with a drop of cold sweat on her cheek, asked in confusion if there had always been such a difference in strength between them. Throwing his sword over his shoulder and stretching out his other hand, Kanchan replied that the difference in strength was small, but in stats it was very much so. Hearing this, Rihanna tensed up and said in her head that Noob was lower in level than her, but his ranks, skills, and items were much better. After these thoughts, she asked again. At the same time, one of the girl's comrades, standing aside, said in surprise that he was not sure that the main character was the same person as them, adding that he had always admired the winner's moves. Another of the guys said that this was all despite the fact that Rihanna was the ace of their team. After a short pause, he asked how it was possible to defeat their commander so easily. The next second, a new battle began. Rihanna immediately began to attack her opponent, who easily parried all the blows. Beads of sweat flew off her, and she herself, gritting her teeth, did not stop. In her head, she said that she had watched the video of her defeat many times. She remembered how she sat on the ground, realizing that she had lost. Rihanna asked herself why she lost when she had an overwhelming advantage. All the coaches on their team analyzed the video, and the reason was simple. The winner dodged the attacks that needed to be dodged, deflected the ones that needed to be deflected, and attacked at the right time. He turned the theory that everyone knows into reality. In her head, the girl said that she would admit that she would definitely lose. However, she suddenly said, about to push off the ground, "I have to make him acknowledge me," she said a few seconds later, jumping high behind her opponent, delivering a powerful blow with her sword. Seeing that the girl was behind him, the protagonist was very surprised. He remembered his first meeting with LeBron, in which the same thing happened. Rihanna, behind her opponent, swung her arm to deliver a blow. A satisfied smile appeared on Kanchan's face. The girl's teammates were shocked by what they saw. Rihanna, breathing heavily, stood on the ground with her arm outstretched. Her sword reached her opponent, but it didn't do any damage because Noob himself blocked the attack with his hand and then said that it was a little dangerous. In his head, he said that he didn't even imagine that his opponent could think like him. After that, he turned to the girl and with a warm smile on his face said that the ace of the New York Warriors is different from the rest. Gritting his teeth, Rihanna didn't know what to say. "True?" she suddenly asked with red cheeks. The girl's comrade stood to the side, surprised, not moving from their place. With a smile on his face, the protagonist said that he was very glad and then offered again. Wide smiles appeared on the guys' faces. They saw how happy Rihanna was, who was bad at hiding her true feelings. The girl with a happy smile and red cheeks looked at her lover. Some time passed. The protagonist stopped and exhaled heavily. He looked at the bright glow ahead and said that he barely managed to finish training with Rihanna. After that, he remembered how the girl's comrades pulled her away so that the protagonist could escape. In his head, Kanchan said that Rihanna was asked to continue until he ran out of strength, so now he would have to avoid the girl. Suddenly, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. They finally came to a waterfall. Pointing at it, Kanchan asked his pet if this waterfall was the entrance to the Great Islands. "Yes, master," Tenny shouted loudly, sitting on his shoulder. A waterfall of incredible beauty poured down loudly. "Then let's go," the guy said happily. A few minutes later, a notification appeared, informing that Kanchan entered the Great Islands. The guys found themselves in a place where yellow leaves lay on the ground. Tenny had a wide smile on her face, and the protagonist at the same time was very surprised by what he saw. A beautiful landscape unfolded before him. In front of him was a path strewn with fallen autumn leaves, which led forward into the forest. The sun was shining brightly outside, illuminating the entire autumn and colorful forest. Pointing his paw forward, the bear asked his owner if he hadn't said it was great here. Yes, Kanchan answered with a satisfied smile on his face, adding that it was now clear to him why the pet had bragged. After a short pause, Tenny asked where they were going. Raising his head up, Noob saw colorful autumn leaves above him, after which he said that they could go meet his pet's relatives. Hearing this, the bear cub was happy and replied that it was close because there was a village of their race nearby. Jumping off his owner's shoulder, he looked at the guy and said that it would be better to take off his mask and gloves because his dad didn't like it very much. Hearing this, the protagonist looked at the gloves on his hand and said in his head that these things are objects of hatred and the desire to kill. The curse of Crassel and the memories of murder, adding after that, apparently, some NPCs feel uncomfortable around them. Taking off his mask, Cannon, sorting out something in the system window, asked the pet what his parents were like. Proudly walking forward, Tenny answered that his dad was very businesslike and his mom was very beautiful. Hearing this, the protagonist put his hand to his chin and thought, imagining two bears in his head, one in a formal suit and the other in a bride's dress. After a while, a fence and windmills appeared. Approaching the entrance to the village, Tenny turned to the owner and with a smile on his face introduced him to his village. Entering it, the protagonist looked around and said in his head that this place looks normal if you remove the trees that grow on the houses, and the size too. "Oh, kid," suddenly came from the side. Hearing this, the bear cub turned around in surprise towards the familiar voice. On the roof sat a black silhouette, very similar to a man, who asked if Tenny had brought his human friend. At that very second, the pet recognized the silhouette as Uncle Tommy. Pointing to the shocked protagonist, whose face was dripping with sweat, Tenny said that this was his master, after which he asked if Tommy was really repairing the roof. Yes, the man answered, adding that the roof was still not ready, after which he wished the guys a lot of fun. After that, the guys went on. Kanchan suddenly turned to his pet and asked in confusion if Tony was Tenny's uncle. Yes, the bear cub firmly answered, walking next to him. "Something is wrong?" he asked in surprise a few seconds later. The protagonist did not answer this, he only looked back at Uncle Tony with suspicion. A man with a blue bandana on his head was working on the roof. "He doesn't look like a bear at all," Kanchan added. A few minutes later, the boys came to a huge house in thick Sakura. They were sitting inside with a cup of tea. In front of them were Tenny's parents. They also looked like ordinary people. Looking at them, Kanchan greeted Tenny's parents. Hearing this, the bear cub's mother man unclosed her eyes, smiled widely and asked if the guy really named their son Tenny, adding that the bear cub was embarrassed to tell them about it. Tenny's father Hugo was sitting nearby, holding a cup of tea with a smile on his face, saying that it was a very good name that reflected the cuteness of their son. "I won't deny it," the main character said confusedly in his head. After these thoughts, with beads of cold sweat on his face, he asked why Tenny was different from everyone else in his tribe. Then Manon replied with a big smile that they can change their appearance to a human after receiving the second awakening. Hearing this, Kang-hun turned his gaze to his pet and replied that it also has a second awakening, which means, "That's right," the woman interrupted the guest, finishing that Tenny can also change. After a short pause, she said that she thinks that their son just likes the look of a small bear better, so Tenny does not want to. Pointing at himself with his paw, the bear cub replied that he likes it better this way. After that, Manon said that as their son gets older, he will no longer be able to see himself like this, so you can say that Tenny is expressing his desire to remain a child for a little longer. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes sparkled and a crazy smile appeared on his face. All this because he imagined the human version of his pet, asking at the same time if Tenny really hid such cool content from him. Suddenly, Hugo broke the silence, looking at the guest and saying that, judging by his look, the guy also thought their son was cute. "Of course, that's true," the protagonist replied with a warm smile on his face. After receiving such an answer, the man said that he was worried at first when he heard that Tenya had a master, but now he was very happy that it was Kanchan. After a short pause, he said that he really hoped that the protagonist would take care of their son, while Manon, sitting next to him, wiped tears from her eyes. After that, the conversation with Tenya's parents continued. A fresh breeze blew into the kitchen through the open shutters, and the children's laughter could be heard. Hugo, stretching out his hand, said that he saw how his son was getting stronger every day. Hearing this, the protagonist asked if there was a good place to hunt here. Adjusting her hair, Manon replied that monsters usually did not appear on the Great Islands. Suddenly, Hugo leaned over to his wife and, covering himself with his hand from the guest, asked if they could ask him to deal with that cave. It still needed to be done. Manon, doing the same, answered that also in a whisper, yes, it was time to deal with that cave. After that, the woman with a smile on her face turned to the guest and said that Kanchan was a good man, who could be trusted with their son, but they were still not sure of the guy's abilities. Hearing this, Tenny jumped up and furiously shouted that his master was very strong. Folding her arms, Manon grinned and replied that they would not take his word for it, adding that they would prefer to see the nubs in action. Receiving such an answer, the bear cub folded his arms across his chest and lowered his head in displeasure. Seeing this, the main character with a smile on his face said, "Good," rejoicing inside that his pet supported him. Putting his hands on the table, Hugo said that it was not a difficult or complicated task, adding that there were no big problems on the Great Islands. After that, a notification appeared in front of Cannon, informing him that he had received a new task. After a short pause, the man looked through the window at the large mountain and explained to the guest that by going north, you can see a large mountain, and in the cave on the way to the top, there is restless energy, so they ask him to check Noob what is going on there. After that, some time passed. The protagonist with the pet on his shoulder came to a huge cave. Tenny suddenly looked at the owner and said that his parents seemed to like him. Looking at the pet, Cannon said that this was probably true, adding that Tenny's parents seemed like very good people. Opening the system window with the task, he happily said to himself that he was even given an S-rank quest. The task was called Explore the Cave of the Great Islands. Below it was written that unusual energy was coming from a cave in the center of the Great Islands, so he needed to explore the cave. After that, he went into the cave, wondering in his head how much experience he would gain. After that, a notification appeared saying that the guy had entered the cave of the Great Islands. It was pitch black inside. The protagonist immediately told Tenny that he could not see anything. He understood Tenny's answer, after which a small fire appeared from his paw. After that, he waved his paw and the fire flew off it. It spread throughout the cave, giving light and vision. Looking around, Kanchan became very tense and said that, unlike the island itself, this place looked suspicious and too gloomy. Looking at the floor, where many huge footprints were left, he said that a monster the size of an ogre at least should live here. When suddenly someone's feet and loud stomping appeared from the darkness. The owner, Tenny, said loudly, first noticing the inhabitant of the cave. With a smile on his face, Kanchan said that it seemed like the monster had come out to them. Suddenly, what he saw gave rise to fear and horror in him. He immediately grabbed his sword, preparing for battle. A huge monster with glowing eyes came out of the darkness. Suddenly, its terrible face appeared. How scary, the protagonist and his pet thought at the same time, making disgusting faces. Seeing such a reaction from the guests, the monster felt resentment in his chest. Tears suddenly appeared in his eyes. Throwing his arms out, he roared furiously in frustration. A powerful energy wave was heard from the menacing roar. Two notifications appeared in front of the protagonist, the first of which said that Kanchan was affected by the impulse of the lowest ranked monster, Romlan. The second said that the protagonist used the fight stat, so he ignores the impulse of the lowest ranked monster, Romlan. With a smile on his face, Noob raised his sword and said that this monster's name was Romlan, adding that he could use a debuff, which meant he could also win. After that, he jumped up and rushed at the huge monster. After that, he said that he would kill Romlan and clear the cave. At that very second, the monster did not just stand there and rush to attack the protagonist. His eyes were burning, and powerful magical energy emanated from him. Kanchan was very focused. Suddenly, a huge fist appeared in front of his face. The next second, Romlan delivered a crushing blow, which with its impact destroyed the floor beneath him. But Noob did not expose himself to the blow and found himself next to the head of the huge monster. Swinging, he said in his head that Romlan was not only big, but also strong. After these words, he used the crescent thrust technique, releasing a powerful blow with his sword. The monster immediately put his hand out to defend himself. After blocking the blow, blood gushed out of his hand. Seeing this, Kanhyun said with a smile on his face that the monster had no armor, which meant that its defense was weak. After that, he realized what level his opponent was. At this time, the monster swung its fist with a stony expression. The next second, it began to deliver many fast blows to the ground where the protagonist stood, but Kanhyun deftly dodged each one, approaching his opponent. After dodging another blow, he jumped high. A magical energy boost appeared on his leg. It pushed it into Romlan's stomach. An explosion was heard from an incredibly powerful blow. Saliva sprayed out of the monster's mouth from the blow. The protagonist stuck his sword into the stomach of the huge Romlan. After that, he immediately delivered a slashing blow to the stomach. The next second, he delivered several more powerful and fast blows with the sword all over Romlan's body. The monster screamed loudly and blood sprayed out of its mouth. After that, he fell to the ground. A notification appeared in front of the main character that he had destroyed a low-ranking monster, so he had gained experience. After reading this, Kanchan put his hand to his chin and said that he thought that the quest would not be completed. Romlan began to disappear, and the guy said that it meant that there was someone stronger than a low-ranking monster. After that, he turned to his pet and asked if he knew anything about this cave. Maybe his parents told him. Peeking out from behind a rock, Tenny shouted that he was here for the first time. After that, he said that it was time to go a little deeper. There was complete silence in the cave. Suddenly, a dull stomp was heard and someone's feet appeared. Kanchan immediately reacted to this and turned around. Looking into the darkness, he said to himself that this was clearly not a large monster, but for some reason the steps seemed familiar. With each step, the aura became stronger and more powerful. The main character understood that a strong creature was coming here. A few seconds later, a man in a kimono came out to him. Without understanding, Kanon said in his head that he needed to attack first, so he immediately rushed to attack. He delivered a powerful blow to his opponent. Suddenly, what he saw surprised him. The man with horns on his head held a sword in his hand and asked what his guest was doing. After a short pause, he asked if bears did that. Hearing this, Noob, without lowering his sword, asked himself in his head if the stranger was talking about Tenya's parents, adding that his opponent stopped his attack with 2 fingers. Looking at the blade, he said that they could solve everything by talking, after which he asked to remove this dangerous thing from his face. Hearing this, the protagonist realized that he was not a monster in front of him, adding that this man did not want to fight. Lowering the sword, which dissolved in his hand, he calmly said that he was a friend of the bears and in their place I cleaned this cave. Without lowering his hands, the man replied that it was fun to sometimes see the surprised faces of bears. After that, he licked his fingers and introduced himself as Leon, adding later that it was not his real name, but everyone called him that. When suddenly a notification appeared in front of the protagonist that his quest had been changed from exploring the cave to talking to Leon. The quest has changed, Kanhan asked in surprise in his head, after which he introduced himself to his interlocutor with a smile on his face, saying that he was an adventurer Kanhanu. The bear cub on his shoulder also shouted that his name was Tenny. So you are an adventurer, Leon suddenly said. Hearing this, the protagonist was very surprised, not understanding what he was talking about. When suddenly Leon abruptly grabbed the guy by the shoulders with a wide smile on his face, shouted that even people like his guest can now easily defeat Romlan. After which he shouted that he was very happy, which means his suffering will soon end. Leaning close to his guest, Leon shouted, asking what skills adventurers have in general, and whether the protagonist can defeat an ogre and freely roam the Balto Mountains or explore the West on his own. With beads of cold sweat on his face, Kanchan answered no, because the average level is not that strong yet. After a short pause, he said that the top adventurers hunt in the Hyojin Mountains. Hearing this, Leon's smile disappeared. I see, he said sadly, lowering his head and walking away from the guest. Seeing Leon's reaction, the noob asked why the adventurer's level was so important to a man. With bitterness in his eyes, Leon, without raising his head, answered that only thanks to him he could get out of this annoying place. Hearing this, Kanchan wondered in his head if this was an NPC related to the overall level of adventurers. After thinking for a while, he asked if his interlocutor was protecting something. Leon folded his arms and replied that it was not something, but the cave itself. After a short pause, he explained that many monsters like Romlan came from the demon world, and if they were not killed, trouble would arise. Hearing this, the protagonist clenched his fist and shouted in rage, asking, the demon world. Leon spread his arms and calmly replied, yes, adding that this place was connected to the demon world. After a short pause, he explained that he could entrust this matter to adventurers if their level was suitable, and he himself would finally retire. The protagonist's face was a terrible grimace of shock and horror. In his head, he said that this was simply wonderful information because the demon world was an important part of the fantasy world. After that, Leon turned around, extended his hand and said that a lot of time had passed, so he needed to go on business. As he left, he said that he would remember the name of his guest, adding that he should come if he needed help. Bowing deeply, the protagonist shouted that they would definitely see each other again. After this, the quest talk to Leon was completed. The notification that appeared said that the protagonist had completed the exploration of the central cave of the Great Islands, so the guy gets experience, gets a new level, and also receives the recognition of Hugo and Manon. With a crazy smile on his face, the protagonist said in his head that he not only completed the quest, but also met an important NPC, after which he asked himself why he was so lucky. Going outside, where the sun had already set, he asked what else he would find on the Great Islands. Some time passed. A cafe. 2 guys were sitting at the table, telling each other that they had not seen each other for a long time. One of the interlocutors was Mascherano, who, folding his hands on the table, asked why he was looking for him, whether he had really decided to join them. The guy sitting opposite Mascherano replied that he had already refused several times, adding that he did not come for jokes. After a short pause, he said he wanted to ask about the arena. Hearing this, Mascherano straightened up and mockingly asked about the arena, adding that his interlocutor did not appear there. With a warm smile on his face, he asked if it was his interlocutor who claimed that he could easily take first place if he wanted. Rain, he said the name of his interlocutor, who, taking a sip of tea from his cup, was thinking what to answer. Removing the cup from his mouth, Rain said that Mascherano himself knew that he could not be sure of this. Rain was in second place in the current ranking and first place in the previous ranking. After he appeared, the guy finished a few seconds later. "Now I understand," Mascherano said, closing his eyes and lowering his head. "You want to know more about the alley winner?" He finished a few seconds later. Steam rose from the hot mug of drink. The hero noticed that the guy came here to find out about the alley winner. Rain looked at Mascherano sitting opposite him, asking if he knew what place the boy was in. The hero said that he had heard that the boy had fallen to 6th place. The boy raised his eyebrows, saying that he was in 2nd place and that only one person was Teika. Mascherano smiled. Teika was the true king of the arena, about whom little was known except for a few of his skills. The silhouette of the boy stood with his back to him, holding a weapon on his shoulder. Rain frowned, saying that he could defeat him, but he had his doubts. Mascherano smiled and raised his index finger, saying that it was because he was not sure that he could defeat the winner. The boy sat at the table, saying that at the moment he was in 1236th place. If he continued to follow his plan, then in the remaining 3 weeks he would definitely be able to take 1st place. Rain imagined the image of the winner from the alley behind him, saying that they would meet soon, which is why he wanted to know about him, since he and the hero had fought on the King of Two Masks. The boy closed his eyes, realizing that the boy was interested in his opinion about the hero. Rain's eyes widened when his interlocutor said that he did not think anyone could defeat the protagonist in a duel. Mascherano smiled and recalled the events of the battle, saying that the boy himself had seen Milliget defeat him on the king, and back then his level was much higher and Danielle's performance was incredible. He imagined a gray land turtle with its mouth wide open, saying that he could be considered a violator of the ecosystem. Mascherano said that if the protagonist really wanted to take 1st place in the arena, then no one would stop him. Rain's eyes widened. He leaned his head on his hand, asking if the boy was saying that because his fighting spirit had disappeared. The hero held out his hand, saying that when the boy fought him, he would understand what he was talking about, because in a fight against him, everyone felt their limit. The hero asked if this meant that the boy thought he would lose. Mascherano smiled, saying that the probability was very high. Rain jumped up from his seat and put his palms on the table, thanking him for his advice. The boy darkened and hurried away, saying that he would prove him wrong. Mascherano smiled, thinking that it was curious because the boy, like everyone else, thought he could defeat him. Rain walked forward. The hero looked at his back. Under the headline of the news was a photo of Rain in armor. It said that the true identity of the first fighter to win 5 times in a row in the King of Masks was Rain, and a quote from a boy saying that from now on, he would focus on the arena. The protagonist was sitting in front of a computer screen, saying that he thought that the boy would be the one to earn 5 wins in a row. He put his hand to his chin and smiled, saying that since the boy decided to focus on the arena, he would try to get to the top spot in the rankings. Milliget raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that it was time for him to start moving up as well. He imagined himself climbing a mountain of ranks, saying that he was currently ranked 1200, and if he tried harder and climbed higher, he would be able to meet Rain and Teika, who were also trying to get to the top spot. The hero looked at the device in his room, thinking that today he had to enter the top 10 Grandmasters. He told everyone to meet the ecosystem pest, the alley winner. Bright pixels appeared. The guy frowned, saying that this was the plan, but something went wrong. The system reported that it was selecting an opponent. An hour 23 minutes and 47 seconds had already passed. Milliget put his hand to the side, shouting in displeasure that an hour and a half had already passed. He asked why they could not find him an opponent. Was this really a bug? The commentators noted that in 4 hours he had only fought 3 battles, so he would have to wait longer. The hero frowned and clenched his fist, thinking that he would definitely not be able to advance this way. The commentators said that none of the streamers were currently engaged in raiding battles because there was a rumor that the alley winner was here. The guy gritted his teeth, thinking that everyone was deliberately avoiding duels so as not to meet him, but that way he wouldn't be able to take 1st place and debut as a pro gamer. He wondered what he should do. The boy's eyes widened. Milliget decided to deceive everyone. He lowered his head and scratched the back of his head, saying that he was done for today. The commentators were surprised that the guy would just end his stream like that. The hero said goodbye to his viewers. Above the green leaves of the palm tree was a bright blue sky. On the ground lay defeated monsters, next to which blue pixels appeared. Nienstiel raised his eyebrows tiredly and sighed heavily. The commentators wrote that hunting is boring, suggesting that he move on to raiding battles. Someone asked if he was afraid of the alley winner. The boy froze in front of 2 system windows, repeating the last question. The hero raised his eyebrows, saying that he was just tired, asking if he couldn't take a break for a bit. Nienstiel frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking that he was actually very afraid of the guy, because he had risen so high and this monster could destroy everything. His style was a very strong streamer with a nasty character, but if he lost to the winner, his image of a villain who liked to teach life lessons would be destroyed. Ninjil smiled creepily and pulled the guy's hair, pressing the blade to his neck and asking if he understood who was the boss here. The guy widened his eyes and looked down. In the status window, he noticed a notification that the alley winner had ended his stream, thinking that now he could go to the rankings. Ninjil smiled and put his hand on his belt, saying that since they wanted to see him in a duel so much, there was nothing he could do. He asked if they were coming with him. The commentators were happy with this development. The system reported that the opponent was selected. The young man raised his head, noticing that it was quite fast. The duel begins. Ninjil appeared on the Colosseum field and prepared his weapon, saying that he would use a double sword this time. The young man's eyes widened. In front of him stood the alley winner, smiling contentedly and holding a bright sword in his hands. The hero smiled widely and opened his eyes, saying that he came here to listen to his lecture. The young man opened his mouth in fear and took a step back, wondering why this player was here now. The protagonist took a step towards him, saying that he knew what he was thinking now, but the hero had no other choice. Milliget smiled and assumed a fighting stance, saying that he would have to fight players on their streams. He asked if it was logical to turn off his stream so that others would start entering the rankings. Ninjil frowned and opened his eyes wide, his face darkened. The commentators noticed that he didn't even have anything to say, because no one expected this. The system announced the start of the rating duel. The young man tightly clutched the blade in his hand, wondering if he would really fight the winner. Ninjil gritted his teeth and frowned, thinking that he needed to pull himself together, otherwise his image would be destroyed. He leaned his body forward and rushed to attack, thinking that he could win if he acted as usual. Milliget made one swing of the sword, leaving a bright vortex in space. The young man was thrown into the air. He opened his mouth wide, bright stars appeared near his face. Ninjil lay motionless on the ground, bright pixels appeared near him. The main character held the sword to the side. Milliget put the sword on his shoulder and raised his head, warning all the streamers from his category that he would start the search with them. It could happen in a couple of hours, or maybe tomorrow. The hero smiled ominously and opened his eyes, asking if they should hide, telling them to come to him themselves. The winner's stream from the alley continued, and the audience's reaction was very violent. The main character swung his sword, throwing his opponent back. Commentators wrote that they had never seen such cruelty because the hero had already laid out 6, including pro gamers. After the player announced his intentions, a discussion about the conduct of pro players unfolded in the community. Against the background of a smiling guy, comments appeared that the streamers really ran away because they were afraid of the winner. They did not understand why they should watch such stupid streamers at all. Many PK-ers began to move back. 6 different streams were visible on the screen. The hero took a step, standing in front of his opponent lying motionless on the ground. That's how, continuing to show interesting content in the arena, the winner was able to rise to 546th place. Milliget smiled and put his weapon on his shoulder, happy that he was finally in the real arena. He brought his hand to his chin and smiled, saying that there were only 545 people left, so it was time to start the next stream. The main character smiled and put his blade forward, saying that he would not disconnect until he got first place. In the hero's hands was a phone with the guy's stream paused. Kyle, bringing the phone closer, raised his eyebrows, asking if the hero's stream was already today. The guy closed his eyes and tilted his head, telling the boss that it was true. The player was truly incredible. He managed to change public opinion at such a young age. The man thoughtfully rubbed his chin, saying that his goal to take first place is not that easy. If he can, he will definitely go down in arena history. He said that he hopes that the stream will be longer today. The guy, thinking that the boss seemed to have become a fan of the winner, asked him not to worry about the length of the stream. Kyle's eyes widened in surprise. The hero winked at him and pointed to the stacks of documents, asking him to worry about whether he would be able to watch this stream at all. The guy smiled, saying that while watching the stream, the boss would just sort out the documents. Kyle's eyes widened and his eyebrows rose. The protagonist raised his palm to the bright blue sky. The winner from the alley waved his hand, greeting the viewers and saying that his stream would begin today. The commentators greeted him back. The guy frowned and sighed heavily, saying that no one was writing at all. He asked if they weren't happy to see him. The commentators said that this was not true. They were very happy, it's just that the streams were very short lately. Milliget smiled, saying that he still wouldn't lose. He asked if he should start looking for an opponent right away. The commentators noticed that it was a bluff. The system reported that an opponent had been matched. The guy froze, saying that it was pretty fast. A player appeared in front of him, surrounded by bright pixels. The commentators began to vigorously discuss the opponent who had appeared, saying that this match would definitely be remembered by everyone. The hero opened his mouth. Yonshin stood in front of him. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. Milliget frowned, surprised by the friend who had appeared. The commentators noted that the players were actually friends, and someone even said that they were brothers. The guys froze in front of each other, unanimously asking what each of them was doing here. Streamer Aragon is one of the popular strategists, known for his simple image, good skills, and good streams. He often appears as an invited guest on official arena broadcasts. Before the debut of Winner from the Alley, he was even called the best streamer. The guy in armor looked ahead and smiled. The commentators discussed why Aragon was here, because he was in the diamond ranking. Yeonchan raised his eyebrows, looking ahead. The commentators wrote that the guy was probably just a manager, because he usually just helped on the broadcasts. Aragon froze in place, remembering all his moments of battles in which he won. The system notified that the rating battle had begun, and Chan leaned his body forward and opened his mouth, thinking that he simply ran out of content for today, so he thought to fill the remaining time with battles in the arena. Who knew that he would meet his friend? The hero rested his foot on the ground. Niliget smiled widely and jumped over his opponent, and Chan put his blade in front of him, stopping his attack. The main character smiled, asking how they could meet here at all, and Ki smiled sheepishly, noticing that the guy was happy about it. Milligat smiled and stuck out his tongue, saying that the hero would help him make a cool broadcast. The young man thought that if he lost to him, he would forever be remembered as a loser. He pushed his opponent away, swinging his sword. And Chan frowned and opened his mouth, breathing heavily. He said the word, "Dub." Bright stars appeared around him. The system reported that he used Dub, his strength stats increased. He also used Merak, his agility stat was increased. A bright aura appeared around the guy's legs. The hero frowned. Using Fekta, the system reported that the attack power and movement speed were increased. The hero used Megrets, his defense was increased, and his physical form was strengthened. Bright streams of energy appeared around Enchan, surrounding his body. Niliget smiled, realizing that these were his skills of the Star Apostle class. He said that he could become stronger by receiving the power of the stars. The hero wondered if the guy was really going to fight with all his might. Enchan put the bright blade forward, telling the guy to attack. The winner thrust his palm forward, using a magical explosion. A stream of dark energy came out of his hand. The boy swung his sword, cutting it in half. Niligat tilted his body and rushed forward. The heroes left bright explosions and flashes in the space from the contact of their swords. The boy planted his foot on the ground. Enchan frowned, thinking about using his buff, but the boy still pushed him away hard, wondering how his friend could level up so much in just a year. The hero's hair fluttered in the wind, beads of sweat poured down his face. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened, not understanding what this huge gap was. Milligat was right in front of him. He raised his hand behind his back, preparing to strike. The winner winked. Enchan delivered a roundhouse kick to him. The protagonist gritted his teeth and frowned. Under the mask, the boy smiled, thinking that his friend noticed this. He believed that Yeonchan knew him well. It would be a shame to end the video quickly, having such potential. Yeonchan raised his leg, bent at the knee, and winked, saying that he understood his idea. The concept of this video is not an ordinary loss and victory, but a great battle between two friends. The guys swung their swords, leaving bright flashes in the space from the contact of blades. The winner from the alley gritted his teeth, holding his sword in front of him to block, thinking that, in the end, he will be the one to win. The commentators vigorously discussed what was happening, saying that this way it will end in a draw. Yeonchan frowned, his eyes turned white, bright flashes appeared near his palms. The commentators wondered if Aragon was always so strong. Even though they were friends, they would fight to the end. Milligat smiled, thinking that his friend was still trying to attack him, which meant it was time to start a real fight. He swung his sword, passing it near the boy's body and leaving a bright mark behind it. The protagonist frowned and got into a fighting stance, mentally telling the boy that he was attacking, asking him to end this dramatic battle. The tip of the dark blade approached Enchan's chest. He opened his eyes wide and frowned, saying that he surrendered. The system reported that Aragon had decided to surrender, therefore Milligat was winning. The hero froze, his eyes wide. He did not understand why the boy decided to surrender. Enchan came closer to the protagonist, asking him to stop because he already knew what was on his mind. The boy smiled and put his hand on his shoulder, saying that Milligat did not want the hero to be remembered in history as a loser, and therefore he fought half-heartedly. The commentators immediately wrote that they were sure of it. Yeonchan smiled and waved his hand. Bright pixels began to appear around him. He said that he knew he was losing, so he gave up, asking his friend to continue winning. The guy disappeared, leaving behind bright flashes. Milligat froze in a stupor, his brows furrowed, his face darkened. He wondered why Yeonchan was so slow-witted. Kyle tiredly sorted through the documents and sadly wondered if the broadcast had already started. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.